In July 2012, at the capital airport of Huaxia, Fang Yun, are you truly prepared to depart? A middle-aged man, his face etched with wrinkles and the marks of hardship, inquired. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize this man as the former Asian football king, Sun Jihai. Indeed, I can no longer tolerate the actions of Ningsu Club. They have not paid salaries for 6 months. It is true that some clubs operate without due diligence, mismanaging their affairs and causing you distress. It's nothing, Uncle Sunday. I appreciate your assistance, but my decision is resolute. No one can dissuade me now, Fang Yun declared with unwavering conviction. Just hours prior, Fang Yun had engaged in a heated argument with the management of Ningsu Club, incensed by the club's failure to pay wages for half a year. Instead of an apology, the club had responded with arrogance. You should be grateful for the opportunity to play. Many would envy your position. Consider this a warning. If you do not comport yourself properly, you shall never transfer in your lifetime. Fang Yun, enraged by their threats of ostracism alongside the failure to pay wages, refused to acquiesce. Thus, he reached out to Uncle Sun, seeking his assistance in securing a trial opportunity in European leagues. In his earlier years abroad, Sun Jihai had cultivated a network in Europe. Coincidentally, Manchester City and Huaxia recently collaborated on a youth training friendly match, offering promising players the chance to join City's youth academy. As the 9th nominee for the Golden Boy Award in 2012, Fang Yun qualified for this friendly match. Manchester City's youth academy is renowned. It is well known that Spain's La Masia frequently produces exceptional talent, with illustrious players like Messi and the current prodigy, Yamal, showcasing top-tier abilities. However, it is Manchester City's youth training that is truly formidable. While they may not boast players of La Masia's caliber, their rate of player development is impressively high. Statistics reveal that from 2010 to 2020, Manchester City generated billions from the sales of youth academy players, a staggering figure. Most teams engaged in youth training struggle to turn a profit, and many even incur losses due to various constraints, including financial, talent, and time factors, resulting in a low return on investment. Huaxia's youth training is scarcely worth mentioning. It could be argued that they lack any meaningful program. Investors, upon encountering Huaxia's youth training, often recoil in fear, as the return on investment is negative. In stark contrast, Manchester City sees many of its youth graduates command high market values. The recently celebrated Palmer has reached a valuation of $140 million, the same player mocked by Wang Chuqing for his indecisiveness on the pitch. Sancho was sold to Manchester United for several tens of millions, and Diaz has thrived at Liverpool. Fang Yun's opportunity to train at Manchester City's academy signifies that his capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, Fang Yun is a time traveler, having been a fervent football enthusiast and an ardent fan of Football Manager in his past life. The following day, Fang Yun opened Weibo, only to discover that his name was trending. Golden Boy Award winner engages in a heated exchange with management, leaving the team without authorization. Golden Boy Fang Yun displays a lack of organization and discipline, accused of assaulting teammates and frequenting nightclubs. Golden Boy Award. Fang Yun expresses discontent after being substituted. Departing in anger, such a person can be nominated for the Golden Boy Award. It's simply disgraceful. It was high time to expel such players, otherwise the national team will forever remain hopeless. This is typical of young people. They become arrogant upon receiving accolades. This honor should be revoked, shameless and without dignity. Do you truly believe you are exceptional, ignoring rules and seeking privileges? The social media platform was inundated with vitriol, insults, and defamation directed at Fang Yun. Upon seeing the comments, Fang Yun was incensed. It was they who had failed to pay wages, yet they turned the tables and falsely accused him of frequenting nightclubs and assaulting teammates. Utterly preposterous fabrications. Fang Yun promptly took to the internet to respond. My departure is justified. It stems from Ningsu Club's 6-month delay in salary payments. After unsuccessful discussions, and with Fang Yun fully ostracizing me, I had no choice but to leave. I hope everyone can view this rationally. This statement ignited a firestorm among netizens. Oh, a twist in the tale? Could it be? It's hard to say. Some clubs indeed have their issues. This must be false. If it were true, why wouldn't Fang Yun report it? Words alone hold no weight. At this point, public opinion split into 3 factions, one supporting Ningsu Club, believing that Fong Yun was disorganized and undisciplined. Another backing Fong Yun, asserting that the team indeed had salary arrears and a neutral group, mere spectators relishing the drama. Ning Su Club, showcasing its public relations prowess, enlisted various prominent football figures to rally support. First, Coach Li Tai issued a statement. Ning Su Club has always been a model club domestically, treating players exceptionally well. I firmly believe that Ning Su Club could not possibly withhold salaries. Following Li Tai's statement, numerous football bloggers began to voice their support for Ning Su. Fong Yun found himself in a predicament he wished he had recorded evidence, but at the time, he hadn't anticipated this situation. Now, he could only endure in silence. Haha, I told you Fong Yun is merely a clown, daring to slander Ning Su Club. Such players should be completely banned. Their behavior is too reprehensible, unrepentant, and obstinate. Sun Jihai offered to assist Fong Yun in clarifying the matter publicly. Fong Yun declined, fully aware of the complexities at play. Uncle Sun, at his age, was ill-suited to engage in this battle. Fong Yun also felt that domestic opportunities were no longer suitable for him. It was time to seek a grander stage. With a resolute heart, and under Sun Jihai's complex gaze, Fong Yun stepped into the boarding passage, embarking toward a new football realm, one that perhaps would serve as his true stage. Chapter 2. System Activation. A glimpse into the future behind the bustling urban landscape. Fong Yun bears the weight of dreams and pressures, navigating through the throngs of people in silence. He is a football dreamer, a soul intertwined between two lives, with the regrets of his past life and the ambitions of his current one shaping a resilient and mature mindset. Those who hurl insults from the anonymity of the internet are, in his eyes, mere failures in the real world, venting their frustrations in a virtual realm. Fong Yun understands that entangling himself with such baseless negativity is futile. Thus, he chooses to ignore the cacophony of comments and fixates his gaze steadfastly on the verdant football fields that lie ahead. Unperturbed by external distractions, Fong Yun's mindset has long been cultivated, and his capacity for psychological endurance surpasses that of ordinary individuals. He is acutely aware that in just a few days, a crucial match awaits him, one that could determine the trajectory of his football career and the possibility of securing a professional contract. Uncle Sun, I truly appreciate your support and apologize for any inconvenience caused. When I return, I would love to treat you to a meal, Fong Yun expressed sincerely at the airport. Gazing earnestly at his mentor and friend, Sun Jihai, my dear child, there is no need for such formalities. I feel burdened by the circumstances here. Focus on developing your skills in England, where the finest resources and platforms await you. I believe in your talent, Sun Jihai replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. The bond he shared with Fong Yun's father, forged in the fires of camaraderie, naturally extends to Fong Yun himself. I have sent you the schedule and details for the Manchester City training camp. Review them carefully, and feel free to reach out with any questions. However, do not let the pressure overwhelm you. Maintain a calm mindset. The demands of the City Youth Academy will be significant, but do your best, Sun Jihai reassured him. Understood. Uncle Sunday, I will give my all, Fong Yun responded, his tone laced with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Do your best, but also consider alternative options. The competition at a prestigious club like Manchester City is fierce. If it doesn't work out, playing elsewhere is also viable. At 17, you are at a crucial juncture where gaining playing time is paramount. Where you play is less important than the fact that you are playing, Sun Jihai advised. His brow furrowed with concern. I understand, Uncle Sunday. I will seize every opportunity, Fong Yun replied resolutely. He was acutely aware of the immense pressure surrounding the upcoming match. Contemplating the vast differences between the youth training systems of Huaxia and Manchester City. Yet, all he could do was commit himself fully to the game. Uncertain of what the future holds, Fong Yun decided to take each step as it comes. As the airplane soared through the night sky towards Manchester, England, the hallowed ground of football, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Host detected facing difficulties. Gold medal defensive midfielder system activated. A tribute panel has been loaded. Beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? A mechanical voice echoed within Fong Yun's mind. A system? Fong Yun's heartbeat quickened suddenly after such a long wait. He finally arrived at this momentous turning point in his destiny. Without hesitation, he chose to activate the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have opened the beginner's gift pack. Rewards acquired. Hot zone imaging module, long-range shot confirmation card, hot zone imaging module in his mind. He envisioned the various positions on the field, with colors representing different levels of defense: green for wide open spaces, yellow for moderate defense, and red for the most congested areas. Defensive positioning, 55 to 100. Goodness gracious, this is truly remarkable. This skill may appear ordinary at first glance, yet it is profoundly powerful. It essentially grants one an omniscient perspective. With clarity, one can discern the weakest defensive positions and pass the ball there, thereby creating opportunities for teammates or positioning oneself advantageously. Many midfielders, before receiving the ball, habitually survey the positions of their teammates and opponents. Rodri is a prime example. In a single match, he observed the field 5 times prior to receiving the ball, executing a precise through pass that found the on-rushing Haaland, who effortlessly scored. Possessing such a skill means there is no need for prior observation. One can pass the ball directly upon receiving it, affording oneself ample reaction time, which is of utmost importance. In a match characterized by high intensity and fierce competition, a moment's hesitation could lead to missed opportunities or, worse, being dispossessed and conceding a goal on the counterattack. Furthermore, this skill is not only beneficial in attack, but proves invaluable in defense. One can clearly identify the weak points in their team's defense, choosing to bolster it personally or directing teammates, thus becoming an indispensable defensive anchor. A linchpin for the team, such players are irreplaceable. Rodri exemplifies this. During the 2023-2024 season, Manchester City remained undefeated in matches featuring Rodri, justifying his receipt of the Ballon d'Or. However, in the 2024-2025 season, following his injury, the team failed to win in 10 of the last 13 matches. This season saw more losses than in any of the previous 5, and while other factors contributed, Rodri's absence undeniably diminished the team's defensive prowess significantly. The timing of this skill's acquisition could not have been more fortuitous. Fong Yun firmly believed that with this enhancement, he would undoubtedly shine in the upcoming first-team selection trials just a few days hence. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the second skill, long-range shot confirmation card. When executing a long-range shot, there is a 100% chance of scoring. It may be used once per match. Wow, this is rather impressive as well. It effectively grants him a guaranteed goal-scoring ability akin to Rodri, although it pertains to long-range shots. The fact that it ensures a goal is exceptionally formidable. The limitation of 1 use per match is reasonable, otherwise, it would be overly powerful. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fong Yun. Age, 17. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Long pass, 50. Short pass, 50. Ball control, 50. Vision, 100. Defensive positioning, 100. Stamina, 60. Tackling, 60. Strength, 50. Balance, 50. Explosiveness, 50. Speed, 55. Heading, 50. Set pieces, 40. Long shot, 50. 100. Club, Ningsu departed. Evaluation, truly abysmal. Merely a fifth-rate player, better practice diligently. Upon reading this evaluation, Fong Yun could hardly contain his frustration. However, given his attributes, it was hardly surprising. They were exceedingly balanced, indicating a smattering of skills without mastery in any. He was a jack of all trades, yet a master of none. Fong Yun originally played as an attacking midfielder, but with this newfound skill, it was evident that a defensive midfield role suited him far better. There is a saying in football: the attacking midfielder determines the team's ceiling, while the defensive midfielder defines its floor. The reasoning is straightforward. The defensive midfielder operates between the center-backs and the midfielders, serving as a crucial link between defense and attack. A proficient defensive midfielder acts as the team's defensive bulwark, providing the best protection for the backline. When Manchester United relied on Casemiro as a sole defensive midfielder, the reason Maguire was repeatedly breached was due to Casemiro's inadequacy in fulfilling that role. Alone, Casemiro struggled to shield the center-backs, leaving them exposed to the opposition's players, particularly given Maguire's inherent slowness in both pace and turning ability, making him vulnerable to being outmaneuvered. Maguire's strengths lie in his height and physicality, allowing him to contest aerial duels and maintain his position. However, placing him in direct confrontation with faster forwards would likely result in disaster. The duty of the attacking midfielder is to supply the forwards with opportunities and to make incisive runs into the attack, with effective passing and threatening breakthroughs. The team's offensive play flows seamlessly. Chapter 3. Substituted in. Facing Foden, detected host filled with combat spirit. Main quest activated. Main quest. The dawn of a football career. Quest 1. Secure a professional contract. Reward. Attribute cards 10. Random skill cards. Quest 2. Appear in 10 matches for the professional team. Reward. Silver treasure chest. Securing a professional contract would grant access to attribute cards, a shortcut indeed, along with random skill cards. If he were to acquire the signature skill of a renowned player, it would be a monumental leap forward. Appearing in 10 matches promised a silver treasure chest, which sounded quite appealing. Tomorrow, he was set to play a friendly match in Manchester City, a prospect that filled Fong Yun with both nervousness and excitement. Under the twilight of Manchester, the stars twinkled and the gentle moonlight bathed this city, brimming with a fervor for football. However, for Fong Yun, the night was permeated with a blend of tension and anticipation, as a challenge pivotal to the commencement of his football career was about to unfold. The training ground of Manchester City was bustling with scouts from the top 5 leagues, eager to discern whether there were any promising young talents in Huaxia, given the vast market that Huaxia represented. Numerous players from Huaxia also gathered, all hoping to showcase their skills in this match, aspiring for a professional contract in one of the top 5 leagues. Among them was Phil Foden, the prodigious talent of Manchester City, whose market value surpassed 100 million in the 2024 season. Foden's name was already legendary within the Manchester City Youth Academy, and he had begun to shine at such a tender age. Are you really going to play in this friendly match? If you step onto the field, Huaxia will surely be overwhelmed, remarked one player beside Foden. Perhaps they wish to evaluate me further. If there is a match, I shall play. Why overthink it? Foden replied with confidence and composure. I believe the coach is being deliberate, allowing you to dominate this match and generate buzz around you. I heard that the first team coaches will be present today, along with the club's chief scout. Even if I perform exceptionally well, the most I can hope for is a place in the second team. The first team remains a distant aspiration, Foden lamented. Indeed, the transition from youth training to the first team is notoriously challenging, especially in elite clubs where competition is fierce, as opportunities are limited. Typically, one must ascend from the youth team to the second team before even being considered for the first team. Fong Yun arrived at the stadium, gazing at the throngs of people on the field, feeling both exhilarated and anxious. Most importantly, he caught sight of the future superstar Phil Foden and was astonished. Considering Foden's achievements at such a young age, having secured numerous championships with his team, Fong Yun approached Foden to greet him, believing that establishing a good rapport could prove beneficial in the future. Hello, I am Fong Yun, he said amiably. Before Foden could respond, Fong Yun was dismissed by a player named Dixon standing beside him. Who do you think you are? Huaxia players have no right to associate with our future star Foden. You yellow-skinned individuals lack the talent for football. Do you understand? This commercial match is merely a way to extract your money. You think you can join Manchester City's Youth Academy? How laughable, Dixon scoffed, his disdain evident. In his eyes, Fong Yun was unworthy even to serve Foden. I don't think we are on such close terms. You should cherish this opportunity to play. Foden also dismissed him. Fong Yun's anger surged upon hearing this. He could hardly believe he was experiencing racial discrimination here. This was not merely an affront to him, but an insult to all of Huaxia, which was utterly infuriating. Clenching his fists, he longed to confront Dixon right then and there, but rationality prevailed, reminding him that such an act could jeopardize his future. Resolutely, Fong Yun vowed to prove himself on the field. Foden, the future superstar, is it? I shall play with finesse, and as for that little lackey Dixon, I will make him regret underestimating me. I will settle the score, 1 by 1. Youth coach Glenn accompanied head coach Mancini. Coach Mancini, this is our outstanding youth player, Phil Foden. His skills are exquisite and his creativity boundless. You might want to pay special attention to him. Glenn strode directly towards Foden. On the other hand, Zhang Long, the youth coach from Huaxia, had also heard of Fong Yun's misdeeds and regarded him with disdain. Given the number of participants in this friendly match, you will sit on the bench for this game, he declared. At that moment, Fong Yun appeared calm on the surface, yet turmoil raged within him. He awaited an opportunity to astonish everyone and earn their respect. All right, I shall heed your arrangement, he replied. A host from Huaxia commenced a live broadcast of the youth training match. Upon seeing Fong Yun seated on the bench, he chuckled heartily. Huh, is this the 9th place holder for the Golden Boy Award? Turns out he's merely a substitute. If he can't even get on the field, how can he play? I thought he was remarkable. Perhaps he only got in through connections. Indeed, such a disgraceful individual is bound to be reviled everywhere, like a foul odor that cannot be concealed. It was perplexing how Ning Su could harbor such a player, one who assaulted teammates and behaved so rudely. The comments in the live chat grew increasingly vitriolic, yet Fang Yun remained oblivious, knowing that all he could do was wait for a chance to take the field. As the match commenced, Huaxia's youth team faced relentless pressure from Manchester City, clearly illustrating a disparity in skill levels. Foden moved across the pitch like a wisp of smoke, single-handedly unraveling Huaxia's defense before assisting a teammate, who scored with ease. Indeed, he's a promising talent, remarked Coach Mancini. Foden then displayed Messi-like prowess, embarking on a stunning counterattack that saw him bypass 4 defenders, sidestepping the goalkeeper to score into an empty net, showcasing his extraordinary capabilities. "My goodness, he's truly formidable," commented the Huaxia head coach. "This is the image Fang Yun dreams of, haha." During the first half stoppage time, Foden received the ball on the wing, cut inside, and curled a shot into the far corner, his exquisite technique tracing a beautiful arc through the air. By halftime, he had netted twice and provided 1 assist. While Huaxia struggled to create any opportunities, Foden's level is in a league of its own. The players from Huaxia fail to impress, Coach Mancini noted. On the sidelines, Fang Yun diligently observed Foden's playing habits, gathering intelligence to employ once he took the field. This knowledge would become a crucial weapon for his counterattack. Sun Jihai, watching the live stream, was incensed to see Fang Yun still on the bench and questioned the organizers. "How is Fang Yun a substitute? What was your agreement with me?" "What? Fang Yun is a substitute? Is that true? What is this coach thinking? I need to speak with him," the organizer responded with an unusual tone, seemingly already aware of Fang Yun's bench status. "Let us put Fang Yun in during the second half, just to make a show of it, but don't overdo it. We can't afford to offend Sun Jihai," the organizer instructed Coach Zhang Long of Huaxia. "All right, I shall make the necessary arrangements." There appears to be a hint of dissatisfaction in Glenn's tone, yet he dares not defy the commands of the organizer. Zhang Long approaches Fang Yun. "Fang Yun, you will take the field in the second half." "Certainly, I shall not disappoint," Fang Yun replies, filled with determination upon hearing that he has the opportunity to play. Once on the pitch, he converses with his 2 midfield teammates. Phil Foden is indeed manageable. He seldom ventures wide. Just focus on denying his inward cuts. He prefers to receive the ball near the top of the arc, so we must prevent him from getting it in that position. The rest is inconsequential. His teammates exhibit skepticism, but upon seeing Fang Yun's resolute gaze, they acquiesce. Chapter 4, A Long-Range Equalizer. A display of talent. This conclusion stems from Fang Yun's analysis of Foden's current technical attributes. Foden's most notable strength lies in his positional awareness, complemented by proficient dribbling and breakthrough skills, as well as decent passing and shooting capabilities. However, his weaknesses include average speed and explosiveness, and he possesses a singular style of play, lacking the ability to venture wide and only favoring inward cuts. While this approach may work seamlessly within Manchester City's adept possession-based system, it becomes easily constrained in youth training matches. Upon entering the field, the audience in the Huaxia live stream could hardly contain their excitement. "Oh, he really is on the field. I'm eager to see what he can accomplish." It is easy to surmise that he might struggle to break through or pass effectively, and there are murmurs that if he scores even once, they would eat their words. Once on the pitch, Fang Yun continually encourages his teammates. "Fear not, brothers. Although our opponents appear stronger on paper, we are not to be underestimated. Let us not focus solely on individual performance. A team goal benefits us all." Fang Yun quickly realizes that the Huaxia players tend to play too individually, overly eager to showcase their talent, resulting in a lack of collaboration and, consequently, missed opportunities. In contrast, Manchester City capitalizes on Foden as a potent asset to break through the defensive lines. Fang Yun personally marks Foden. "Foden, your opponent is me. Is your repertoire limited to inward cuts? If you dare, show me your ability to go wide." Provoked by Fang Yun's audacity, Foden immediately attempts to break down the flank. Fang Yun, having anticipated this move, positions himself strategically, allowing the ball to pass, but ensuring that Foden remains contained. Foden, with a height of 184 centimeters and a weight nearing 160 pounds, finds himself at a disadvantage against Fang Yun's imposing frame. As a result, Fang Yun's teammates successfully regain possession, prompting him to gesture for them to advance. Observing that Huaxia's left winger is exceptionally fast, Fang Yun proactively requests the ball, initially directing play to the right, thereby drawing the defenders in that direction. Subsequently, he makes a run into open space to receive the ball, executing a long-range switch to the left flank. Alas, the pass was over it, and Fang Yun felt disheartened, realizing that his long passing still fell short of the mark. However, to his surprise, the left winger managed to salvage the ball just before it crossed the line. At this juncture, the left winger, number 11, skillfully made a break down the flank and delivered a cross. Fang Yun, utilizing his mental heat map module to assess the trajectory of the ball, discerned the optimal area for an aerial challenge. At the very moment the ball soared into the penalty area, Fang Yun executed a magnificent leap to head the ball, which shot towards the goal like a cannonball, piercing through the opponent's net and securing a score. Following the goal, he immediately approached the corner flag, vehemently striking the flagpole and letting out a triumphant roar to the heavens, seemingly venting all the grievances, injustices, and doubts he had endured. The coaching staff nearby were left utterly astonished. This young man of Chinese descent possesses considerable skill, although his passing and technique may be somewhat rudimentary. He demonstrates a tactical awareness, capitalizing on the left winger's strengths to exploit the weak side, showcasing his potential, remarked Mancini. However, the audience in the Huaxia live stream began to react with discontent. That goal was purely luck. How could that even go in? It's utterly absurd. It's like playing with borrowed time. The chat was inundated with the sour scent of jealousy. Where's that one who said they would eat dung? Come on and speak up. The crowd began to stir. I bet they're too scared to show their face now, huh? Deceiving for food and drink. At this rate, Fang Yun isn't half bad. I could just as easily take a shot and have a chance of scoring. After that goal, the morale on the Huaxia side surged, and Foden became increasingly proactive. Initially, it was supposed to be his night to shine, but Fang Yun had stolen the spotlight, with the goal coming from a counterattack after he had been dispossessed. Foden was eager to reclaim his moment, persistently demanding the ball from his teammates. Hey, why aren't you going to the byline? Keep going, cutting inside again, are we? Fang Yun continued to taunt. Engaging in banter on the field is a requisite skill. Those with a fragile mindset are easily influenced. Foden adjusted his playstyle, abandoning his individual pursuits for more coordinated movements with his teammates. As Foden's teammates were caught in a trap, Fang Yun had no choice but to follow the player being marked. Keep an eye on Foden, don't let him cut inside, allow him to go wide. I can provide support at any moment, Fang Yun shouted. At this point, Fang Yun found himself positioned between the wide player and Foden, defending against two. Foden, intent on making a run for the ball, was intercepted by Fang Yun in the instant the opponent passed to him. With possession regained, Fang Yun signaled to his teammates to surge forward. After calling for the ball, he delivered a precise through pass to the left winger. There was no need to worry about the power. Simply pushing it forward was sufficient, as the winger was swift. The left winger, utilizing his speed, established a significant advantage over the opposing defender. With a deft cut inside, he evaded the fullback, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. Wow, that was impressively executed. This left winger is truly exceptional, exclaimed a viewer in the Huaxia live stream. However, you only see the surface. Why couldn't this left winger score in the first half? There was no space, nor anyone to pass to, another remarked. Since Fang Yun's entrance, he had made 2 interceptions and initiated counterattacks, exploiting the vast open space behind the opponents. While it is challenging for a fast player to thrive in a static game, they excel in counterattacks, as some analysts noted. Fang Yun was acutely aware of this dynamic. A midfielder must identify who the team's key player is and relentlessly provide them with the ball, creating space and opportunities accordingly. Well played, brother. Fang Yun remarked to the left winger, "Zwo bianfeng. Your passes are exquisite. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such fluid football." The first half was utterly stifling. I barely touched the ball. Following this exchange, Manchester City opted for a more conservative approach, becoming increasingly cautious in their offensive maneuvers. Foden, visibly intimidated, refrained from advancing with the ball. "What's the matter? Afraid to attack? Have you lost your nerve?" Fang Yun continued to toy with Foden's psyche. This time, however, Foden remained resolute, refusing to be swayed by Fang Yun's antics. The two teams remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes. Finding the match overly dull, Fang Yun decided to inject some excitement. He had yet to utilize his long-range shooting ability card, and it was time to showcase his true skills. Fang Yun communicated a tactical plan with the left winger, instructing him to deliver a low cross after reaching the byline, allowing Fang Yun to take a long-range shot. He initiated the attack, feigning a move to the right before shifting to the left. Although the opponents recognized the tactic, their stamina was waning. The left winger received the ball and opted to advance to the byline. Was he going to deliver another high cross? Mancini, The coach pondered with uncertainty. Instead of a high ball, he executed a reverse triangle pass to the edge of the box. With the attention of the defenders drawn to the advancing teammates in the penalty area, the top of the box was left unguarded. Fong Yun received the pass. Utilized the long-range shooting ability card. He unleashed a powerful strike, the ball skimming the grass like a bolt from a crossbow. With the goalkeeper's view completely obstructed by the mass of players in the box, making it impossible to discern the trajectory of the shot. He could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. In that moment, Fong Yun emerged as the hero. Against the odds of what was expected to be a one-sided match, he had single-handedly equalized the score, rescuing his team, as noted by the official commentator. The coach, now visibly embarrassed, was left speechless. He had anticipated Fong Yun would falter, but instead, the substitute's brilliance rendered Foden, who had contributed to 3 goals in the first half, invisible throughout the match. Keep laughing now, he thought, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Manchester City certainly had their share of actors, urging the left winger to continue his relentless attacks. You take him on, it's a fixed match, he exclaimed, before promptly disconnecting from the broadcast. Chapter 5. A fierce tackle on Dick. A powerful counterattack at this moment, Dixon took it upon himself to mark Fong Yun, believing he needed to apply some pressure on the player from Huaxia. Fong Yun, noticing it was Dixon, smirked. Oh, you're here to defend me? You who relishes in racial discrimination? Don't blame me for being ruthless on the ball. Fong Yun swiftly passed to the right winger and made a forward run, executing a wall pass that left Dixon in his wake. Now penetrating the space between the defenders and entering the penalty area, Fong Yun suddenly decelerated. Seeing this, Dixon rushed forward, attempting a flying tackle. Anticipating the challenge, Fong Yun deftly nudged the ball forward just before Dixon's tackle made contact. As Dixon's foot brushed against him, Fong Yun elegantly fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. The referee, unwavering, promptly pointed to the penalty spot. Fong Yun rose after a brief pause, not forgetting to mock Dixon. Is this your defense? It appears utterly devoid of intellect, incapable even of a proper tackle. Pathetic. Fong Yun was also the one to take the penalty kick, with his teammates fully aware that he was the linchpin of the team. Taking a deep breath, he calculated his steps and executed a delicate Panenka penalty, deceiving the goalkeeper and sending the ball into the net. The score was now 4-3. Huaxia had remarkably turned the game around from 3 goals down. Wow, he's really something. Is Fong Yun this strong? The comments in the official live broadcast exclaimed. Meanwhile, some detractors emerged to dispute the validity of the goal. Clearly a dive, a blatant simulation. The nature of it is appalling, they asserted. Indeed, no skill involved. Merely a ploy to earn a penalty, the official commentator remarked. That was a clever kick by Fong Yun. He intentionally slowed down, clearly anticipating that the opponent would make a move, thus he fell gracefully. To execute a Panenka requires immense composure. The commentator, exhibiting sharp insight, refrained from passing judgment on whether it was a dive and instead praised Fong Yun's intelligence in playing the game. After this incident, Dixon was evidently infuriated, eager to prove himself. Fong Yun understood this and directly confronted Dixon. Dare to get past me, Dick? Unable to tolerate such taunts, Dixon lunged forward with the ball. It must be noted that Dixon possessed remarkable physical prowess, with a decent burst of speed. However, Fong Yun anticipated his move, executing a flying tackle that struck the ball first, thus avoiding a foul. Dixon fell to the ground in pain, and his Manchester City teammates rushed to confront Fong Yun. The Huaxia players were not to be outdone. While they may lack the same level of footballing skill, they had no fear of engaging in a brawl. Chinese martial arts were not to be trifled with. What was supposed to be a friendly match had turned fiery. Fong Yun continued to taunt. What is wrong with being Asian? I can take you on just the same. You can't tackle, and I've shown you how. Have you learned, Dick? Lying on the ground, Dixon desperately wanted to retaliate against Fong Yun, but his legs were too weak, leaving him to express his frustration with impotent roars. Who says Asians can't play football? Fong Yun shouted. Some viewers deciphered his sentiments through lip reading. What? Dixon is resorting to racism? That is disgraceful. Beautifully done by Fong Yun. Who does he look down upon? Who says Huaxia can't produce top football stars? Fong Yun embodied the spirit of Huaxia, proclaiming, You can tackle me, but I emerged unscathed while forcing a penalty. I tackled you without fault, yet you're the one injured. Dixon, seething with rage, was truly infuriated. Fong Yun was on the brink of achieving fame through this match. One could only wonder how the Ningsu club would react. The audience watching the live broadcast was electrified, witnessing Fong Yun's unwavering defiance against the insulting Dixon. At this moment, the management of the Ningsu club was also watching the live broadcast, featuring Hu Jijie, a player from the Huaxia team and a recipient of the Ballon d'Or. This is disastrous. How is Fong Yun performing so exceptionally while Hu Jijie is faltering? Had I known, I would never have let him go, lamented a high-ranking official of the team. If you fail to handle this situation properly, be prepared to be dismissed, the owner remarked curtly before departing, instructing to suppress the public opinion surrounding Fong Yun by any means necessary. Following this interlude, Dixon had to be carried off the field. While the Manchester City players were utterly demoralized, rendered numb by the onslaught, the youth coach from Manchester City wore a grim expression, frantically gesturing for an offensive push. Mancini's countenance was equally grim. He had not anticipated that the youth players of Manchester City would be outmatched by those from Huaxia. It was noteworthy that previously, the Manchester City youth team had easily triumphed over the Huaxia national team players. Mancini jotted down Fong Yun's and the left winger's names in his notebook. As the match approached the 80th minute, Foden sought to advance with the ball, but Fong Yun swiftly moved in to defend against him. The physical advantage of the substitute, Fong Yun, became evident. As Foden attempted to cut inside, Fong Yun anticipated his move, executing a precise tackle. The left winger, in perfect synchrony with Fong Yun, sent the ball flying the moment it was intercepted. Fong Yun delivered a long pass, accurately finding him. At this point, Manchester City's defense was exhausted, and Fong Yun surged forward. The left winger cut into the penalty area, creating a 2-on-1 situation against the goalkeeper. This moment was destined to be etched in history. The goalkeeper was left bewildered, unsure of whom to defend against. The left winger passed the ball to Fong Yun, who faced an open goal, scoring once again. The match had been entirely transformed by Fong Yun's brilliance. Unlike Foden, who had stumbled 3 times in the same spot after being intercepted by Fong Yun, culminating in goals. The official commentator exclaimed with fervor, "Incredible! How is Fong Yun performing at such an astonishing level? He ranks 9th for the Golden Boy Award, yet he outshines Hu Jijie, the first-place winner. There must be some underlying story here." Upon reflection, it seemed Ningsu had made a grave error in letting such a prodigy slip away. Fong Yun was an extraordinary talent, demonstrating remarkable interceptions and forward runs. However, it was undeniable that Fong Yun possessed a physical advantage, having come on as a substitute. One could argue that the coach also bore some responsibility. Had Fong Yun started, Manchester City would have been thoroughly dismantled by Huaxia. The viewers of the live broadcast were once again awestruck by Fong Yun's dazzling interceptions and counterattacks. Meanwhile, Foden wore a grimace, unable to comprehend how this player, Fong Yun, could match his pace and effectively thwart his attempts. It was well known that when playing against first-team players, they often succumbed to his skill. Foden struggled to understand how Fong Yun seemed to anticipate his every move, making it exceedingly difficult for him to play. This was entirely reasonable. Fong Yun had been a fan of Manchester City in his previous life and was well acquainted with Foden's technical style, thus defending against him came naturally. Chapter 6. Substituted, yet striving on. The score stood at 5-3, with Huaxia leading by 2 goals. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Glenn, the Manchester City youth coach, recognized the dwindling hope and decided to substitute Foden, bringing on an unplayed player. Likewise, the Huaxia youth coach replaced Fong Yun. Fong Yun, suddenly realizing he had been substituted, wore a bewildered expression. "I can still play. Why take me off?" He gestured in exasperation. Just moments earlier, the management of Ningsu Club had contacted the assistant coach, expressing concerns over Fong Yun's outstanding performance, which they deemed detrimental to the club's public image. "You know what to do," they had implied. The assistant, well aware of the implications, conveyed this to the Huaxia youth coach. Accepting his substitution with resignation, Fong Yun understood the necessity of adhering to the coach's directives. As he exited the field, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, to which he responded with a wave. However, the fans watching the live broadcast were less than pleased. This coach, really? Substituting such an exceptional player who had only been on the field for 40 minutes? I've never seen anything like it. Surely, he's been bribed to suppress Fong Yun. It's absurd. They lamented. If Fong Yun had remained, he could have at least scored again. Just wait and see. Without Fong Yun, the Huaxia team is bound to suffer. As anticipated, upon witnessing the departure of their key player, the Manchester City youth coach swiftly made 2 substitutions. They replaced an exhausted forward and also took off a defensive midfielder. shifting from a 4-3-3 formation to a 4-4-2 to enhance their wing play. The change bore immediate fruit. In the 90th minute, a pass from Manchester City's defense reached the midfield. At this moment, the Huaxia midfielders displayed a complete lack of interception and pressing ability, with no defenders within 3 meters of the Manchester players. Seeing this, the Manchester midfielder opted to dribble past, effortlessly outpacing Huaxia's midfield with a simple shoulder drop and burst of speed. The Huaxia flanks were forced to reinforce their defense, allowing the Manchester midfielder to distribute the ball wide. With no one in front, the winger surged forward, delivering a low cross. The substitute center forward, making a timely run into space, struck the ball, finding the back of the net. Manchester scored, with the goal resulting from a connection between the substitute winger and center forward, leaving Huaxia's midfield utterly exposed. The official commentator expressed regret, stating, "What kind of defense is this? They simply allowed the opposition to pass through. If they cannot defend, they should at least commit a foul." There are only a few minutes left. Just look at how the Huaxia team performs without Fang Yun. It's as if he single-handedly upheld their midfield defense, they noted. This coach is truly remarkable. Even I know it's unwise to substitute Fang Yun. With him off the field, how can they hope to win? The commentary reflected disgust, suggesting the coach must have been compromised. The absence of Fang Yun resulted in an immediate decline in the strength of Huaxia's midfield defense, lacking any tenacity. The hardness of midfield players is indeed of paramount importance. The robustness of a midfielder signifies an increase in pressure and physical confrontation, rendering the opposition less comfortable in handling the ball. When Fang Yun was present, the overall strength of the opposing team surpassed that of Huaxia. However, Huaxia consistently created opportunities to score due to their midfield advantage. The contemporary football landscape increasingly emphasizes the importance of the midfield. He who possesses the midfield shall dominate the game, for it serves as the crucial link between the forwards and the defense. Regardless of how formidable your forwards and defensive line may be, a lackluster midfield will fail to generate offensive threats, let alone score goals. Furthermore, the defense becomes vulnerable, as the backline is more easily exposed to opposing attackers, necessitating supplementary defensive efforts. Such interventions disrupt the formation, leading to gaps that the opposition can exploit to create scoring opportunities effortlessly. While Fang Yun was on the pitch, his exceptional positional awareness and defensive prowess frequently stifled the opponent's attacks, showcasing the significant impact a midfielder with acute positional sense can have on a team. In the 23-24 season, Manchester City's unbeaten streak in matches featuring Rodri can be attributed to his astute positioning and comprehensive defensive coverage, often providing crucial support to his teammates. After conceding a goal, Huaxia's players quickly reverted to their original state, becoming hesitant to attack and retreating into a defensive posture, resorting to repeated fouls to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Why did Huaxia find themselves under pressure once Fang Yun left the field? Without a robust midfield, devoid of defensive solidity and the ability to advance the ball and orchestrate attacks, who else could withstand the pressure? The coach on Huaxia's side instructed the players to resort to fouling if necessary, urging them to adopt a more aggressive offensive stance without fear. Observing from the substitutes bench, Fang Yun felt exasperated, questioning the coach's misguided tactics. Further fouling could easily lead to a dangerous free kick situation for the opposition, and pushing forward might inadvertently present them with opportunities. He stood up to assertively direct the play, advising the players not to panic under pressure, to deny crosses, to stay close to the opposing defense, and to await errors for counterattacks, encouraging them to exploit the fatigue of the opposing center backs. The youth training coach at Huaxia, irritated by Fang Yun's encroachment on his authority, felt compelled to assert his role. "You are the coach, I am the coach," he thought, feeling the tension rise. Fang Yun, equally irked, had long harbored disdain for this coach, who constantly undermined him and relegated him to the bench despite his impressive performances. It seemed to Fang Yun as though the coach had conspired with Ning Su to marginalize him. "With your tactics, winning is a rarity," he scoffed. This exchange was fortuitously captured by the cameras, prompting the director to switch to this intriguing scene. What transpired? Fang Yun found himself in a confrontation with his coach. The replay revealed their tactical discord, leading to an argument. Fang Yun expressed his discontent with the coach's in-game directives, rising to seize control of the tactical command. This development promised to be intriguing, as it remained to be seen whose strategy the players would ultimately execute. Through a multitude of perspectives, I discerned that the coach's strategy hinged on fouls and pressing, while Fang Yun advocated for a structured defensive posture, emphasizing counterattacks and exploiting spaces behind the opposition. A master of lip reading in the live stream, ranked at level 10, echoed these insights. The players appeared bewildered, uncertain which approach to adopt, until the left winger stepped forward. We shall place our trust in Fang Yun. He is undoubtedly the linchpin of this match. The other players readily concurred. Consequently, the players of Huaxia began to adopt a more cautious stance, minimizing fouls and fortifying their defense against Manchester City's relentless onslaught. As the match entered stoppage time's final minute, Manchester City launched one last offensive. The left winger prepared to deliver a high cross. However, the right back for Huaxia recalled the tactical instructions, no high balls allowed, permitting only inward cuts but denying them the baseline. As the opponent attempted a forced cross, the right back managed to graze the ball, redirecting it to the feet of a midfielder. The midfielder, disregarding all else, unleashed a powerful kick straight down the middle, adhering closely to Fang Yun's strategy. The left winger sprinted towards the center as well. The two central defenders from Manchester City hurried back, but their pace paled in comparison to that of the winger. The Huaxia left winger was the first to meet the descending ball, deftly controlling it, and finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he elegantly lobbed the ball into the net. I maintain that Fang Yun's tactics were indeed exceptional. As he was substituted, he continued to exert effort, bringing me to tears. Is this the legendary Yunshin? He adhered strictly to the tactical plan, preventing crosses, and after a timely interception, sent a long ball behind the central defenders, allowing the winger to make a perfect run, an exquisite tactic that culminated in a clear shot on goal. In stark contrast, the youth coach appeared utterly ineffectual, his strategies falling woefully short. At this moment, the Huaxia youth coach stood nearby, his countenance darkening. Not only had he lost command over the tactical decisions, but the players also disregarded his instructions. It was one thing for them to ignore him, but to execute the strategies of another and succeed was an affront. This other was none other than Fang Yun, the very individual that Ning Su sought to undermine. Given his ambiguous ties with Ning Su, it was likely that scrutiny could soon fall upon him. After the goal was scored, a minute of stalemate ensued before the referee signaled the conclusion of the match. Chapter 7. A resounding counterattack, the revelation. Upon the match's conclusion, Fang Yun undoubtedly emerged as the most illustrious figure. In the first half, Huaxia had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Manchester City, conceding 3 goals. However, upon Fang Yun's entrance in the second half, he swiftly netted multiple goals, turning the tide from 3 to 4, completing an impressive comeback. The youth coach, Glenn, made the ill-fated decision to substitute Fang Yun, plunging the team back into disadvantage. In a moment of desperation, he urged Huaxia to score once more. Fang Yun single-handedly reversed the entire course of the match. After the final whistle, Foden approached Fang Yun, eager to exchange jerseys. While many would have readily accepted, Fang Yun believed in the principle of retribution without delay. Do you recall your demeanor when I sought you out before the match? Fang Yun directly inquired. Foden's smile abruptly faltered. Just 2 hours prior, he had treated Fang Yun with indifference. Now, Fang Yun, feeling elevated, turned away without a backward glance. This scene was captured live. What does Fang Yun mean? Foden actively sought to exchange jerseys with you, yet you pretended to be aloof. Indeed, you seem to believe you have regained your prowess. Scoring a single goal has inflated your ego. You are still too young. Beware of the repercussions. The Manchester City coach approached Fang Yun. You must be Fang Yun. Your performance today truly impressed me. Manchester warmly welcomes your arrival. Mancini expressed great interest in Fang Yun. Thank you for the compliment. I will continue to strive for excellence. I am eager to contribute to Manchester City. Fang Yun responded amicably. This moment was witnessed by Hu Jijia from Ningsu Club, who clenched his fists. His face flushed with indignation. It should have been his moment to shine in this match, yet the spotlight was stolen by this cast-off from Ningsu. Reporters from Huaxia quickly surrounded Fang Yun, eager to interview this rising star who had single-handedly created 5 goals. Fang Yun, how were you able to perform so brilliantly in this match? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yun replied, this is largely thanks to Ningsu Club. They chose to let me go, allowing me to play this match without any reservations. His words carried a hint of sarcasm, observing the underlying implications. The reporters pressed on with their inquiries. You mentioned Ningsu Club. Why did you decide to leave? Is the club's statement accurate? Ningsu Club is merely spreading rumors. They not only owe me wages, but have also threatened to blacklist me. I suspect their interference in my being benched today. Oh, by the way, you might want to interview the coach. Just a reminder, be swift. or he may slip away. Meanwhile, the management of Ningsu Club was also watching the live broadcast. This kid has no filter. What do we do now? Is the truth about to be exposed? I said we should go all in, if we're benching him. You should remain benched. Why let him play at all? Who knew Fong Yun would suddenly be so formidable? He was tea like this at Suning. Reporters who hadn't managed to interview Fong Yun immediately rushed towards Zhang Long, the Huaxia youth training coach. Zhang Long was nearly at the players' tunnel when he was abruptly stopped by reporters. Coach Zhang, why was Fong Yun benched despite his outstanding performance today? Embarrassed? Coach Zhang wished to escape this predicament, but realized that fleeing during a live broadcast would only exacerbate the situation. This decision was made after comprehensive considerations regarding the players. The crucial issue with Fong Yun is his, stamina. He isn't fit to play the full match. Substituting him in the second half allows him to unleash his full potential, as you witnessed. Coach Zhang was desperately concocting excuses to respond to the reporters. Why was Fong Yun substituted before the match concluded? Was it a concern that his exceptional performance would pose difficulties for the Ningsu Club? At this moment, Zhang Long was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through. We were apprehensive that the Manchester City players might retaliate against Fong Yun with malicious fouls. Substituting him was a precaution to protect such a remarkable talent. Zhang Long seemed to have conjured a flawless justification, a slight smile gracing his lips. But what was the dispute between you and Fong Yun? It appears he questioned your tactical arrangements, and ultimately, the effectiveness of his strategies was validated, reversing the downturn of his team's performance. Does this indirectly suggest that your coaching prowess pales in comparison to Fong Yun's? Zhang Long appeared increasingly rattled by the reporters' probing inquiries. Enough. In this match, Huaxia triumphed. As the coach, I stand by my tactics. Regarding Fong Yun, I have my own plans and considerations. Your questions are excessively harsh, Zhang Long retorted before departing. Viewers of the live stream were astonished by Coach Zhang Long's interview, exclaiming in disbelief, "This coach is truly formidable. There must be some hidden agenda." Indeed, his responses seemed disconnected from the questions, and he hastily retreated, prompting suggestions for a thorough investigation into potential clandestine dealings between the coach and the Ningsu Club. The following day, trending on Weibo were headlines such as, Fong Yun's prowess leads Huaxia to victory over Premier League club Manchester City. And Fong Yun outshines Manchester City's youth prodigy Foden with 3 tackles and 3 goals. As 9th in the Golden Boy Award standings, Fong Yun surpasses first place Hujijia, contributing to 5 goals and overcoming Manchester City. Fong Yun continues to exert himself on the pitch, transforming into a coach and creating another goal. Fong Yun's explosive tackle on Dixon asserts our dominance. The comments section erupted in fervor. What? Just a day away from surfing, and Fong Yun has become this incredible? After watching Fong Yun's highlights, viewers were left in awe of his performance, single-handedly dominating Foden. The most astonishing aspect was that Huaxia was down 0-3 at halftime, yet finished the match 5-3. The moment Fong Yun entered the field, 5 goals were scored. Is that not miraculous? Furthermore, facing the formidable defender Dixon, he showed no hesitation, confronting him directly, leading to an injury that necessitated a stretcher. In comparison to Fong Yun's spectacular display, the discussions predominantly revolved around shock. Youth coach exposed for colluding with Ningsu Club to prevent Fong Yun from starting. Shock. Fong Yun has publicly accused the Ningsu Club of spreading falsehoods and has personally addressed the allegations regarding unpaid wages, even threatening to blacklist them. The Ningsu Club has truly shown a lack of humanity. Not only do they owe salaries, but they also seek to sabotage the promising football career of the talented Fong Yun, which is utterly disgraceful. Hujiji of the Ningsu Club, who has received the Golden Boy Award, must have acquired it through financial means, for his performance pales in comparison to that of Fong Yun. A thorough investigation into the Ningsu Club is imperative. We must ensure that such actions do not jeopardize Fong Yun's professional career. At this moment, public opinion overwhelmingly supports Fong Yun while condemning the Ningsu Club. In response, Fong Yun merely chuckles, aware that much of this support stems from his excellent performance in leading Huaxia to victory, which lends weight to his voice. Conversely, had he not performed well in this match, the criticism would surely have fallen upon him. In the realm of sports, results speak volumes. When performing admirably, even when Walker frequents nightclubs and maintains multiple mistresses, the public remains silent. However, a dip in form invites a torrent of vitriol. This situation further solidifies Fong Yun's resolve to train diligently and excel in football, determined to silence his detractors with undeniable skill. Chapter 8. The Crescent Moon and the Re-Emergence in the Manchester City Conference Room. A discussion unfolds. I find Fong Yun to be quite an impressive player. After reviewing his footage, his defensive positioning is impeccable, and he displays a targeted approach in marking Foden, particularly exploiting Foden's weaker right foot. We should consider signing him. Mancini openly expresses his admiration for Fong Yun. Indeed, I was present at that match, and without Fong Yun, Huaxia would undoubtedly have lost. In the first half, we dominated the play, adds youth coach Glenn. At this juncture, Manchester City's director of football, Birger Stain, interjects, however, Fong Yun's technical attributes do not align with our tactical philosophy. We require midfielders with superior ball control and dribbling skills, while his style is markedly rough and lacks precision in long passes. Unperturbed, Manchester City chairman Mubarak ponders aloud. Shifting to seemingly unrelated inquiries, which club did he originally represent, and what is his reputation in Huaxia? At that moment, CEO Soriano comments. I have gathered information from the operational department at Huaxia. Fong Yun is currently embroiled in a public controversy involving his club and issues related to unpaid wages. While he presently holds the upper hand in public opinion, the future trajectory of this discourse remains uncertain. My recommendation leans towards abandoning the pursuit of Fong Yun, as his contractual situation with the club is ambiguous and could potentially entangle us in complications. The chief scout expresses skepticism regarding the signing, stating, the performance data I have compiled for Fong Yun at the Ning Su club appears rather ordinary, lacking any standout qualities, and I do not foresee a successful signing. At this point, Glenn emerges to counter these assertions. You have not witnessed the match in its entirety, and thus may not comprehend the extent of Fong Yun's remarkable performance. Is it truly so difficult to offer him a youth training contract? The club invests over $100 million each year. Must every penny be meticulously calculated? They risk overlooking a genuine prodigy. At this moment, the youth coach Glenn felt a surge of frustration. Upon hearing the responses from others, Mancini too began to waver. Currently, the main squad had no use for Fong Yun, yet he simply believed that Fong Yun was a promising talent worthy of development. Ultimately, the proposal to sign Fong Yun was voted down, and instead, interest shifted towards a left winger who they believed had a direct impact on scoring. Regarding Fong Yun as merely a supplementary player, returning to his rented apartment, Fong Yun executed a graceful leap and collapsed onto his bed. Ah, what bliss! I'm utterly exhausted. After a day filled with activity, he intended to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he heard a chime in his mind. Congratulations to the host for leading Huaxia to a comeback victory against the formidable Manchester City. Reward, upgrade, and a random selection of a signature skill from a historical level star. My goodness, a historical level star. This could mean the chance to acquire skills from legends like Ronaldo, Zidane, or Ronaldinho. How unbeatable that would be. In his past life, Fong Yun was a seasoned lottery player. Before the draw, he took a refreshing shower and prepared to initiate the selection precisely at midnight, playing for the best odds. Once all was said, Fong Yun confirmed the lottery. Before him appeared a vibrant spinning wheel, the pointer whirling rapidly. Come on, come on, come on. The pointer gradually slowed, seemingly poised to halt in the purple sector, yet just ahead lay the golden area. Fong Yun blew gently, urging it forward. To his surprise, the pointer indeed moved ahead one more notch, landing in the golden zone. A player materialized in the free kick area, his right foot raised high, his body slightly leaning back, creating an elegant and powerful arc. His supporting foot was firmly planted on the grass, knees slightly bent, providing a solid foundation for the immense force about to be unleashed. His right foot was taut, akin to a drawn bowstring, with all power converging at that small point of contact. At the very moment his foot met the ball, time seemed to freeze. The football erupted like a white comet, soaring through the air, tracing a stunningly perfect arc, reminiscent of a crescent moon in the night sky, spinning with unparalleled velocity towards the far corner of the goal. As the vibrant red of Manchester United came into view, Fong Yun deduced the nature of this skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Beckham's signature skill, the crescent moon strike. The crescent moon strike, when the host crosses or takes a free kick, the ball can be struck with the crescent moon strike. Note, the crescent moon strike demands a higher physical condition. It may be used a maximum of twice per match. What a thrilling surprise to have drawn Beckham's crescent moon strike, his signature technique, which is both visually captivating and highly effective. The free kick, executed with a beautiful curve, can deftly navigate around the wall, and find its way into the far corner. The crosses are executed with remarkable speed, precision, and consistency, showcasing exceptional quality. The only drawback lies in the high physical demands required to perform such feats. When the foot makes contact with the ball, a 45-degree body tilt is essential, with all strength and balance concentrated on the supporting left foot, revealing the immense strain involved. Furthermore, the power required from the right leg is considerable, often necessitating an extended recovery time after each kick. However, given Fong Yun's current physical condition, scoring 2 goals is already commendable. Coupled with his ability to consistently create opportunities for long-range shots, it can be asserted that he presents at least 3 stable chances for goals in each match. Fong Yun glanced at his attribute panel. Long pass, 50-80. Free kick, 50-80. The number in parentheses, 80, likely represents his attributes when executing the exquisite free kick. Just one skill significantly enhances his attributes, underscoring its formidable nature. At this moment, Fong Yun felt an overwhelming sense of hope for the future, convinced that he would smoothly transition into Manchester City's youth training academy, especially since both the head coach and youth coach had approached him personally after the match. Yet, he was unprepared for the stark contrast between his aspirations and the harsh realities that lay ahead. Upon awakening that morning, Fong Yun received a call from the Manchester City youth coach. To his surprise, it was Coach Glenn on the line, prompting him to leap out of bed in excitement. Was this the moment for contract signing? Fong Yun, we are quite interested in you, but as you know. As Glenn's tone remained calm, a sense of foreboding washed over Fong Yun. After discussions among the club's upper management, it was concluded that he might not be the right fit for Manchester City. Glenn, while deeply wanting Fong Yun on the team, found himself powerless to alter the management's decision. Fong Yun's heart fell like a thunderclap, his smile instantly fading. Why? Can you tell me why? Where did I fall short? He asked, reluctant to accept the outcome. Glenn sighed, unsure of how to respond. All right, I understand, Fong Yun replied, disappointment lacing his words. To be honest, both Coach Mancini and I wanted to keep you, but the management believes you do not align with the team's tactical philosophy and developmental direction. We require a midfielder who can control, carry, and pass the ball, Glenn confessed. It's all right. Having your and Coach Mancini's endorsement is enough for me. If not here, I'll seek opportunities elsewhere. Were there any other players selected from Huaxia? Fong Yun mused, feeling disheartened that he hadn't been chosen, wondering if others fared any better. We selected that left winger. He was the only one, Glenn replied. What? The left winger was chosen, the one who relies solely on speed? Fong Yun could hardly comprehend. With my performance, wasn't it I who assisted him? Without me, could he have scored? Frustration welled up within Fong Yun. However, Fong Yun could only endure the frustration within. All right, I understand. I am still very grateful to Manchester City for this opportunity, he thought, suppressing his discontent as he ended the call. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he resolved, Manchester City, I will remember you. Wait until I step onto the Premier League stage. You shall witness how I outperform you. Now, Fong Yun proactively reached out to other clubs, shifting his mindset. He believed that his remarkable performances would surely garner recognition from other teams. At this moment, he possessed the skill of the Crescent Moon Blade and the long-range scoring card, which effectively guaranteed him an early lead of at least 1 goal, possibly 3. He was a coveted asset wherever he went. If Manchester City failed to recognize his worth, they had no one but themselves to blame for missing out on the opportunity. Fong Yun intended to let Manchester City experience the taste of indifference today, only to realize their folly tomorrow, for even a formidable team like Manchester City, who topped the league last season, was no match for his prowess. Meanwhile, Kevin, the assistant coach of Aston Villa, had been with the team since 2003 and was brimming with excitement as he held a dossier. Chairman, look, a few days ago, I attended a match between Manchester City and the Huaxia youth team and discovered a remarkably talented player. He almost single-handedly turned the tide, helping Huaxia recover from a 3-goal deficit to win 5-3 in the first half. Here are his highlights and statistics. Please take a look. Upon hearing this, Randy, the chairman of Aston Villa, became intrigued. What kind of extraordinary talent is this? Who not only leveled the score but also led the comeback after being 3 goals down in the first half. Aston Villa had finished last season in 5th from the bottom, narrowly avoiding relegation. The departure of several key players at the end of the season had only exacerbated the club's financial woes. Naturally, Randy was thrilled to hear about a potential prospect. Let me see. Chairman Randy and assistant coach Kevin eagerly watched the match footage together. Although it was in quadruple speed, they were thoroughly engrossed. Wait, how did Foden get dispossessed so easily? Chairman Randy remarked. Fong Yun had accurately anticipated Foden's path, positioning himself strategically and delivering a no-look pass directly to the left winger. Seemingly aware that the winger would chase the ball down. He truly excels in executing counterattacks. Kevin generously praised Fong Yun. Absolutely brilliant. Kevin, I am extremely fond of this kid. He plays with such intuition. Sign him, sign him. Adjust the speed to double and lock the view on Fong Yun. I want to see how he single-handedly created 5 goals, Chairman Randy exclaimed, his excitement beyond description. In the next play, Fong Yun faced Foden again, executed another steal, and swiftly countered to score. He has completely neutralized Foden. Foden was a dynamo in the Huaxia penalty area in the first half. The chairman couldn't help but exclaim once more. For the third goal, Fong Yun positioned himself at the top of the arc and unleashed a long-range shot, helping his team level the score. Goodness gracious. He possesses long-range scoring ability as well. He is incredibly well-rounded. We must sign him at all costs. Chairman Randy was now utterly captivated. Then appeared Fong Yun, a remarkable talent, followed by the iconic moment of him decisively tackling Dixon. What a creature this is. Charging into the penalty area with such composure, adept at self-preservation, confronting fierce challenges without being a pushover, retaliating with a powerful tackle that is simply exhilarating to behold. Quickly, prepare the contract and ensure Fong Yun's prodigious talent is brought to Aston Villa, promising him ample playing time for his development. Chairman Randy has completely succumbed to this fascination. When he saw Fong Yun substituted, he thought it was the end, yet unexpectedly, a masterstroke of tactical acumen emerged, helping the team reverse their fortunes and score another goal. Besides his footballing prowess, he exhibits remarkable intelligence. His football IQ is exceptional, and he is undoubtedly destined to become a coach in the future. Even if relegation occurs next season, he will surely rise again, henceforth. Fong Yun will be the cornerstone of the team, the chairman asserted with unwavering conviction. Assistant coach Kevin, witnessing the chairman's excitement, added, however, that the player does possess some weaknesses, such as a lack of physical resilience, average stamina, and technical skills, alongside moderate physical attributes, making it somewhat challenging to cultivate him as a core player in the future. No, I trust my instincts. I believe Fong Yun is the one who can bring hope to the team, based on my extensive experience in the business world and my ability to discern talent. I see in Fong Yun the potential of a future great. Chairman Randy continued with steadfast determination. All right, I will prepare the contract and discuss it with Fong Yun. In fact, Chairman Randy was once an avid football enthusiast, occasionally watching matches, and in Fong Yun, he perceived the shadow of the legendary midfielder Zidane. The 3 successful tackles and 3 long passes, albeit somewhat rudimentary in technique, displayed exceptional vision and pace in transitioning the attack. Aston Villa's issues from the previous season were glaringly evident. A lack of offensive potency, insufficient creativity from midfielders, and no player capable of delivering incisive passes. Their defense was equally dismal, with both individual and collective communication issues plaguing the backline. Fong Yun's arrival would undoubtedly enhance both the offensive and defensive fluidity. Aston Villa's forwards possess speed, yet lack finishing skills. Fong Yun's long passes combined with the winger's pace will undoubtedly sharpen Aston Villa's counterattacks. Furthermore, a critical factor to consider is that Fong Yun is only 17 years old, with immense potential yet to be tapped. Additionally, being of Chinese heritage, he brings with him access to the lucrative Chinese market, a coveted asset. Many clubs, deterred by the generally perceived weakness of Chinese players, have overlooked the potential profits from signing them. Fong Yun's presence not only strengthens the team but also opens up the Chinese market. A twofold advantage. Why not seize such an opportunity? This is the underlying consideration for Randy. Chapter 10. A €50 player? A humiliation at the hands of Manchester United. At this moment, Fong Yun, through Uncle's son and other connections, also submitted his trial application to various Premier League clubs. You have a new email, please check. That night, Fong Yun's phone suddenly received a shocking message. An invitation for a trial from Manchester United. The email was unexpectedly sent by Manchester United's assistant coach, Fong Yun, who is indeed a devoted fan of the Red Devils. During Ferguson's era, Manchester United was a formidable force, capable of competing fiercely against the peak Real Madrid and the illustrious Dream Team. The phrase "no reversal, no Red Devils" has inspired Fong Yun to forge ahead. Many matches witnessed Manchester United, driven by their indomitable spirit and relentless determination, overturning the scoreline, deeply moving Fong Yun. Little did he expect to receive an invitation for a trial from the Red Devils, a prospect that felt immensely significant to him. Fong Yun was aware that in the 2011 to 2012 season, Manchester United was tied with Manchester City at the top of the table, only losing out on goal difference. Joining Manchester United would fulfill Fong Yun's lifelong dream. The following morning, Fong Yun promptly packed his belongings and set off for Manchester United, conveniently located in the same city. A short taxi ride brought him to the training facility. However, to his surprise, he was stopped at the entrance by security. The guard demanded to see his invitation letter, leaving Fong Yun bewildered. He thought to himself, "Didn't you invite me for a trial?" He showed the guard the email on his phone. The guard, however, firmly stated, "I do not check emails or identities, only the invitation letter." With no other option, Fong Yun called assistant coach Manuel. "Hello, is this Coach Manuel? I am Fong Yun. Here for the trial as you informed me via email last night. The security guard is not allowing me to enter. Could you please clarify the situation?" Manuel hesitated for a moment and then replied, "All right, I will speak with the security. You may come in." However, there has been a change in plans. A sense of foreboding washed over Fong Yun upon hearing Manuel's voice. Nevertheless, he was allowed entry into the Manchester United facility, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Equipped with various training amenities, rehabilitation rooms, cold therapy chambers, and a gym, all highly professional. Fong Yun followed the assistant coach to a conference room. "Fong Yun, the situation is as follows. Initially, we intended to trial you, as we had not yet confirmed the arrival of the player we were interested in. However, just last night, he confirmed his joining, and thus we no longer plan to conduct your trial. I apologize for not informing you earlier. I hope you can understand," explained Coach Manuel. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's frustration erupted. "What is this? Are you toying with me? You promised me a trial last night. And now you are backing out without giving me a chance? I would like to know who this player is, that he holds such importance to you." Anger surged within Fong Yun as he spoke directly. Manuel had intended to calmly explain the situation, but was taken aback by Fong Yun's outburst. As a Manchester United coach, he found it intolerable to be lectured by this young, inexperienced boy. "Mind your words," he retorted sharply. "I am the coach here, and you are merely an unknown youth from Huaxia. I have yet to see many skilled players from your region. To speak candidly, I have recently transferred, and I am none other than Ashley, the star player of Aston Villa. You are likely not even worth a single hair on his head," Manuel mockingly remarked, showing no regard for Fong Yun's feelings. "Very well, I shall remember this. I have nothing further to discuss, and I shall take my leave." Fong Yun, acutely aware of his current lack of accomplishments and standing, chose to endure the insult in silence. Observing Fong Yun's pitiable state, Manuel produced several banknotes. "Here. Since your visit holds no honor, accept this 50 euros as fare." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's anger intensified. This is akin to tossing alms to a beggar. It is utterly humiliating. Without a backward glance, he stormed off. Humph, who would crave such an insult? Upon returning to his rental accommodation, Fong Yun seethed with indignation. Resolute in his determination to make those teams that scorned him regret their disdain, particularly Manchester City and Manchester United, who utterly disregarded him and looked down upon players from Huaxia. This only fueled his ire further. "Once I reach the Premier League, I shall settle the score one by one." At Aston Villa Club, Chairman Randy paced back and forth in his office. "With Ashley's departure, how shall we ensure our survival in the next season? That Manchester United is truly despicable. However, the price of 16 million is sufficient to facilitate some commendable signings." The club's CEO, Paslow, stated, "If we can secure Fong Yun, I believe he could bolster our midfield position somewhat," remarked assistant coach Kevin. "What do you think, Lambert?" Chairman Randy inquired of the newly appointed coach, Lambert. "I have observed this Huaxia player in action, and I believe he possesses potential. He could enhance our midfield's defensive solidity to a certain extent. However, his capacity as a starter remains to be seen. Perhaps he could serve as a substitute, offering unexpected benefits. I think we should consider further trials," Lambert opined objectively. "No need for trials. We must demonstrate some sincerity. If such an outstanding player requires trials, we would be lacking in good faith. Therefore, Kevin and I will fly to Manchester tomorrow. I wish to meet Fong Yun in person," Chairman Randy declared resolutely. "It seems the chairman genuinely holds great affection for this young Huaxia lad," Robert chuckled. "You will come to appreciate him as well." In the afternoon, Fong Yun received a phone call from the chairman of Aston Villa. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Fong Yun? This is Randy, the chairman of Aston Villa Football Club. I will be visiting Manchester tomorrow to discuss matters with you in person. Fong Yun was taken aback. Could this be true? The chairman of a Premier League team coming to Manchester to meet him? Surely, he was not dreaming. Instantly, he slapped himself. Ouch, that hurt. This is no dream. Are you truly the chairman of Aston Villa? How can you prove it? Do you doubt me? I shall send you the official endorsement via my phone. Please take a careful look. After reviewing the information, Fong Yun was astonished. Yet, after the events of the day, he maintained a sliver of skepticism. Still apprehensive about being deceived once more, Fong Yun cautiously inquired further. Yesterday, an essential midfielder from Aston Villa departed for Manchester United. Did he not? Can you divulge the identity of this player? Fong Yun inquired. This event transpired just yesterday, known only to the upper echelons of the club. If the other party is indeed aware, it confirms that he is truly the president of Aston Villa and not deceiving. President Randy was equally bewildered, pondering how Fong Yun could know of the player's departure. Upon reflecting on Manchester United, the realization dawned upon him that Fong Yun must have undergone a trial with the club today. Otherwise, he would not possess such knowledge. This further solidified Randy's resolve to sign Fong Yun. A player coveted by the illustrious Red Devils is undoubtedly a prized asset. Alas, with Ashley's departure, the team is left bereft of midfield strength. I watched your match against Manchester City. It was absolutely thrilling. You needn't undergo a trial. Simply sign the contract. And as long as the terms are reasonable, we can negotiate. President Randy laid his cards on the table, understanding that in any negotiation, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. Chapter 11. Signing with Villa, a new beginning. Fear not, President. I believe I am no less capable than Ashley. Trust me, you shall not be disappointed. Fong Yun stated with utmost confidence. Currently, he can assure a steady performance of at least 2 or 3 goals, bolstered by his exceptional skills, which serve as the bedrock of his self-assurance. As a free agent, Fong Yun incurs no transfer fee for Aston Villa. President Randy arranged to meet Fong Yun at a CAF, where they engaged in direct contract negotiations within a private booth. Lacking an agent, Fong Yun had to negotiate on his own. President Randy expressed his sincerity. We offer you a weekly salary of 10,000, with guaranteed playing time of at least 30 minutes per match, barring any unforeseen circumstances. What do you think? Fong Yun had already researched salary matters. Typically, youth academy players signing professional contracts earn no more than 10,000 per week, with most salaries hovering around 5,000 to 6,000, making this offer quite generous. However, Fong Yun had his own ambitions. President, my goal in joining Aston Villa is not merely to avoid relegation. I am not here just to hone my skills, which would be quite ungracious. Achieving excellent results in the upcoming season is paramount. I propose a weekly salary of 5,000, but with additional conditions, a bonus of 10,000 for each goal and assist. Should we finish in the top 4 for the Champions League, I would expect a bonus of 1 million. For finishing in the top 5 for the Europa League, a reward of 500,000. What do you say? Assistant coach Glenn interjected. Young man, you are quite audacious. Generally, even top-tier clubs do not exceed 50 goals in a season, and bonuses for goals and assists constitute a minor, unstable portion of a player's salary. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Glenn believed Fong Yun was overly presumptuous. Yet, Fong Yun remained resolute. Indeed, I am confident. I am here to strengthen the team, not merely to develop my skills. I admire your spirit. You remind me of my own days, traversing the country to seek investments with such fervor. Very well, I shall increase the goal and assist bonuses to 20,000. If you can indeed score and assist that many times, what harm is there in rewarding you? President Randy declared with a grand gesture. The chairman indeed has his own plans. If Fong Yun were to score and assist only a mere dozen goals like an average player, he would find himself losing a weekly salary of 240,000. Should Fong Yun's total of goals and assists not exceed 24, his actual earnings would be diminished. Conversely, if he were to surpass the 24 mark, it would serve as a testament to his potential. Coupled with contributions from other players, the team could at least position itself in the mid-table, thus justifying an additional 20,000 euros. Ultimately, both parties finalized the contract, agreeing upon a weekly salary of 5,000 euros, with a remarkable bonus of 20,000 euros for each goal or assist. in addition to performance-related bonuses. Fong Yun is brimming with confidence. Merely from long-range shots, over 38 rounds, he anticipates a guaranteed earning of about €760,000. Assists. A fundamental duty for midfielders, further bolster his belief that his salary will inevitably rise in the near future. The termination fee was also set at €10 million, indicating that Aston Villa's chairman, Randy, holds Fong Yun in high regard. After signing the contract, Chairman Randy was elated, sharing his sentiments with assistant coach Glenn on their way back to Aston Villa. "This young man possesses the vigor I had in my youth. He is a talent worth nurturing. Please keep a close eye on him." "Certainly, Chairman. I too sense great potential in Fong Yun's future," replied Glenn. Meanwhile, Fong Yun returned to his rented accommodation as he still had some matters in Manchester to attend to before reporting to the team in a couple of days. Suddenly, a chime resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining your first professional contract. Reward: 10 random attribute cards and 1 skill card. Is it time to redeem my rewards?" Fong Yun mused as he glanced at his attribute panel. His stamina and physicality were still lacking. The Premier League, compared to the other top 5 leagues, features more frequent and intense physical confrontations with a faster pace. To secure a starting position, stamina must be prioritized. He allocated all 10 points to stamina. Stamina, 60 to 70. Next, Fong Yun drew a skill card. After washing his hands, he proceeded with the draw. "Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Valencia's long pass. Valencia's long pass. The host's long pass stability and accuracy are enhanced." Fong Yun examined the panel. Long pass, 50 to 80. Oh my, the long pass attribute has surged by 30, a significant enhancement. If combined with a curved shot, it could yield even greater results. This clearly indicates the prowess of Valencia's long passing. As a winger and fullback for Manchester United, Valencia's crossing and long passing are nothing short of extraordinary, with impeccable control over the landing point and direction of his passes. Thus, Fong Yun's role within the team has become apparent. He is to function as a defensive midfielder, firmly establishing his position while transitioning into attack with a single long pass to penetrate the opposition. A new task has been issued: secure a starting position, requiring the host to commence in 3 consecutive matches. Task reward: system upgrade. My goodness, the system is capable of further upgrades. I must perform exceptionally well in my new team. 2 days later, Aston Villa officially announced Fong Yun's joining, sparking fervent discussions across the internet. Fans of Huaxia are immensely excited. Truly remarkable. He is indeed the man who led Huaxia to triumph over Manchester City. Indeed, although Aston Villa is a relegation-threatened team in the Premier League, it remains a part of the esteemed league, and its strength cannot be dismissed, as there are no weak teams in the Premier League. Now, the Ningxu club has something to ponder. Having discarded a player who has now joined an English Premier League team with a promising future ahead. However, some astute fans noted that Fong Yun did not join Manchester City. Recently, he had just participated in the selection match between Manchester City and Huaxia. Yet he was not chosen. This puzzled many. It is surprising that even the left winger was selected while Fong Yun was eliminated, indicating that perhaps his skills were lacking. Otherwise, why would Manchester City not want him? I believe Fong Yun might have received an offer but opted against signing a youth contract, preferring a professional one instead. This could be seen as an overly ambitious desire to achieve success too quickly, which seems rather naive. An increasing number of individuals have joined the discussion, with critics of Fong Yun becoming more vocal. Last season, Aston Villa managed to avoid relegation. But now with their key player Ashley departing and signing a relatively unknown Huaxia player, Fong Yun, relegation seems inevitable for the next season. Just wait and see. Indeed, I wonder what the chairman of Aston Villa is thinking, daring to sign a Huaxia player when the national team seems hopeless. It appears they are desperate to tap into the Huaxia market. Aston Villa seems truly starved for talent. Fong Yun, upon encountering these comments, chose to disregard them. He understood that the most effective way to address these doubts was through performance. Scoring more goals and winning more matches would resolve everything. However, compared to the resistance from Huaxia fans, the local fans and teammates presented the greater challenge. Chapter 12. Fan outrage. New signings. Fong Yun wished to remain silent. Yet public opinion compelled him to respond. This signing controversy has either embarrassed some extreme fans or ignited jealousy in others. After all, very few Huaxia players venture abroad, and even fewer achieve success. Fong Yun's signing with a Premier League team has unsettled some extreme fans, with certain individuals even digging up the WeChat contacts of his former classmates and teachers to harass them, affecting even Fang Yun's family. At this point, Fang Yun could no longer endure the situation and took to Weibo to clarify matters. Some fans hold significant biases and misunderstandings against me. I truly did not wish to engage with these mindless critics. However, I had no choice as their actions have impacted my friends and family, forcing me to respond. Firstly, I did not join Manchester City because they rejected me, citing that I was not suited for their team. Following this, I attended trials with other clubs. One amusing incident occurred one fateful evening when I received an invitation to trial with Manchester United. However, upon my arrival at the training facility the following day, I was informed that the trial had been unexpectedly cancelled. They handed me €50 for transportation, which I declined, choosing instead to walk away. Thus, I am but a player valued at a mere €50. Please refrain from overly elevating my status. It is sheer fortune that I have the opportunity to join Aston Villa, as the owner has placed his trust in me and wishes to nurture my talent. Whether I will see playing time in the upcoming season remains uncertain. I sincerely hope that the fan community can approach this matter with reason, and I am grateful for the unwavering support of the fans. Fang Yun also believes that clarity in communication is paramount to prevent certain marketing entities from making excessive conjectures that might lead to negative repercussions. By downplaying my own significance, I aim to quell the jealousy of those who criticize. Some fans, under the guise of lamenting the state of Chinese football, seek to assert their presence and maintain their personas, unable to bear the sight of success for Chinese players. Following the release of these remarks, the fans erupted once more. A €50 player, huh? How hilarious. Manchester United is truly remarkable. I never anticipated such frugality from the club, only offering €50 for taxi fare, which is consistent with their long-standing manner. This indicates that Manchester United does not regard someone like Fang Yun highly. With Ashley's arrival, Fang Yun is of little consequence. It's rather astonishing that Manchester United would extend a trial invitation to him, regardless of the criticisms he faces. When juxtaposed with Aston Villa's local supporters, the Chinese fanbase pales in comparison. Chinese fans are often only vocal online, yet in reality, they exhibit a profound sense of social anxiety and timidity. Whereas English fans are quite the opposite, they are notorious for their fervor. If you find yourself among opposing fans, it is not uncommon for confrontations to arise. Upon learning of Fang Yun's signing, Aston Villa supporters were incensed. What? Aston Villa, teetering on the brink of relegation, has lost a pivotal midfielder in Ashley. And instead of reinforcing the squad, they have signed a 17-year-old player from China? Is this some sort of joke? These fans typically do not keep abreast of recent events, and thus remain unaware of Fang Yun's leadership in the match against Manchester City. In their eyes, such friendly matches likely saw Manchester City conceding to China, merely going through the motions, and they certainly do not regard Fang Yun with any seriousness. Aston Villa fans could no longer tolerate the club's decisions, perceiving them as utterly criminal. They immediately began to criticize the management. I have long maintained that the current management is amateurish, failing to consider reinforcements. Despite the substantial transfer fee for Ashley, they have opted to acquire Fang Yun, a player deemed surplus by his own team, which is infuriating. What? We have actually bought a player that even his own country has disregarded, a 17-year-old of Asian descent, who likely is yet to fully mature. They question his footballing abilities, dismissing him as merely a waste, perhaps only capable of playing table tennis. Aston Villa fans intrinsically reject players from China, believing that those hailing from a nation that has failed to qualify for the World Cup cannot possibly possess any significant skill. Fang Yun resembled a fuse, igniting the long-standing discontent of Aston Villa fans towards their team. They seem to have discovered a channel for their frustrations, fervently unleashing their ire upon the club's management. Some fans even managed to acquire Chairman Randy's phone number, only to find their calls unanswered, subsequently directing their fury towards the newly appointed head coach, Robert. In the early hours, Robert's phone was inundated with calls, overwhelmed by the fervent fans. For heaven's sake, do these extreme fans lack common sense? Who truly understands the game better, them or the coach? Have they even witnessed Yun's prowess on the pitch? It's utterly exasperating. I can't even sleep, Robert lamented. Noticing her husband's distress, Robert's wife suggested, Fang Yun hasn't he even reported to the team yet. Perhaps it would be wise to start him as a substitute. After all, he is merely a 17-year-old child, and such public scrutiny may be too burdensome. Should he falter in his performance, those rabid fans would devour him. Robert furrowed his brow. All right, I shall discuss it with Fong Yun. The following day, when Fong Yun arrived at the club, Coach Robert summoned him. Fong Yun, I see that the current online discourse is quite unfavorable towards you, particularly among local fans, many of whom are quite extreme. I advise you to start as a substitute. Should you underperform, there would still be room for discussion. What do you think? Fong Yun readily agreed. Yes, that sounds reasonable, especially since I have not yet fully integrated with the team. Coach, I once observed a player named Salah, a winger from Egypt. You might consider scouting him, as securing him could greatly benefit the team, Fong Yun remarked. He recalled that Salah was merely 20 years old and a free agent, having transferred in 2012. If they could sign Salah, with his blistering counterattacks and Fong Yun's long passes, the upcoming season could transform into a formidable offensive arsenal. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to investigate. We must prioritize this. Otherwise, we risk losing him, Fong Yun emphasized. With merely 2 weeks until the new season commenced, Fong Yun's synergy with his teammates improved significantly. His long-range shots and precise passes thrilled Coach Robert. "We've struck gold, Chairman. Fong Yun possesses boundless potential. His long passes are as precise as a scalpel, and his long-range shooting is exceptional," Robert exclaimed in the chairman's office. "I told you so. You must trust my judgment," Chairman Randy replied, secretly elated. Moreover, his defensive positioning is remarkable, exhibiting an astute understanding of the ball's trajectory. His collaborative defense is his hallmark. Consistently appearing in the opponent's attacking lanes as if guided by radar, Robert continued, growing increasingly animated. Although Robert yearned to place Fong Yun in the starting lineup, he ultimately refrained, recognizing that the performance in training matches and actual games often diverged. He understood that while some players excelled in practice, they faltered in competitive scenarios. This was a natural progression, and a gradual approach was essential. Chapter 13. The emergence of the Egyptian pharaoh 3 days prior to the commencement of the competition. The scout Gray, dispatched to Sweden by the head coach, was deeply dissatisfied. He could not fathom Robert's reasoning behind sending him to Egypt, a place seemingly devoid of any football talent. Gray grumbled to himself, questioning the potential of players in such a desolate region. Despite his inner grievances, he complied dutifully and set off for Egypt to conduct his scouting mission. Through his network, Gray struggled to locate a player by the name of Salah. Thus, he resorted to traversing the streets to inquire about him. His perseverance bore fruit, and he finally unearthed information about Salah. Coincidentally, Salah was scheduled to play a match that evening, prompting Gray to purchase a ticket to witness the game. What he observed astounded him. Salah appeared frail and delicate. Yet when engaged in physical confrontations, he held his ground against imposing opponents standing at 6 feet tall. Moreover, his speed was unparalleled, whether in terms of acceleration or sustained pace, resembling a flash of lightning. Additionally, he exhibited a commendable dribbling skill, albeit somewhat unrefined at present, with meticulous honing. His talent promised significant potential. While physicality could be enhanced through strength training, technical skills were often more elusive, heavily reliant on innate talent. The English Premier League, known for its emphasis on physical competition, was the ideal platform to cultivate such abilities. Gray was convinced that, upon joining the Premier League and undergoing rigorous training, Salah would undoubtedly flourish. After the match, Gray approached Salah to introduce himself. Upon learning that an English Premier League scout had traveled such a distance to evaluate him, Salah was elated. The two engaged in an extensive conversation that evening, with Salah expressing a fervent desire to play in the Premier League. Who wouldn't he aspire to compete in one of the top 5 leagues, especially from a nation with a less developed football scene like Egypt? Gray promptly dialed Coach Robert. At that moment, Robert was in a deep slumber, well past midnight, but his phone could not afford to be silenced. The transfer window was rife with news, and due to time zone differences, significant developments in the top leagues often occurred in the early hours, necessitating constant vigilance and timely responses. Naturally, Robert was irritable at being awakened, yet he quickly adjusted his mood, recognizing that with his recent appointment, a little fatigue was to be expected, especially considering his responsibility for the team's performance in the forthcoming season. "What is it?" Robert mumbled groggily. "Good news. We are on the verge of something great next season," Gray exclaimed excitedly. "What good news? Speak up," Robert replied impatiently. Salah possesses immense potential. His explosiveness, speed, and dribbling all indicate he has the makings of a top-tier winger. He rivals Fong Yun without a doubt. Here's his video footage. "What? He is even more promising than Fong Yun? Send it to me immediately." Robert sprang from his bed, exhilarated at the prospect of discovering an unrecognized talent surpassing Fong Yun. After viewing the video, the head coach immediately sought out the chairman. "Chairman, I have discovered a promising young winger, no less formidable than Fong Yun." Chairman Randy was awakened in the dead of night by an unexpected disturbance. Initially irked, he became invigorated upon hearing the subsequent remark and promptly rose to review video footage. "Indeed, he is remarkably talented. How did you come to the decision to send someone to Egypt to scout players?" Chairman Randy inquired, somewhat perplexed. Fong Yun mentioned that he had previously crossed paths with Sulla, deeming him quite impressive, and thus recommended that I take a look. Coach Robert responded. "That settles it then." "A recommendation from Fong Yun is undeniably credible," Chairman Randy affirmed. Subsequently, the chairman swiftly drafted a contract and engaged in negotiations with Sulla's club. Ultimately, both parties agreed upon a transfer fee of 500,000 euros for Sulla. This news was officially announced the following day. Upon learning of this development, Fong Yun was exceedingly thrilled, harboring no concerns that his spotlight would be overshadowed by Sulla. With the system at his disposal, his growth rate was incomparable to that of Sulla, and even against the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, Fong Yun felt confident enough to compete. This system bestowed upon him unparalleled assurance. Conversely, Sulla's presence would facilitate a more relaxed gameplay for Fong Yun, with Sulla scoring more goals. Fong Yun would also reap greater offensive opportunities, benefiting from this arrangement. His rapid ascension meant that Sulla could serve as a shield, attracting a portion of the attention and scrutiny. Why not embrace such a situation? Fong Yun understood that in a few years, greater capital would emerge. The Premier League's wage cap would continue to rise, and his options would expand. While Fong Yun was exhilarated, the footballing ruffians of Aston Villa found it difficult to remain composed. What? Another obscure player has been signed, and from Egypt, no less. Can a footballing wasteland produce quality players? The Aston Villa management truly knows how to scavenge. First, they picked up unwanted players from Huaxia. And now they have acquired a 20-year-old who has yet to showcase his talent. Information about him is virtually non-existent online. It is bewildering. They may as well brace for relegation. It's akin to gambling on a lottery ticket. If one wins, they strike it rich. But what will happen if they falter next season? In the face of such intense public scrutiny, the Aston Villa management remained unperturbed, their resolve unwavering. Through recent training matches, they recognized just how formidable the newcomers, Fong Yun and Sulla, truly were. Only they understood the current prowess of Aston Villa. The management was confident that in the upcoming season, they would unveil a transformed Aston Villa, a revitalized entity to their fans and the world. In the Premier League opener, Aston Villa faced Manchester United at home. The odds were stacked against Aston Villa. Birmingham City, Villa Park. After over a week of verbal clashes, Aston Villa supporters emerged from their homes, flocking to Villa Park. The dismal performance of the previous season had gradually eroded fan confidence, leading to a plummeting attendance rate, to the extent that scalpers no longer sold Villa tickets due to losses. Yet today, Villa Park was teeming with spectators. Tickets were a rare commodity. With over 40,000 seats filled, the atmosphere was electric. The management is utterly incompetent. The personnel do nothing at all. Just look at the dismal players you've acquired. Scavenging scraps. Do you truly believe you are worthy of the countless fans? If the team were to be relegated, I would rally my brothers to confront the management. Damn it. The despicable individuals from Huaxia, they should leave Villa, depart from England. Those contemptible Egyptians, go back to your pharaohs and spare us the embarrassment here. The stadium is rife with derision aimed at both the management and the players, particularly towards Fong Yun. At this moment, reporters from The Guardian and The Sun have their cameras focused on the players' tunnel. This match is rife with controversy. The opening battle is a clash of titans. Manchester United versus Aston Villa. The arrival of two young players, one from Huaxia, Fong Yun, and the other from Egypt, Sulla, has sparked considerable debate. Chapter 14. The Premier League debut, facing Manchester United. Villa Park, the home of Aston Villa, is nonetheless met with a barrage of insults from its own fans. It is a rarity for home fans to express such disdain. Fong Yun could no longer endure it, even before the match commenced. This rowdy mob was attacking their own team. It was simply outrageous. Even if you harbor doubts, it is reasonable to voice your concerns after witnessing the team's performance. However, to hurl insults before the match has even begun is completely unacceptable. Head coach Robert, hearing the overwhelming chorus of abuse, felt a deep sense of worry. The team narrowly avoided relegation last season, and this season's prospects are uncertain. Facing last season's top team, Manchester United, in the opening match, He feared for the players' safety should they lose. It was conceivable that these football hooligans might storm the stands in their fury. In the Aston Villa locker room, Robert inquired, "Fong Yun, how are you adjusting to such a tumultuous environment outside?" He was concerned that Fong Yun might falter under the immense pressure. "I'm well enough, coach," Fong Yun replied with remarkable composure. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his mindset is beyond that of an ordinary player, bolstered by the formidable support of the system, instilling him with profound confidence. "I plan to have you come off the bench for this match. The external pressure is too great, and I fear you might struggle under it. I could even leave you off the roster entirely to alleviate your burden," Robert suggested. The other Aston Villa players nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Fong Yun stood and walked to the center of the locker room. "Brothers, the fans outside are so unsupportive. Even our own are throwing eggs and water bottles. Can you tolerate this?" "I certainly cannot. They have no understanding of our training matches. So how can they pass such judgment on our capabilities?" I glanced at our upcoming schedule. After this match, we face 3 away games, including formidable teams like Manchester City and Liverpool. If we lose these, our situation will be perilous. Therefore, we must secure victory in this match. And I earnestly request to start. Although I've been ridiculed as a worthless player worth only €50, although I am being mercilessly criticized online, what does it matter? Doubt exists to be shattered, and when fans hurl insults at you, do you submit? Fong Yun roared defiantly. "No way." The other players echoed in unison. "If you're not satisfied, then bring it on. I am here to compete against the elite. Indeed, let us take action." Fong Yun's words resonated with unwavering conviction, echoing throughout the locker room. Robert observed this scene with a sense of surrealism. It was astonishing to witness a 17-year-old, still a minor, galvanizing the team in the locker room before the match. Fong Yun's fervent speech instantly inspired every player present. The team members, now invigorated, displayed resolute gazes filled with determination and fierceness. Coach Robert approached Fong Yun and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done, Yun. I believe in you. You will start this match and use your prowess to dispel all external doubts. If you encounter discontent from the fans, just kick the ball towards the stands and show them you are no coward." Robert was moved by Fong Yun's impassioned declaration, a young bull unafraid of the tiger. A true man must be self-reliant. Moments later, the starting lineup for Aston Villa was announced. The entire Villa Park, including fans, media, and reporters, erupted in astonishment. A 17-year-old player valued at a mere €50 was making his debut as a starter. What a shock. The media onside immediately raised their cameras, capturing the players as they emerged from the tunnel. Fong Yun, holding the ball boy's hand, strode confidently onto the field amidst a cacophony of cheers. Although he was aware that much of the noise was laced with insults, Fong Yun felt exhilarated. The more they berated me, the more thrilled I became. It only fueled my performance. There were also media and reporters from Huaxia present, broadcasting this moment live. Aston Villa appeared to be in dire straits, having acquired a Huaxia player worth €50, discarded by Ningsu Club. What a laugh. Rumor had it that circumstances might have taken a turn. Ningsu Club was under investigation, including their youth training coach. Yet, even if there were twists in the tale, what difference did it make? They were still inept. In the realm of sports, ineptitude is the original sin, and they were conceited, believing that playing against Manchester City and receiving a trial with Manchester United made them significant. Neither City nor United had any interest in him. In the home fan section, someone even brought their own beer, hurling the empty bottle forward after finishing it. "Fong Yun, if we lose this match, I will surely burn your house down." Naturally, he was promptly escorted away by security, and the remnants of shattered beer bottles were swiftly cleared. Soon, the pre-match ceremonies drew to a close amid the fans' fervent chants. The match commenced, the Premier League opener, with Aston Villa as the home team and Manchester United as the visitors. Yet, amidst the overwhelming jeers, one could not help but question whether this truly was Villa's home ground. The patience of Aston Villa supporters had indeed waned. If the team were to lose this match, these extreme football hooligans could prove to be unpredictable. Beep. Side quest activated. Debut. The beginning of a legend. Quest objective: silencing the raucous fans. Secure victory in this match to claim your first win. Quest reward: ability points 10, Belgian star player treasure chest. The system has issued a new task, and Fong Yun is filled with excitement. A treasure chest featuring a Belgian star player promises a generous reward. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the match commences. At Villa Park, the roar of 40,000 fans threatens to engulf the 22 players on the pitch. From the south stand to the north stand, From Birmingham's southern district to its northern district, 40,000 fans glare fiercely. A seemingly ordinary Premier League opener. A battle of vindication solely belonging to Fong Yun. At this moment, Fong Yun is exceptionally exhilarated, determined to seize victory in this match. In the official commentary booth for the Premier League, the commentators opine that this match holds no suspense. Last season's top team faces a relegation contender, and a resounding victory is expected. I concur. The team's midfield backbone, Ashley, has left Villa for Manchester United, which will undoubtedly disrupt Aston Villa's midfield. My friend, I also believe that Robert's decision to start Fong Yun in this match is rather ill-advised. A 17-year-old rookie with no experience in high-stakes matches will struggle to adapt to the rigors of the Premier League. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. It seems yet another dull, one-sided encounter is on the horizon. Indeed, it's hard to fathom that even Aston Villa's local fans do not support their own team. Beyond the commentators, the general consensus is unfavorable towards Aston Villa. The odds for the match have reached an astonishing 10-1. This is quite exaggerated, akin to betting £10 on Manchester United to win, only to receive £1 in return. 90% of people do not hold high hopes for Aston Villa. Yet, Fong Yun remains steadfast in his self-belief. Chapter 15. A grave mistake. Conceding a goal on counterattack, the match officially begins, with Aston Villa kicking off from the center circle. Aston Villa's starting lineup is as follows: goalkeeper, Guzan defenders, Wilkinson, Clark, Lotun, Muniza midfielders, Agbonlahor, El Amadi, Westwood, Fong Yun forwards, Bentik. Andy Wyman. Manchester United's starting lineup is as follows: goalkeeper, De Gea forwards, Rooney, Nani, Van Persie midfielders, Ashley, Carrick, Shinji Kagawa defenders, Evra, Vidic, Ferdinand. Valencia. Aston Villa employs a 4-4-2 formation, while Manchester United adopts a 4-3-3. Manchester United's starting lineup is nothing short of opulent, with each player a top-tier talent in their respective positions. Rooney's market value alone is equivalent to that of the entire Aston Villa team. On the other hand, the highest valued player for Aston Villa is Bentik, valued at €10 million, while the other players are worth only a few million. As the match kicks off, Bentik passes directly to Fong Yun, entrusting him with the organization of the play. This is a familiar strategy observed in training matches. The other players are tasked with delivering the ball to Fong Yun, while each player assumes their respective positions. Fong Yun, stationed in the midfield, adeptly passes the ball to any open space, a tactic that has proven consistently effective. This approach is undoubtedly the optimal solution given the relatively rudimentary skills of the current Aston Villa players. With an 80% success rate on long passes, Fong Yun plays with remarkable ease, directing the ball precisely where needed. Conversely, Manchester United employs a high-pressing strategy, aggressively contesting possession without indulging in frivolities. Fong Yun's long passes deftly circumvent Manchester United's pressing tactics, creating arcs of brilliance that leave the United players scrambling. In the first 20 minutes of the match, Aston Villa even seized the initiative, capitalizing on Manchester United's generally slow start, which often leads to comebacks in their favor. It was evident that Aston Villa commanded the game, achieving a ball possession rate of 60%, effectively dominating Manchester United. However, one might wonder how Manchester United found themselves on the back foot. Could it be that Fong Yun is not a mere pretender? Clearly, those unfamiliar with Manchester United's playing style would miss that they typically ramp up their efforts in the second half, treating the first half as a mere warm-up. Nonetheless, it seems that Fong Yun possesses genuine prowess. His organization and long-range passing are remarkably precise. His vision is expansive, with quick and accurate transitions from the strong side to the weak side, showcasing the demeanor of a midfield maestro. This is merely the beginning, as they have yet to apply pressure on him. Allowing him space to pass may prove unwise. Once Manchester United intensifies their physical approach, Fong Yun may struggle to cope. On the sidelines, Manchester United's coach Moyes could no longer remain passive. He recognized that Fong Yun had something special and deemed it necessary to impose restrictions. Thus, Moyes instructed Ashley to closely mark Fong Yun. Keep a watchful eye on him. Do not let that Huaxia player pass easily, he urged. Bring your spirit and intensity. We should perform better than relegation candidates. Moyes' words clearly resonated with the Manchester United players, who gradually found their rhythm and bolstered their defense against Fong Yun. It became increasingly challenging for Fong Yun to make passes, as defenders closed in on him the moment he received the ball, forcing him to retreat and search for better opportunities. Any attempt to break through or deliver a pass was thwarted by Ashley's tight marking. "Welcome to the Premier League," Ashley remarked to Fong Yun. The latter could acutely sense the intensity of the Premier League. Ashley's physicality far surpassed his own, making it difficult for Fong Yun to maintain possession when pressured and leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball was intercepted. To evade direct contact with Ashley, Fong Yun relied on movement and positioning. In the 27th minute, Fong Yun executed a long pass that accurately found the left winger, Agbonlahor. Agbonlahor controlled the ball while Villa's left back, Wilkinson, surged forward. Seizing the moment, Agbonlahor delivered a short pass to the advancing Wilkinson. What should have been a golden opportunity, however, turned into a disappointment as Wilkinson mishandled the ball, allowing it to stray 3 meters away. Valencia, the right back for Manchester United, seized the opportunity and immediately accelerated. His robust shoulder clashed directly with Wilkinson, sending the latter flying a meter away as Valencia executed a successful interception. Truly pathetic, Wilkinson, akin to a player from Huaxia, struggling even with ball control. "You should just head home. Being out-muscled like that is utterly disgraceful." Robert on the sidelines sighed in exasperation. Following the interception and with Wilkinson's forward surge, the left flank for Villa was completely unguarded, a vast expanse of open space. Valencia surged forward with the ball. At this moment, Fong Yun visualized a thermal image in his mind, indicating a large patch of green on the left, and urgently called for his teammates to support the left flank. Positioned centrally and too far away to assist, he could only limit the advancing Ashley nearby. Valencia's speed was remarkable, leaving the Villa midfielders attempting to provide cover trailing behind. As he approached the goal line, Valencia delivered a right-footed cross, the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Rooney, positioned centrally, instantly surged forward. The ball Valencia sent forth seemed to unlock a door, directly finding its way to Rooney's head. With a graceful nod, Rooney directed the ball towards the net, given the proximity and lack of defenders. The Villa goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. Within the first 30 minutes of the first half, Manchester United had taken the lead, courtesy of Valencia's interception and long sprint, culminating in Rooney's header. At this moment, the furious Aston Villa fans could no longer contain their frustration, hurling beer bottles onto the field in a frenzy. A collection of imbeciles. They shouted for the team to disband, denouncing the management, the players, and the team itself. It was a sight that induced nausea, utterly revolting. To be penetrated by a counterattack so easily, devoid of any defense, they played as if they were a complete disaster. "Disband! Disband! Wilkinson! You are the most incompetent left back I have ever witnessed, lacking in offensive prowess and defensively abysmal. Do you possess the ability to surge forward? If so, do so. You can't even control the ball, and if you can't attack, why not simply defend diligently at the back instead of trying to show off like a foolish buffoon?" On the field, Valencia and Rooney celebrated, while Wilkinson hung his head, a picture of despair. He realized that his error had led to Manchester United's goal. Had he not faltered, it could have been a promising scoring opportunity. However, there are no what-ifs. Robert furrowed his brow as his concerns had come to fruition. Last season, Villa had conceded many goals in similar fashion, flanks being breached while the central defenders lost focus, allowing opponents to exploit open spaces for goals. The issues plaguing Aston Villa were glaringly evident. They could neither attack effectively nor defend adequately. The previous play had been a prime opportunity. Fong Yun's long pass had accurately located the weak side left winger. Unfortunately, Agbonlahor lacked the ability to break through as an individual, leaving reliance on the advancing left back. If he could receive the ball in open space, it would be fine, but upon any misstep, the left flank would become a vast void, allowing the opposition to accelerate forward. Currently, Aston Villa finds itself in a precarious situation. To mount an effective offense, it must commit more players forward. However, any misstep could leave the defense vulnerable, creating a rather embarrassing scenario. Head coach Robert is deeply troubled, tirelessly pondering how to break the deadlock. Chapter 16, Revitalizing the Spirit. Born leader after falling behind, Fong Yun immediately went to encourage his teammates. "It's all right, there's still plenty of time. Mistakes are a natural part of the game. We can turn this around," he reassured Wilkinson. Unity within a team is paramount. Maintaining an indomitable spirit during the match is essential. Any issues can be revisited post-game analysis. Fong Yun also contemplated how to navigate the impasse. With the offensive strategy faltering and the center-backs frequently outmaneuvered, how could they find a breakthrough? If a four-defender setup fails to contain the opposition, perhaps a five-defender formation is necessary, or even resorting to a more defensive strategy. Disaster struck once more as the match approached the 43rd minute. Aston Villa's defense gifted another opportunity. During a chaotic scramble in the penalty area, Clark attempted to clear the ball but instead delivered it directly to an opponent's feet. Carrick seized the chance with a deft shot, scoring again. Manchester United found the net once more, a monumental blunder as Aston Villa's defenders carelessly cleared the ball to the opposing midfielder Carrick, who promptly capitalized on the error. Lamented John June. This was utterly inexcusable. The lack of experience is glaring. The Villa defenders are all in their 20s, their mindset unsteady, and their technique severely compromised. They must adjust their mentality swiftly, Jean June added. What on earth are they playing at? If they can't perform, they should step aside. It's utterly embarrassing. After spending so much on transfers, the defense remains weak, and the forward line sees no reinforcements. They only scavenge for scraps, buying a player from Huaxia. It's appalling. Some fans even left the stadium, expressing their complete disillusionment with Aston Villa, trailing by 2 goals at halftime against the formidable Red Devils of Manchester United. The prospects for victory appeared grim. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, Fonyan opted not to deploy the long-range shot card. Using it in the first half would render them vulnerable in the second. A well-honed weapon must be wielded wisely. In the Aston Villa locker room, the atmosphere was heavy with gloom. Players hung their heads, visibly disheartened. Coach Robert wore a furrowed brow, his fist clenched and striking the wall in frustration. Damn it! Is it truly beyond our grasp? While Villa had initially dominated possession in the first 20 minutes, Manchester United ultimately led in possession throughout the half. This clearly illustrated the dismal performance Villa exhibited in the latter 25 minutes. Yoon gave us a promising start in the first half, yet we failed to seize the opportunity. Wilkinson's blunder was unacceptable. I truly wonder what you were thinking. You all need to find your spirit, Coach Robert bellowed, deeply dissatisfied with their performance. Had that shot gone in, how could we possibly be trailing Manchester United 2-0? Wilkinson, you need to stay disciplined in your defensive position and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Can you manage that? Robert fixed a steely gaze on Wilkinson as he spoke. Certainly, I shall diligently uphold my position in defense. At this moment, the captain of Villa, Vlar, remained silent. Fong Yun sensed an air of awkwardness and proactively rose to approach the tactical board, declaring, I believe we must implement some changes. Otherwise, victory will elude us. Standing before the board, he gestured for all players to gather around. This scene astonished the players present. A newcomer daring to assume the role of the head coach and strategizing? Head coach Robert was equally taken aback but refrained from intervening, eager to witness the unique insights of this 17-year-old lad. The current predicament is that our offensive strategies and positional play struggle to generate opportunities. And communication in defense is lacking, making one-on-one confrontations vulnerable. Therefore, let us simplify matters. We shall exchange possession for space, adopting a defensive stance and executing counterattacks with 5 defenders. We will leave the swift Bentik up front, while Andre will retreat to midfield to assist in defense. I believe Sulla should come on. The opposing team's stamina in the second half will surely be diminished, and Sulla poses a significant threat on the flanks. Moreover, the opposing defenders Vidic and Ferdinand lack pace, being seasoned players. Bentik, I will deliver more balls behind the defenders for you. I need you to make frequent runs and position yourself well. Is that clear? Fong Yun's gaze was resolute, his words exuding confidence. No problem. I trust your long passes. Leave it to me. I excel at exploiting offside traps. Bentik responded with equal assurance. Thus, we will have 3 attacking lines. Agbanlahor on the left flank, Sulla on the right, and Bentik in the center. The defense will maintain its normal structure. Once we regain possession, you are all to run freely. If the ball does not reach you, that is my responsibility. We shall adopt Mourinho's tactics, crowding the penalty area, focusing on defense and counterattacks, relying solely on transitional play to create our opportunities. Fong Yun asserted. Robert then applauded. Excellent. Your ideas resonate well with mine, he expressed joyfully, surprised by the depth of Fong Yun's understanding of football at such a young age. This also aligned with his intended adjustments for the second half to fortify our defense and limit Manchester United's attacks, which primarily rely on counterattacks. By retreating into our half, we can stifle their offensive initiatives. All right, we shall proceed with this strategy in the second half. 5 defenders, 2 midfielders, and 3 forwards. Isn't that placing too much pressure on Fong Yun? Wilkinson inquired. Not at all. Trust me, they will not breach my defensive line. The back line will focus on marking, while the forwards push forward. I will manage the rest." As soon as Fong Yun finished speaking, Sulla stood up, declaring, "I believe in you as well. Just send the passes my way. If I fail to connect, feel free to chastise me. If I can't score, direct your frustrations at me as well." Sulla also expressed his unwavering confidence. Indeed, there's no shame in adopting a defensive strategy. A cat, whether black or white, is a good cat as long as it catches mice. Even the illustrious Real Madrid has employed such tactics in the Champions League. We have no reason for hesitation. Let us proceed with determination. Yes, let us proceed with determination. Let those who doubt us and hurl beer bottles our way be silenced. We must defend our honor. We must defend our honor. In mere minutes, the players of Aston Villa rallied, their confidence stemming entirely from the 17-year-old prodigy, Fong Yun. They believed that Fong Yun's defensive prowess and passing skills would enable the team to turn the tide and secure victory. The players surged towards the tunnel, each one standing tall with pride. Robert and assistant coach Glenn remarked, "Fong Yun is truly a born leader. He has a remarkable ability to unite the team." In just a few minutes, the morale of the squad transformed. "Indeed, we hope Fong Yun matures quickly to shoulder the team's burdens," Glenn added. Fong Yun took a deep breath. In the second half, he would silence all his critics and make it clear who reigned supreme at Villa Park. Chapter 17. Prepared for battle, ready to counterattack. As the second half commenced, Aston Villa's defense retreated. The previously dispersed positions became exceedingly compact. The defensive force deployed was formidable. Only the striker Bentique remained forward, while the rest of the players fell back into their half to participate in the defense. Clad in deep red and light blue, Aston Villa players constructed an impenetrable wall at the halfway line. Moreover, at the start of the second half, the 20-year-old prodigy Sulla was introduced. This incensed Villa's fans even further. Was this an early surrender? Trailing by 2 goals, instead of pressing forward, they resorted to a defensive shell, utterly repugnant to the spectators. If they have no intention of winning, they might as well not play. They should disband. I truly do not comprehend the coach's rationale. It seems his mind is muddled. Even my grandmother would know that trailing means one must intensify their attack. Moreover, introducing Sulla, who had barely integrated with the team for 2 or 3 days, was absurd. They might as well prepare for defeat. I stand by my words. Not only did they refrain from attacking, but they also positioned everyone defensively, fearful of suffering a humiliating 6 or 7 goal defeat. They should just crawl back to their cradles. What a bunch of useless players. A portion of the home crowd began to leave. United's manager Moyes observed this with a smirk. They have resorted to a defensive formation, fearing further goals. How utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, this approach would prevent the opposing team from scoring. At that moment, a torrent of criticism rained down upon the Villa players. However, the effectiveness of this tactical shift was immediate. After Aston Villa retreated to defend, Manchester United's counterattacking prowess faltered. As wingers Nani and Van Persie attempted to break through, Fong Yun would swiftly come to assist. At this juncture, Fong Yun moved across the pitch like a free agent, frequently disrupting United's passing. In these 10 minutes, United failed to create a single clear-cut opportunity, registering 0 shots on goal, while Aston Villa managed 1 counterattack, which unfortunately was thwarted. The tactic of parking the bus proves to be futile, as Manchester United struggles to penetrate the defense. What purpose does it serve if they are merely awaiting their demise? Akin to meat on a chopping board, ready for slaughter? At this moment, a retired footballer from China, Wang Chuqing, is live-streaming the match. A fervent supporter of the Red Devils, he retired due to contractual issues with the club and subsequently ventured into media, offering humorous commentary on matches, turning his streaming room into a vibrant celebration. Manchester United, unleash your fury. This opening match is exhilarating, and I proclaim that this season, they are destined to contend for the championship. Previously trailing, Manchester United now leads by 2 goals. Haha, this match is secured. Aston Villa will crumble, Wang Chuqing confidently asserts. However, a viewer in the live chat contradicts him, suggesting that Fong Yun's prowess could lead the team to a turnaround. Wang Chuqing chuckles upon reading the comment. Let me tell you, Fong Yun's joining Aston Villa is nothing short of comedic. This player, though Chinese, lacks the ability to break through defenses, has no passing skills, is physically unimposing, and struggles with ball retention. His buyout clause is 500,000, yet I would offer 10 million. But in the next moment, Wang Chuqing finds himself facing the consequences of his words. As the match progresses to the 57th minute, Manchester United's players push forward but appear somewhat anxious. Valencia's advancing cross is intercepted by Aston Villa's center-back, Luton. Fong Yun, quick on his feet, rushes toward the ball's second drop, before the defender can make contact. He skillfully controls the ball. At this moment, Salah on the right flank, Egban Lahore on the left, and Bentik in the center spring into action. All three lines moving in unison. Now is the time. Fong Yun executes a crescent moon scythe, triggering crescent moon scythe long pass, increasing accuracy by 50 and ball speed by 50. With his right foot raised high from the left side of the penalty area, his body tilting at a 45-degree angle, he creates an elegant yet powerful arc. His supporting foot is firmly planted on the ground, knee slightly bent, providing solid support for the immense force about to be unleashed. His right foot, taut like a drawn bowstring, concentrates all its strength at that tiny point of contact with the ball. At the moment of impact, time seems to freeze. The football rockets away, resembling a white meteor ignited, tracing a breathtakingly perfect arc through the air, like a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. It travels with unparalleled spin and speed toward the right flank. Salah, anticipating the ball's trajectory, expertly controls it. Wow, Salah's speed is astonishing. The right back has fallen 2 positions behind. The long pass is utterly impressive. All right, that's out the crescent moon scythe. Fong Yun has channeled Beckham. The accuracy and precision of that long pass are impeccable. Salah's reception is effortless. The Aston Villa fans in the stands express their astonishment. You have committed a foul. Evra, as a left back, what were you thinking, allowing the opposing winger to accelerate so effortlessly? This could spell disaster. At that moment, Wang Chuqin's smile vanished. Salah surged into the penalty area, facing an empty space. How swift Salah is. He is one-on-one with the goalkeeper. No, Salah, please don't. Wang Chuqin's expression twisted in agony as he shouted loudly. Yet, Salah remained resolute, confronting De Gea with a feigned shot that deceived the keeper, who had already committed to a save. Salah, facing the grounded goalkeeper, gently nudged the ball into the net with the arch of his foot, directing it away from De Gea's dive. Wow, Aston Villa has scored the first goal of the match. A brilliant connection between the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy Fong Yun and the Egyptian talent Salah. Truly spectacular. Fong Yun's exquisite long pass combined with Salah's incredible speed delivered a clear chance that pierced through Manchester United's defense. In Fong Yun, I seemed to glimpse the shadow of Beckham. One wonders how Beckham would feel watching Fong Yun deliver such a pass against his former team, Manchester United. It is indeed astonishing, remarked commentator Jean Jun. Following the goal, Salah and Fong Yun raced toward the corner flag, vocally expressing all their emotions. Fong Yun roared, "This is my territory. This is Aston Villa's home." He took the responsibility upon himself. Meanwhile, Coach Robert knelt on the ground, shouting in exhilaration. The pressure was released. Just like that, they struck that wretched long pass and sent the ball crashing into Manchester United's net, obliterating them with a counterattack. Chairman Randy watched the players embrace, tears welling in his eyes. He had endured pressures and skepticism beyond ordinary comprehension before the match, but in this moment, he felt his efforts were not in vain. He had not misjudged Fong Yun. He truly is worthy. He grasped his assistant's hand tightly. I did not misjudge him, Yun. He is that talented player, the one who can bring infinite surprises to the team. He is a natural leader. He possesses an extraordinary heart at just 17 years of age. He will become a legend at Aston Villa. Chapter 18. The fans roar, morale soars at this moment. In Wang Chuqin's live streaming room. It's all right, there are still opportunities. Don't rush. We must retreat and regain our composure. You can't push forward recklessly when your 2 center backs are nearing retirement age. Can they even keep up? Wang Chuqin had begun to grow anxious. Ha, what a slap in the face. Just as I said, Fong Yun wasn't capable. He delivered a perfect through ball. This is too amusing. My reverse jinx is unstoppable. It seems Manchester United is on the brink of a reversal. Now that would be a spectacle. The potential for an upset is unimaginable. I can hardly bear to think about it. How explosive would the media's reaction be if last season's top team were to be overturned by a relegation-threatened side? The comments section began to light up with opinions. Wang Chuqin, naturally, remained defiant. Who does not indulge in a plate of dumplings during the New Year festivities? I shall make my assertion clear. Manchester United cannot possibly lose. This match was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, they succumbed, and in the live stream, I shall directly give away a mobile phone. Very well. Wang Chuqin has also made grand declarations. In stark contrast, the fans of Aston Villa are currently in a state of euphoric excitement. Just as they exited the stadium and passed through the security gates, the supporters witnessed their team score a sudden goal and immediately rushed back. "I need to get back in. Let me in quickly. I was just looking for a restroom and couldn't find one." "You have already exited. You cannot re-enter." "Such an excuse is far too absurd," the security personnel firmly retorted. "Alas, if only I had lingered a little longer. It is truly tormenting to have missed such a spectacular goal live and now be unable to return." The Villa supporters who remained in the stands have risen to their feet, their cheers resounding like thunder, a cacophony of jubilation. Some home fans have even dismantled their seats, hoisting them high in celebration of this hard-earned goal. Take that, Manchester United. You call yourselves the Red Devils, don't you? We'll show you what it means to be turned around. It is said that there is no comeback without the Red Devils, and today, you shall taste the bitterness of being overturned. Fong Yun, well done. I apologize for my previous remarks. If you can lead Aston Villa to victory today, I vow to abstain from directing for a month. Brother, you truly are brave. I stand with you. English football hooligans are known for their fickle nature. Much like the unpredictable English weather, when you concede a goal, they glare at you with fury, hurling insults with increasing ferocity. Yet, when you score, they erupt into euphoric cheers, more fervent than any diode. At this moment, Fong Yun stands on the pitch, arms outstretched, chest held high, eyes closed, savoring the rapture of the crowd's adulation. He bears no grudge against the fans who had previously hurled harsh words at him. Fong Yun understands that the capacity to endure scorn is directly proportional to the capacity to receive praise. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If one cannot withstand such negativity, it will be exceedingly difficult to find acceptance among the local fans. Yun. Those who had just moments ago been cursing his name now join in a collective chant of his name. The assembled English media are fervently capturing every moment at the sidelines, anxious not to miss a single detail. This is headline news. A mere 17-year-old making his debut in the Premier League has delivered an extraordinary long pass, becoming the pivotal figure in this counterattack and helping his team score. While Salah's goal was indeed splendid, a typical forward would likely have converted that one-on-one chance as well. The true spectacle lies in that exquisite long pass, an arc reminiscent of a crescent moon, channeling the spirit of Beckham, a topic ripe for discussion. At this juncture, Manchester United's coach Moyes is seen scratching his head. In the second half, our players played too impatiently, yearning for a goal, and when caught on the counterattack, they failed to regain their positions, particularly concerning the two central defenders, Vidic and Ferdinand, who are not renowned for their speed. They are now frequently being challenged by the opposing forwards, their stamina waning. Should a substitution for the defenders be contemplated? The Manchester United assistant coach pondered. Moyes, resting his chin on his hand, furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating a solution. Ultimately, he decided to wait and see, for his side still maintained the lead. As the match resumed, Manchester United appeared somewhat anxious, compounded by the pressure of playing away and the distractions from the fans, leading to several passing errors. In contrast, Aston Villa played with greater relaxation. Fong Yun masterfully controlled the rhythm of the game, dominating the midfield. With the aid of the hot zone imaging module, his vision was remarkably expansive, and he was acutely aware of the spaces on the field. Aston Villa's squad primarily comprised young players, whose physical prowess and match experience paled in comparison to that of Manchester United. Their individual combat abilities were also leagues apart. The ball remained at the feet of Villa players for no more than 3 seconds before being intercepted. Thus, Fong Yun opted to frequently support his teammates, orchestrating the team's offense through pre-designed passing routes and swift passes. The players of Aston Villa were equally astute, capitalizing on their strengths while evading weaknesses. They exhibited quick ball movement and rapid passing. Meanwhile, Manchester United intensified their defensive efforts against Fong Yun. The moment he received the ball, Ashley would closely mark him, with Carrick ready to support at any moment. However, Fong Yun did not relinquish possession under the relentless pressure of United's formidable midfield. This was not merely due to Fong Yun's exceptional dribbling or ball control skills, but rather his extraordinary positional awareness and his ability to preemptively design passing routes that consistently found open teammates. Moreover, Fong Yun intentionally maneuvered the opposing defenders, executing numerous transitions between strong and weak sides, exhausting their defensive efforts. In the visual narrative, Ashley was compelled to follow Fong Yun continuously, while Fong Yun, through his incessant passing, rendered Ashley to run back and forth. The home fans erupted in laughter at this spectacle. What is Fong Yun's market value? How is he making the 16 million Ashley run in circles? Haha, the 50 Fong Yun is making the 16 million Ashley toil. It's hilarious. Let's see who dares to call Fong Yun a flop again. Brother, weren't you the one who first said that? No way. I merely aim to ignite Fong Yun's fighting spirit. Do you understand? At that moment, the Villa home ground resonated with laughter and joy, completely devoid of the indignation that preceded the match. Regardless of the match's outcome, it mattered little. Fong Yun's displayed prowess had already astonished me. Embodying the essence of a master, remarked a Villa supporter. And he is still so young. And then there's Sulla. His speed is astonishing. The management is exceptional at acquiring talent. This current administration is the best I have ever seen. Come now. Weren't you the one who previously claimed it was the worst administration? They laughed heartily. For this group of Villa supporters, the result of the match had become inconsequential. They had witnessed the emergence of a rising genius. Due to Fong Yun's frequent long passes and tactical adjustments, Manchester United's players, aging and exhausted, have seen their defensive intensity wane, allowing Fong Yun to play with increasing ease. Indeed, it was wise to enhance stamina prior to the match. He still feels capable of running, so let him conclude this farce. Chapter 19. Rise and Chase level the score on the sidelines. Aston Villa's coach Robert observed as his team adapted their tactics and gradually gained control of the game. Strangely, despite trailing by a goal, he sensed that it would not be long before they equalized. Meanwhile, Manchester United's coach Moyes wore a grim expression, plagued by a foreboding sense that their defense was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, in the 65th minute, United's attack was once again thwarted by Aston Villa's impenetrable defense. Valencia's cross was retrieved by Rooney, who secured the first touch. Rooney laid it back for the advancing Carrick, and Fong Yun swiftly surged forward, claiming the second touch. With the advantage of thermal imaging technology, Fong Yun's positioning and timing on the pitch were always a step ahead. Having seized the second touch, his control was not flawless, yet it consistently landed in advantageous positions. Robert, on the sidelines, was exhilarated. This was a golden opportunity. In the next moment, something utterly astonishing occurred. Fong Yun delivered a no-look pass, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, propelling the ball forward before executing a powerful shot. The ball soared, tracing a stunning arc with incredible spin towards Manchester United's defensive zone. With the thermal imaging module activated, the crowd erupted in cheers. This long pass was a masterpiece of artistry and spectacle. The Manchester United coaching staff stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could a no-look pass be executed with such precision? In Villa's attacking half, Bentic sprinted at full speed. The ball landed perfectly in his path. At that moment, center-back Vidic had been outpaced by Bentic, but fellow defender Ferdinand remained back to defend. Ferdinand refrained from rushing in, opting instead to shadow Bentic as he retreated slowly. Bentic did not force a breakthrough. Instead, he caught a glimpse of a figure on the right side, ready to support Sulla. Bentic made a lateral pass to Sulla. As Vidic raced back to provide cover, Sulla glanced back, assessing the positions of both his teammates and the opposing players. Sulla opted not to cut directly to the byline. Just as Vidic closed in, he skillfully flicked the ball with his heel. Why not proceed directly to the byline? Once again, the ball was passed without regard for the recipients. Observe, Fong Yun has arrived at the right flank. He receives the pass unmarked on the side. With a swift motion, he unleashes a stunning cross. Fong Yun's body tilts at a precise 45 degrees. His right foot strikes the lower half of the ball with tremendous force. The sphere, imbued with a vigorous spin, arcs gracefully through the air, tracing a magnificent rainbow. It soars toward Bentic's head. Bentic leaps high, eagerly anticipating the ball's arrival. Upon contact with Bentic, the ball deflects and veers toward the left side of the goal. De Gea, witnessing Bentic's head oriented towards the right side of the goal, dives in that direction. Unfortunately, it is precisely opposite to the ball's trajectory. The ball finds the net with a resounding thud. Aston Villa has leveled the score at 2-2, bringing both teams back to square one. This cross is nothing short of awe-inspiring. The ball seemed destined for Bentic's head, and the quality and precision of that delivery are simply impeccable. With its inherent spin, Bentic need not exert himself. The ball is propelled toward the goal with ease. At such a close range, even the world's best goalkeeper would be rendered helpless. Teacher Jean June commented. Waves of exuberant cheers erupted throughout Villa Park. Aston Villa's fans celebrated wildly. They roared. They bellowed. It seemed as though they were releasing all their pent-up emotions. Like the lion depicted on their crest. The earth awakens. The lion stirs. The slumbering beast within them has awakened. A flawless long pass, a perfect cross, a lightning-fast counterattack. Behold that picturesque pass. Behold the exquisite movement and positioning. Villa is saved. John, we have awaited that genius. Fong Yun is our savior. Villa is indeed saved. Fans were moved to tears. They kissed the crest emblazoned on their jerseys. Their ecstatic roars filled the air. Yun. Fong Yun spread his arms wide on the pitch, absorbing the fervent cheers and shouts that surged around him. His teammates rushed over, embracing him with uncontainable excitement. They joyfully tousled his hair. Yun, I knew you could do it. Give it to them. On the sidelines, Aston Villa's cheerleaders began to dance with unrestrained joy. High up in the stands, Chairman Randy was so overwhelmed he could scarcely speak. Do you think we can turn this around? Can we achieve it? Tears streamed down Randy's face as he grasped his assistant's arm, uttering with fervor. Yes, Chairman, Fong Yun is the gem you have spotted. He will bring Villa their first victory. However, nearby, Manchester United's coach Moyes wore a grim expression. What manner of creature can play like this? He frantically directed from the sidelines. Foul him hard. Do not let Fong Yun deliver such passes so easily. Ashley, he is your responsibility. How are you defending him? At this moment, Ashley was utterly infuriated. How could he, a seasoned player, be outperformed by a mere 17-year-old prodigy? Unbelievable. Wang Chuqing, witnessing his beloved Manchester United conceding an equalizer, leapt from his seat in a fit of rage. Get lost, all of you. What kind of pathetic play is this? To allow an equalizer like that, you should immediately reclaim the ball. Ashley, can't you keep an eye on your players? You're worse than Fong Yun, who is valued at only 50 euros. Carrick, how could you be intercepted by Fong Yun? Are you even human? This is beyond absurd. Amidst his frustration, he chuckled. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. This is merely the beginning. Prepare to be overtaken. Observing Wang Chuqing's palpable distress, the barrage of comments exploded with laughter, each one more gleeful than the last. Was this the infamous reverse jinx? Not expecting much pre-match, yet now witnessing exquisite passes and assists. What a spectacle. The gesture of a broadcaster had certainly captured attention. Could it be that Manchester United would truly be reversed? Would he have to pull out his phone? That would indeed be a double loss, eliciting roars of laughter. Wang Chuqing, confronted with the mocking comments, found himself speechless, donning a visage of utter despair. Following that goal, Aston Villa officially rallied to mount a counterattack, their spirits soaring. This was the home ground of Aston Villa, where every supporter yearned for the thrill of overturning the Red Devils. In the past, it was always Manchester United performing the comebacks. Now, it was their turn to reclaim the narrative. It felt incredibly satisfying, should they emerge victorious. He vowed to abstain from streaming for 2 months. He would hold true to his word, for his cloud was indeed remarkable. Chapter 20, A Battle of Wits Among Coaches. United in purpose at this juncture, a blogger known as Number 16 from the Huaxia region penned a post. Fong Yun's performance today can be deemed exemplary for a defensive midfielder. While those 2 goals may seem simple, merely a display of skillful footwork and precise long passes, that would be superficial. Both goals stemmed from Fong Yun's tenacity in contesting the second ball. In modern football, the significance of the first ball appears paramount. Whoever claims it gains the upper hand. However, this is a misconception. The second ball often poses a greater threat due to its unpredictability, frequently overlooked by many. Once one secures the second ball, vast spaces open up. You then have ample time to process the play. If your team masters the art of second balls, they firmly seize control of the match. Should your team boast a robust target forward alongside a group of players adept at second balls, the counterattacks will be ferocious, generating countless offensive opportunities. This is precisely why Fong Yun consistently capitalizes on chances, delivering exquisitely crafted passes. He enjoys sufficient time to execute his movements and strategize his passing routes. Indeed, one might not have perceived this without my mention. It always seems that Fong Yun plays with such ease and grace. But why is he so frequently able to contest second balls? Why do others struggle to surpass him? A query arose in the comments section. Number 16 replied, this is influenced by numerous factors, including a degree of luck. However, I wonder if you've noticed. Fong Yun, a player of exceptional positional awareness, consistently finds himself in the opponent's attacking zones. Take, for instance, Manchester United's second goal conceded. Rooney, receiving the ball with his back to the play, was poorly positioned and evidently aimed to lay it off. However, he was impeded by a defender, resulting in a miscalculation in both force and precision. Fong Yun astutely anticipated the trajectory of Rooney's layoff pass intended for the advancing Carrick, intercepting the ball just before it reached Carrick. This exemplifies his profound understanding and reading of space. Fong Yun's spatial awareness and positional sense are unparalleled, which are crucial attributes for a defensive midfielder. One might exclaim in astonishment at Fong Yun's remarkable prowess, initially believing it to be mere luck that the ball happened to land in his vicinity for the interception. Many fans were indeed taken aback. Moreover, Fong Yun's no-look passing signifies a deep trust in his teammates, showcasing a harmonious synergy as he intuitively understands their movements. Prior to receiving the ball, he certainly surveyed the positions of his teammates, as noted by the number 16 midfielder. This suggests that Fong Yun possesses the potential to become a masterful midfielder in his own right, a true gem from our Chinese heritage. It is indeed remarkable. As the divine Yun god, I hereby declare my newfound admiration. Having been a fan of Villa for a decade, I am now drawn to him. The facts corroborate this. Fong Yun's interceptions are derived from analyzing the opponent's passing patterns through a heat zone imaging module, highlighting the formidable nature of this skill. The referee's whistle sounds, signaling a restart. Villa equalizes, catching Moyes entirely off guard. Remarkably, the stadium, which previously saw scalpers unable to sell tickets, is now brimming with fans, exuding an overwhelming home field atmosphere that even Manchester United struggles to cope with. The throng of 40,000 supporters rivals that of grand arenas that accommodate 100,000. All of this stems from a young man from China, Fong Yun. Who could have anticipated that this 17-year-old, recently dismissed by Manchester United for a mere €50, and deemed unwanted by even Chinese clubs, would play such a pivotal role against last season's league leaders? Incredibly, he has contributed to 2 goals, leveling the score. Moyes, the Manchester United manager, contorts his face in frustration, gritting his teeth. Such a humiliating defeat cannot be tolerated. In the final 20 minutes, victory is imperative. Our objective this season is to contend for the championship. How can we lose to a team comprised entirely of young hopefuls in the opening match? This is unacceptable, and we must secure all 3 points. Thus, Moyes decisively opts for a triple substitution, replacing the exhausted Ashley, Shinji Kagawa, and Van Persie with 2 midfielders, Fletcher and Giggs, along with a full-back, Raphael. Valencia is shifted to right winger, and Raphael assumes an attacking wing-back role, complemented by the combative Fletcher and the creative Giggs in midfield. Manchester United's strategy is quite clear: to suffocate the midfield and launch attacks from the flanks. On the right side, both Valencia and Raphael possess the ability to deliver crosses and initiate offensive plays. Observing United's substitutions, Robert made a decisive move by replacing 3 players at once. He withdrew the left winger at Bonlahor and 2 midfielders, bringing on 2 robust defensive midfielders and a defensively capable left winger. Robert's approach is straightforward. If you wish to dominate the midfield, then so be it. I will deploy 2 formidable midfielders to engage in a physical contest with you. The 2 defensive midfielders are tasked with clearing the path for Fong Yun, alleviating his defensive burden, especially since it is his debut in the Premier League and he is somewhat lacking in stamina. If you aim to attack the right flank, I will bolster my defense. I will forego the left winger and introduce a defensively competent left midfielder who will retreat to help defend. I plan to focus our attack on the right side, avoiding your strong flank and targeting your weaker side. As the substitutions concluded, both teams prepared for a decisive confrontation. Fong Yun felt a surge of satisfaction upon witnessing the opponent's changes. If they were to substitute a center-back at this juncture, they might secure a draw. But it was clear that Vidic and Ferdinand were struggling to keep pace with Bentic. Moreover, he still had a long-range shot card he had yet to play, which could prove to be the game winner if the score remained level in the final moments. Wang Chuqin's spirits also lifted upon seeing the changes. Manchester United's substitutions were astute, enhancing midfield strength and flank attacks. Their strategy seemed sound, and it appeared imminent that United would score. On the other hand, Aston Villa's substitutions appeared somewhat amateurish, neglecting defense while still aiming for offense. The incoming midfielder lacked both organization and speed, and one could not expect Fong Yun's endurance to sustain such a demanding style of play, prompting a chuckle from Wang Chuqin as he observed the changes on both sides. As the match progressed, Fong Yun began to feel the strain. His stamina was waning, and although he yearned to contest many balls, his body lagged behind. His heart raced, and his breathing became erratic. At this moment, Villa found themselves pinned back in their half by United's relentless pressure. Fong Yun took deep breaths, making the most of every stoppage to inhale more oxygen and replenish his energy. He resembled a cheetah poised to spring into action at the opportune moment. United's players repeatedly assaulted Aston Villa's defense. Some Villa players even threw themselves into the fray, confronting opponents' feet without fear of injury. After each successful defensive stand, Villa's players encouraged one another, exchanging high fives, united in purpose. The fans in the stands echoed their fervor, chanting, "Defend! Defend!" It had been a long time since Villa exhibited such solidarity, deeply moving Chairman Randy in the stands. Chapter 21. A dramatic turnaround. A new king ascends at this juncture. Manchester United's central offensive efforts struggled to break through. However, the substitute right-back Raphael managed to create several opportunities along the flank. However, Aston Villa's midfield was congested with an excess of players, and Manchester United's athletes are not particularly known for their finesse in tight spaces. Many of their previous goals were primarily achieved through counterattacks, with Rooney serving as a pivotal figure, seizing second balls to propel swift breaks and capitalize on transitional moments. Not every team can dismantle a bus formation, and the enduring popularity of such a tactic is not without reason. When quality is lacking, quantity compensates by amassing numbers. A defensive advantage is established. Even the most skilled players require space to execute their offensive maneuvers. The essence of Guardiola's possession-based football lies in exploiting vacant areas, utilizing frequent interchanges to unsettle the opposing defense, and seizing opportunities to penetrate through focused attacks. The simplest method to counter a bus formation is to deliver high crosses from the flanks, relying on aerial prowess. If one succeeds in winning the header, a chance to score arises, whereas failure results in missed opportunities. As the match approached its 90th minute, Valencia of Manchester United passed to the ensnared Raphael, creating an opportunity. Aston Villa's right-back, unable to keep up, resorted to a foul, conceding a free kick and receiving a yellow card in the process. Discontented boos echoed through the stadium. Such a foul should not have occurred at such a critical juncture, gifting the opposition a dangerous free kick, as explained by commentator Jean-June. Aston Villa's goalkeeper, Guzan, orchestrated the wall's positioning. Amidst the cacophony of 40,000 spectators at Villa Park, many fans held their breath. The home crowd began to pray. With 4 minutes of stoppage time remaining, if they could maintain their defense for just 4 more minutes, a draw would be secured, an outcome Villa supporters would accept, especially against last season's dominant Red Devils. For years prior, Manchester United had clinched the Champions League title, showcasing their formidable strength. Achieving a draw would indeed be commendable. Fong Yun communicated with Salah, assuring him that if they successfully defended this ball, he would pass to him, followed by an attempt at a long-range shot. Salah, understanding the plan, nodded in agreement. Valencia stood at the free-kick spot, raising his right arm as if to signal a tactical play. A hush fell over the crowd as the referee blew the whistle. Valencia dashed towards the ball and struck it forcefully. The ball soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc towards the open space. Nani, racing towards the ball's descent on the left flank, was in a prime position. If he scored, it would be a clear opportunity, and Wang Chuqing was fixated on the unfolding scene. The Villa fans in the stands furrowed their brows, holding their breath. Nani connected with the ball. It zipped like lightning towards the upper left corner of the stands. Was it destined to score? Just as the ball was about to nestle into the net, a swift shadow darted forth, astonishingly blocking the ball with his face. It was Fong Yun. He had thrown himself into the path of the ball, using his face to make the incredible save. Unbelievable. It is truly incredible. At this moment, Jean-June is exceedingly excited. On the sidelines, Robert has already knelt down. Oh my. The Aston Villa fans have all risen to their feet, vociferously cheering with hearts full of joy. This ball could indeed be salvaged. This is humanity at its finest. Fong Yun is extraordinary. How is this even possible? The defensive midfielder, number 16, has once again taken to social media. Invincible. Fong Yun's sense of positioning is remarkable, as he accurately predicts the trajectory of the opponent's ball by observing their movements and positions on the field. It is truly impressive. His spatial awareness is unparalleled. In truth, Fong Yun had already discerned the vacant space on the left side through his mental heat map, especially as Valencia clearly directed the ball towards that area. However, Fong Yun found himself unable to sprint. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly caught up with the ball. Thus, he was compelled to assist the goalkeeper in clearing the ball from the goal line. As he saw the ball soaring upwards, he could only meet it with his head. To his surprise, he leaped with great force, only to have the ball strike his face directly. After being hit, Fong Yun felt a sharp pain in his face but quickly rose to his feet. He knew he could not afford to collapse. There was still a chance to turn the tide. "Forget about me, push forward," Fong Yun shouted to his teammates. At that moment, the goalkeeper seized the ball and launched a powerful kick towards the right flank. The kick lacked precision, seemingly on the verge of going out of bounds. Salah, with a remarkable dive, managed to retrieve the ball just before it crossed the line. Incredible! The ball didn't go out. Salah, the Egyptian pharaoh, what a feat. This save consumed a considerable amount of time, and Manchester United's players were nearing their positions. Without hesitation, Salah faced the opposing left-back and deftly maneuvered past him. Salah has broken through. The Manchester United centre-backs were too late to reinforce their defense and could only retreat into the penalty area in search of a clearing opportunity. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa midfield surged forward. The Manchester United penalty area was now crowded, with over 10 players jostling for space. Would Salah attempt to cross? This was the final opportunity. He had to deliver it into the box. This ball has no chance. The penalty area is packed. How can we score? It's a draw. No need to watch, Wang Chuqin confidently stated. However, Salah did not opt for a cross. Instead, he executed a backward triangle pass to the edge of the penalty arc. Why pass it back to the arc? There's no one there. But wait, who was that? Fong Yun has appeared at the top of the arc remarkably. Wasn't he just on the ground a moment ago? How did the camera shift to reveal him at the arc? With unwavering determination in his eyes, Fong Yun felt a surge of adrenaline, oblivious to the pain from his facial injury. Activate long-range shot card. With resolute power, Fong Yun struck the ball with his right foot. The ball raced across the grass like a bolt of lightning, heading towards the bottom right corner of the goal. It even slipped through Vidic's legs. De Gea's view was obstructed by the throng of bodies in the penalty area, rendering him unable to track the ball's path. By the time he spotted it, the ball had already found the back of the net. A last-minute triumph. In the final moments of the match, Fong Yun executed a stunning goal, sealing the victory against Manchester United. After a fleeting silence, Villa Park erupted into a cacophony of cheers, reminiscent of a tempest. The home fans proudly raised the Aston Villa flag emblazoned with a majestic lion. The entire stadium, the whole of Birmingham, trembled as if struck by an earthquake. A deafening roar resonating throughout. Fong Yun had achieved it. He was eternally the child of Villa. Yun, you are the savior of Villa. Aston Villa shall never be enslaved. I play with finesse, taking on the formidable Manchester United, the champions of last season. I hear you relish comebacks. Today, I shall turn the tables on you. At this moment, the Villa fans had completely lost their minds. Some supporters even scaled the barriers to rush onto the pitch, prompting security to intervene. However, this minor incident inadvertently bought Villa an extra minute. As the game resumed, a minute later, the referee finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Chapter 22. The King of Villa, the Child of Villa. The instant the match concluded, Fong Yun and his teammates raced towards the corner flag, shouting towards the home crowd. I play with finesse, taking on Manchester United. This is my territory. This is Villa's home ground. After proclaiming this, he removed his Villa jersey, revealing his chiseled abs, and tossed the shirt onto the pitch. Instantly, the Villa fans surged toward the shirt in a frenzy. Fong Yun was also engulfed in euphoria. Nothing could surpass this moment. All injustices, all grievances, all derision, were shattered in this instant by Fong Yun's own hand. From now on, he would no longer be the scorned €50 discard. He was now the new king, the new master of Villa Park. The media present was equally ecstatic. They had witnessed a Chinese prodigy overturn a team whose valuation was several times greater than Villa's. This was both terrifying and exhilarating. Tomorrow's newspapers would undoubtedly feature Fong Yun dominating the headlines of every football publication. Yun, you are incredible. That last-minute goal was simply exquisite. Salah immediately sprinted towards Fong Yun, filled with gratitude, for he knew it was Fong Yun who had recommended him to the Aston Villa management. Though he couldn't recall when he had crossed paths with Fong Yun, that detail was now inconsequential. In this moment, it was all about enjoyment, all about celebration. You are impressive too. Your positioning is excellent, and your speed is unmatched, Fong Yun remarked to Salah. Damn, it has been ages since I played such a thrilling match. Today, I overwhelmed those two world-class defenders from Manchester United, Bentique proudly exclaimed. I had previously believed that a world-class central defender, valued in the tens of millions, would be formidable. However, upon witnessing the match today, it became evident that he was merely a paper tiger, unable to keep pace with me. Your passing was exceptionally comfortable. It has been ages since I received such delightful and precise distribution. I found that I did not even need to exert myself to head the ball. How do you accomplish this? Your technique is truly remarkable. Bentique, the forward, was utterly awestruck by your performance. After this battle, I felt that today marked the least pressure I have ever experienced in defense. Although I was continuously defending, there was an undeniable sense of security, with Fong Yun, our defensive stalwart, leading the charge. Indeed, in the dying moments of the match, during the 90th minute, when Nani's header seemed destined for the net, I was oblivious to the fact that Fong Yun had come to my rescue, clearing the ball with remarkable skill. The goalkeeper, Guzan, was astonished by Fong Yun's performance. At that moment, Fong Yun was elated, feeling a surge of joy. Yet, he suddenly sensed a sharp pain in his nose, his expression contorting as he collapsed to the ground. What's wrong, Fong Yun? Fong Yun. His teammates quickly summoned the medical staff, who rushed over to assess the situation. It was determined that Fong Yun had suffered a nasal fracture due to a significant impact. His teammates were taken aback by the news. How could he have risen and surged forward to deliver a world-class decisive strike? Indeed, with such pain, he managed to complete the match. Could this be the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people? It must be the effect of adrenaline, which can numb certain nerves and diminish the sensation of pain during heightened excitement. Fortunately, it was nothing severe. After realigning the bone, a few days of proper rest would suffice. However, he would need to wear a protective mask, as a second injury could severely affect his breathing. The doctor explained that while a misaligned nasal bone might seem trivial, its impact on respiration is quite significant, particularly for athletes. Mbappe had suffered a similar injury during the 2024 European Championship and was later seen playing with a mask. It was evident that his condition was compromised, as his speed and dribbling were not as sharp as before. After a brief respite, the coach advised him to forego the post-match interview and focus on recovery. Nevertheless, Fong Yun insisted on attending. He had something to express. When he appeared at the interview podium, his face wrapped in bandages, the audience was taken aback. Those watching the live interview were deeply moved. Fong Yun was nothing short of extraordinary, playing through injury and still participating in the interview. A true hero. We had misjudged Fong Yun. He was not a flop, but rather the hero of Villa. Indeed, without Fong Yun, we would not have emerged victorious in this match. The perception of Fong Yun among Villa fans had completely transformed. At that moment, a reporter from The Guardian was the first to pose a question before the match. Did you anticipate performing this well? To be candid, prior to the match, hearing the home fans mock and deride me did cause some irritation. It was disheartening to be labeled a flop without anyone having watched a single game of mine. However, I did not take this to heart. Nor did I blame the Villa fans, for they too may have been misled and influenced by some negative sentiments about me circulating online. Instead, I transformed their doubts and mockery into my motivation, resolutely determined to win this match and secure a triumphant debut for the team. I aim to silence those who scorn me, who deem me unworthy, and make them aware of who truly reigns here. Fong Yun's declaration was both commanding and elegant. He chose not to blame the Villa supporters, understanding that their sardonic remarks were, in fact, a reflection of their affection for the team. This group of football enthusiasts is, at their core, quite sincere. As long as I perform well and lead the team to victory, they will inevitably regard me as one of their own. The Villa fans watching the live broadcast were moved to tears upon hearing Fong Yun's words. From this moment on, you are forever a child of Villa. We shall no longer hold you accountable. What a remarkable young man he is, only 17 years old. We truly ought not to treat him so harshly. Not only has he refrained from blaming us, but he also exerts himself tirelessly on the pitch, attacking with fervor and defending with equal tenacity. My heart breaks. The reporters seemed equally touched and continued to inquire, what led you to choose Aston Villa? I have heard that your recent experiences have been quite tumultuous. To be honest, I never expected to join Aston Villa. My first choice was Manchester City, but they did not select me. I then trialed with Manchester United, only to be dismissed with a mere €50 for a taxi fare. I thought I would be without a team, but Aston Villa's chairman, Randy, personally came to Manchester to seek me out, inviting me to join Villa. At that moment, I was at a low point. The online discourse was rife with criticism, particularly in Huaxia. Thus, I am immensely grateful to Chairman Villa for bringing me to the club. In that instant, I vowed to bring an English Premier League championship to Villa. I shall not depart until I achieve this promise to myself. As he spoke with deep emotion, tears welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chairman Randy watched the broadcast, shedding tears once more. This was the third time. At this moment, two individuals of vastly different statuses found a profound resonance. Chapter 23. Post-match interview. New aspirations. The reporter continued. What are the team's objectives for the new season? At this, Coach Robert cleared his throat softly. This question, I believe, Fong Yun can address. Concerned that Fong Yun might misstep, Coach Robert signaled his intention to respond himself. Well, as you know, last season we narrowly avoided relegation, and with several key players having departed during the off-season, the team faces considerable pressure. Therefore, our primary goal for the new season is to ensure survival in the Premier League, to establish a solid footing before contemplating longer-term aspirations. Before he could finish, Fong Yun interjected. No, our objective is to secure a top-4 finish and strive to qualify for the Champions League. The proclamation from Fong Yun sparked quite a stir. Is Fong Yun's assertion credible? It seems rather unrealistic, doesn't it? Indeed, it's rather audacious. Just last season, they were teetering on the brink of relegation. And now they aspire for a top-4 finish? Such aspirations appear fanciful at best. In my view, it reflects youthful exuberance, an unseasoned perspective that has yet to endure the harsh realities imposed by elite teams. After a few more matches, he may temper his expectations, the journalists speculated, casting doubt upon Fong Yun's statements. Yet, deep down, Fong Yun genuinely harbored these beliefs. His growth trajectory could be described as astonishingly rapid, bolstered by the presence of the extraordinary winger, Salah. There is little that seems unattainable. Leicester City achieved promotion this season and clinched the championship in their second year, executing a remarkable leap. If Leicester, devoid of any enhancements, could accomplish this, then why not Fong Yun, equipped with a systematic approach? To be frank, Fong Yun's aspirations were still somewhat conservative. Provided no significant internal issues arise, contending for the championship this season does not seem implausible. Head coach Robert was momentarily taken aback by Fong Yun's declaration, but then reconsidered. Indeed, what does last season's struggle for relegation matter? With the arrival of the promising talents Fong Yun and Salah, the team has undergone a renaissance. Furthermore, they had just triumphed over the formidable Manchester United. What else could be deemed impossible? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Robert felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. The Villa fans, witnessing this live, were electrified by his words. Let us secure a top-4 finish. Advance to the Champions League. We shall embody the spirit of the elite. Even the players of Aston Villa were invigorated by the sentiment. Damn it, let's show them. Who says a relegation team cannot vie for the top 4? Miracles are meant to be forged. Salah exclaimed passionately. Robert promptly altered his rhetoric, stating, yes, although we were a relegation team last season, this year, we shall ignite a youthful storm and penetrate the Champions League zone. This season, no one shall wish to face us. The fans and players alike were exceptionally exhilarated that night. A new objective had emerged, the goal of reaching the Champions League. This ambition was once beyond their wildest dreams, something they hardly felt entitled to aspire towards. Yet, all of this transformation stemmed from the arrival of one man, Fong Yun. Chairman Randy also made a decisive move today, doubling the bonuses for achieving a top-4 finish to motivate the team. Randy perceived boundless hope and potential within this youthful squad. The following day, as anticipated, major media outlets reported extensively on the previous day's dramatic encounter, Birmingham earthquake. Aston Villa stages a home comeback to defeat Manchester United. 17-year-old Chinese prodigy shines at Villa Park, captivating fans. Shock. Manchester United succumbs to a last-minute defeat by a relegation team. The team from Huaxia, valued at €50 million, remarkably scored 3 goals, with 1 goal and 2 assists, leading the team to a stunning comeback against Manchester United, igniting excitement throughout the stadium. The newly promoted squad, which barely avoided relegation last season, surprisingly set their sights on a top-4 finish this year. The 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia shone brilliantly across England, shattering doubts and winning over fans. A new monarch has ascended the ranks at Villa, hailing from Huaxia and valued at €50 million. Is it confidence or arrogance? The 17-year-old player boldly declared his ambition to aim for a top-4 finish this season. The fan forum erupted with comments. When did players from Huaxia become this formidable? It's astonishing. In his Premier League debut, he scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists. It's simply extraordinary. I watched the highlights, and his tackles and anticipation were phenomenal. I can't believe Huaxia has such talent. Moreover, he is the very player whom Manchester United hastily let go for €50 million, only to be decisively outperformed immediately after by Fong Yun. Presumably, Fong Yun was harboring a fierce determination, saying to himself, "You looked down on me, didn't you? You mocked me, didn't you? Today, I shall turn the tables on you right here at home." This can certainly be seen as a form of poetic justice against his former club, enhancing the drama of the match. After the game, Manchester United fans were left speechless, humiliated by a comeback from a relegation-threatened team. I felt embarrassed to admit I was a Manchester United supporter. At that moment, a Manchester United fan retorted, "The season has just begun. Why the hurry? We let you have those 3 points, fearing you might be relegated." Manchester United does not slay nameless foes. Indeed, Manchester United is known for their slow starts. As the season progresses, they grow stronger. Once the players find their rhythm, you will see what we can do. Just wait until we face you at home next time. Yet, we did win. The player we recently acquired from you, Ashley, was completely outclassed by a 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia, which left Villa fans in stitches. The comments section for Huaxiao exploded with excitement. Fong Yun was incredible. Previously, critics questioned whether Fong Yun could break through defenses or make passes. Now, those who said Manchester United would lose are eating their words. Others were frantically tagging Wang Chuqing. Wang Chuqing, unable to escape the scrutiny, had to face the music during his live broadcast that evening. I never anticipated such a dramatic conclusion. Although Fong Yun performed exceptionally well in this match, I maintain my stance. Let us see how things unfold. One match cannot reveal everything, Wang Chuqing resolutely stated. Haha. Aside from being soft elsewhere, he sure has a hard mouth. I used to be a Manchester United fan, but I have decided to switch allegiance to Villa. I'm a decade-long supporter, arriving uninvited. Let us not stray off topic, but I must admit, Fong Yun is indeed impressive. I truly don't understand how Manchester United could let him go for such a low price. At this moment, a video of the Manchester United coach conducting an interview was released. Following the match, Manchester United had prohibited live interviews. Given Fong Yun's outstanding performance, why was his trial suddenly cancelled? Do you regret this decision now? A reporter inquired. The head coach, Moyes, immediately became incensed. Fong Yun indeed performed admirably tonight. However, I believe the crux of the issue lies in our players being out of form, resulting in frequent mistakes. What is your perspective on Ashley's performance this evening? There are reports suggesting that it was only after Ashley's arrival that Fong Yun's trial was cancelled. The Manchester United management appears to hold Ashley in higher regard than Fong Yun. Yet, how is it that tonight Ashley was thoroughly outmatched by the 17-year-old newcomer to the Premier League, Fong Yun? Moyes took a deep breath, clearly reluctant to address the question. He felt a sense of frustration, knowing that it was the assistant coach who had extended the trial invitation to Fong Yun. And it was also the assistant coach who failed to cancel it, leading to this misunderstanding. Furthermore, Ashley, who could not even hold his ground against a fledgling player, left Moyes bewildered. It felt as though he was being played, yet he had no evidence to support his suspicions. He could only bear the burden alone. Chapter 24, Golden Legend, Epic Enhancement. Moyes' impatience was almost palpable. Nonetheless, as this was an interview, it would not be prudent to outright refuse to answer. After a moment of contemplation, Moyes responded, "I believe Ashley's performance was commendable. He has just joined Manchester United and has yet to acclimatize to the overall rhythm. With more time to integrate, I am confident he will excel." Moyes' answer was rather conventional. A head coach in a public setting cannot afford to speak ill of his players. Otherwise, the players may harbor resentment, and the fans would surely be displeased. Indeed, one significant responsibility of a coach is to shield players from criticism. After all, a coach can be replaced. But the decisive factor in a match ultimately lies with the players themselves. However, Manchester United fans were incensed upon viewing the interview, flooding emails with their ire. "I cannot fathom your blindness. You could have joined Manchester United but chose to insult others for a mere €50. It is truly disgraceful, Manchester United management. You are leading the club to ruin with your amateurish oversight. Since Ferguson departed, there has not been a competent coach in sight. And the chairman? I cannot comprehend the operations. Acquiring Ashley, who is inferior even to a €50 player, is laughable." Chairman Glazer's inbox was nearing capacity, inundated with complaints that disrupted his normal life. Once the interview concluded, the head coach and assistant coach were summoned post-haste. What on earth transpired? How did this rumor emerge that we dismissed the formidable Huaxia prodigy Fong Yun for a mere €50? Why was the trial abruptly cancelled? Can anyone provide me with an explanation? The assistant coach promptly stepped forward, stating, "This is my fault. Here's what happened. I happened to watch the match between Manchester City and Huaxia, and I found Fang Yun to be quite promising. So I extended a trial invitation to him. The head coach, Moyes, concurred. However, when Ashley arrived, Moyes felt there was no need for the trial. Given that the midfield was not lacking in personnel, but I neglected to cancel it. The oversight is entirely mine. Moyes then added, I acknowledge the situation as well. I believe the previous match was merely an anomaly. Fang Yun's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Ashley, having just joined the team, is evidently still acclimating. Once he becomes accustomed, I am confident he will thrive. Chairman Glazer expressed his frustration, hoping such an unforeseen occurrence would not repeat itself. For the consequences of such an event are well understood. Just look at the number of emails I receive. If you lead the team to victory, I will find it effortless, and so shall you. With that, Glazer dismissed them. After a day of training, Fang Yun returned home. With an exceedingly important task awaiting him, the system settlement. Ding. Side quest completed. Lead the team to a comeback against Manchester United. Free attribute points 10. Reward. Belgian star player chest 1 ding. Personal evaluation for this match. Triggered additional reward. Stamina potion 1. Stamina potion. Instantly restores full stamina. This is indeed a valuable item. Utilizing the stamina potion in the second half would exponentially amplify my advantage. With my unparalleled spatial awareness, I could maneuver effortlessly. Stamina is the cornerstone of all technique. Without it, even running becomes a challenge, leaving one unable to compete, not even against players in the Chinese Super League. Those who have experienced it know that a player with only 50 stamina is likely to be overwhelmed by the opposing team, regardless of their star status. As the legendary boxer Ali once stated, the key to winning a match lies in having just a bit more stamina and willpower than your opponent in the final minute. The World Cup match where Belgium staged a comeback against Japan exemplified this. In the last minute, the Japanese players were exhausted, while Belgium countered with 5 players in the attack against Japan's 3. That illustrates the disparity. Thus, stamina is of utmost importance. Had I used the stamina potion in the last match, Manchester United would have certainly conceded more goals. With the stamina potion in hand, Fang Yun decided against allocating further attribute points to stamina. He opened the Belgian star player chest, commanding it with a firm voice. Suddenly, a flash appeared before him, revealing a selection of player chests of varying qualities. Lukaku's long-range shot module, 2 chance of drawing. Courtois penalty save module, 1 chance of drawing. Hazard's silky dribbling module, 1 chance of drawing. Upon seeing these treasures, Fang Yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could Lukaku's skill module be so trivial? The probability of drawing it was higher than that of the others. A most disheartening revelation. Suddenly, a brilliant flash illuminated the scene, showcasing a moment from a match. A player, after receiving a pass from a teammate, gently nudged the ball with his right foot, subtly shifting his body to deftly evade the closely shadowing defender. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly planted his left foot on the ball, leaning back slightly to gather strength. In an instant, his left foot unleashed a powerful strike, sending the ball like a white lightning bolt through the narrow gap between 2 defenders. The speed was breathtaking, as the ball was precisely directed towards the forward, making a rapid advance. The forward, without breaking stride, struck the ball directly into the net, scoring a goal. Ding! Congratulations! The host has unlocked the Belgian star player treasure chest. Reward: world-class midfield maestro Kevin De Bruyne's surgical pass module. Surgical pass significantly enhances the power and accuracy of short passes and through balls. As a midfield maestro, one cannot be without the ability to deliver a penetrating pass that slices through defenses. Short pass, 50 to 80. Oh my, what a terrifying enhancement. The short pass capability has surged from 50 to 80. Furthermore, the key distinction between short passes, through balls, and long passes lies in the former's remarkable concealment. They can be delivered unnoticed, leaving the opposition utterly unprepared. Possessing a precise through ball during a counterattack is immensely formidable, capable of piercing through defenses with a single touch, unlike long passes which provide ample time for the opponent to regroup. Additionally, if one possesses both exceptional long and short passing abilities, the threat level escalates significantly, as the opponents remain uncertain of one's next move, allowing for greater strategic diversity. With 10 customizable attribute points remaining, Fang Yun considered investing them in short passing. However, the system indicated that enhancement was not possible. Note, the attribute value of 80 is a threshold and cannot be increased through attribute points. To surpass this upper limit, one must utilize the corresponding star player module. This realization struck him. The difference between an attribute value of 50 to 80 and that of 80 to 90 is fundamentally distinct. The difficulty of advancing from 80 to 90 is far greater than that of progressing from 50 to 80, much like the challenges faced in examinations. Fang Yun understood that 80 serves as the dividing line between star players and non-star players. Through custom attributes and regular training, one can attain a maximum of 80. But to break through that barrier, star player modules are essential. Moreover, it appeared that task rewards were variable, adjusting based on performance in matches. Thus, every game must be approached with utmost seriousness. One must always present their best form. Chapter 25. Post-match review. A disturbing reflection. Fang Yun activated the system data panel. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fang Yun. Age, 17. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Long pass, 80. Short pass, 80. Ball control, 50. Vision, 100. Defensive positioning, 100. Stamina, 70. Tackling, 60. Strength, 50. Balance, 50. Explosiveness, 50. Speed, 55. Heading, 50. Set pieces, 80. Long shot, 50. 100. Club, Aston Villa. Abilities, Hot Zone Imaging Module. Guaranteed Long Shot Card, De Bruyne's Precision Pass Module, Valencia's Long Pass Module, Beckham's Curved Free Kick Module. Evaluation, some progress. Yet still lacking. Fang Yun gazed upon his data panel and felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Despite his athletic prowess being somewhat lacking, his passing skills were maximized, and both his defensive positioning and vision were at their peak. Among midfielders, he could be considered above average. Contemplating where to allocate his attribute points, he noted that stamina could be bolstered with stamina potions, alleviating his current concerns. Fang Yun found himself torn between enhancing his ball control and strength. Both attributes were crucial for a midfielder. Ball control ensured possession, while strength provided an edge in physical confrontations. After much deliberation, Fang Yun ultimately opted to enhance his strength. No matter how proficient one is in ball control, if they falter in physical contests, an opponent's challenge could easily dispossess them. Strength forms the foundation for effective ball control. Although Messi may not appear particularly robust, he excels in physical duels. His balance is remarkable, and he stands his ground against towering center-backs with ease. Moreover, the Premier League fosters a competitive environment. The reason behind Haaland's formidable prowess lies in his exceptional strength. Once he accelerates, he is virtually unstoppable, even overpowering Ruben Dias. A notable moment occurred when a defender attempted to tackle Haaland, only to sustain an injury and be carried off the field, adding dramatic flair to the match. Fang Yun decided to allocate 10 attribute points to strength. Strength, 50 to 60. Though his strength now stands at a mere 60, it is sufficient for the time being, placing him at the average threshold for professional athletes. Fang Yun felt a sudden surge of muscle development, with his physique becoming more defined. Brimming with confidence, he eagerly anticipated the commencement of the next match. On this day, a video was released by the football master known as Number 16. Titled, A Midfield Genius Emerges from Huaxia? The analysis of the 17-year-old Huaxia prodigy, Fang Yun, quickly ascended to the trending section upon the release of the video, amassing over 1 million views on its very first day. The video commences with an exhilarating highlight reel featuring Fang Yun, showcasing his extraordinary moments on the pitch. The initial scene captures Fang Yun delivering a spectacular long-range goal that seals a victory against Manchester United. This is followed by a sequence where he intercepts the ball, initiates a counterattack, and assists Sulla in scoring. The final highlight in this compilation illustrates Fang Yun's interception and subsequent assist to Benik. While these 3 moments encapsulate Fang Yun's performance in the match, they scarcely convey his true worth throughout the game. To truly comprehend a player's impact, one must examine their decisions and performances over the entirety of the match, particularly those preceding a goal. Firstly, during Aston Villa's opening goal, Fang Yun consistently positioned himself defensively in midfield. The instant the opposing team delivered a cross, he swiftly deduced that Rooney was likely to seize the first touch, thus opting not to chase after the ball's landing spot immediately. Instead, he turned to observe the positioning of Manchester United players and noticed Carrick making a forward run. Fang Yun skillfully anticipated that Rooney might lay the ball back to Carrick, at which point he accelerated towards the passing lane between Rooney and Carrick. Ultimately, he succeeded in intercepting the ball just before Carrick could make contact, executing a brilliant tackle. The audience was astounded by the intricacies of his thought process, as they noted. Did he really consider all these details? Observing the situation before acting is a hallmark of exceptional midfielders. Many would instinctively rush to claim the first touch, only to be outmaneuvered by Rooney, leading to a potential goal from Carrick. But that was not the end. Following the interception, Fong Yun exhibited no hesitation, launching a powerful ball to the right flank with remarkable finesse. This pass, seemingly effortless, bore resemblance to a long-range version of the bending moonshot, executed without a running start, an exemplar of pure technical skill. Such precision distinguishes elite midfield maestros from their more commonplace counterparts, rendering Aston Villa's subsequent free kick a significant threat. Moreover, it was evident that Fong Yun anticipated his teammates' run towards the right flank. He and Sulla had developed a strong synergy through their training sessions. Had he paused to survey the field before passing, the opportunity would have been lost, as Carrick was a mere 2 meters away and could have effectively blocked the pass. As for the second goal, a similar scenario unfolded. This time, Fong Yun accurately assessed that the first touch would be challenging to contest. With the opposing players not making forward runs, he capitalized on the available space, positioning himself strategically. Fortune favored him in this instance. Yet he maintained absolute control over the situation. Consequently, his likelihood of claiming the second ball increased significantly. Upon securing the second ball, Fong Yun took the time to survey the field, recognizing that the surrounding defenders were unable to close him down in time, thus granting him ample opportunity to gauge his teammates' movements. Rather than opting for a pass to Sulla on the right flank, he decisively chose to deliver a ball to the center, targeting the space behind Manchester United's centre-back, Vidic. This long pass was executed with intention and precision. Due to the right-back's proximity to Sulla, even if Sulla were to receive a long pass, his position would still be unfavorable. However, at that moment, the positioning of Manchester United's central defenders was dispersed, and their speed was considerably slower compared to the forward Bentic. Consequently, the ball was passed to Bentic. Yet despite their advancing years and diminished speed, the two central defenders possessed a wealth of experience. Vidic pursued Bentic while Ferdinand retreated to defend, thus slowing down Bentic's offensive momentum. Bentic had no alternative but to pass laterally to the advancing Sulla. Yet, the narrative does not conclude here. Sulla chose not to cross the ball. He had ample space because he was aware that Fong Yun would also be joining the attack, and despite his reduced speed, Fong Yun exhibited remarkable stamina and enthusiasm, running from the backfield to the front rather than remaining static after the long pass. Upon receiving the ball, Fong Yun delivered a precise cross, assisting Bentic in scoring. Had Fong Yun not made that run, this offensive play might have faltered, showcasing the formidable attributes of this player. His reliability was exceptional, and his proactive approach in both defense and offense was commendable. One might exclaim in astonishment at Fong Yun's extensive contributions without such observations. One might overlook the meticulous details of his play. After executing a long pass, he single-handedly sprinted from the backfield to the front to assist his teammate in scoring. This is no mere midfielder. He embodies the essence of a player who excels across all facets of the game, contributing to both offensive and defensive duties, including shooting, defending, intercepting, and executing long passes. Truly a versatile maestro. The audience was equally captivated by Fong Yun's myriad of detailed contributions. Chapter 26. A grand showdown against Manchester City. 2 days later, Aston Villa hosted Southampton. Compared to their previous match against Manchester United, Southampton appeared considerably weaker. Last season they, like Aston Villa, hovered precariously close to relegation. By halftime, the match had lost its suspense. In the first half, Fong Yun assisted in achieving a hat-trick. Sulla scored 1 goal, and Bentic netted 2. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Fong Yun delivered a cross from the flanks, once again assisting Bentic with a header. The score escalated to 3-0. By the 70th minute, Fong Yun unleashed a long-range shot, bringing the score to 4-0. He was subsequently substituted off the field. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Naturally, such matches ought to prioritize player protection, especially when the outcome seems assured. In this match, Fong Yun played for 70 minutes, recording 1 goal and 3 assists. Aston Villa had secured 2 consecutive victories, temporarily sitting atop the league table. Fong Yun also ascended to the pinnacle of the assist leaderboard with 2 goals and 5 assists. Upon returning to his rented accommodation that evening, he received a reward for his performance in the match, 5 customizable attribute points. Without hesitation, Fong Yun allocated these points to his stamina. Through this period of competitive training, He had observed slight improvements across all his attributes. Evidently, consistent training bore fruitful results. In this match, the personal evaluation reveals a hidden reward, a clearance card. The clearance card, once used, guarantees that the ball will be cleared away, albeit it is consumed upon usage. This is indeed a remarkable asset. Although it is limited to a single use, if applied judiciously, it can dramatically alter the course of events, allowing one to thwart threatening plays. It is prudent to conserve these experience cards for critical moments, for each utilization diminishes their availability, and the next opportunity remains uncertain. Furthermore, Fang Yun discovered through the system that employing the experience card enhances relevant attributes, which is quite beneficial. However, performing well post-match triggers hidden rewards, providing additional experience cards and attribute boosts. This implies that consistent excellence in matches can yield significant enhancements, creating a virtuous cycle. Consequently, maintaining robust physical fitness and attendance becomes paramount. Absence from matches naturally precludes any rewards. Competing against weaker teams yields limited rewards, merely attribute points. Only by facing formidable opponents can one hope to acquire skill cards, particularly from teams like Manchester United or Manchester City. This is merely within the Premier League. Envisioning a match against Real Madrid or Barcelona sparks excitement at the prospect of potentially acquiring skills akin to those of Ronaldo and Messi. It is not implausible to engage with relegation-threatened teams in the Premier League, as qualifying for the top for this season could open the door to the Champions League next season, presenting opportunities to contend with elite teams from other leagues. Suddenly, Fang Yun's phone buzzed, revealing a call from Uncle Sunday. Despite being in China, he remains deeply invested in Fang Yun's circumstances. After exchanging pleasantries, Uncle Sun commended Fang Yun's recent performances. "You've been playing exceptionally well, bringing pride to our Chinese players. There's a long road ahead, and I appreciate your unwavering support." Fang Yun recognized that without Uncle Sun advocating for the opportunity to play a friendly match against Manchester City, he might not have attracted Aston Villa's attention. "I know you're looking for an agent. I've found a few reputable ones in Europe and sent their contacts to your phone. They may attend your matches soon, and if you perform well, there's a chance they might sign you. By the way, Fang Yun, there's another favor I'd like to ask. My niece, Sun Xiaomin, is heading to Birmingham for her studies. Could you look after her? She is a huge football fan and adores you. After watching your last 2 matches, she has been quite enamored." "Of course, Uncle Sun," Fang Yun replied, amused yet touched by the trust placed in him. After hanging up, he reflected on Uncle Sun's faith in him, entrusting his niece to his care. He then glanced at the details of the agents Uncle Sun had sent, some of which immediately caught his interest. At the forefront stands Raiola, the notorious vampire of the football world, an unscrupulous businessman without equal. He prioritizes profit above all else, relegating the professional development of players to a secondary concern, a stance that has drawn considerable criticism. Drawing from the information of a previous life, Fang Yun connected with several agents he found relatively amiable. 10 minutes later, a friend request arrived. It was none other than his Uncle Sun's niece, Sun Xiaomin. Without delay, Sun Xiaomin initiated a video call. "Brother Fang Yun, do you remember me? You used to take me crab catching when we were young." The two quickly fell into conversation. After over an hour, she said, "Let us leave it at that for now. When you arrive in Birmingham, I'll come to pick you up." Having completed his tasks, Fang Yun was finally able to rest. The following day, the English media erupted with headlines. 2 matches, 5 assists. Is another genius emerging? Chinese young talent shatters stereotypes. Leading a relegation team to 2 consecutive victories, Aston Villa easily overcomes Southampton. Fang Yun maintains fiery form. Aston Villa had undoubtedly become a dark horse this season, garnering immense attention. 5 days later, Aston Villa faced Manchester City away. As last season's champions, Manchester City's strength was unquestionable. Many were skeptical of Villa's chances, believing their winning streak would be halted by City. The official commentary from the Premier League also leaned towards Manchester City, given their formidable lineup, which included the club's all-time top scorer Aguero and the powerful English midfielder Lampard, alongside the defensive stalwart Kompany. Official statistics revealed that Manchester City had a support rate of 97, while Aston Villa only had 3, a figure that included a portion of support from Chinese fans. It was evidently a lopsided match. City's historical win rate against relegation teams stood above 90. The consensus was that there was little suspense, and Manchester City was likely to secure victory, as stated by the official Premier League commentary. This time, the commentary booth invited Henry, who expressed his support for Aston Villa. I actually favor Aston Villa. This season, they have presented a refreshing image. Since Fong Yun's arrival, they have achieved 2 consecutive victories and are in high spirits. I believe they have a chance to defeat Manchester City. The Chinese commentary team also began their discussion. Zhang Lu inquired of Zhang Jun, "What are your thoughts on this match?" Zhang Jun replied, "On paper, Manchester City is undoubtedly the stronger side in terms of experience and ability. However, I do believe Aston Villa is not without opportunities. Fong Yun has the potential to bring miracles to the team, and his performance is crucial for Aston Villa." Chapter 27. What constitutes genius? Breaking the doubts. And what do you think the outcome of this match will be? Zhang Jun asked. I believe that on paper, Manchester City holds a slight edge. In terms of value, honors, and experience, Aston Villa is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, there exists a profound truth in the Premier League. There are no weak teams. Football is unpredictable, and anything can occur, particularly for relegation-threatened teams, whose energy in times of crisis can be boundless. Moreover, we have the prodigious 17-year-old midfielder Fong Yun from our homeland, who excelled in the recent match against Manchester United, contributing to 3 goals and leading his team to a miraculous comeback. Coach Zhang Lu offered an objective analysis. The fans from Huaxia found great comfort in the commentary of Zhang Jun and Coach Zhang, appreciating the neutrality. Indeed, this is what neutrality means. Although Coach Zhang mentioned that Aston Villa is a challenging opponent, with Fong Yun on the pitch, anything is possible. Yes, let us believe in Fong Yun and Aston Villa. At this moment, the Premier League commentator remarked, Fong Yun's remarkable performance in the previous match against Manchester United earned him the title of a genius player. What are your thoughts on this? Haha. Many players have been labeled as geniuses, yet most fade away, and the instances of genius turning into mediocrity are countless. Furthermore, Fong Yun has only showcased his talent in a single match, thus cannot be deemed a genius. Such statements ignited considerable controversy. The commentator appeared envious. Does his impressive debut in the Premier League, leading a relegation-threatened team to overturn Manchester United, not suffice to affirm Fong Yun's genius? Aston Villa fans expressed their discontent. Is this truly what we call genius? Who doesn't he enjoy a dumpling during the new year? This match will surely bring the so-called Huaxia lad Fong Yun back to reality, retorted a Manchester City fan. Lu Qinru, a student about to graduate from a domestic media university, has been contracted as a commentator for the Football Genius segment. She arrived at the Etihad Stadium. Are you saying that this astonishing young talent from Huaxia is only 17 years old? I must observe closely. In England, particularly within the Premier League, it is exceedingly rare for a 17-year-old Huaxia player to be directly involved in 3 goals and lead a comeback against Manchester United. Fong Yun has long been in the limelight domestically, initially due to conflicts with the Ningxu club, and his participation in a youth training match in collaboration with Manchester City caught the attention of scouts. Subsequently, after an unpleasant incident involving Manchester City and Manchester United, he joined Aston Villa. The situation with Fong Yun and the Ningxu club became quite significant, and the club is currently under investigation. Oh, what a splendid talent from Huaxia, remarked the assistant. Currently, the most popular thread on Hupu Sports pertains to Fong Yun, the assistant added. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinru could not help but feel a sense of lament. Alas, how many more geniuses must remain buried within the national team? Meanwhile, the English media continues to sensationalize the story. They are never concerned with who is a genius or whether he truly is one. What the media cares about most is traffic. They enjoy elevating individuals to godlike status, only to subsequently cast them down, a formula that never fails. Fans relish this drama, for it generates excitement and draws attention. The football world is replete with talents who have experienced sharp rises only to face drastic declines. Among the more notable figures is Boyong, who entered the La Masia Youth Academy at the tender age of 7. During his time in youth training, he shattered numerous records previously held by Messi, earning media accolades as the next Messi. However, the anticipated outcome was rather predictable. He did not ascend to become the next Messi, but rather fell into the ranks of countless others who never quite made it. Similarly, there was the forward Adriano, whose physical prowess, speed, explosiveness, shooting ability, and positioning were all strikingly reminiscent of Ronaldo's capabilities, earning him the title of the next Ronaldo. Unfortunately, following the death of his father, he succumbed to a downward spiral, becoming ensnared in alcoholism, which severely affected his performance, leading to an early retirement and relegating him to the multitude of Ronaldo-less players. Yet, There are also several individuals who, despite initial skepticism from the majority, have steadily carved their paths and emerged as world-class players. For instance, Sulla began his journey at the age of 20 in Switzerland, gradually making his way to the Premier League, where he firmly established himself as a star. Hence, labels and transient performances are of little consequence. What truly matters is the consistency of performance and the ability to deliver exceptional play over time. Why are Messi and Ronaldo deemed the only two world-class players of the modern era? In their prime, figures like Ronaldinho and Ronaldo Nazario, as well as Bale at his peak, were not inferior to Messi or Ronaldo. However, it is the longevity of Messi and Ronaldo as prime that sets them apart, as they almost exclusively dominated the Ballon d'Or for nearly 2 decades. The competition for the award during their tenure in the top 5 leagues was extraordinarily fierce. Subsequently, many have engaged in debates regarding whether Real Madrid's defender Ramos or Liverpool's defender Van Dijk is superior. Undoubtedly, Van Dijk was formidable at his peak, yet that brilliance was confined to a single year. When considering their entire careers, Ramos's performance has proven to be consistently stable, accompanied by a plethora of accolades. Thus, Fong Yun remains unconcerned with the conventional notions of talent. His sole focus is on excelling in every match. On the sidelines, Manchester City's coach Mancini, with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuded an aura of confidence, appearing assured of victory. Aston Villa's coach Robert was equally poised, ready for the impending clash. The match for the second round of the Premier League in the 2012-2013 season between Manchester United and Aston Villa is officially underway. Ding. Side quest activated. Defy the doubts surrounding genius. What constitutes genius? Genius is not a fleeting phenomenon, nor is it merely an extraordinary performance in a single match. It is the unwavering ability to shine brightly in every game. Use this match to silence all doubts. You are undeniably the genius, Fong Yun. Quest reward. Free attribute points 10, Manchester City Start Treasure Chest. Hush. The referee has blown the whistle to commence the match. Manchester City has adopted a 4-3-3 formation, which is, in principle, the most balanced setup. It allows for breakthroughs on the flanks as well as penetrating plays through the center. According to Fong Yun's recollections, Manchester City's most frequently employed tactic this season is short passing and penetration, emphasizing ball control and central infiltration. It bears a semblance to Guardiola's philosophy, yet it is not entirely reliant on possession. The tactical approach of Aston Villa is decidedly clear, employing a formation of 5 defenders in a defensive posture. The core responsibilities of both offense and defense have been entrusted to Fong Yun. In defense, he serves as the fulcrum, firmly positioned and ever ready to provide assistance. In terms of offense, he acts as the primary initiator for transitions. During the initial phase of the match, Manchester City displayed a vigorous offensive intent, seemingly motivated by their home advantage, eager to establish an early lead. Their immediate counterpressing after conceding a goal left Fong Yun with scant opportunities for counterattacks. Moreover, Manchester City's defenders demonstrated an adeptness at orchestrating offside traps, successfully neutralizing 2 long passes and rendering the situation particularly challenging for Aston Villa. Chapter 28. A penetrating offensive. Breathtaking in its intensity, Manchester City's forward, Aguero, who netted 23 goals last season, ranked 4th on the scoring charts, showcasing formidable firepower. The style of play employed by Manchester City is distinctly unique within the entire Premier League. They boast an abundance of technically proficient players, which facilitates their possession-based approach. It is not uncommon for Manchester City to maintain a ball possession rate exceeding 70 throughout a match, with goal tallies often reaching an exaggerated disparity of 20-something to a mere few. The reason is straightforward. The opposition rarely touches the ball. If one cannot gain possession, how can they mount an offense or score? Thus, it is frequently observed that once Manchester City secures a lead, they engage in relentless passing, rendering their opponents helpless, frantically chasing shadows, ultimately succumbing to Manchester City's control. Last season, Manchester City's encounters with other top-tier teams presented a more balanced contest. Yet their championship triumph stemmed from their overwhelming dominance against weaker teams, consistently securing points with a minimal risk of unexpected losses. Conversely, Manchester United operates under a different tactical paradigm, primarily employing high pressing and long passes, favoring a more aggressive exchange with their opponents, resulting in evenly matched offensive opportunities. Weaker teams often manage to snatch a goal here and there, but Manchester City provides no such chances. In a typical match, Manchester City creates upwards of 20 attacking opportunities while their adversaries may only muster one or two, leaving them with little recourse. At this juncture, Aston Villa finds itself in a precarious position. The ostensibly solid five-defender formation is beginning to falter, with visible cracks appearing in their defensive shell. The left back has been persistently breached by Dzeko, struggling to keep pace. Consequently, Fong Yun is compelled to assist left back Wilkinson in defense. Wilkinson's performance has been rather amateurish. It was indeed his side that conceded a goal in the previous match, leaving one exasperated. Fong Yun finds himself obliged to cover, yet this only leaves the center vulnerable, paving the way for inevitable goals against them. The opening phase of a match typically represents the period of peak physical stamina for players. Many weaker teams adopt an aggressive approach against stronger opponents, pressing forward fiercely at the outset and retreating into a defensive shell after scoring. Robert contemplated this tactic but promptly dismissed it, recognizing Manchester City's expertise in countering such strategies, as they are unafraid to engage in a shootout. From the outset, Manchester City's play is marked by ferocity, particularly on the flanks. On the left flank, David Silva and his teammates executed a seamless infiltration, compelling Aston Villa players to engage in defensive cooperation. Subsequently, a long pass was directed to the weaker right side, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Dzeko. Wilkinson, not particularly adept in individual defensive skills and possessing average speed, found himself vulnerable to Dzeko's prowess. During this period, Manchester City employed every tactic at their disposal: central penetration, lateral incursions, and cross runs, exhaustively utilizing their strategic repertoire. Their urgency in regaining possession post-defeat was palpable once the ball was lost. All players within a 10-meter radius rushed to reclaim it. Such a style of play, while advantageous, bore its drawbacks. If they succeeded in regaining possession and took the lead, their advantage would be magnified. Conversely, if they failed to retrieve the ball, it would result in considerable physical exertion for the Manchester City players, who were required to engage in more movement and passing, while the defending side merely needed to maintain their positions and block passing and shooting lanes. Moreover, Aston Villa's five-back formation allowed for minimal direct distances between players, facilitating easier defensive support and reducing energy expenditure. However, after 20 minutes of play, the shot count stood at 6-0 in favor of Manchester City, with corner kicks at 2-0. Aston Villa had yet to muster a single counterattack. Forward Bentique was thoroughly contained by City's central defender Kompany. "You still have much to learn," Kompany seemed to convey to Bentique. The latter, devoid of any retort, found his speed advantages nullified in the face of Kompany's imposing physique and positional defense, struggling to initiate any acceleration. By the time he could muster speed, he was already offside. Aston Villa fans, watching their team being dominated by Manchester City, were filled with trepidation. At this rate, no amount of defensive players, be it 5, 6, or even 10, would suffice. There were no opportunities arising, and Fong Yun was similarly constrained. Any thoughts of long passes were thwarted, and the quality of those few long balls was subpar. Moreover, no one was able to retain possession, having been dispossessed countless times. Once again pressed into submission, the team seemed to retreat into a shell, reminiscent of a lion awakening from slumber only to fall back into hibernation. Liu Qinru could only sigh in resignation. Aston Villa's offense was completely stifled. Whenever Fong Yun received the ball, he was besieged by Manchester City players, effectively neutralized. "Welcome to the Premier League," Lampard remarked to Fong Yun. "You're still too green. Hone your skills for a few more years before returning. This place isn't suited for you." "Is that so? We shall see if you're still smiling later," Fong Yun calmly retorted. The live chat in the Huaxia streaming room was abuzz with comments. "I've said it before. Fong Yun is merely a system player. Once targeted, he's rendered ineffective." "System player?" I chuckled at the thought of a system player stepping onto the field against Manchester United and orchestrating a comeback of 3 goals. It was merely a lapse on Manchester United's part, not a reflection on Fong Yun. Observing this match, I noted how Lampard closely marked Fong Yun, causing him to become invisible. Is this not emblematic of a system player? I found it amusing. Those who bet on Aston Villa to pull off an upset can now ascend to the rooftop. There is no doubt that Aston Villa is destined for defeat, and a goal against them is imminent. Such a performance, being completely absent for the first 30 minutes, yet still hailed as a genius player. I cannot fathom the reasoning of those who blindly praise Fong Yun. It seems their judgment has become clouded. As the match reached the 32nd minute, Dzeko found himself in a one-on-one opportunity, with Fong Yun positioned at a distance to provide support. Should Zeko have chosen to break through, Fong Yun would have been quick to obstruct him. Instead, Zeko opted to pass to the overlapping right back, Zabaleta. Fong Yun immediately surged towards Zabaleta, intercepting his cross and clearing it away. The corner kick was awarded to Manchester City. It was once again Fong Yun who was at the heart of the action. If not for him, the outcome of that cross could have been unpredictable. Fong Yun was fervently engaged in defensive duties, evoking tears of admiration. He is both a father and a mother on the pitch, tirelessly assisting the team while also spearheading attacks. All while earning a meager salary. His commitment truly moves me to tears. Fong Yun sensed that the opposition intended to execute a powerful throw-in directed towards the center. He communicated with his teammates. Wilkinson would mark the right back Zabaleta, Agbonlahor would cover Zeko, and I would take the middle, getting closer to the center while leaving some space on the flanks. As expected, Manchester City's throw-in was launched directly into the center. Yaya Touré, leveraging his exceptional physical prowess, leaped high but chose not to shoot directly. Instead, he redirected the ball to the left. At that moment, Kompany was making a diagonal run to the left. What a turn of events. There was no defender on the left. The commentators were taken aback. Was a goal imminent? It was an excellent opportunity. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth like lightning. It was Fong Yun. He executed a sliding tackle, clearing the ball just before Kompany could seize it, an astonishing display. As the commentator exclaimed in excitement, the ball had yet to cross the goal line, allowing the Aston Villa centre-back to retrieve it. Aston Villa now had a chance to counterattack. Teammates passed the ball back to Fong Yun. Observing his teammates' movements, Sulla sprinted forward. Could it be yet another familiar connection between Sulla and Fong Yun? The commentator remarked. Sulla's speed was akin to that of a rocket. Fong Yun unleashed his skill, the crescent moon knife long pass. At that moment, Fong Yun's body tilted at a 45-degree angle to the ground as his right foot struck the lower half of the ball with vigor. The football soared through the air. Tracing a beautiful arc, Sulla received the ball, having outpaced Manchester City's left back. The left back of Manchester City pushed Sulla, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. It was a foul, unequivocally a foul, exclaimed Jean-Jun passionately. However, the referee deemed it a legitimate challenge, signaling no foul and refraining from blowing the whistle. The Aston Villa fans were incensed by this decision. How could this not warrant a yellow card? It could even merit a red card for pushing from behind, especially at such high speed. A blatant display of bias, indeed. A blatant display. Fong Yun also found the situation questionable, noting that fouls during counterattacks should typically be met with stricter scrutiny. Yet, in this instance, not only was the severity not escalated, but a decision of no foul was made. Generally, fouls during counterattacks begin with a yellow card, particularly when the opposing attacking player holds a positional advantage. The Aston Villa teammates immediately surrounded Zabaleta to argue the decision. At that moment, Manchester City's left-back Zabaleta mockingly remarked, "This is the nature of the Premier League, haha." Just a slight nudge, and he goes down, truly pathetic. Seeing Zabaleta's audacity and arrogance after committing a foul ignited a fire within the Aston Villa players. Bentic, true to his character, charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. Fong Yun felt a surge of anger. Yet he understood that escalating the conflict would only put the team at a disadvantage. He intervened, signaling to his teammates to assess Sulla's condition first. Sulla lay on the grass, groaning in pain. Fong Yun leaned down and inquired, "How are you?" "I'm all right, nothing serious, just a bit sore." Sulla managed to force a faint smile. Although Fong Yun was seething with rage, he recognized that anger would not resolve the issue. He contemplated how to turn the tide, ensuring the referee would have no chance to interfere. Head coach Robert was equally furious, lamenting the referee's interruption of a promising counterattack. Regardless of the outcome, a formal request would surely be made to the FA to scrutinize this referee after the match. After some reflection, Fong Yun gathered his teammates and declared, "Since the referee seems intent on targeting us, we shall deny him the opportunity. During counterattacks, we must enhance our movement and passing to eliminate their chances of fouling us. In defense, we must apply pressure. People tend to bully the weak. If we continuously yield, they will only push us further. Given the current leniency, let us see who can be more aggressive and resilient." A glimmer of determination and fierceness shone in Fong Yun's eyes. "Damn it, let's show them who's afraid of whom. Let's go for it." Fortunately, Sulla was not severely injured and could continue playing. The ball remained with Manchester City. Fong Yun resolved to unleash a long-range shot. Aiming for a triumphant start, prepared to confront Manchester City head-on. Who isn't he a bit of spirit? Who hasn't some blood in their veins? Fong Yun took the initiative to switch positions with left-back Wilkinson. If Wilkinson could not contain Deco, then it would be up to him. At this moment, Fong Yun exuded an aura that surpassed that of a mere captain. He embodied the essence of leadership itself. Fong Yun was tasked with marking Zeko. While Manchester City adhered to their familiar strategy of leveraging numerical superiority in localized areas to draw in defenders before shifting the play to the weaker side, Fong Yun communicated with his teammates, assuring them that he would handle the defensive responsibilities on the left flank alone. His leadership qualities were evident, as he not only rallied his teammates with his words, but also took it upon himself to defend against the opposing team's key player, Zeko. The fans of Aston Villa were inspired by Fong Yun's willingness to shoulder such a significant responsibility. "Aren't you skilled at dribbling? Come, try to get past me," Fong Yun declared, adjusting his trousers and steadying his stance. "Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to witness what true genius looks like. You are still too inexperienced," Zeko retorted before commencing his display of skill. Zeko initiated a series of feints, attempting to break through, while Fong Yun seemed intent on cutting off Zeko's inward route, allowing him to drift wide instead. Commentator Zhang Jun noted, "Haha, Fong Yun is completely unfazed, unmoved by Zeko's feints." Fong Yun positioned himself closer to the inner line, intending to entice Zeko into an attempt to dribble past him. As Van Dijk once taught in defensive drills, one should never focus on the ball, but rather on the opponent's chest. No matter how the opponent may feign, as long as their center of gravity remains unchanged, all actions are mere illusions. Additionally, one can direct the opponent towards a particular side, anticipating their next move in what is known as trap defense. Thus, Fong Yun's gaze remained fixed on Zeko's chest. Zeko's movements and center of gravity showed no sign of alteration, rendering his tricks ineffective. As anticipated, after numerous failed attempts, Zeko decided to make a direct run towards the byline. At that moment, Fong Yun moved deliberately, allowing Zeko to advance. Just as Zeko delivered his cross, Fong Yun executed a perfect sliding tackle, cleanly dispossessing both the man and the ball without committing a foul. Zeko's attempt to break through was thwarted, and Fong Yun successfully cleared the ball. Rising to his feet, he brushed the grass off his clothing with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The match was merely in its infancy. This, indeed, was the hallmark of true genius. Fong Yun's prowess was far beyond what was initially perceived. Meanwhile, Zeko lay on the ground, his expression one of agony. Manchester City players rushed to his side, while Aston Villa's players were equally eager to engage. The atmosphere resembled that of a fierce gang confrontation. After being examined by the medical staff, it was determined that Zeko had sustained an injury to his foot and was unable to continue, necessitating his removal on a stretcher. The Villa fans erupted in excitement. "Well done, Fong Yun. Keep it up," they cheered. No one should dare challenge Fong Yun in terms of toughness, for they would be met with an unyielding force. Laughter filled the air, with comments about how Zeko had underestimated Fong Yun, mistaking him for a player akin to Wilkinson. Zeko's attempt to outmaneuver Fong Yun ended in a swift tackle, leading to his being carried off, much to the delight of the Villa supporters. This tackle had undoubtedly invigorated Aston Villa's morale. Chapter 30. Reverse Thinking. Seizing the initiative after completing a remarkable tackle, Fong Yun let out a furious roar. "Incredible, Fong Yun. That play was extraordinary. Just tackle, raise the intensity. Damn it, do they truly believe Aston Villa is a docile lamb? That was an impressive display. Allowing you to drift towards the sidelines, only to cut you off and seize the ball. Utterly magnificent. Such ferocity, such a boost to morale." Aston Villa fans found great satisfaction in witnessing that tackle, as it conveyed to them that their team was ready to intensify their efforts, asserting that they were not mere prey waiting to be slaughtered. Aston Villa is not cowardly. Fong Yun's decision to tackle was fraught with risk, after all. Should he miss the ball, the consequences could be dire. Given the referee's tendencies in this match, a red card could easily be issued, resulting in Fong Yun's immediate expulsion from the game. Nevertheless, there were compelling reasons for his tackle. The players and fans of Aston Villa desperately needed a moment to galvanize their spirits. As anticipated, following Fong Yun's clearance, the morale of the Aston Villa players surged, prompting a more proactive approach to their play. As Manchester City executed a throw-in, Fong Yun and his teammates seized the moment to launch a pressing attack. The sudden acceleration from Aston Villa clearly caught Manchester City off guard. In collaboration with left-back Wilkinson, Aston Villa regained possession, creating yet another opportunity for a counterattack. Fong Yun contemplated a long pass, It was an excellent chance, as Sulla had already begun his sprint. The Manchester City players seemed to recognize Fong Yun's intent and began retreating. Meanwhile, Manchester City's coach, Mancini, gestured for his players to quickly reposition. However, no one anticipated that Fong Yun would not opt for the long pass. Instead, he chose to advance the ball himself, with ample space before him. Why not carry the ball forward? Strangely, after being dispossessed, Manchester City did not immediately send a player to pressure Fong Yun, seemingly assuming he would make a long pass. It wasn't until Fong Yun had progressed to the midfield that City's midfielder Yaya Toure began to apply pressure. Fong Yun swiftly distributed the ball to left winger Agbonlahor. After passing, he immediately made a forward run. Agbonlahor returned the favor, and their wall pass maneuver allowed Fong Yun to bypass Toure. In a 3-on-3 situation in the attacking third, Fong Yun found himself in possession within the penalty area. He opted to carry the ball, forcing the center back to step up for support, a rather unwise decision. As Fong Yun's ball control was not particularly stellar, it felt like a potential turnover was imminent. Fong Yun, pass the ball. Don't dribble, there are 3 defenders. Someone urged. Indeed, Sulla is open on the right. Pass to him. Aston Villa was growing increasingly anxious. At that moment, Manchester City's midfielder Yaya Toure and center-back Kompany closed in from the left and directly in front of Fong Yun, with additional defenders closing in from behind. Just as Fong Yun seemed poised to lose the ball, he unexpectedly pushed it forward with his right foot. The ball slipped through Kompany's diminutive gait, landing directly at the feet of Aston Villa forward Bentik. What? Did that pass actually make it through? It's utterly absurd that he could deliver a pass while being surrounded by 3 defenders. My goodness, Bentik is one-on-one. Fong Yun, under the pressure of 3 opponents, executed a brilliant through ball, setting Bentik up for a clear shot on goal. The goalkeeper was caught off guard. By the time he attempted to defend, it was too late. Positioned closer to the right side, the goalkeeper found himself at a disadvantage, while Bentik stood on the left side of the goal, less than 5 meters away. With a fierce strike, Bentik found the back of the net, putting Aston Villa ahead in an astonishing turn of events. In that moment, Fong Yun sprinted towards the stands filled with home supporters. Aston Villa shall never be subjugated. Aston Villa stands tall forever. Aston Villa bows to no one. Fong Yun's 3 fervent exclamations ignited the Villa fans into a fervor. The God of Clouds, they are indeed formidable, competing for the Premier League title. The referee may be blind, making erroneous calls, but we shall continue to play undeterred. To witness such a match in one's lifetime leaves no regrets. This game was worth every penny spent on the ticket. Fong Yun, you are the king of Villa, the savior of Villa. At that moment, fans from Huaxia were also in ecstasy. The Premier League commentators were taken aback, questioning who said Huaxia players were incapable, who said Aston Villa was destined to lose. For as long as I, the God of Clouds, am present, miracles abound. God of Clouds, you are the Yao Ming of Chinese football. Meanwhile, the official Premier League commentators were bewildered. What just happened? How could Fong Yun manage to make that pass? There must be something amiss. Surely, it's performance-enhancing substances. Investigate thoroughly. Indeed, how could a young talent from Huaxia be this formidable? It defies logic. Aston Villa fans found this notion laughable. It is precisely because it defies logic that the God of Clouds is the God of Clouds. How could you possibly fathom him? I see those commentators have all placed their bets. They are all in for a loss, huh? The referee, the commentators, one and all, shall face the consequences. At this moment, the number 16 midfielder immediately took to social media. What a shock. Fong Yun's performance was truly the epitome of perfection. The trajectory of the pass and his positioning were sublime, complemented by impeccable passing technique, exuding the grace of a master. There is much to dissect regarding that play, particularly Fong Yun's defensive positioning against Deco. He opted to block the inside route, allowing Deco to drift outside. Many fans might wonder why he chose to let the opponent go outside rather than inside. This is quite understandable. Allowing the opponent to cut inside without support could lead to a direct shot on goal, or he could pass to the center in search of space. Conversely, by permitting him to go outside, the only option left is to cross the ball. The cross is not a forte of Deco, as several attempts were thwarted by Aston Villa's defense. Moreover, Fong Yun exhibited great confidence in his ability to counter Deco's crosses. Additionally, Fong Yun's sudden directive for his teammates to apply pressure was pivotal, particularly considering that Deco was in possession of the ball. Fong Yun anticipated that Deco, following a previous tackle, would become impatient, Thus, he would likely falter under Aston Villa's sudden onslaught. This proved to be true, as Fong Yun subsequently outmaneuvered everyone on the field. All believed he would execute a long pass, yet he defied expectations and opted for an unconventional approach. This unexpected tactic left everyone astonished, resulting in a lack of pressure on Fong Yun, which granted him ample space to advance the ball, culminating in an exquisite display of skill. In Chapter 31, with a long-range strike that found the net, the number 16 defensive midfielder continued. Noting that the collective stereotype that Fong Yun was solely a long passer led to a lack of defensive vigilance. Fong Yun went on to score again, once more utilizing reverse psychology to catch Manchester City off guard. Faced with the approaching defense, he cleverly executed a wall pass with left winger Wilkinson, demonstrating astuteness by recognizing his physical disadvantage against Yaya Toure, thereby avoiding direct confrontation. The wall pass, as the term suggests, involves one player acting as a wall, immediately returning the ball to a teammate who has made a forward run, a highly effective strategy. Fong Yun then cut inside, a move that likely perplexed many, including the Manchester City players. In his previous match against Manchester United, he had not attempted to dribble past defenders, let alone cut inside with such technical finesse. Furthermore, after being dispossessed a couple of times in the first half, conventional wisdom suggested he would refrain from dribbling again. Yet, Fong Yun defied that expectation, capitalizing on the defender's preconceived notions that he was incapable of such maneuvers. His straightforward approach drew the attention of numerous defenders, who rushed to pressure him. Amidst this overwhelming pursuit, Fong Yun executed a deft through ball, delivering the ball directly to Bentik. With all defenders preoccupied with Fong Yun, Bentik found himself unmarked. And by the time they attempted to defend him, it was too late. The entire sequence was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing Fong Yun's adept use of reverse psychology. The number 16 defensive midfielder meticulously analyzed the situation, leading to the realization of the intricacies involved. One might exclaim in awe at the myriad details that Fong Yun processed in an instant. His cognitive abilities seemed to transcend those of the average player. It is evident that his instincts, understanding of space and time, and psychological acumen set him apart. Truly remarkable is Fong Yun, the cloud god. Alas, my lack of education limits me to a simple expression of admiration. Truly impressive, beyond words. The ball's entry into the net was a testament to his brilliance. I shall seize Fong Yun. No need for your intervention. Your defensive lapse allowed Bentik to score, did it not? Lampard expressed his frustration towards Kompany with a gesture of exasperation. How was I to know he would deliver a through ball? The situation was utterly absurd. You think you can simply take the ball from Fong Yun? Had you committed a foul earlier, perhaps we could have thwarted the attack successfully. Kompany mirrored Lampard's gesture of discontent. Both Kompany and Lampard, seasoned players with substantial salaries, were naturally at odds with each other, as two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. This moment was perfectly captured by the cameras. How amusing it is to witness a rift within Manchester City. Their mutual gestures of exasperation are indeed comical. Is this truly the Premier League champion, Manchester City? I must say, they do not impress me much. I had anticipated greater prowess. Fong Yun, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, has inadvertently instigated this discord among you. My apologies, but the Aston Villa fans, having taken the lead, were reveling in the moment. They understood that if they did not seize the opportunity now, they might face humiliation if Manchester City equalized and turned the tide. We are the reigning champions of last season. What about you? Merely a relegation-threatened team, retorted a Manchester City fan. At this point, Aston Villa was not pleased. When it came to championships, they felt no intimidation. As one of the founding members of the Premier League, Aston Villa boasts a rich history. Their collection of titles is noteworthy, having secured championships as early as the 19th century. The renowned Razor Gang proudly counts themselves among Aston Villa supporters, adding to their prestige. When Villa claimed their titles, "You were but a tadpole. What could you possibly say to that?" This remark left the Manchester City fans utterly speechless and unable to retort. Returning to the match, Manchester City, now trailing by a goal, displayed signs of impatience. The shame of conceding at home weighed heavily on them. However, the more anxious they became, the more prone they were to making errors. The desire to score often leads to further vulnerabilities. Impulsive attacks easily expose weaknesses. As the match approached the 42nd minute, Fong Yun executed another interception down the left flank. Deco lost possession once again, failing to perform effectively. If one cannot dribble, is it too much to ask to simply pass the ball? After regaining possession, The Manchester City players swiftly closed in to apply pressure. Fong Yun launched a long pass, opting not to employ the crescent moon technique, preferring to reserve it for the second half depending on the circumstances. Despite not using the special technique, the long pass was impressive and precise. Salah expertly controlled the ball, and in a one-on-one situation, he executed a shoulder feint to evade Manchester City's left back. However, Kompany, the central defender, arrived swiftly to provide support. Consequently, Salah was compelled to lay the ball back to the right back. At this moment, Fong Yun suddenly maneuvered to the arc of the midfield. With the opposing central and right defenders positioned on the right side, the central defense was left vulnerable. Upon receiving the ball, Fong Yun unleashed a powerful long-range shot. His body leaned slightly as he swung his right leg forcefully, striking the upper half of the ball. The ball zipped across the grass like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Manchester City's defense and directly into the lower right corner of the goal. Fong Yun's stunning shot, a low drive, helped his team secure another goal, an unstoppable force that left spectators in awe, as exclaimed by Jean Jun. A low drive refers to a shot that stays close to the ground, characterized by speed and precision, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. This goal originated from a long pass following Fong Yun's interception. Salah received the ball, broke through, and passed it to the right back, who then set it up for Fong Yun to unleash a furious shot. The entire attack was fluid, like a flowing stream. The fans of Aston Villa erupted in ecstasy after this goal. "Oh my goodness, Yinshin's long-range shot is incredible. This goal is invincible, executed without hesitation." A testament to his confidence. The accuracy and power were flawless. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. Exclaimed a fan, "Is this a dream? Pinch me." As a relegation team, we are leading Manchester City 2-0 at halftime away from home. Unbelievable. After conceding the goal, Manchester City's goalkeeper kicked the ball into the air in frustration. "What are you defenders doing? With so many of you, you couldn't block the shot? If you can't, just get out of the way instead of obstructing my view." It's truly baffling. The goalkeeper, Joe Hart, began to blame his teammates. As a top-tier goalkeeper, Hart had never been so ruthlessly attacked before. Haha. Even Hart can no longer tolerate it. Manchester City's defense is easily penetrable. He chuckled. "I never imagined a team as formidable as Manchester City could experience internal conflict. If they truly lose this match, the consequences are unthinkable. Players they no longer want end up humiliating their own team, maximizing the entertainment value of the match." This dramatic turn of events against a former club is endlessly fascinating. Fans from Huaxia were already bursting with laughter, reveling in the entertainment value this match provided. Chapter 32. The storm resurges at halftime. The defensive midfielder, wearing number 16, posted again. This goal, I must say, was a textbook counterattack. Nothing could have been executed better. After winning the ball, we immediately launched a long pass to the wide player. The wide player accelerated directly. If the opposing defenders caught up, they should not blindly pursue a breakthrough. At this point, it was definitely a situation of numerical superiority or equal numbers in attack and defense. Waiting for teammates to position themselves before passing was essential. Salah chose to break through because he felt confident in his ability to succeed. If the defenders did not provide support, a cross could be delivered, allowing the player making a late run into the box to take a shot. However, with the central defenders closing in, Salah opted to pass back to the right back, who responded promptly. At this moment, the right back could have delivered a cross, but chose instead to pass to Fong Yun. Evidently, the team possesses greater confidence in Fong Yun's ability to handle the ball, as evidenced by the training routines that emphasize this skill. Upon receiving the ball, Fong Yun's long-range shots fall well within his capabilities, showcasing that every player has maximized their strengths. The synergy of Fong Yun's long passes, Salah's speed and incisive runs, the right-back support, and Fong Yun's long-range strikes collectively culminated in this remarkable goal. The modern game emphasizes cohesion far more than the bygone era of one against many. With the exceptions of Messi and Ronaldo, the fluidity of play is indeed impressive. Every pass executed perfectly and with utmost rationale is simply astounding. One cannot help but marvel at how Aston Villa's attack has suddenly transformed into such a seamless operation since Fong Yun's arrival. Last season's offense was lacking, void of speed, long passes, defensive resilience, or effective pressing. It was a dismal display. Now, with the addition of Fong Yun and Salah, the dynamics have drastically shifted. Long passes are precise. The pace is exhilarating, the cooperation is fluid, and the attacks are incisive, truly invincible. There is a fervent hope that Chairman Randy does not make any rash decisions. If he sells Fong Yun, I would be utterly furious. At this moment, Randy, seated in the stands, is equally exhilarated. Fong Yun's release clause is not exorbitant. It is imperative to renegotiate his contract and enhance his salary post-match to prevent other clubs from poaching him. Other elite clubs in the Premier League are also observing this match, eager to ascertain whether Fong Yun is a fleeting prodigy or a genuine talent. Real Madrid's coach, Mourinho, is astounded by Fong Yun's performance. This player must be secured. He aligns perfectly with our playing style. That long pass and through ball are simply counterattack marvels. Mourinho conveyed directly to the president. Utilizing his scouting network, Mourinho inquired about Fong Yun. What? Fong Yun was signed by Aston Villa on a free transfer? They have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. What is your scouting network doing? Mourinho was taken aback. Reviewing Fong Yun's previous professional history, which was solely within Huaxia without any overseas experience, it is noted that his only standout moment came during a friendly against Manchester City. However, the nature of friendlies makes it uncertain whether Manchester City fielded their strongest team. Nevertheless, I have learned that Fong Yun's release clause is merely 10 million. We can certainly acquire him without financial strain. Upon hearing the release clause was only 10 million, Mourinho leaped from his seat. Immediately contact Fong Yun's agent. I must negotiate with him. Such a talent as Fong Yun must come to Real Madrid, and at 17, he undoubtedly harbors dreams of grandeur. His future is promising. Even if we overspend, it is of no consequence, Mourinho decisively proclaimed. In attendance, Luchinru, witnessing Fong Yun's dazzling performance, could not help but hum in admiration. Wow, he is incredibly impressive. I want to date Fong Yun. No, I must interview him, declared Luchinru, a contracted journalist for Football World. You see, you have finally expressed your true feelings. You desire to go on a date with him. You are infatuated with his physique. The assistant mercilessly exposed her. As the game resumed, Manchester City's morale had been utterly diminished by Aston Villa. Coupled with the dual exhaustion of stamina and spirit, Manchester City's offense could no longer be organized. After a stalemate lasting several minutes, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, prompting both teams to return to their changing rooms. In the Manchester City locker room, the coach Mancini erupted in fury. What on earth are you doing? This is a match, not child's play. Thousands of Manchester City fans are watching us. Are we here to become a laughingstock? I want each of you to pull yourselves together. If you cannot even defeat a relegation team, how can you speak of winning the Premier League or the Champions League? If you feel no shame, I certainly do. Mancini's ire was particularly directed at Deco. Must you attempt to dribble past every opponent? Can you truly succeed? It is one thing to outmaneuver Wilkinson, but if you cannot surpass Fong Yun, just pass the ball to the other side. Both goals conceded originated from your actions. If you continue to perform like this in the second half, you need not play any longer. Furthermore, Aston Villa's offensive focal point is solely Fong Yun. The moment he receives the ball, I want you to close in on him without hesitation. Is that clear? I have stressed this repeatedly, yet it seems you have forgotten. If you truly cannot contain him, then commit a foul. Show some tenacity, increase the intensity. Yaya Toure, you possess a physique that is enviable. Are you telling me that you cannot defend against a frail young lad from Huaxia, who is not yet of age? Once again, if you cannot manage it, I will substitute you. In conclusion, this is our home ground. Do not disappoint the fans who support us. You all possess talent, so bring it forth. Your worth is established through your performance. If you have value, prove it to them. Your worth exceeds theirs, your abilities surpass theirs. And you can score more goals than they can, understood? Yes, let's get it done. A mere relegation team. Let us go. Mancini's impassioned address reignited the team's spirit, a testament to his prowess as Manchester City's coach. On the Aston Villa side, laughter filled the air. Fong Yun, you are phenomenal. Without you, we would have been unable to score. Bentique exuberantly praised Fong Yun. Bentique had completely transformed into Fong Yun's devoted admirer. Your through ball was extraordinary. It was delivered right into my path. It was the first time I felt scoring could be so effortless. I simply ran into space, and the ball arrived. I have said it before, just run to the unoccupied areas. If you find yourself open and the ball doesn't come, then that is my fault. Fong Yun confidently replied. Coach Robert remarked, your performance in the first half was commendable. You showed no fear at Manchester City's home ground. However, expect a more vigorous assault from them in the second half. Can you withstand the pressure? Yes, it is imperative that, although the offense may not prove to be of much assistance, I shall take charge of the defense, proclaimed the center back. We are specialists in this endeavor. Let us get to it, my brothers. Chapter 33. One more point. Like a raging tiger as both teams returned to the pitch for the second half. Manchester City altered their formation, shifting to a 4-4-2. They substituted the attacking midfielder Navas for another forward, with Lampard and Yaya Toure forming a dual midfield. After deliberation, Mancini decided to replace the underperforming Deco from the first half. He also took off David Silva, introducing a winger instead, seemingly aiming to exploit the opposite flank and evade Fong Yun's defense. Manchester City was evidently determined to intensify their efforts, launching into a fervent high press. The defensive midfielder, wearing number 16, made his presence felt once more. Unsurprisingly, as the second half commenced, Aguero and Navas, positioned at the front, began to apply relentless pressure on the opposing ball carriers. City abandoned their pursuit of possession-based play, opting for a more direct approach with penetrating passes. Furthermore, they placed an even greater emphasis on restricting Fong Yun's movements. The most apparent change was the marked limitation of Fong Yun's passing options. Whenever Fong Yun received the ball, players within a 10-meter radius would swarm around him. Other players were allowed to pass freely, but Fong Yun was not afforded the same privilege. Consequently, fouls against Fong Yun began to accumulate. Mancini clearly identified the pivotal factor in their first half defeat, Fong Yun's long passes. Therefore, City resolved to cut off the threat at its source. As long as they prevented Fong Yun from passing, he would pose no danger to them. During the first 20 minutes of the second half, Fong Yun was frequently fouled, leading to several stoppages in play. Manchester City had 3 players already booked with yellow cards, all for fouls against Fong Yun. The referee, aware that his calls had leaned too heavily in favor of City in the first half, sought to rectify this in the second half. It was utterly disheartening. This resembled a martial arts match rather than a football game. Resorting to fouls when outmatched is truly lamentable. Where is your sportsmanship? If I were Fong Yun, I would simply walk off the pitch. What kind of game is this? The away fans of Aston Villa could not contain their outrage as they witnessed Fong Yun subjected to such brutal treatment. Yet, there was little they could do. This was the nature of the game. We observed that after the second half began, Manchester City played with remarkable initiative, particularly in their efforts to contain Fong Yun. It seemed the coach had issued a strict directive to eliminate Fong Yun from the equation. One must commend the adaptability of City's players and their execution of tactics. Alas, Fong Yun faced such treatment in his debut in the Premier League. This was a treatment reserved for the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, remarked Zhang Lu. Seeing Manchester City's relentless focus on him, Fong Yun resolved not to hold back any longer. Using stamina potions, Fong Yun felt an immediate surge of power, his fatigue dissipating entirely. From this moment forth, I shall make you acquainted with the essence of despair, as Fong Yun commenced his extensive off-the-ball movement. Augmented by the thermal imaging module, he became acutely aware of every vacant space on the pitch. Every inch of space afforded to Manchester City was deftly captured by Fong Yun's keen perception. Unyielding in his efforts, he continued to run, relentlessly seeking opportunities to receive the ball, even in the face of fouls. Such determination is emblematic of a true prodigy. Having just joined the team, he should not be shouldering such burdens. Aston Villa's fans were moved by Fong Yun's indomitable spirit. On the field, a comical scene unfolded, as Yaya Toure and Frank Lampard chased after Fong Yun, occasionally joined by a third player in pursuit. Fong Yun was as nimble as a chick evading a hawk, effortlessly maneuvering around the clumsy predators. With the aid of stamina-boosting potions, he felt no fatigue, while the Manchester City midfielders were utterly exhausted. How can this Fong Yun run so much? Is he a long-distance runner? Frank Lampard complained. It's absurd. I genuinely suspect he must be on performance enhancers, as even I cannot outrun him, Yaya Toure echoed, exasperated by Fong Yun's agility. In a certain sense, Fong Yun had indeed tapped into something extraordinary, though it eluded detection. Chinese fans, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter. Is this truly the multi-million-dollar midfield duo of Yaya Toure and Lampard, being outmaneuvered by a player worth only a fraction of that? Seeing such a moment in their lifetime was a treasure. Following this match, it was anticipated that Fong Yun's market value would skyrocket, potentially exceeding 10 million. How could a player capable of making multi-million-dollar midfielders look foolish possibly be valued at only $1 million? Mourinho, observing Fong Yun's performance and positioning, was once again astounded. This was a style of play reminiscent of a free spirit, exceedingly rare in the modern era. One would not expect to encounter such a player in the 21st century. This approach demands exceptional stamina and positioning, frequently stretching the opponent's defense, akin to a mouse scattering amidst chaos. However, such a style imposes significant physical demands, necessitating constant movement and sprinting. It was unexpected that Fong Yun would choose to play this way in the second half. Mourinho was left speechless. Such a style was too infrequent in this century. A similar role exists for central midfielders, who also require extensive movement and defensive coverage, exemplified by Jude Bellingham. Yet, even elite central midfielders operate within a confined axis. In contrast, a free spirit roams unrestricted across the entire pitch, rendering their movements unpredictable, effectively weaving the team together through sheer individual brilliance. Only now did Mancini of Manchester City grasp Fong Yun's intentions, but it was already too late. The team had exhausted its substitution options, with only 3 substitutions allowed prior to the 2022-23 season's change to 5. As expected, by the 81st minute, Manchester City's midfielders Yaya Touré and Frank Lampard could no longer keep pace. The high-pressing tactic is most vulnerable when players lack stamina. This moment becomes perilous. High pressing demands exceptional coordination among the team. If there is a disconnect between the forwards, midfielders, and defenders, vast spaces will be exposed. At this moment, Fong Yun is still brimming with energy. He effortlessly darts into open space, leaving the surrounding defenders trailing behind. Fong Yun now positions himself on the right flank, passing the ball to the winger Salah, and immediately makes a forward run. Salah, understanding the play, executes a wall pass, returning the ball to Fong Yun. Fong Yun then engages in another wall pass with a midfielder, advancing directly in front of the center back. He finds himself at the edge of the penalty area. Fong Yun feigns a shot. Kompany rushes forward to block. Fong Yun performs a deceptive shot, evading Kompany, and passes to Salah, who is making a diagonal run from the right flank. The defenders are completely oblivious. Salah faces the goalkeeper, aims for the far corner, and strikes the near post. He deceives the goalkeeper and scores. Aston Villa finds the net again in the 81st minute, bringing the score to 3 o'clock. Chapter 34, like a frightened swan. Graceful as a swimming dragon, goodness, how fierce. The god of clouds is truly single-handedly dismantling Manchester City. It's the first time I've seen City lose their composure entirely. This goal is clearly a result of defensive negligence. Fong Yun's speed is astonishing. Even at the 80th minute, he is still sprinting. Indeed, it is absurd. I truly wonder if Fong Yun's ancestors were South Africans, all of them long-distance runners. The fans of Huaxia are utterly astonished by Fong Yun's performance. He evaded Manchester City's midfield for so long, waiting for this very moment. In fact, Fong Yun had already begun setting the stage after Manchester City made their substitutions. The intention behind Manchester City's switch to a 4-4-2 formation is quite evident. They decided to abandon possession play and adopt a high-pressing approach. They deployed 2 fast forwards and wingers, with one midfielder focused on interception and the other on organization. While the idea is appealing, it is overly simplistic. If they wish to engage in a back-and-forth battle, I shall refrain. I will remain steadfast like a turtle. What can they do to me? Fong Yun knows that once they enter a fast-paced exchange, Aston Villa would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Manchester possesses numerous quick players. Aguero is also adept at counterattacks. Yet, what Manchester City did not anticipate is that even when they willingly relinquished possession to Aston Villa, pleading for them to attack, Aston Villa simply refused to engage. They did not expect that Fong Yun would forego long passes, that the wingers would not make runs, and that the midfielders would not push forward. They merely stayed back, following Fong Yun's tempo. In contrast, Fong Yun continued to make runs, while his teammates formed a solid wall, engaging in wall passes with him. You find yourself unable to escape, merely trailing behind Fong Yun, for should you falter, he might unexpectedly deliver a precise through ball, a long pass, or an audacious long-range shot. How does one defend against such prowess? Following the goal, the Manchester City players, rather than seething with anger, appeared oddly relieved, acknowledging their defeat on all fronts, realizing they were outmatched in skill. The midfielder, wearing number 16, took to social media once more, expressing disbelief that Fong Yun had utterly outsmarted the star players of Manchester City. In the second half, faced with relentless fouls and pressure, Fong Yun did not retreat. Instead, he chose to confront head-on. His intentions remained inscrutable to all, yet he employed unconventional thinking, deviating from the norm. utilizing his superior stamina. He effectively exhausted the efforts of Yaya Toure and Frank Lampard, rendering the two midfield anchors of the high-pressing 4-4-2 formation ineffective. The consequences of a team devoid of a functioning midfield are self-evident. Historically, the midfield has always been a battleground. Those who control it command the game. With Manchester City's midfielders unable to keep pace, discussions of their engine became moot. A machine, regardless of the quality of its parts, remains futile without an engine. Such was the state of Manchester City after the 80th minute. Although their wingers possessed speed and penetration, they were rendered impotent without the ball. Furthermore, even if they managed to secure possession, the absence of supporting players meant they could be easily neutralized by the opposition. Aston Villa's attack unfolded with astonishing simplicity, a basic wall pass. Had this occurred at the game's outset, Fong Yun would likely have been thwarted. However, this was the 80th minute, and Manchester City's players were significantly fatigued. Fong Yun's straightforward movement allowed him to effortlessly evade his markers. His final touch was nothing short of exquisite, feigning a long shot to draw defenders in, recalling his previous success from the same position. Yet, he chose to defy expectations, deceiving company and delivering the ball to Salah. Throughout the match, Salah had conserved his energy, sprinting little in the second half, thus finding himself with ample stamina to make a forward run. His shot, aimed from a distance yet executed with finesse, was equally impressive. I find myself wondering if Fong Yun possesses a cognitive capacity surpassing that of an average individual. His intelligence is simply remarkable. Indeed, his ability to read the game and react with such swiftness is terrifying. We, from Huaxia, are fortunate to witness such a prodigy emerge. The Huaxia fans were completely captivated by Fong Yun, as were the Aston Villa supporters present at the match, who hailed him as their king. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers once more. In stark contrast, many Manchester City fans had already vacated the stands, bewildered by their team's inability to triumph even against a relegation-threatened side. Their coach's decisions seemed baffling. Why squander substitute opportunities so early, with the midfield lacking vigor? Bringing in fresh legs could have offered a glimmer of hope. Purely amateurish, this coach is even inferior to me. And those two midfielders are truly inept. They can't even defend against a 17-year-old child, incapable of committing a foul. Haha, it's not that you can't foul. It's that you can't even keep up, let alone make contact. Aston Villa fans find Manchester City fans' complaints amusing. As the game resumes, Manchester City appears utterly lost. Devoid of spirit, their offense falters, and their defense crumbles. Meanwhile, Coach Mancini continues to yell from the sidelines. But the players' stamina has been completely drained by Fong Yun's relentless pressing. With less than 30 stamina, even a player with a speed rating above 90 struggles to outrun a player rated 60. Manchester City has entirely lost their fighting spirit. Yet Fong Yun is determined not to let them off the hook. He remembers the previous reckless fouls well. His philosophy is that a gentleman does not delay revenge, lest the night brings more dreams. Fong Yun continues to position himself, advancing forward, even dribbling past midfielders. Faced with a fatigued Yaya Toure, he provocatively taunts, "You enjoy fouling, don't you? Come on then." With that, Fong Yun shoulders his way through, breaking past Toure. Astonishingly, Toure is left behind, unable to keep pace. As Fong Yun approaches the central defender and nears the penalty area, he aims to break through, forcing company to commit a foul. But Fong Yun anticipates it and plays the ball away just in time. The referee awards a free kick and shows a yellow card. Commentator Zhang Jun remarks as Fong Yun stands over the ball, taking a deep breath. His gaze reveals both determination and fierceness. Fong Yun unleashes a stunning shot. The crescent moonblade. He strides purposefully toward the ball, his body tilting at a 45-degree angle, striking powerfully beneath it. The ball soars through the air. It rockets toward the upper right corner of the goal like lightning. The goalkeeper can only stand frozen in place. The ball finds the net. As graceful as a startled swan, as fluid as a swimming dragon. Chapter 35, Post-match turnaround, a resounding slap in the face. This goal embodies the spirit of Ronaldo. It's astonishingly fierce. Indeed, that resolute gaze is remarkable. Who would have thought to see Ronaldo's shadow in Fong Yun? The fans of Huaxia are thrilled. Aston Villa fans, witnessing Fong Yun's free kick find the back of the net, leap from their seats in exhilaration. The Etihad Stadium erupts with cheers from Aston Villa supporters. Even Manchester City fans are left speechless by Fong Yun's performance. With such grace, let him win. It's undeniable that the spirit of Ronaldo has indeed manifested. Does Fong Yun harbor such animosity towards Manchester City? We have already surrendered. Yet he relentlessly pursues us without mercy. Is there no sense of sportsmanship? This is Fong Yun's response. In this match, he aims to stand triumphantly over Manchester City and forge his reputation. Fong Yun never targets the nameless. First, he vanquished Manchester United. And now he sets his sights on Manchester City. Who will fall beneath Fong Yun's feet next? Jean Jun's poignant remarks resonate. On the sidelines, Aston Villa's coach Robert raises his arms, sprinting along the touchline. Yun. The substitutes behind him rush to the sidelines as well, their eyes wide with astonishment. Like bells, as they gaze at the big screen showing the defensive play. What manner of prodigy has the team signed? Capable of long-range shots, invincible in free kicks. Adept at long passes and incisive through balls, he embodies all the traits of a top-tier midfield maestro. It seems our days of glory are numbered. With a player like Fong Yun, we may never get the chance to step onto the pitch. One substitute lamented. I would wager that after this match, Fong Yun will undoubtedly receive numerous lucrative offers from prestigious clubs. Securing a 17-year-old midfield core for under 10 million is practically a steal. Robert, too, recognizes the gravity of the situation. In any case, the team must retain Fong Yun. As long as he stays, there is hope for a Champions League challenge. A salary increase. It is imperative to raise his salary. We must contact Chairman Randy immediately after the match. For now, we can only stabilize Fong Yun with a salary hike. The subsequent course of action will depend on his own inclinations. Alas, being a small club, if we do not spend more, we cannot hope to keep this extraordinary talent. Though this is decidedly unfair to Fong Yun, the team genuinely requires his presence. We can only hope that the scouts will move slowly. As anticipated, numerous scouts have arrived on site, with an overwhelming presence from elite clubs. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal, almost every renowned club scout is here. Following Fong Yun's astonishing free kick, these scouts silently added a note to their reports, exceptional in free kicks, with potential to rival Ronaldo. The weight of this statement is significant. Scouts must be accountable for their words, especially those from prestigious clubs. Any misjudgment could lead to immediate dismissal, underscoring the high regard in which elite scouts hold Fong Yun. As these scouts perused Fong Yun's comprehensive report, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What manner of phenomenon is this? Exceptional in long passes, incisive through balls, strong defensively, possessing high football intelligence, outstanding in free kicks, and remarkable in long-range shooting. Such a player can occupy any position in midfield, be it as a defensive midfielder, an attacking midfielder responsible for orchestrating plays, or even as a shadow striker, making forward runs and taking long shots. Fong Yun exemplifies all the essential qualities of a top-tier midfield maestro. Even if you were to compare him to the original scouting report of Zidane, it would scarcely be different. It may sound somewhat exaggerated, yet the truth remains unchanged. The scouts, possessing an acute sense of perception, exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of each other's thoughts. It was imperative to persuade their chairman to secure the signing of Fong Yun, a player of remarkable potential. The pool of elite young talents is dwindling, particularly in the midfield position, which requires an exceptionally high level of skill. Following that goal, Manchester City crumbled, unable to mount any further offensive, retreating to defend their half. Hilariously, the once mighty Manchester City found themselves overwhelmed by a relegation-threatened team, a scenario few could have anticipated. This is retribution for their earlier failure to recognize true talent. One must admit, Manchester City exhibited adeptness in defense, relying on their experience to withstand Aston Villa's onslaught, preventing further goals from being scored. The final score settled at 4-0, with Fong Yun contributing 2 goals and 2 assists. As the match concluded, Aston Villa triumphed over Manchester City, with Fong Yun emerging as the standout performer, achieving a remarkable double of goals and assists. Though snow may weigh me down for 2 or 3 years, I laugh as though the wind and snow are but a dream. Fong Yun, against the odds of Manchester City, led the relegation-threatened Aston Villa to a resounding 4-0 victory. A truly exhilarating experience, commentator Jean Jun articulated. After the match, media representatives rushed onto the field, eager to interview Fong Yun. However, they were intercepted by Coach Robert. Our player, Fong Yun, is quite fatigued and requires rest. The reporters had no choice but to withdraw, hoping for a better opportunity to speak with Fong Yun in the future. Following the match, Manchester City's coach, Mancini, was interviewed. When asked about the reasons for the team's defeat, He had previously stated that facing a relegation team posed no threat. How then did they suffer a 0-4 loss? The live broadcast attracted many viewers, particularly Aston Villa fans, eager to witness the reaction of the Manchester City coach who had boasted prior to the match. Many expected Mancini to acknowledge his mistakes, yet his response surprised everyone. Our pre-match tactics were sound. We merely lost to a player we had not studied beforehand. Mancini replied nonchalantly. Why did this unstudied player manage to score twice and assist twice against you? Have you underestimated Fong Yun? A reporter pressed further. Indeed. Fong Yun lacks notable achievements and experience. I rely solely on data. In this match, I believe he simply had an exceptional performance, but it is likely a fleeting moment. Mancini continued to evade accountability. Just data? 2 goals, 2 assists, 10 threatening passes. These are indeed statistics. Can such impressive figures not command your attention? Was it not due to his previous lackluster data that you dismissed Fong Yun? The reporter persisted. Mancini, clearly irked by the reporter's inquiries, responded with impatience. Humph. You truly do not grasp the essence of the game. What does it matter that he emerged victorious in this match? Fong Yun is simply ill-suited for the Premier League and for Manchester City. Time will vindicate our decision. Fong Yun is but a fleeting phenomenon. And as soon as Mancini concluded his remarks, he departed without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 36. The Golden Legend, reinforced once more. Ha ha ha. He faltered and walked away, unable to maintain his composure. He claims to rely solely on statistics, yet Fong Yun's figures would astonish you. He is nothing but a mere jester, all bravado and no substance. It is a mystery how he ascended to the role of Manchester City's coach. I wonder how the chairman will handle him upon his return, having let slip a top-tier midfield prodigy. Mancini himself is quite beleaguered. He cannot afford to show weakness at a press conference, for how else could he command respect and lead the team? The crux of the matter is that he initially wished to retain Fong Yun, while the rest of the management, including the chairman, did not share that sentiment. He cannot publicly express his desire to keep someone whom the management wishes to discard. For speaking ill of his employer in a public setting would surely lead to his dismissal the following day. Ultimately, he bears the weight of it all. Upon his return, the chairman sought out Mancini, who clearly had no kind words to share. He was taken aback when the chairman questioned why Mancini did not adopt a more assertive stance at the time, suggesting that perhaps the outcome might have been different. Mancini found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had been made to voice both praise and criticism. After the match, Fong Yun took the time to enjoy a refreshing shower and relax. Although teammates invited him to unwind at a nightclub with drinks, Fong Yun declined. There is a saying, with no woman in the heart, one shines on the field. This holds true for both athletic and electronic competitions. Enzo's performance plummeted during his romantic entanglements. He struggled to maintain possession of the ball. However, following their separation, he regained his prowess, frequently finding success. The legendary boxer Tyson once sought relaxation before a match, only to be bested the following day by an unknown contender. The renowned professional player, known as Zhao, was once a prodigious talent. However, after engaging in a relationship with his 10 years older sister, he fell into decline, ultimately retiring prematurely. The reason for his 5 championship titles, even after a decade, is largely attributed to his avoidance of romantic distractions. He set aside the luminous figure of his heart, Jing, to maintain a decade-long focus and achieve his pinnacle. Fong Yun is acutely aware of this. Should he indulge in romantic pursuits at a young age, his form would undoubtedly deteriorate, yielding more losses than gains. Immediately after the match concluded, Fong Yun chose to return to his rented accommodation and initiate the system settlement. Ding. Side quest completed. Dispel the doubts of a genius. Quest reward. 10 free attribute points. 1 Manchester City star treasure chest. Ding. The performance of this match is evaluated as triggering a hidden reward. The hidden reward is a bicycle kick shot card, which, upon use, will be destroyed. Oh my. The bicycle kick, a dream cherished by countless men. To execute one in a match is a moment that can be remembered for a lifetime. Fong Yun's most profound memory from his previous life is Bale's stunning bicycle kick, which sparked his admiration for the player. Though a bicycle kick may occur only once, the allure of such elegance lasts a lifetime. With 10 attribute points to allocate, Fong Yun, after careful contemplation, decided to invest them in stamina. It was fortunate that stamina potions were available. They enabled him to exhaust 2 Manchester City midfielders in the second half. Without the stamina potion, the outcome of the match would have been uncertain. After consumption, his stamina increased from 70 to 80. A stamina level of 80 can be considered above average in the Premier League. Stamina is, without a doubt, a fundamental aspect of any player's arsenal, akin to mana in a game. Without it, one cannot unleash any skills, rendering them no different from a mere pawn. Upon opening the treasure chest, Fong Yun eagerly anticipated what skills it might grant him. Names of many Manchester City stars flashed through his mind: De Bruyne, Aguero, Silva, Holland, and so on. Suddenly, a golden light shimmered. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Ballon d'Or Rodri defensive module, passive. The Ballon d'Or winning midfielder Rodri was unbeaten in the Premier League during the 23-24 season, becoming an impenetrable barrier for his team due to his exceptional defensive positioning and superb interception skills. This module enhances the host's ability to read the game, allowing for better judgment of opponents' passing routes and intentions, leading to more precise defensive decisions. Fong Yun checked his system panel. The interception attribute rose from 60 to 80, a remarkable increase of 20. Rodri truly is a master of defense. Additionally, a new module appeared on the attributes panel: Prediction. Prediction 100. This attribute reflects the ability to anticipate the passing routes and offensive pathways of attacking players. Oh my, the prediction capability has soared to 100. It is terrifying to reach such a level. When Fong Yun casually reviewed a match, the routes of attacking players formed automatically in his mind, and the predicted paths aligned perfectly with those of the players in the footage. This is astonishing. When combined with his defensive positioning during a match, it renders him nearly invincible. The opponent's offense becomes entirely predictable, allowing him to preemptively defend. It's incredibly powerful. Furthermore, once he successfully intercepts, it presents an excellent opportunity for counterattack, especially when paired with his long passes and through balls. He becomes unstoppable. His defensive logic and offensive strategy have formed a complete loop. The following day, scouts reported their findings back to their respective clubs. The media across England has been stirred into a frenzy. A remarkable triumph over former club Manchester City by the 17-year-old rising star from Huaxia, and with 2 goals and assists, the miraculous journey continues, and a stunning upset. The 17-year-old Huaxia prodigy displays extraordinary talent, leading to a resounding 4-0 victory over last season's Premier League champions Manchester City. Recently, Fong Yun has become the headline across various English football publications. Aston Villa's chairman Randy found himself in distress upon seeing a multitude of offers piled on his office desk. Alas, what was inevitable has finally arrived. At this moment, Randy was deeply conflicted, as the team's financial situation has been dire. Last season's revenue from jerseys and ticket sales was meager at best. Although the addition of Fong Yun has brought some relief in these 2 recent matches, it remains insufficient to bridge the financial gap. Robert also sighed heavily. This morning, security apprehended 2 thieves who were covertly filming Fong Yun's training session, only to discover they were scouts from Arsenal, specifically there to observe Fong Yun's progress. Utterly absurd. It was reported that Wenger mentioned Fong Yun in his post-match interview, expressing interest. Thus, it was no surprise that scouts arrived on the scene with such swiftness. It appeared that both Manchester United and Manchester City had dispatched their representatives as well, an utterly shameless act, dismissing a player only to seek him again when he flourishes. It is likely that Fong Yun would not entertain offers from either Manchester club. Moreover, I have heard that Mourinho has also taken an interest in Fong Yun. The mention of Mourinho startled Chairman Randy immensely. What? Mourinho is also interested in Fong Yun, catching the attention of Real Madrid? Instantly, Randy's sense of urgency heightened. Chapter 37. Team Strategy, Retaining Fong Yun. Mourinho is currently at Real Madrid, and the allure of such a talent is undeniably immense. No player can resist the olive branch extended by Real Madrid. At this illustrious club, there is no shortage of fame, exposure, or resources. Furthermore, one need not worry about performance. At Real Madrid, barring any unforeseen circumstances, championships are almost guaranteed. Additionally, with Mourinho at the helm, his expertise in cup competitions is unparalleled. Although his counter-attacking style may lack aesthetic appeal, the results speak for themselves. Since arriving at Real Madrid in 2010, Mourinho has consistently led his team to the Champions League semi-finals, with only 1 loss to the formidable Barcelona and another elimination by Bayern in 2012. Thus, Mourinho is eager to achieve success and secure the coveted Champions League title. The Champions League title represents the highest honor for a club, and the competition is fiercely intense. Many clubs that dominate their domestic leagues have faltered in the Champions League. At that time, Real Madrid's primary issue lay in midfield. While the attacking front boasted superstars like Ronaldo and Benzema, the defense was fortified by stalwarts such as Ramos and Pepe, and the flanks were well covered by attacking fullbacks like Marcelo. In contrast, the midfield position appears significantly weaker. Although there are midfield stars like Zil and Xabi Alonso, their creativity and defensive solidity cannot quite compare to that of formidable teams like Barcelona. Consequently, Real Madrid is in urgent need of a top-tier midfielder. Fong Yun, despite his youth, possesses the potential to evolve into a masterful midfielder, making him an object of desire for Mourinho. Moreover, Real Madrid is known for their generous investments, which would undoubtedly entice Fong Yun. Coach Robert is well aware of Real Madrid's situation and expressed to Randy the pressing need for a midfielder. The previous season, they were eliminated from the Champions League by Barcelona, and their midfield was subsequently dismantled by Bayern Munich. He emphasized the necessity for swift action, advocating for the utmost sincerity in their approach, the clearance of non-essential players, and the establishment of a strategy centered around Fong Yun. Upon hearing Robert's words, President Randy felt overwhelmed, acutely aware of the mounting pressure. Aston Villa had incurred losses of 30 million last season, with their financial situation continuing to deteriorate. Randy pondered whether to gamble by overextending their finances in pursuit of success. If they excelled this year, and Fong Yun increased his market value, it would alleviate many concerns. His commercial worth alone could significantly aid the club's recovery. However, if Fong Yun's performance faltered, the likelihood of relegation loomed large, jeopardizing future development and potentially exacerbating their plight. With a heavy sigh, President Randy lamented the difficulty of the situation. Why was it so challenging? After finally securing a gem with a free transfer, witnessing the team improve, why did the pressure remain so immense? Yet, after regaining his composure, he made a pivotal decision. He returned to his original aspirations. His venture into football was driven by the desire to reach the pinnacle of this domain, to elevate Aston Villa into a prestigious club. With the financial fair play regulations in effect, even the elite clubs cannot recklessly spend. Their success stems from a rich history, a substantial fan base, and effective commercial operations. Speaking of historical legacy, Aston Villa holds its own, having been established in the 19th century, boasting a deeply rooted history. While the fan base has diminished in the 21st century due to declining performance, this is a temporary setback. As the team excels, supporters will naturally return. For commercial operations, enlisting the finest professional managers and football directors is crucial. Ultimately, the success of commercial endeavors relies on the players themselves. When players perform exceptionally, they generate interest, discussions, and visibility. Should Fong Yun achieve greatness this season, his commercial value will soar, and the prospects for commercial operations will undoubtedly flourish. Moreover, Premier League clubs possess a distinctly advantageous condition compared to teams in the other top 5 leagues. They receive substantial broadcasting revenues, typically starting from approximately 70 to 80 million. This implies that as long as a team avoids relegation, the Premier League guarantees a minimum of 70 million each season. Such financial assurance provides clubs with significant operational latitude, resulting in fierce competition among all Premier League teams, with the championship title rarely being defended consecutively. In contrast, champions in other leagues tend to be more predictable. La Liga sees Real Madrid and Barcelona alternate. The Bundesliga is dominated by Bayern Munich. Ligue 1 is largely owned by Paris Saint-Germain, and Serie A is shared primarily between the two Milan clubs and Juventus. After much contemplation, Chairman Randy decided to take a calculated risk, extending the utmost sincerity to Fong Yun by offering the most favorable conditions. Should Fong Yun choose not to stay, Randy would at least feel he had made every effort. It was understandable if Fong Yun viewed Aston Villa merely as a stepping stone. Every player aspires to join superior teams, win more titles, and earn higher wages. Such ambitions are entirely justifiable. Following the match, Chairman Randy directly approached Fong Yun to gauge his thoughts. He wasted no time getting to the point. Fong Yun, we have received numerous offers for you, and we wish to retain your services. How does an increase to a weekly salary of 50,000 euros sound? This offer, undeniably generous, represented a tenfold increase compared to his previous earnings, especially considering that the highest weekly wage on the team was only 55,000 euros, a figure reflective of a relegation-threatened squad. Other teams fighting to avoid relegation, such as Queen's Park Rangers and Reading, had their top salaries barely exceeding 40,000 euros. The sincerity of the offer was palpable. Regarding the buyout clause, Randy proposed extending the contract from 2 years to 5, with a buyout fee set at €30 million. Fong Yun had always intended to lead Aston Villa to a league title before contemplating his next move. His character was such that he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards those who had rescued him during his low points. Thus, he was determined to repay that kindness. Aston Villa, amidst doubt and criticism from the public, had chosen to place their trust in him, a gesture Fong Yun would not forget. Furthermore, the contract's terms reflected genuine goodwill, and the buyout clause was not excessively high. Fong Yun was aware that the buyout fee for 17-year-old Yamal in the 2024 season had reached an astonishing €1 billion, illustrating Barcelona's significant valuation of him. In contrast, Randy's proposed buyout fee of €30 million indicated that he did not intend to bind Fong Yun to the club indefinitely. Such an amount would still be within reach for the elite clubs. Chairman Randy continued, "If you agree, the club intends to build a team around you as the core. Your opinions will be valued in recruitment decisions." Upon hearing this, Fong Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he held sway over recruitment, his influence would be unparalleled. Chapter 38, The Villa Blueprint. The absolute core. Fong Yun undoubtedly had the potential to join a prestigious club and establish himself rapidly, given his remarkable growth trajectory. However, compared to standing on the shoulders of giants, Fong Yun prefers to carve out his own destiny with his own 2 feet. The support of the system allows him to be fearless, defeating all rivals effortlessly. Given enough time, surpassing the likes of Ronaldo and Messi would be well within his reach. If he were to build a team around himself, leveraging his knowledge from his past life, he could easily recruit those superstar talents, gathering various prodigies to form a super-galactic fleet, becoming in existence even more formidable than the legendary dream team of Barcelona. Fong Yun readily accepted this prospect. "Yes, I can agree to such a contract, and I am willing to raise the buyout clause to $50 million. However, I have one condition. I require greater authority in transfer dealings. As you have seen, the recruitment of Sulla has been remarkably successful. You can trust me." Fong Yun's willingness to elevate the buyout clause to $50 million deeply moved Randy. After all, the record transfer fee for this year, Thiago Silva, was only $42 million. A buyout clause of $50 million would give any team pause before attempting to acquire Fong Yun. This is no trifling sum. Randy promptly agreed. "No problem. As long as you sign the contract, the team will be constructed around you for the next 5 years. The players you desire will be prioritized for scouting, and I will ensure this is included in the contract." Thus, they joyfully entered into collaboration. Fong Yun signed a new contract with Aston Villa, unencumbered by strict limitations typical of transfer windows, and this was achieved with mutual consent. The following day, the club officially announced the signing of Fong Yun with a staggering buyout clause of $50 million and a weekly salary of €50,000. This news sent shockwaves across England. Scouts from top clubs were left astounded by this revelation. Mourinho, in particular, was bewildered. Pleading for at least an opportunity, did Real Madrid not even want him? With his newfound prowess, Fong Yun was indifferent to the allure of Real Madrid, or any other club for that matter. He was intent on leading his team to greatness. Fans of other prestigious clubs could only sigh in resignation upon hearing the news. "Why would I waste my youth at a small club when I could be at a grand team?" they lamented. Alas, they were too naive. By the time Fong Yun realized that such a small club could not provide him with the achievements or salary he desired, it would be too late for regrets. And a 5-year commitment with a buyout clause of $50 million raises questions about which elite club would want him. After 5 years, without a championship to his name, his ambitions might very well have diminished. On the other hand, Aston Villa fans were elated. Aston Villa is saved. Fong Yun, you are the child of Aston Villa. You are the new king of Aston Villa. They had heard that the club intended to build a team around Fong Yun, igniting hope for the revival of Aston Villa. "Rejuvenating Aston Villa is our duty. If Fong Yun excelled, perhaps the market in China could also be expanded." The fans from Huaxia are indeed exhilarated. Huaxia Football has found its successor, having secured a 5-year contract with Aston Villa, promising a bright future ahead. Indeed, with a weekly salary reaching $50,000. He ranks among the top earners within the team, setting a record for salaries of Huaxia players playing abroad. My friends, I shall not elaborate further. I am off to purchase Fong Yun's jersey. In a few years, it will undoubtedly yield great returns. You possess a keen economic insight. I shall join you in this endeavor. In no time, Fong Yun's jerseys were sold out, as demand skyrocketed. Aston Villa has assigned the number 10 jersey to Fong Yun. This number carries profound significance. Legendary figures like Pele, the midfield maestro Zidane, the football king Messi, and the artistic midfielder Modric have all donned the number 10. It symbolizes the core, embodies the soul of the team, and represents the aspirations of the fans. Consequently, Fong Yun's jersey was being resold by scalpers for over $3,000. The jersey manufacturer collaborating with Aston Villa worked overtime, producing Fong Yun's jerseys in 3 shifts, resulting in substantial profits for the club as well. Simultaneously, numerous endorsements sought to partner with Fong Yun. However, he chose not to engage in endorsements just yet. Recognizing that the current offers were modest and that he had only played 2 matches, his primary focus remained on enhancing his performance and leading the team to success in the Champions League this season. A few days later, Aston Villa faced Queen's Park Rangers in the 3rd round of the Premier League. This match, against a relegation-threatened team, saw Aston Villa secure a resounding victory without bloodshed. By halftime, they led 3-0, with Fong Yun contributing 1 goal and 2 assists. In the 54th minute of the second half, Fong Yun, utilizing Rodri's defensive module, anticipated the play, executed a steal, and delivered a precise through ball to assist Bentik in scoring, achieving a hat trick of assists. In the 60th minute, after a long pass and a triangular cross from Agbonlahor, Fong Yun struck from distance to score. In the 80th minute, he netted another goal from a free kick, executing a stunning curved shot to complete his offensive hat trick. In the 81st minute, he was substituted, receiving thunderous applause from the crowd. In such a match devoid of suspense, the coach prioritized protecting Fong Yun. Maintaining good physical condition is essential for him to perform at his best. Should he score again? One cannot predict how the opposing team might retaliate. An injury at this stage could jeopardize his burgeoning career. Despite Fong Yun's current dominance in the Premier League, we must remember he is merely 17, at an age where injuries can significantly impact one's professional trajectory. With this victory, Aston Villa achieved 3 consecutive wins to start the season. Boasting an impressive goal difference, they temporarily topped the Premier League standings. Fong Yun's performance over 3 matches, with 6 goals and 7 assists, placed him at the pinnacle of both the scoring and assist charts. The renowned midfield star Thierry Henry also commented on his performance during a program. It is truly difficult to fathom a 17-year-old midfielder who has been directly involved in 13 goals across 3 matches, especially against formidable teams like Manchester City and Manchester United. It seems the Golden Boy Award is rightfully his. A player who averages a goal contribution per game is already considered a star. Yet Fong Yun has managed an astonishing average of 4 goals per match over these 3 games. However, there are skeptics regarding Fong Yun. With such a small sample size, can one truly assess a player's quality from merely 3 matches? At the season's onset, many players struggle to find their rhythm. And Fong Yun has yet to be thoroughly analyzed. Once he is, he may simply appear ordinary. Indeed, regardless of how well he performs this season, he will inevitably face the rookie wall, and next season, he may fade into obscurity. The world of football is never short of critics, and Fong Yun merely smiles at such remarks, leaving judgments to time. Chapter 39. Football. Beyond football. After the match, Fong Yun returned to his rented room. Just as he intended to lie down and rest, he received a notification. Ding. Main mission completed. Secure a starting position by starting in 3 consecutive matches. Mission reward. System upgrade. Had the system not reminded him, Fong Yun might have forgotten about this task, and he promptly upgraded his system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded the system, adding the intimacy value module, which can be accessed for viewing. Fong Yun eagerly clicked to view it. Intimacy value module. The host can interact with other players to increase intimacy value. Upon reaching 100, the host can randomly draw a skill from that player. Fong Yun was thrilled. This was indeed a valuable asset. By fostering good relationships and raising his intimacy value, he could acquire skills from others, a guaranteed profit. However, he pondered how much intimacy value could be gained and the means to reach 100. If it required developing a certain type of relationship, Fong Yun would certainly refuse to engage. He believed that his current deficiencies lay in dribbling and shooting, with Rodri's defensive module enhancing his defensive capabilities. He felt quite strong in that area. The only aspects needing improvement were his physicality and resilience. After much contemplation, Fong Yun decided to approach the forward Bentik. After all, Bentik, as a striker, possessed decent shooting and dribbling attributes, along with commendable physicality. Being in his early 20s, he was likely to be approachable. Fong Yun felt that next season, the team should recruit several emerging talents like Mbappe, Kimmich, Pogba, and Lukaku, all of whom are relatively young and could be acquired. Then, by leveraging his intimacy value system, he could maximize his gains. What a delightful prospect. In essence, he would embody the best qualities of many players. Currently, most of the Aston Villa players are not as skilled as Fong Yun. Thus, the hope of drawing formidable skills seems bleak. Yet having something is better than having nothing at all. Consequently, the day after training, Fong Yun took the initiative to invite Bentik out for dinner. In his previous life, he had a fair amount of understanding regarding Bentik, who could be considered a budget version of Lukaku, a quintessential stationary striker, albeit lacking in speed. Competing against Manchester United, one can rely on speed and physicality to overpower their central defenders, primarily due to the sluggishness and age of those defenders. When facing average central backs, Bentik's speed remains rather unremarkable. Born in the Congo, he possesses exceptional physical attributes. His offensive arsenal predominantly comprises headers and back-to-goal plays to receive the ball and shoot. He joined Liverpool in the 2015-2016 season, later transferring to Crystal Palace, but his performance waned over the years due to persistent injuries, ultimately leading him to fade into obscurity. Fong Yun believes that Bentik's singular offensive approach limits his potential for growth, relying solely on his physicality and headers, with a rather rudimentary technical skill set. In his youth, during the peak of his physical capabilities, this was a viable strategy, much like how James initially played. However, with age, a transformation in playing style becomes imperative. James eventually evolved into a playmaking player, transitioning to a possession-based game while honing his back-to-the-basket skills and three-point shooting. During a meal with Bentik, Fong Yun earnestly stated, "Do you believe in me? Do you wish to ascend to the next level?" Bentik, known for his sincerity, typical of many from Africa, replied, "I trust you." Looking deeply into Bentik's eyes, Fong Yun continued, "If you aspire to elevate your game, you must diversify your scoring techniques and refine your skills. Currently, most of your goals stem from your physicality and instinct. Should you age or suffer injuries that diminish your athletic prowess, you risk losing all your advantages." Fong Yun's words were delivered with heartfelt sincerity. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that states, "Bitter medicine is beneficial for illness." Honest words are often hard to hear but advantageous for action. Although the message may be difficult to digest, it indeed highlights areas for improvement. Bentik nodded in agreement. Host's intimacy with player Bentik 10, Fong Yun received a notification, indicating that his words had made an impact. "So what should I do specifically?" Bentik inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Quite simply, communicate your needs to the coach. Express your desire to focus on technical training. If the team lacks resources, consider hiring a personal technical coach for tailored training. Moreover, I recommend you shed some weight to enhance your explosiveness and speed, vital elements in the game." Fong Yun's advice was not arbitrary. Anyone who witnessed Haaland's inaugural season at Manchester City would comprehend the significance. Imagine a 1.9-meter athletic marvel combined with remarkable speed and explosiveness. Such a spectacle. He devoured defenders, rendering even the 80 million-pound defender Ruben Dias a mere backdrop. In his first year, he shattered the Premier League scoring record, earning the moniker the Beast. His goal tally diminished in the second season due to tactical adjustments and personal form. Haaland requires space to sprint and accelerate, yet Manchester City's possession style often leaves him sidelined. Were Aston Villa to acquire a player of Haaland's caliber, Fong Yun would confidently assert that they could triumph against both Real Madrid and Barcelona. One can observe the playing style of Adriano. He possesses all the skills you have, along with the ability to dribble past opponents, a powerful long-range shot, and proficiency in free kicks. Your roles are akin, and there is much to be learned from him. Fong Yun continued to elaborate. Host's intimacy with Bentik 20, I am aware of your humble beginnings and the challenging living conditions that compelled you to change your fate through football. The journey has not been easy, and I sincerely hope you can advance further. Furthermore, steer clear of the temptations of women. This is vital, and I emphasize it thrice. You must concentrate on football, enhancing your abilities to reach grander stages and secure more championships, Fong Yun stated earnestly. Many players possess the potential and talent to become stars. Yet they fall prey to the indulgences of wealth, becoming entrapped in a life of excess and alcohol. Adriano is a case in point. After his father's passing, he succumbed to alcoholism and neglected his training. Host's intimacy with Bentik 50. My goodness, is this how much it increases? At that moment, Bentik grasped Fong Yun's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, Yun, you are the first person to speak these words to me. I shall remember them dearly, train diligently. and play earnestly for my family and my country. I was born amidst turmoil. My father was a soldier, often away fighting against rebels, returning only once every few years. My mother raised my siblings and me, always urging me to be strong and to strive to alter our destiny through football. Thus, I have worked tirelessly, determined to ensure my siblings and my parents can live free from conflict. I am fortunate to have reached the Premier League. Thank you, Fong Yun. With that, Bentik shed tears freely. Fong Yun was profoundly moved, being born in a war-torn African nation, enduring hunger and hardship. And rising to the top leagues through sheer effort is no small feat. He could not help but reflect on the plight of Palestinian and Iraqi refugees. Recalling a poignant moment when a young girl questioned an American soldier about the invasion of their homeland, a heart-wrenching scene that stirred his emotions deeply. The image of Drogba kneeling on one knee after reaching the World Cup finals in 2006, praying for peace amidst conflict, lingered in Fong Yun's memory. Football transcends the sport itself. It indeed has the power to change the world and bring forth peace. Bentik, I believe in you. You too can become the Drogba of Congo. You can lead your nation to the World Cup and help quell the strife. You are a man capable of shouldering the weight of your country. Upon finishing, Bentik wept openly, releasing the pent-up emotions he had long endured. Fong Yun understood that this man had borne immense pressure, and in this moment, he was finally liberated. Chapter 40. Intensifying efforts, attracting attention. Fong Yun and Bentik were thoroughly intoxicated, relishing a rare moment of relaxation since Fong Yun joined Aston Villa. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your intimacy with Bentik has reached 100. Reward. Randomly select one skill from Bentik. Various skills of Bentik floated before Fong Yun's eyes. Bentik's back-to-goal shooting module, 20 probability. Bentik's physical conditioning module, 20 probability. Bentik's powerful header module, 20 probability. The pointer halted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Bentik's physical conditioning module. Bentik's physical conditioning module significantly enhances the host's physical attributes, including confrontation, balance, and height. At that moment, Fong Yun opened the system panel. Confrontation, 50 to 80. Balance, 50 to 70. Height, 184 to 186. Fong Yun felt his muscles becoming more defined and larger, as if his body was infused with boundless strength. Good gracious, this is incredibly powerful, he exclaimed, as his confrontation attribute surged by 30 points, showcasing the strength of Bentik's physical prowess. Previously, Fong Yun's performance in matches was limited by his confrontational ability, often relying on skill and anticipation for defense. Now, with his confrontation at 80, he could directly use his body to break through opponents, disrupting their attacks with greater ease and efficiency. Balance is equally crucial. It tests one's core. A lack of balance can lead to losing one's position and control over the ball when confronted. Why does Messi, despite seeming physically limited and not particularly tall, excel in evading defenders? It is due to his remarkable balance, akin to a weeble that cannot be toppled, skillfully maintaining possession. The importance of height cannot be overstated in modern football, where aerial duels and second balls are emphasized. Lacking height places one at a disadvantage. Rodri's defensive prowess is partly attributed to his high success rate in aerial confrontations, boasting a staggering 90 success rate in duels among his peers in the league. Anyone attempting to contest a high ball must reckon with Rodri, whose impressive stature and physical attributes make him a formidable defensive wall. Though a height increase of merely 2 centimeters may seem modest, it can lead to significant transformations. However, excess can be detrimental. Overly tall players may struggle with stability, as exemplified by Arsenal's forward Havertz. Now, Fong Yun found himself ready to contend with Manchester City's midfield duo, Lampard and Yaya Touré, without hesitation. Previously, he relied solely on stamina and positioning to evade opponents, but with his enhanced physical confrontational ability, the game had changed. In Portugal, within a villa, Mendes had just arrived for a holiday at his retreat. However, just a few days later, his inbox became inundated. Mendes, one of the 4 prominent agents in the football world, tirelessly traverses across Europe, generating profits for countless players and clubs, with many recommending exceptional talent to him. The role of an agent may appear straightforward. Many assume that it merely involves negotiations, yet the reality is far more complex. If one lacks an understanding of football and fails to accurately assess talent, navigating this career path becomes exceedingly challenging. Imagine, as an agent, facilitating the transfer of a player with mediocre talent to a top-tier team at an exorbitant fee, only to witness dismal performance. How can one sustain their career in such circumstances? No amount of negotiation prowess can compensate for the absence of quality players. Thus, a successful agent must be adept in collaboration with both clubs and players. Mendes excels in this regard, having been a player himself. He possesses the insight to discern which athletes have exceptional potential and to identify the clubs that would be a suitable fit for them. Coupled with his astute business acumen and negotiation skills, he enjoys considerable respect within the industry. This stands in stark contrast to the notorious Raiola. Mendes sifted through his emails. Belgian prodigy emerges, numerous clubs vying for acquisition, Premier League unveils another genius forward, local residency guarantees profit, is Brazil producing another Ronaldinho? Valued at 20 million. Upon encountering such sensationalist headlines, Mendes felt exasperated. Typically, upon opening such emails and reviewing the accompanying footage, he found only highlight reels. A closer examination of the actual matches revealed nothing remarkable. 17-year-old Huaxia youngster scores 6 goals and provides 6 assists in 3 Premier League matches, directly contributing to 13 goals, leading both the scoring and assisting charts. Upon reading this title, Mendes erupted in frustration. Who could possibly send me such ludicrous correspondence? First and foremost, it is absurd for Huaxia players to even enter the Premier League. How could a nation that fails to qualify for the World Cup produce quality talent? Furthermore, to claim that 3 matches resulted in 13 goals, does that not imply that this player is superior to Messi? Such an assertion is preposterous, especially since directly contributing suggests that he was involved in every single one of those goals, which is utterly implausible. The convergence of these exceedingly improbable events renders this scenario entirely impossible. What a foolish individual to send me this email. I shall blacklist them immediately as they are wasting my time. However, when he opened the email and saw the sender's name, he was taken aback. Johnson. He had collaborated with him for many years, and his discerning eye was well recognized. Why would he send such an outrageous message? Confounded, Mendes proceeded to view the enclosed footage. My heavens, is this human? Mendes was utterly astonished. Is this the caliber of play that a Huaxia player can exhibit? And at just 17 years of age, are you jesting? The physique, the quality, the passing, the positioning. Mendes was completely captivated by Fong Yun's performance. During his tenure as a youth training director, Mendes had developed a keen understanding of youth teams and rarely misjudged talent. This player, Fong Yun, is undeniably a remarkable prospect. The defensive positioning is exceptional, having saved the team multiple times in moments of crisis. Although his physical attributes may not be outstanding, he is merely 17 years old, yet possesses all the qualities of a midfield maestro. His passing is unparalleled, with long balls and through passes executed with remarkable precision, delivered perfectly. Moreover, his stamina is abundant. In the third match, he tirelessly outpaced Manchester City's midfield. He is a multifaceted warrior, capable of shooting, defending, and passing. Most importantly, his mental fortitude is exceptional. He consistently exhibits the most enthusiasm on the pitch, inspiring his teammates and turning the tide of the game. This big heart is a requisite trait of elite superstars. Many players falter under pressure, failing to deliver in crucial moments, while others dominate lesser opponents yet crumble in significant matches. A player of his caliber should command a valuation of at least 20 million, with a salary upwards of 60 or 70,000, as Mendes speculated. However, upon discovering that Fong Yun's weekly wage is merely 50,000, and that he has just renewed his contract with his original club, with a staggering buyout clause of 50 million, all while playing for a relegation-threatened team, Mendes was utterly dismayed. How could such a talent earn so little and be bound by a 5-year contract? This essentially ties him to the relegation battlers, Aston Villa. Mendes found this unacceptable. What kind of agent would allow this to happen? Then he noticed there was no agent at all. Mendes sighed in resignation. This player seemingly had no negotiation skills whatsoever. I must sign him, he thought, brimming with confidence. Under Mendes' guidance, his value could easily exceed 50 million. I must act swiftly. I need to book a flight to England immediately to secure this player. Mendes felt a mix of frustration and determination. Fong Yun was clearly undervaluing himself. Chapter 41. A powerful alliance. Unveiling grand aspirations that day, after training. Fong Yun received a call from an unfamiliar number. He often received harassing calls, mostly from phishing scams, and he had no idea how his information had been leaked. Generally, he avoided answering unknown calls, but feeling particularly upbeat today, he decided to pick up. Is this Mr. Fong Yun? I am football agent Mendes. I see great potential in you and would like to discuss a matter with you, if that is agreeable. Mendez got straight to the point. Upon hearing Mendez's name, Fong Yun felt invigorated. Mendez is a renowned football agent. In his previous life, Mendez represented illustrious stars, including the legendary Cristiano Ronaldo, Manchester City's defensive linchpin, Ruben Dias, the formidable Cancelo, and the talented midfield dynamo, Bernardo Silva, each valued at approximately 70 to 80 million. Although most of his clients are Portuguese, the fact that Mendez has taken an interest in him speaks volumes about his regard for Fong Yun's abilities and potential. Mendez's discerning eye for talent is commendable. To recognize his skill and promise after merely 3 matches is truly remarkable. The two met at Starbucks, where Mendez's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Yun, your performance has left me utterly astonished. The matches against Manchester United and Manchester City stirred my very soul. It has been a long time since I witnessed such an exhilarating display. The abilities and potential you have revealed are boundless. I have faith in you. With proper development and the right platform, your ultimate destination will not merely be the Ballon d'Or. You possess the caliber of a master midfielder. Mendez did not conceal his admiration for Yun. After a brief pause, Mendez continued, Haha, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. I have come today to propose a contract. I understand that you currently have no agent, and the influence of an agent on a player's entire career is paramount, as you are likely aware. I believe I can assist you in ascending to a higher platform, securing greater and better resources, and attaining more championships. Allow me to outline my advantages. Mendez's gaze was intense, his words and eyes radiating profound confidence. During this time, Fong Yun had also been contemplating the need for a professional and exceptional football agent. This is crucial for any player. An inadequate agent could very well jeopardize a player's career. Adriano, after the passing of his father, succumbed to alcohol and was embroiled in constant off-field controversies. With an agent who failed to provide proper guidance, develop a reasonable training regimen, or manage public relations effectively, ultimately leading to his gradual decline. An exceptional agent is undoubtedly beneficial for a player. No need for introductions. I trust in your capabilities, Fong Yun stated directly. Mendez was taken aback. Could it be that Fong Yun had conducted prior research on him? Yet it made sense, coming from Huaxia. Fong Yun had received a quality education and was quite astute. His understanding would undoubtedly be broader than that of the average individual, and he would likely have investigated before the conversation. With both parties aware of their mutual understanding, the negotiation proceeded smoothly. In the brief encounter, Fong Yun could clearly perceive why Mendez garnered the admiration of so many stars. He adeptly approached issues from the player's perspective, unlike certain agents who only consider short-term gains without regard for long-term development. When Mendez signed with Ronaldo, his commission reached as high as 20. However, during negotiations with Fong Yun, he sensed considerable pressure. This young Huaxia talent was quite the negotiator, asking for a lofty percentage while being pragmatic. Fong Yun proposed a 10 commission, understanding that as long as he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to football, his development would flourish. The agent's role was merely supplementary, with the core being himself. Thus, Fong Yun psychologically held the upper hand. After some back and forth, the commission was ultimately settled at 12. You Huaxiao people truly excel in business. Your negotiation skills surpass even those of the team owners I have encountered before. Mendez had to reassess the 17-year-old talent from Huaxia. It is difficult to fathom that you are still a minor. To be candid, your acumen in negotiations surpasses that of seasoned veterans. Fong Yun, having traversed 2 lifetimes, has encountered myriad experiences and pitfalls, particularly in the realm of contracts, which he has diligently studied. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in unfavorable agreements, incurring losses. However, this only serves to invigorate Mendez, as it underscores Fong Yun's remarkable adaptability, his fierce desire for victory, and his indomitable spirit, qualities that greatly impress Mendez. Subsequently, both parties affixed their signatures, finalizing the contract. I am confident that our formidable alliance will usher in a new era for football, Mendez proclaimed with fervor. Yet, I contend that Aston Villa, a team fighting for survival, may stifle your growth. You ought to aspire to join a prestigious club where your talents would truly shine. Mendez added, the primary concern about joining a top club is the assurance of playing time. I can guarantee that, should you join a prestigious team, your playing time will be secure, and your salary will increase significantly, not to mention the possibility of winning championships. If you wish to expedite your transition to a top club, I can assist you during this winter transfer window. Fong Yun interjected, I will certainly not leave this season. Aston Villa extended a hand during my lowest ebb, and I have vowed to lead the team to victory before considering departure. Indeed. A player's brand image and personal charisma are paramount, significantly influencing the fan base. Let us aim for next summer's transfer window. Truth be told, the buyout clause of $50 million is rather daunting, but fortunately, the contract spans 5 years, and you are still young, providing ample opportunity for maneuvering. Fong Yun remained non-committal. Contemplating before responding, I possess influence over signings at Aston Villa. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Mendes sprang to his feet, exhilarated. Is that true? Even core players at top clubs have limited sway over signings, let alone a team battling relegation. Unless one is a Messi or a Ronaldo, one cannot dictate their teammates. The pressure on a relegation-threatened team is immense, facing the constant risk of plummeting from grace. This highlights Aston Villa's regard for Fong Yun. Moreover, I share a strong rapport with Chairman Randy, who personally invited me to join Villa, Fong Yun stated with remarkable composure. This assertion carries significant weight. Team owners typically express interest only in world-class superstars. It is rare in football to cultivate a relationship with a club owner. Presently, only Messi and Laporta, Ronaldo, and Beckham and Florentino Perez are known to enjoy such connections. Fong Yun's close association with the Aston Villa owner indicates Randy's high regard for him. It is worth noting that Randy has inherited a billion-dollar family business, while Real Madrid's Perez is valued at only $1.3 billion. It can be asserted that as long as Randy is committed to diligently managing Aston Villa, his financial resources could rival those of Real Madrid, thus enabling him to transform Aston Villa into a prestigious club. For instance, acquiring the young prodigy Mbappé, nurturing his talent, and subsequently selling him for a staggering sum could yield substantial profits for the club, as long as the team possesses sufficient strength. The presence of other top-tier players becomes inconsequential. Did not Messi lead a squad of seemingly average players to World Cup glory? This is the very foundation of Fong Yun's confidence. Chapter 42, The Galactic Fleet, Tactical Blueprint. Fong Yun continued, presenting a list of young players worthy of exploration, each brimming with developmental potential. Mendes, perplexed, opened his notebook to scrutinize the roster of players Fong Yun had compiled. Man, Kane, De Bruyne, Neymar, Carvajal, Lautaro, Demel, Theo, De Jong, Nkunku, Jesus, Lukaku. Fong Yun elaborated further, stating that these players, born between 1991 and 1997, are currently aged between 15 and 22, representing promising talent. By clicking on their names, one can view their current clubs and contractual situations. This compilation was a labor of love for Fong Yun, who invested considerable time to ensure its thoroughness and ease of information gathering. I am familiar with some of these players, like Neymar and Kane, who are recognized as prodigies. However, there are others I do not know, but I can certainly look into them later, Mendes remarked thoughtfully. I am curious, did you compile this list yourself? Or did you source it elsewhere? Mendes inquired after a moment of reflection. Of course, I synthesized numerous resources to create it. I have met many scouts in Europe, and some of the players on this list are my favorites. It took a significant amount of effort to compile, Fong Yun replied, his tone a blend of seriousness and jest. Mendes was taken aback, questioning the reliability of evaluating players based solely on video games, deeming it rather absurd. All right then, I'll take the time to research it when I get back, he conceded, though he remained skeptical. I will share my thoughts with you during next summer's transfer window. By then, you will know whether to stay or go, Fong Yun added. Fong Yun was preparing for contingencies. If the club adhered to his recommendations regarding transfers, and the process unfolded smoothly, aligning with his desires, and if Mendes secured contracts with these future stars, it was highly likely he would remain with the team. After all, Mendes's interests were closely intertwined with his own, granting him greater influence and bolstering his standing in the locker room among the newly arrived young talents. Having undergone a decade of tactical evolution in football, Fong Yun was confident in his coaching abilities and believed his tactical acumen rivaled that of many esteemed coaches. Should Aston Villa succeed in realizing his vision of constructing a galactic fleet, the satisfaction would be unparalleled. Fong Yun harbored numerous tactical ideas, aspiring to replicate Guardiola's 3-4-2-1 formation, leaving the illustrious coach without recourse upon his eventual arrival at Manchester City. The aspiration is to implement a high-pressing 4-4-2 formation akin to Liverpool's style. Once the team has achieved cohesion and the players have matured, we can transition to a 3-4-2-1 formation in the league, maintaining possession and dominating lesser opponents to secure the championship with ease. In cup competitions, we could adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy reminiscent of Mourinho's approach, thereby amassing a plethora of trophies. The query arises as to why Pep Guardiola, since his arrival at Manchester City, has garnered 6 Premier League titles over 8 seasons, establishing his dominance in the league, yet has secured only a handful of cup titles, with merely 1 Champions League trophy to his name. The reason lies in City's ability to consistently earn points against weaker teams in the league, where they control possession so thoroughly that the opposing players struggle to even touch the ball, let alone score. With numerous attacking opportunities and a barrage of shots on goal, it is inevitable that at least one will find the back of the net. In stark contrast, Manchester United excels against stronger teams, even in the 2024 season. When the team languished in mid-table, they managed to draw against Liverpool and Arsenal. Unfortunately, in that same season, United suffered defeats to relegation-threatened teams, a testament to their inconsistent performance. Thus, the crux of league success lies in the ability to secure points against weaker opponents. In cup competitions, however, Manchester City falters due to the inherent randomness of the format. The pressure is different, and opponents often employ varying defensive intensities, focusing on neutralizing key players. Moreover, most teams facing City in cup matches adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy, significantly increasing their goal conversion rates. Mourinho serves as a prime example of success in such competitions. Furthermore, Guardiola's substitutions have never been his forte, and cup matches demand a coach's adeptness at adapting strategies and making timely substitutions. Guardiola excels in player development and tactical research, but struggles with in-game adjustments. Thus, Fong Yun's vision is straightforward: dominate the league through possession-based football to clinch the title. While in cup matches, he advocates for counterattacks or high pressing, a more straightforward approach. This is Fong Yun's initial proposal, yet he acknowledges potential challenges, such as the slow development of young talents, mounting pressure from fans, coaches, and club management. Additionally, Chairman Randy's assurances regarding his influence remain uncertain, as they are merely verbal agreements. Should Randy retract his support, Fong Yun would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, if the recruitment does not align with Fong Yun's expectations, he may opt to depart for a more prestigious club. Very well, I await your updates. You need not concern yourself with matters off the pitch. I will handle the commercial operations. Your sole focus should be on performing well on the field, he remarked. The following day, Fong Yun approached the head coach to express his desire to modify the team's tactics. I believe our current approach is overly simplistic, relying heavily on defensive counterattacks. If the opposition is cautious and denies us opportunities, we may find it challenging to score, Fong Yun stated candidly. Robert did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question in return: what are your ideas? He was eager to hear Fong Yun's insights and perspectives. Currently, the primary issue plaguing the team's offensive capabilities lies in their lack of effectiveness in positional play. The fullbacks exhibit insufficient skill, with both their speed and crossing ability being mediocre. Coordination among teammates is prone to errors, and individual explosive capabilities are lacking. Striker Bentik relies on a singular scoring method, devoid of speed and explosiveness. Although Sulla on the flanks possesses pace, he finds himself isolated, lacking support from teammates, and struggles to handle defensive pressure. As Fong Yun pointed out, "Please, continue," Robert encouraged Fong Yun. To address these concerns, we could enhance the connection between the center forward, midfield, and flanks. Bentik could drop back to receive the ball, drawing defenders out of position. Meanwhile, the wide players should make diagonal runs, leaving only one central defender to mark. At this juncture, a midfielder could advance to provide support, executing a through ball to the flanks, thus creating opportunities. If the opposing fullback follows our winger, Sulla could cut inside, allowing for a cross aimed at Bentik, whose heading ability is formidable. Robert nodded in approval. Indeed, that's a brilliant idea. Furthermore, during counterattacks, we could capitalize on Bentik's heading prowess by directly targeting him as a pivot. The center forward could lay the ball off to the midfield, while the flanks make diagonal runs, and the midfield executes a through ball for a swift counter. If Bentik enhances his speed, he could be directly involved. Enriching the team's attacking options, Fong Yun elaborated on his tactical vision. Chapter 43, New Tactics, New Horizons. The team could also implement variations between strong and weak sides. Robert listened intently, his gaze reflecting anticipation. He recognized that despite being only 17, Fong Yun's understanding of football transcended that of his peers. The left winger could be assigned an inward-oriented forward role, converging towards the center during attacks while leaving space on the flanks. Fong Yun illustrated a clear route on the tactical board, explaining that fullbacks could function as wingers, thus forming a three-defender attacking system. He intended to collaborate closely with the left-sided fullback. His fingers moved swiftly on the tactical board, reminiscent of a pre-match strategy briefing. If the opposition fails to provide support, we could exploit the left flank with a numerical advantage. Whether the fullback dribbles past defenders or I deliver a through ball for him to cross, it can pose a significant threat. With my presence on the left, the risk remains minimal. Fong Yun spoke with conviction, his eyes sparkling with confidence. If the opposition shifts to provide support, I would withdraw and transition the ball to the weaker side. At that moment, Solo would have a one-on-one opportunity, which aligns perfectly with his capabilities, creating threats regardless of the situation. He finished speaking and looked up at Robert, awaiting his response. Brilliant, simply brilliant, Robert exclaimed, astonished by Fong Yun's tactical acumen. He had not anticipated that a 17-year-old could possess such profound insights into tactics and spatial awareness. However, a concern lingered. This style of play could prove exhausting, as it necessitates frequent transitions between the flanks and the center, demanding active participation in both offense and defense. Can your stamina support such a rigorous approach? Robert inquired. In truth, Robert had contemplated this style before, but sudden tactical shifts often left players struggling to adapt. At the beginning of the season, stability is paramount. Fong Yun bears significant defensive responsibilities, balancing both central and flank positions, while his teammates often falter, leaving gaps. There is no concern regarding my stamina. I am currently in excellent shape. Fong Yun's stamina attribute has reached 80, and being young with a relatively light weight, he feels less burdened. Trust in my judgment. I will adeptly manage the team's offensive rhythm, knowing when to slow down and when to accelerate, Fong Yun stated. I'm reassured that you've grasped this concept. It is indeed crucial. Mastering the rhythm of the game is the foremost responsibility of a central midfielder, Robert remarked. This is undeniably true. If one observes the match footage of elite midfield maestros, such as Croatia's Luka Modric, it becomes evident. Watching him play exudes a sense of ease. He rarely falters, displaying unparalleled confidence and composure in ball handling. He can effortlessly maneuver past 3 opposing players in his own half and then, without warning, deliver a long pass or a backheel assist, allowing the forward to score effortlessly. This encapsulates rhythm. Throughout a match, players cannot be perpetually in motion or on the offensive, as fatigue sets in and moments of rest are necessary. For a midfielder, effectively controlling the overall offensive tempo and the player's stamina is essential. It is not merely about increasing speed, but rather about variation. Guardiola's Manchester City exemplifies a team adept at manipulating rhythm. Observers of Manchester City's matches will intuitively sense this. As they maintain possession, passing back and forth, one may feel drowsy, only for City to suddenly score. Such scenarios frequently occur as they exploit rhythm changes. They initially wear down opposing players through relentless ball circulation, simultaneously orchestrating their defensive setups. Once an opponent relaxes and loses focus, City capitalizes on this lapse with swift touches and rapid passes that penetrate through the channels to secure a goal. This is nearly indefensible, as moments of inattention are inevitable, particularly when one's team has been deprived of possession for an extended period. This also elucidates Guardiola's aversion to high balls and long passes, as they grant the opponent too much reaction time, hindering offensive flow. After taking the lead, Manchester City slows the tempo, and when opponents seek to quicken their pace for a counterattack, City responds with rapid ball movement and passing, deftly toying with them as if they were mere playthings. The players of Manchester City are renowned for their exceptional technical skills, adept at retaining possession and executing precise passes. Attempting to force Manchester City into errors through pressing is often a futile endeavor. Thus, it can be immensely frustrating, as one's mindset may crumble. Competing against Manchester City feels akin to striking cotton with a punch. This illustrates the paramount importance of rhythm changes. This is why midfield maestros are often referred to as the engine of the team, as they dictate the pace of the offense. Currently, the rhythmic engine of Aston Villa is Fong Yun, who stands as the team's sole nucleus. Head coach Robert acknowledged Fong Yun's insights. Consequently, the following day, he promptly implemented the new tactics. Initially, Bentique struggled to adapt, as it diverged significantly from his previous style of play. Previously, He would occupy the center back line without retreating or facilitating passes. However, in this new strategy, the role of a pivot center forward is paramount. The ability to position oneself effectively, secure the ball, and retreat promptly has become crucial. After a few days of adjustment, the situation began to improve. Bentik, possessing exceptional physical attributes, excelled in positioning and ball recovery. Now, he merely needed to enhance his passing and retreating skills, which he found manageable with practice. In the training matches leading up to the game, Bentik's tactical retreats contributed several points to the team, filling him with excitement. "Coach, I am immensely grateful. I seem to have discovered a new offensive approach. This tactic suits me perfectly. When I have my back to the goal, no one can outmaneuver me. Haha." Meanwhile, the team also practiced the strategy of shifting play from strong to weak sides. Wilkinson, who had previously struggled, gradually regained his confidence. With Fong Yun's support and assistance in this tactic, I feel much more secure and confident, daring to push forward and break through. My crosses have improved in quality as well. Thank you, Coach. Lahore also sensed his progress and transformation. Previously, I was solely a right-footed player. But the tactical arrangement has me playing as a left winger, frequently making runs down the flank. Although I have trained my left foot, it still feels awkward. However, this strategy allows me to cut in frequently, and the sensation of striking directly after an inward cut is exhilarating. Sulla was equally thrilled. In this tactic, I have countless one-on-one opportunities. The exhilaration of outmaneuvering an opponent without support is unparalleled. In the past, once I got past a defender, I was inundated with double teams, so frustrating. The entire team expressed their excitement for the new tactics, playing with greater ease and gratitude towards the coach. Fong Yun observed from the sidelines, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. At that moment, Coach Robert remarked, "Haha, this tactic was conceived by Fong Yun. I merely assisted." Instantly, the others were taken aback, casting surprised glances at Fong Yun, whose stature in their eyes grew significantly. Chapter 44. Facing a strong adversary again. Seizing the initiative, the other players couldn't help but regard Fong Yun with newfound respect. At just 17, his profound understanding of tactics was impressive. Meanwhile, they reflected on their own 17 years, still struggling in the youth training squads. The application of the new tactics elevated Aston Villa's offensive capabilities, and the team thrived splendidly. Fong Yun accessed the system panel and noted that his attributes in ball control, shooting, and long-range shots had all increased by 2 or 3 points, marking significant progress. 2 days later, Aston Villa faced the formidable Liverpool away. Liverpool was not to be underestimated, boasting numerous powerful players. The starting lineups were announced. In Liverpool's lineup, the forwards consist of Suarez as the center forward, Daniel on the right wing, and Sterling on the left wing. The midfield features Gerrard, Henderson, and Joe Allen, while the fullbacks include Johnson on the right and Enrique on the left. The central defenders are Skrtel and Adger, with Pepe Reina guarding the goal. Aston Villa has also deployed a 4-3-3 formation. Their forwards include Lahore on the left wing, Christian Bentik as the striker, and Sulla on the right wing. The midfielders are Fabian Delph and Bannon, while the fullbacks consist of Wilkinson on the left and Matty Lowton on the right. The central defenders are Ron Vlaar and Nathan Baker, with Brad Guzan in goal. Liverpool's attack boasts the renowned Suarez, whose current form may not match his peak. Yet his experience and tactical maturity pose a significant threat. The midfield is anchored by the legendary English maestro Gerrard, alongside the promising young talent Sterling, who, despite being dubbed the happy boy by fans, undeniably possesses considerable skill. Moreover, Liverpool's style of play revolves around defensive counterattacks and high pressing, which often leaves even elite teams struggling to find opportunities against them. As the match commenced, both sets of fans exchanged taunts, each firmly believing in their team's superiority. Surprisingly, Liverpool opted against their usual high-press strategy, instead choosing to adopt a more compact defensive stance. Manager Rodgers believed that a fast-paced, high-pressing approach could grant Aston Villa opportunities, given the potency of Fabian's long passes and through balls. In previous encounters, such tactics might have posed a dilemma for Villa, but with their arsenal now expanded, the scenario was markedly different. The unexpected decision by Liverpool to forego their signature high press in favor of a defensive counter-attacking strategy suggested that they were indeed cautious of Aston Villa's counterattacks. As noted by commentator Jean June, Aston Villa fans mockingly remarked on Liverpool's seemingly defensive approach against a relegation-threatened team, jesting, "As long as they catch the mouse. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, but if they lose, they shouldn't cry." However, concerns lingered among some fans. Previous matches had seen Aston Villa score primarily through counterattacks, making them wary of a potential struggle in a more stationary setup. As the match reached the 12th minute, Aston Villa gained possession and initiated play from the back. In this moment, Bentik, the center forward, retreated to create space, drawing out the opposing defenders. The ball was accurately played to Bentik, who received it with precision. At that moment, Fabian made a forward run, and Bentik delivered the ball to him. Fabian now had the ball. A potential threat was imminent. Meanwhile, right-back Sulla had already begun his diagonal run. Fabian patiently awaited the moment when Sulla was no longer in an offside position before unleashing his skill. A precision pass, deftly delivered to the space behind the center-back. Fanyun's forward through ball. Suddenly, Sulla appears, unmarked. Can the center-back make it in time to defend? The moment is utterly unexpected, and within a mere 5 seconds, Sulla has found himself in open space. He is simply uncatchable. Sulla's speed is astonishing. The commentator, Jean Jun, exclaims with fervor, Sulla is one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Sulla faces the keeper and unleashes a powerful shot. The goalkeeper makes contact with the ball but fails to secure it. The ball deflects off the Liverpool keeper's hand and finds the net. Just 12 minutes into the match, Aston Villa scores, a remarkable feat. Slicing through Liverpool's defense with just a few precise passes, and Sulla finishes with a clean strike. Jean Jun is elated. The Aston Villa fans are ecstatic. Rising to their feet, who claims Aston Villa cannot execute a structured attack and only thrives on counterattacks. I know who the true fool is, but I shall remain silent. Is this truly the Aston Villa I know? It is the first time I have witnessed such fluidity in their attacking play. The Liverpool players have not lost their positions. I have never seen Bentik drop back to receive the ball before. He either stayed forward or made errors in receiving. At last, he has fulfilled the role of a pivoting center forward, and it brings a tear to my eye. The Aston Villa supporters erupt in cheers. At this moment, Mourinho is also watching the match. Aston Villa has evolved. Their tactics of having the center forward drop back flow seamlessly. Though it appears simple, the intricacies are numerous. Bentik's timing to drop back was impeccable, as the opponent's midfield was completely drawn to Fanyun on the left, allowing the defender to exploit the space on the right for Bentik to receive the ball. Fanyun's timing to make his run was also crucial. He curved his run to receive the pass, and instead of playing a direct through ball immediately, he took a step, as Sulla was in an offside position. Fanyun's delayed through ball was exquisite. The angle of the final pass was nothing short of surgical. It was clear that this tactic had been practiced extensively, requiring exceptional coordination among the forward, winger, midfielder, and defender. Mourinho analyzes intently. Following this play, Liverpool no longer sits back, opting to take the initiative as they are trailing. Fanyun simply smiles, relishing the challenge. Liverpool, through high pressing, successfully regains possession and organizes an attack. Utilizing the hot zone imaging module and Rodri's defensive module, Fanyun discerns the opponent's passing lanes. As Gerrard passes to the winger, Fanyun intercepts the ball along the passing route. This marks Fanyun's third interception of the match. He is truly remarkable. Fanyun immediately delivers a long pass to the center forward, Bentik, who positions himself expertly, using his physicality to fend off the defender. With a deft flick of his head, he sets up the supporting forward, Agbonlahor. Agbonlahor receives the ball, cuts inside, while Bentik makes a diagonal run to draw away the center-back. After creating space, Agbonlahor curls a shot, and the ball arcs beautifully through the air. The ball soared into the upper right corner of the goal, leaving goalkeeper Reina with no choice but to watch it find the net. Once again, Aston Villa's counterattack proved effective, with Agbonlahor executing a splendid curled shot to secure another point for his team. Chapter 45, The Explosive Truck. Fanyun observes Aston Villa's tactical coordination was exceptionally fluid. Like mercury flowing, after a successful interception, they immediately launched a long pass targeting the pivot striker, Bentik. Without hesitation, Bentik redirected the ball with a deft touch to the advancing Agbonlahor. Their synchronized movement was a sight to behold, with Bentik darting to the left and Agbonlahor cutting in from the right. This maneuver forced the opposing center-backs into a dilemma regarding defensive responsibilities, allowing Agbonlahor to find space and execute a brilliant curling shot into the net. The analysis from the number 16 defensive midfielder was thorough. This goal encapsulated many elements. Previously, Aston Villa's counterattacks were simplistic and predictable, relying solely on long passes from Fanyun followed by rapid wing play and central positioning. Now, with Bentik as a variable, He could either receive the ball and lay it off, searching for forward opportunities, or utilize his exceptional heading ability to redirect the ball to teammates making runs, leaving the opposition vulnerable. Bentik's physical attributes are remarkable. Standing at a towering height of 1.9 meters, he surpasses many center backs in both height and strength, coupled with impressive leaping ability, granting him a significant advantage in aerial duels. Those who may excel in heading often lack in positioning, while those proficient in positioning may not match him in aerial challenges, rendering this tactic difficult to counter. In my view, Aston Villa has truly evolved. As the number 16 midfielder articulated in detail, Fong Yun was unperturbed by the fast-paced play. With his predictive skills, every interception became an opportunity. Meanwhile, Liverpool's coach Rodgers paced anxiously, at a loss for how to respond, feeling that no tactic he employed could effectively counter Aston Villa, particularly Fong Yun. Whether employing a defensive bus strategy or playing on the counter, Fong Yun always seemed to seize fleeting opportunities, delivering threatening through balls. Even when pressing high, he would consistently regain possession, appearing on passing lanes, timing long passes, and through balls impeccably, rendering defense nearly impossible. After much contemplation, Rodgers resolved to take a gamble. No risk, no reward. He instructed Gerrard and Henderson to focus solely on Fong Yun, shadowing him like two persistent shadows. Initially, this strategy proved somewhat effective. Fong Yun was unable to receive the ball, with Gerrard and Henderson acting as his relentless guardians. The fans from Huaxia found this scenario utterly amusing. It was undoubtedly a scene worthy of a masterpiece. England's national team midfielder Gerrard playing bodyguard to Fong Yun, with Henderson at his side, humorously reminiscent of a farcical situation. Was this the only way to contain Fong Yun? It seemed akin to the treatment meted out to Messi or Ronaldo. Aston Villa supporters were indeed disheartened by such tactics. It felt unfair, as both sides merely stalled without attacking, intent on denying Fong Yun the ball. Observing the opposition's approach, Fong Yun contemplated unleashing his own explosive potential. Fong Yun was undoubtedly eager to accept the offer. A 1-for-2 exchange appeared to be a surefire profit. He swiftly made his way to his team's defensive zone, luring both Gerrard and Henderson over. The two, unwilling to defy Rodgers' orders, had no choice but to follow Fong Yun to the backfield. Thus, a rather amusing scene unfolded on the field. It transformed into a scenario of 19 players, with Fong Yun from Aston Villa dragging along two midfielders from Liverpool. At this moment, Fong Yun was afforded a brief respite, allowing him to conserve his energy and prepare for the next phase. One must admit, although this tactic seemed somewhat foolish, it proved effective. With 9 players from Liverpool facing the 10-man offensive of Aston Villa, they could only resort to a defensive strategy. Without Fong Yun's passing and support, Aston Villa struggled to find substantial opportunities. Moreover, whenever Liverpool regained possession and sought to launch a counterattack, Fong Yun adeptly anticipated the trajectory and passing routes, executing long clearances that left Liverpool in discomfort. Gerrard and Henderson, stationed beside him, could only watch helplessly, rendered powerless. With idle time on his hands, Fong Yun engaged the two in conversation. With your defensive strategy, scoring seems impossible. Lacking two midfielders, you hardly touch the ball. How do you expect to score? Yet, the two remained as unyielding as wooden stakes, showing no reaction. Fong Yun, with no recourse, allowed them to cling to him. Minutes passed, and under Aston Villa's relentless assault, Liverpool eventually conceded a goal. Although Fong Yun was not directly involved in the play, it embodied the strategy he had previously discussed. On the left flank, Agbonlahor cut in with his weaker foot, while left-back Wilkinson surged forward to deliver a cross. Bentik soared above the two central defenders, powerfully heading the ball into the net. Aston Villa scored again, bringing the score to 3-0, unleashing sheer jubilation. Even without Fong Yun, Aston Villa managed to score, executing a classic tactical combination, the winger cutting inside, the fullback overlapping for a cross, and the striker heading the ball home. The commentator remarked on this play, which sparked renewed admiration. Aston Villa's tactical repertoire in positional play was impressively extensive and targeted. What seemed simple was, in truth, a testament to the synergy among teammates. In the starting lineup, Agbonlahor's inward cut was particularly menacing, having already demonstrated his capability to shoot decisively after cutting in. Thus, the opposition was compelled to mark him closely. Subsequently, Wilkinson made a direct run, and with Liverpool's defensive line entrenched, no one was available to challenge him. Wilkinson's unmarked cross found Bentik, whose prowess in heading the ball into the net is well known. Within just 30 minutes of the first half, Aston Villa showcased several distinct tactical variations, proving their prowess and leaving one eager to see what strategies they would deploy next. The number 16 midfielder analyzed further, as Aston Villa's fans began to chant their team anthem. With a commanding 3-goal lead less than 30 minutes into the match, the pressure was lifted. The only question that remained was how many more goals they could score. Unfortunately, Fong Yun has yet to score. Liverpool's strategy is rather insidious, as they have chosen to forfeit their offensive play, fixating solely on neutralizing Fong Yun. It remains to be seen how Fong Yun will respond to this challenge. His reaction in the first half is quite straightforward. If the enemy remains passive, so shall he. Such a splendid opportunity for rest must not be squandered. With the congested schedule ahead and the FA Cup looming, Fong Yun eagerly anticipates every moment of respite. Rodgers, unable to remain idle, once again alters his tactics, opting for an aggressive high-pressing approach. Fong Yun perceives the situation clearly. It is a matter of survival. Either they perish or he does. Understanding that Rodgers wishes to impose greater defeat upon himself, Fong Yun decides to oblige. Upon receiving the ball, he gestures to slow the pace, deliberately decelerating the rhythm of play. If Liverpool wishes to maintain a rapid tempo, he shall thwart their efforts. For causing discomfort to the adversary is the finest strategy for offense. The more at ease the enemy feels, the more discomfort they will experience. Conversely, their distress brings him comfort. Chapter 46, Malicious Fouls and Red Cards. Was it not agreed that they would engage in a back-and-forth contest? Why then resort to ball possession and passing? Such a lack of sportsmanship, some Liverpool fans exclaimed. If anyone is lacking in sportsmanship, it must be you. Willing to play with one less player just to prevent Fong Yun from scoring or assisting? How shameless, retorted the Aston Villa supporters. Through his relentless movement and precise passing, Fong Yun proves to be a significant thorn in Liverpool's side. Should Liverpool falter, he swiftly delivers a long pass that slices through their defense, leaving them unprepared. Although the overall strength of the Aston Villa players may be lacking, they have gradually developed a system centered around Fong Yun through their recent training. Aston Villa players typically ensure at least 2 supporting options for their passes, if uncertain about whom to pass to. They direct the ball towards the open spaces near Fong Yun, for he can invariably receive it. This has become a common saying among the Aston Villa players, and indeed, it holds true. Utilizing thermal imaging technology, Fong Yun's ability to find space has reached a remarkable level. The scene depicts Liverpool players darting about like mad dogs, while Aston Villa players engage in rapid passing, moving the ball quickly without recklessly advancing. With no genuine offensive play, they merely pass back and forth, seemingly intent on securing points, which frustrates the Liverpool fans. A chorus of boos erupts from Anfield as the Liverpool supporters protest against Aston Villa's strategy of leading without attacking. Guardiola happens to be watching this match. This player is exceptional, perfectly suited to my system. The rhythm of the game is entirely under his command. Should it be fast, it will be. Should it be slow? So be it. The tempo of the other players aligns with his. Guardiola openly expresses his admiration for Fong Yun. As the first half approaches stoppage time, Liverpool players, unable to contain their frustration, begin to target Fong Yun with aggressive fouls, abandoning any pretense of sportsmanship. Fong Yun, having observed countless videos in his previous life, is well acquainted with tactics such as diving and simulation, and he knows precisely how to protect himself. Fong Yun received the ball, and Henderson accelerated directly towards him, executing a flying tackle. Just before being intercepted, Fong Yun managed to kick the ball away. In the very moment he was touched by Henderson, he gracefully fell to the ground. It was truly despicable. When one cannot outplay another, they resort to foul play. Suspension is warranted. It is no wonder that Liverpool fans exhibit such poor sportsmanship. A team reflects its supporters, and they are clearly cut from the same cloth. Henderson must be thoroughly investigated and undoubtedly suspended. As Fong Yun fell, he cleverly turned to his side, allowing his shoulder and upper arm to absorb the impact, thereby mitigating any potential harm. With the added maneuver of rolling sideways, he dissipated the force of the fall, ensuring he sustained minimal injury. However, he could not afford to reveal this. It was a critical moment for his acting skills. Fong Yun contorted his face in agony, screaming, "Ah!" Aston Villa players rushed over to assess the situation, and the coach wore a grave expression, visibly concerned. Fong Yun must not be injured. He is the linchpin of Aston Villa. An injury could jeopardize their chances of staying in the league this season. Seeing the severity of the situation, the referee promptly issued a red card. The Premier League places significant emphasis on protecting young players. And an injury would be detrimental not only to the player but also to the club and the league as a whole. If a young player suffers an injury due to a reckless foul without any response from the Football Association, it would deter other young talents from wanting to play in the Premier League. The injury of a young player depletes the team's future assets, creating far-reaching consequences. Moreover, injuries sustained at a young age can lead to long-term repercussions, adversely affecting a player's entire career. After the team doctor assessed Fong Yun and signaled that he was fit to continue, the head coach, Robert, remained apprehensive and prepared to substitute him. Only after Fong Yun subtly indicated with his gaze did Robert feel assured. "You little rascal, you're quite the crafty one," Robert thought, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Fong Yun was acutely aware of this. His greatest obstacle in football was indeed injury. Although he had a system to support him, a severe injury could render it ineffective, and that would be disastrous. At this moment, Ashley was also keenly observing the match. He remarked to his teammates, "It's evident that Fong Yun has not sustained serious injury. Diving is my forte." His landing technique reveals his intent. He deliberately fell sideways and rolled a few times. Moreover, before being tackled, he turned his head and intentionally kicked the ball away, indicating he had foreseen the impending tackle. In such a scenario, one would typically leap to evade the challenge, possibly even retaliating against the tackler. However, one must admit, Henderson's actions were rather foolish. His intentions were too blatant, clearly aimed at the player rather than the ball. With such obvious intent and a lack of aggression in his tackle, what was he hoping to achieve? Ashley certainly held authority when it came to diving, having been voted as the top diver by the media, which speaks volumes about his expertise in this regard. According to his own boastful claims, Luo learned his diving skills from him, yet the truth remains to be ascertained. Following that play, Liverpool found themselves reduced to 10 men, losing a midfielder and consequently relinquishing all control of the game. During the injury time, Fong Yun initiated an attack down the left flank. Abanglahor, possessing the ball, cut inside but opted not to pass to Wilkinson after the opposing defense closed in. Liverpool, having become wise to the situation, assigned a player to mark Wilkinson exclusively. However, Fong Yun is a master at countering tactics. With one additional defender on the left side focusing on Wilkinson, the right side was left exposed. Fong Yun made a proactive run to receive the ball, and Abanglahor returned it to him. Fong Yun executed a long pass to the right side. A beautiful switch of play found Sulla in an unmarked position. As the commentator Jean Jun explained, Sulla raced down the flank, having several yards of space ahead of him. At that moment, Bentic made a sudden forward run, signaling his intent to intercept, with three defenders closely tracking him. Observing this, Sulla chose not to deliver a high cross, but rather laid it back to the edge of the penalty area. At this juncture, Liverpool's formation had been entirely compressed, leaving the area around the penalty arc unguarded. This zone was originally meant for Henderson's defense, but after his ejection with a red card, Fong Yun found himself perfectly positioned there. He activated the skill long-range shot must score. With a sweeping motion of his right leg, he struck the ball fiercely. The ball flew like an arrow, heading straight for the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper correctly anticipated the direction but failed to make contact, letting the ball slip past his fingers and into the net. Fong Yun's spectacular long-range shot marked Aston Villa's lead at 4-0. Though his goal may have been delayed, it was never absent. The Aston Villa fans erupted in thunderous cheers once again. Chapter 47. The Goal for Championship. A dominant lead. Fong Yun's goal proved to be the final straw that broke Liverpool's spirit, a true psychological blow. His response to the malicious fouls was simple: score. Resolving the issues with football. After halftime, Liverpool's players displayed a complete lack of spirit, and Fong Yun was substituted after 60 minutes, met with a wave of applause and cheers from the crowd. Without Fong Yun, Liverpool, now down a player, set up a defensive blockade, leaving Aston Villa with few effective strategies to penetrate. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, the final score settled at 4-0. Anfield had transformed into Aston Villa's home ground. The Villa fans erupted with deafening roars of triumph. Yun, the Lion King of Aston Villa. In the stands, some Villa supporters unfurled a banner that unmistakably displayed the back of Fong Yun's jersey. The large number 10 was emblazoned prominently. The banner read, "You will never walk alone. You are the Lion King of Aston Villa, leading us forward." On the stands, fans enthusiastically chanted Bentic's name. Bentic, Golden Boot. Golden Boot. Hearing his name resonating through the crowd, Bentic shed tears of joy. His emotions were tumultuous. Born in a war-torn nation, the pressures he had endured were immense. Yet he had triumphed. This alone was a remarkable achievement. At that moment, the stadium was enveloped in a closing ceremony. Fong Yun led all Aston Villa players to the stands below. "What is our goal this season?" Fong Yun suddenly shouted aloud. His words electrified the Aston Villa supporters. Top 4. Champions League. We aim to secure a place in the top 4 and qualify for the Champions League. Witnessing this, Coach Robert was filled with fervor, and the Aston Villa players were equally exhilarated. They realized it was time to declare their unprecedented ambition to the fans. "No, our goal is not merely to reach the top 4, but to seize the championship. Our singular aim is to claim the league title." "The FA Cup," Fong Yun cried out passionately. As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen above the stadium vividly captured the moment. Fong Yun's declaration of intent to compete for the championship, addressed to 10,000 Villa supporters, was clearly recorded. The Villa fans widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be real that a team, once teetering on the brink of relegation last season, now aspired to contend for the title? In an instant, the entire stadium erupted. They rose from their seats, raising their arms in fervent cheer. Welcoming them was the young Lion King, Fong Yun. This 17-year-old new star of Villa rallied the fans to shout their goal for the season. "Champions, we embark solely for the championship." The Villa supporters, in a fit of ecstatic rage, unleashed their long-suppressed emotions. Though uncertain of what the future held or their chances in the title race at that moment, they fully believed in Fong Yun. With Fong Yun having bested giants like Manchester City, Manchester United, and Liverpool, what was truly impossible? If the King of Villa declared the goal to be championship glory, then let it be so. Nothing was beyond reach. The Aston Villa fans, in that moment, solidified their conviction. This season, Aston Villa's ambition was to contend for the championship. In fact, prior to this match, the Villa squad had already synchronized their aspirations, affirming that their goal was indeed to compete for the title, with Fong Yun exhibiting great confidence in his current abilities. The numerous skill modules enabled Villa to consistently lead by 2 to 3 goals in every match, a significant psychological advantage. Moreover, the rapid development of the young players within the squad, coupled with Fong Yun's consistently stellar performances, was undeniable. Chairman Randy had even invested heavily to recruit Omar Barada, the director from Manchester City's partner club. He has demonstrated exceptional talent in business operations, significantly aiding the team in achieving profitability. Consequently, they resolved to make a championship declaration following their victory, aiming to invigorate the vast legion of Villa supporters. An unprecedented relegation team achieves for consecutive victories. Could a resurgence truly be on the horizon? Fong Yun's contribution of 1 goal and 1 assist has seen a considerable decline in statistics. Is he experiencing a downturn in form? Fong Yun is effectively neutralized by 2 Liverpool players, unable to conceal the team's struggles. What? Aston Villa's season objective is, astonishingly, to contend for the championship? Is a relegation team aspiring for the title merely audacious, or is there a deeper narrative? The media and fans in England erupted in fervor. Aston Villa supporters could hardly contain their excitement. After years of dormancy, could the Lion finally be awakening? Championship. At this moment, the singular ambition of Aston Villa players and fans alike was clear: to seize the championship. Years later, they would still find it difficult to forget this night. A seemingly ordinary Premier League match, where Fong Yun, addressing the tens of thousands of Villa fans, proclaimed the team's goal: championship. In that instant, Fong Yun became the eternal king, the everlasting Lion King, in the hearts of Aston Villa supporters. Following this match, Aston Villa surged forward like a tempest, conquering all in their path. Unbeknownst to them, the team had achieved 10 consecutive victories. Aston Villa's average of 4 goals per match was a remarkable feat within the entirety of the Premier League. With 30 points, they led the league, while second-placed Manchester United trailed with only 24 points. The team had netted 39 goals, conceding a mere 8, resulting in an astonishing goal difference of 31, in stark contrast to Manchester United's 12. Although the 6-point gap only equated to 2 wins, it had already ignited immense excitement among Villa fans. Fong Yun's goal tally had soared to 14, with 17 assists, maintaining his dominance atop both the scoring and assist charts. The second place in the scoring list was held by Aston Villa's forward, Bentieke, with 13 goals, followed closely by teammate Sulla with 10 goals. Only then did Manchester United's Van Persie appear in 4th place with 8 goals. The assist leaderboard showcased an even more significant lead. with David Silva trailing in second place with just 5 assists. Fong Yun's lead over the second place was a staggering 10 assists, having shattered the previous record from 10 rounds prior. The external world began to gradually accept that Aston Villa was not merely jesting. They were genuinely in the race for the championship. It was truly astonishing. The top 3 spots in the scoring chart were entirely occupied by Aston Villa players. How could one compete against this? Fong Yun was indeed a phenomenon. With statistics that were overwhelmingly superior, one could hardly fathom the extent of his training. Aston Villa was genuinely in contention for the title. It was hard to believe that they were not merely jesting. Fans from Huaxia were equally exhilarated. This presence was even more formidable than Yao Ming. Although Yao was the first overall pick, he faced hardships early in his career, whereas Fong Yun emerged at the pinnacle from the outset. There is nothing Fong Yun cannot achieve. It is only a matter of what one can conceive. With such remarkable performance and leadership qualities, he stands unrivaled. A decade-long Villa supporter, I have come uninvited. Chapter 48, The Diamond Treasure Chest. Epic reward as night enveloped the world. Fong Yun reclined upon his bed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Represent the professional team in 10 matches. Reward. Platinum Treasure Chest. The host has excelled, leading the team to an unprecedented 10 consecutive victories. The quest evaluation has triggered a hidden reward. The chest has been upgraded to a diamond treasure chest. During this period, Fong Yun had experienced a sense of melancholy, as the subsequent matches yielded no rewards or tasks from the system, leading him to believe it had ceased to function. Was it not the case that every match previously came with tasks and rewards? Why had the frequency diminished? Fong Yun inquired. Initially, you were under a novice protection period, hence the more generous rewards and increased frequency. Now it has returned to normal, transitioning to phased rewards. Fong Yun understood that the system had not abandoned him. Rather, the issuance of rewards had simply normalized. As long as he exerted himself on the field, performing to the best of his abilities in each match, the rewards would still be substantial. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to open the diamond treasure chest. Before him, various star modules floated, each of different quality. Kaka Meteoric Stride Module, Probability of Selection. 2. Wukong Bale Cornering Overdrive Module, Probability of Selection. 2. BAP Linear Sprint Speed Module, Probability of Selection. 2. Robin Inward Cut Shooting Module, Probability of Selection. 2. Goodness gracious. The Diamond Treasure Chest truly lived up to its name. Each option was a superstar in its own right. Fong Yun adhered to his usual routine for the draw, a refreshing shower, precise timing for the selection, and fervent prayers for exceptional rewards. At last, he confirmed the opening of the Diamond Treasure Chest. The moment the chest was unveiled, a blinding light enveloped Fong Yun, rendering him momentarily unable to see. Is it coming? His heart raced, reminiscent of the anxiety felt when awaiting examination results. Suddenly, he experienced an intense pain throughout his body, as if his muscles were being reshaped. The agony was akin to a complete overhaul of his sinews and bones, compelling him to curl up on the ground. After 10 minutes, a semblance of recovery began to manifest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Iron Man module. Iron Man module, passive never injured on the field. Stamina rises to 100. Goodness gracious, this is a divine ability. The mere fact of never being injured on the field is terrifying in itself. Injuries have always been a player's greatest adversary. Regardless of one's prowess, a significant injury can have a profound impact. Stars like Bale, Hazard, and Neymar have all been heralded as the best beneath Messi and Ronaldo, yet none have reached their heights. Ability is not the sole determinant. Injuries play a crucial role. Before his injuries, Hazard was a brilliant force at Chelsea, weaving through the penalty area like a dragon. However, after his move to Real Madrid, his brilliance faded. Why are Messi and Ronaldo so formidable, dominating the Ballon d'Or for nearly 2 decades? Beyond their exceptional abilities, a key factor is that they have largely evaded serious injuries. Even as Messi ages, one can still observe him conserving energy, walking to minimize exertion. However, Luo is truly a paragon of physical prowess, exhibiting extraordinary athleticism and an exceptionally disciplined lifestyle, with seemingly inexhaustible stamina in every match. He is universally acknowledged as an Iron Man in the football world. Fong Yun opened the data panel. Stamina 80 to 100. This represents an immense enhancement, a monumental boost indeed. With a stamina rating of 100 in the absence of injuries, he becomes a human meat grinder and perpetual motion machine on the field. Fong Yun's physicality also stands at 80. Even if I struggle against you in the first half, in the second half, whether you are a serpent or a dragon, you must contend with me. This opens a plethora of tactical possibilities for Fong Yun. He can dash about with reckless abandon, continuously engage in wall passes, and independently orchestrate the entire team. He can also shift to the flanks in the second half, leveraging his stamina and physique to outmaneuver opponents. In defense, he can function as a sweeping midfielder, akin to Kanti, pressuring opponents relentlessly, instilling fear and trepidation. This can indeed be described as an epic enhancement, beastly midfield prowess, and this beast possesses skill and technique as well, which is formidable. Furthermore, this season, Aston Villa is not burdened by the pressures of competing on multiple fronts. The FA Cup will not commence until around the 20th round of the Premier League, allowing ample time for preparation. Several elite teams in the Premier League must contend with the Champions League, and their squads are somewhat plagued by injuries, making Aston Villa's situation relatively favorable. The upcoming schedule is not overly congested, and the club is preparing for various commercial activities. Recently, Fong Yun received an invitation from Football World for an interview, intending to help the public better understand him. The reporter dispatched by Football World is Lu Qinru, who reached out to Fong Yun herself. The production team deemed her to possess a commendable image and overall suitability, hence her assignment to interview Fong Yun. Upon learning this news, Lu Qinru was naturally exhilarated, yet felt a tinge of nervousness. Although she had observed Fong Yun's matches in person, meeting him one-on-one was quite daunting, especially since she greatly admired him. When they met in the studio, Lu Qinru, aware of Fong Yun's youth at just 17 years old, felt the disparity in their ages, yet was struck by the maturity and composure he exuded, which seemed beyond his years. Noticing her nervousness, Fong Yun took the initiative to reassure her. "It's all right. Just treat me like an ordinary person. Haha, you're older than I am, so why are you more nervous?" He jested. Lu Qinru immediately blushed. "No, I just find it a bit unfamiliar." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they commenced the interview. As a Chinese player who has arrived in the Premier League and become a core member of the team, how have you accomplished this, and what difficulties have you encountered? She inquired first. "My ability to play in the Premier League is undoubtedly a result of the unwavering support from numerous individuals, my family, my friends, the fans who rally behind me, and the trust bestowed upon me by the management of Aston Villa. I am profoundly grateful to them all. Yet the deepest gratitude resides with Ningsu Club." "Oh, why do you say that?" Lu Qinru inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "They chose to let me go, allowing me to become a free agent, and for that, I am thankful. They opened my eyes to the cold and harsh realities of the club, which, despite their brutality, have fortified my resilience, enhanced my mindset, and shielded me from being easily swayed by superficial distractions," Fong Yun replied calmly. "This also owes much to Manchester City and Manchester United. Had either of them chosen to sign me, I might not have showcased my talents so remarkably," Fong Yun added. "Why is that? Don't Manchester City and Manchester United possess superior resources?" Lu Qinru continued her line of questioning. "Indeed, they do. However, at such prestigious clubs, opportunities to play are scarce. Many young talents are compelled to be loaned out to other leagues, and if they underperform, they are quickly discarded. Hence, I am immensely grateful for the trust Aston Villa has placed in me, providing ample opportunities and the freedom to express my abilities," Fong Yun continued with a serene demeanor. Chapter 49. Give up on the cup? "No, I want it all." The reporter pressed on with further inquiries. "Will you return to Huaxia to serve the national team?" "Currently, I have no such plans. I believe my abilities are insufficient to lead Huaxia to the World Cup. Nevertheless, I will never forget my roots. I am acutely aware of where I came from and who I am. For now, my focus is on developing my career in the Premier League and establishing a firm foothold," Fong Yun asserted with resolute determination. "I would like to offer a piece of advice. I hope Huaxia can rigorously investigate certain transgressing clubs, enforce the law impartially, and create a fair competitive environment for players. Only then can Huaxia football progress further. My beginnings were humble, and I have faced my share of injustices, a club that failed to pay wages, a team that restricted training, being deceived during trials, and enduring criticism from countless individuals, becoming a target of disdain among fans. During my first match with Villa, held at home, numerous fans hurled water bottles and eggs at me. I felt deeply wronged, my heart screaming in protest. Why must it be so? Yet, within me, a voice echoed, "My fate is determined by me, not by fate. I must shatter all doubts with my own fists and feet to reach this point. Thus, I hope that regardless of the difficulties one encounters in life, One must never give up. The best way to conquer fear is to face it with courage. Aoli gives. This is also Fang Yun's heartfelt sentiment. Following the influx of capital into Huaxia football, various forms of corruption have emerged, making it increasingly challenging to find opportunities for fair competition. Success in this sport requires both luck and talent. After the interview concluded, it was published online days later, moving many to tears. I had no idea Fang Yun had endured such suffering. I was deeply touched. He deserves this. I cried while watching this documentary. This is the backbone of us Huaxia people. We must stand tall wherever we go and prove ourselves with our strength. I feel invigorated now, ready to learn, work hard, and charge ahead. Subsequently, Fang Yun's documentary graced the screens of CCTV Sports Channel, elevating him to a household name in Huaxia and illuminating the path for countless individuals. In the following 2 months, Aston Villa engaged solely in a single competition, with players exhibiting abundant stamina and minimal injuries, united in their aspirations, and embarking on a triumphant journey, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. However, the schedule played a role, as only 2 of those matches were against formidable opponents, Arsenal and Tottenham. Yet, both of these prestigious clubs harbored their own vulnerabilities, which Fang Yun deftly exploited, systematically dismantling them. Over these months, Fang Yun dedicated himself to rigorous training, witnessing a gradual enhancement of his attributes. Speed increased from 55 to 60, explosiveness from 50 to 60, and ball control from 50 to 60. Alas, a grievous piece of news struck the team. Sulla suffered an injury during a contested play, necessitating a recovery period of 3 to 4 weeks. Bentique also faced a knee injury, requiring 2 to 3 weeks to recuperate. Moreover, the third round of the FA Cup loomed on the horizon. The League Cup quarterfinals were also approaching, and Aston Villa had been fortunate in the earlier draws, avoiding encounters with powerhouse clubs. However, in the quarterfinals, vying for a spot in the Final Four, Aston Villa unfortunately drew Arsenal. The team now faced the daunting pressure of competing on 3 fronts, compounded by the injuries of 2 key forwards, leaving the squad depleted. The relentless schedule of matches, including a week of double fixtures, placed immense strain on the club, with even a week featuring 3 matches. Task 1. Lead Aston Villa to a commendable performance in the FA Cup, with rewards determined by ranking, peaking at a diamond chest. Task 2. Guide Aston Villa to a successful outcome in the English League Cup, with rewards similarly contingent on ranking, culminating in a black-gold chest. Fang Yun rejoiced at the prospect of both a diamond chest and a black-gold chest, having previously experienced the rewards of the diamond chest. He was aware of its unparalleled value, thus he was determined to secure victory. However, Coach Robert wore a troubled expression. The following day, Fang Yun was summoned to the head coach's office. By now, he had ascended to the role of team captain, and tactical arrangements, training content, and even the coaching staff strategies were frequently discussed with him. Robert presented Fang Yun with the schedule. A week featuring 3 matches? This arrangement seems utterly unreasonable. Fang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. The burden of a double fixture week was already substantial for the players. If both matches were away, the travel alone consumed a day, the match another day, and the return trip yet another day. Each away match necessitated 3 days. 2 away matches would thus require 6 days, leaving only 1 day for training and analyzing opponents, affording no time for recovery or rest. Anyone familiar with such a grueling schedule knows that winning both matches in a double fixture week is an arduous task. Fatigue sets in for the second match, rendering even a strong lineup ineffective, let alone the prospect of a week with 3 matches. In the week following, we are to face Arsenal in the League Cup, while the FA Cup pits us against a championship team that should not be underestimated, and we also have to contend with Tottenham in the league, all while 2 forwards remain injured. My contemplation is to forego the League Cup, fielding substitutes in the upcoming match while prioritizing the FA Cup and the Premier League. Our foremost ambition remains the Premier League title, with the FA Cup being a matter of circumstance. However, a minimum finish within the top 4 in the Premier League is imperative. What are your thoughts? Robert expressed his perspective, lamenting the dire state of the squad, which currently lacks available players. The disparity between the starting lineup and substitutes is striking, exacerbated by the injuries of 2 pivotal players, Bentique and Sulla, rendering the team's offensive capabilities precarious. Should Fang Yun sustain an injury, Aston Villa's season could take a bleak turn. Presently, every player at Villa is susceptible to injury, with the singular exception of Fang Yun, a point repeatedly emphasized by owner Randy. As you are aware, Aston Villa often struggles to fill its 25-man roster, at times fielding as few as 17 players, with youth academy players yet to meet the requisite standards. Fong Yin empathizes, noting that even elite clubs grapple with the demands of a packed schedule, let alone ordinary teams. The illustrious Rodri, a Ballon d'Or winner, suffered an injury while competing in the Premier League after the European Championship, resulting in a lengthy absence and a series of winless matches for Manchester City. Chelsea's ability to secure a top-4 finish in the 2024-2025 season is attributed to their acquisition of numerous players, boasting a squad depth exceeding 30. Fong Yun believes reinforcements are essential during the winter transfer window, if the objective for this season is to contend for titles on multiple fronts. Relying solely on the current squad is insufficient. No matter how skilled or fit one may be, it is impossible to face 10 opponents alone. Many elite teams, when confronted with the pressures of competing on multiple fronts, often relinquish one competition to ensure success in others. However, Fong Yun is different. He desires all that is at stake and is determined to strive for it, with no injury concerns to hinder his performance. He believes there is no reason not to take the risk. Why not strive for greatness? Chapter 50. Seeking sponsorship to augment funds. Our squad depth is woefully inadequate, with an average of merely a handful of substitutes per position, some of whom can only play in a single role, leading to frequent positional errors when shifted elsewhere. The management of rotations is exceedingly challenging, and Robert finds himself in a state of despair. Fong Yun is resolute in preventing such a situation from continuing. If we are to contend for titles on 3 fronts, victory is a must. Are you suggesting we pursue new signings in the winter window? That is indeed a possibility. But the stronger players currently available in the market are beyond our reach, and our remaining transfer funds are dwindling to under 10 million. Robert appears thoroughly exasperated. A team's expenditure on transfers is subject to limitations. Under the Premier League's financial fair play regulations, a club's investment is determined by its total revenue, generally not exceeding 70% of that total. Aston Villa has faced losses in recent years, thereby restricting the funds available for investment. Fong Yun feels compelled to take action for the team, with a myriad of devoted fans from Huaxia supporting him. He believes he can secure sponsorships from Huaxia, not for personal gain, but to bolster the club's financial resources for player acquisitions. I can travel to Huaxia to secure some commercial sponsorships for the team, not for personal gain, but to directly sponsor the club, thereby augmenting the transfer funds, Fong Yun stated resolutely. Robert, taken aback by this declaration, inquired, "Are you serious?" While this certainly would provide immediate assistance to the team, it may entail some losses on your part. Robert felt a mixture of gratitude and concern. However, I do have a condition. I must take the lead in recruitment. I require players with whom I can synergize, Fong Yun added. Of course, the team is already intent on building the roster around you, Robert replied. Fong Yun then embarked on his journey to Huaxia to pursue sponsorships. He initially reached out to renowned domestic sports brands, such as Li Ning and Anta, but received responses indicating that they only sponsor individuals, not teams. This left Fong Yun somewhat disheartened, yet he refused to relinquish his efforts. During discussions with the newly appointed football director, Beleda, a fresh perspective emerged. Let us consider an alternative approach. We need not limit ourselves to sports brands. You have gained significant recognition in Huaxia, and many who do not follow football are familiar with you. I believe we can explore potential sponsors in other sectors. Awakened by Beleda's insights, Fong Yun began to seek sponsors beyond the realm of sports. He noticed Xiaomi, an internet company that had only recently emerged in 2012 but was rapidly advancing. Fong Yun resolved to contact Xiaomi's founder, Lei Jun. Their meeting in a CAF became a legendary encounter, fondly recounted by those who came after. Fong Yun was deeply impressed by Lei Jun's charisma, while Lei Jun admired Fong Yun's football achievements. "Mr. Lei, it is such a pleasure to meet you," Fong Yun exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I have been a loyal Xiaomi user since the first-generation phone, and each update has offered exceptional value." Lei Jun chuckled heartily, patting Fong Yun on the shoulder. "You flatter me. I've heard about your miraculous ascent to the top with a relegation-threatened team in the Premier League." After exchanging pleasantries, Fong Yun swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "Our team has recently encountered challenges. Injuries and financial constraints have hindered our progress. However, I firmly believe that with reinforcements during the winter transfer window, we can elevate the team's performance. Thus, I am seeking commercial partners." "Why choose us, Xiaomi?" Lei Jun inquired, his smile suggesting eagerness for Fong Yun's response. Fong Yun returned the smile, his tone resolute. Because Xiaomi and Aston Villa share numerous similarities. Xiaomi achieved remarkable success within just 2 years of its inception, while Aston Villa has transformed from a relegation battler to a title contender under my guidance. More importantly, I admire your customer-centric philosophy and your deep engagement with the community. A glimmer of approval flickered in Lei Jun's eyes, clearly taken aback by Fang Yun's astute observations. He had not anticipated such insight from a mere 17-year-old. Furthermore, Fang Yun continued, Aston Villa could assist Xiaomi in expanding its overseas market and facilitate access to cutting-edge technologies from leading foreign mobile companies. Moreover, I am convinced that following the cross-industry collaboration, the sales of Xiaomi smartphones will surge significantly, creating a win-win scenario that begs the question, why not, Lei Jun? Lei Jun chuckled, haha, excellent. Although my knowledge of the football domain is rather limited, I am compelled to engage with you. Let us discuss the particulars. In the ensuing days, Fang Yun and Beleda engaged in extensive discussions with Xiaomi's team. They meticulously outlined the specifics of their collaboration, encompassing sponsorship amounts, brand exposure, and market promotion strategies. Fang Yun also proposed several innovative partnership approaches, such as establishing a fan zone for Villa in Xiaomi's physical stores and launching Villa-themed mobile wallpapers and ringtones on Xiaomi's online platform. Lei Jun was astonished by Fang Yun's business acumen. He had not anticipated that a young football player would possess such a keen market insight. Consequently, Lei Jun resolved to personally oversee the project to ensure its success. Simultaneously, Fang Yun continued his pursuit of additional potential sponsors. He reached out to several technology and consumer goods companies in China, presenting them with an overview of Villa's potential and market value. Although some firms were unfamiliar with the football sector, Fang Yun's sincerity and enthusiasm resonated with them. Ultimately, beyond Xiaomi, Fang Yun successfully secured sponsorship from several other companies, amassing a total exceeding 60 million euros. This funding would significantly alleviate Villa's financial burdens and provide robust financial support for winter transfers. During the sponsorship procurement process, Fang Yun encountered unexpected challenges. On one occasion, while negotiating with a major technology firm, they imposed exceedingly stringent conditions, insisting that Villa must utilize their products for promotion in future matches. Fang Yun recognized that such a partnership could compromise the team's independence and image. Thus, he resolutely declined. We cannot sacrifice the long-term development of the team for short-term gains, Fang Yun remarked to Beleda. What we need are genuine partners who support us, not those who seek to control our organization. Beleda nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. What we require is a mutually beneficial partnership, rather than a unilateral transfer of interests. After considerable effort, Fang Yun finally identified a Chinese company willing to offer unconditional support for Villa. This firm not only provided substantial sponsorship but also committed to offering technical support for Villa's youth training system, aiding the team in nurturing more young players. This is the partner we have been seeking, Fang Yun exclaimed to Robert. They provide not only financial support, but are also eager to contribute to our future development. Robert was equally elated. This is truly fantastic. With this sponsorship, we can recruit more exceptional players during the winter transfer window and enhance the overall strength of the team. The subsequent negotiations were led by Beleda, and the contract was swiftly finalized between the two parties. Xiaomi generously sponsored 40 million euros, with 30 million sourced from the group and an additional 10 million from Lei Jun's personal acquisition of shares in Aston Villa. Furthermore, Lei Jun personally contributed 5 million euros to support Fang Yun. The announcement of Fang Yun endorsing Xiaomi sent waves of excitement among fans across China and England, with Aston Villa supporters undoubtedly the most exhilarated. A sponsorship of 40 million euros translates to nearly 400 million yuan, showcasing the wealth of Chinese entrepreneurs, a fortunate windfall indeed. Fang Yun, you are the deity of Villa. Please do not depart. If you must leave, it is for the pursuit of greater heights, as you have already contributed immensely. Chinese fans were equally astonished at Xiaomi's collaboration with Fang Yun, a delightful surprise for all enthusiasts. One cannot help but commend Xiaomi's lavishness, as they effortlessly disperse billions. This is trivial, considering Xiaomi's revenue is nearing 100 billion this year, merely a drop in the bucket. Rumor has it that Lei Jun has also acquired a portion of Villa's shares. Could it be that he is venturing into the realm of football? This is indeed a formidable alliance. However, other elite clubs fans are envious. Why do we not possess such a prodigious talent from China? The Chinese market is undeniably lucrative, and Aston Villa has fortuitously gained 40 million. Fang Yun not only brings championships to the club, but also financial support. How is such fortune bestowed upon a relegation-threatened team? The management of Manchester United appears utterly perplexed, neglecting the golden opportunity presented by the Chinese market, resulting in both lost titles and funds. They only have themselves to blame. Having let go for a mere €50, one can only imagine their regret. Indeed, the management of Manchester United and Manchester City harbors deep regret, unable to fathom the allure of Fang Yun, who single-handedly secured such substantial sponsorship from China. The day after Xiaomi officially announced their collaboration with Fang Yun, their products quickly sold out. Xiaomi was compelled to ramp up production, a delightful dilemma. Competitors are envious, as Xiaomi already commands a significant market share, and with Fang Yun's arrival, they face even greater challenges. Some domestic phone brands sought Fang Yun's endorsement, but due to his exclusive contract with Xiaomi prohibiting endorsements with competing brands, they were turned away. The partnership between Xiaomi and Fang Yun has illuminated prospects for other companies in China, prompting them to seek collaboration. Drawing from his past experiences, Fang Yun selectively signed with several companies to sponsor Aston Villa, garnering over $60 million in sponsorship fees. Randy is equally thrilled, as this opens up substantial opportunities for winter window signings. In no time, Fang Yun's popularity surged once more, trending on Weibo and breaking through the noise. The atmosphere within Aston Villa has markedly improved, dispelling the gloom of previous days, as they anticipate significant reinforcements in the winter transfer window. This season, Aston Villa is poised to make history by clinching multiple championships. Fang Yun, meanwhile, seeks only to rest and has finally resolved a significant challenge. He can now dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the competition. Fang Yun understands that commercial operations are of paramount importance to a football club, serving as its lifeblood. He attended a press conference for the team, where he fielded questions from reporters. "What are your thoughts on Xiaomi sponsorship?" Another journalist pressed. Fang Yun paused for a moment before responding. "The sponsorship from Xiaomi is immensely significant for us. It not only alleviates our financial constraints, but also bolsters our confidence to pursue loftier goals. I am profoundly grateful for Mr. Lei's support." Following the interview, fans and other clubs eagerly anticipated Aston Villa's winter transfer window acquisitions. Numerous star players expressed interest in joining the club. Major media outlets speculated about the potential signings and areas for reinforcement at Villa. The atmosphere within Aston Villa's squad was one of vibrant enthusiasm. The players trained with renewed vigor, fearful that new recruits might usurp their starting positions. Notably, Bentik, who typically heads home immediately after training, surprisingly requested additional practice sessions, an unusual occurrence. Fang Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Even before the new players arrived, this teammate was displaying such diligence. If they did come, it would surely lead to relentless competition from dawn till dusk. With the encouragement of Chinese fans and Xiaomi Group, Aston Villa and Guangzhou Evergrande organized a friendly match, held in the illustrious Bird's Nest Stadium, where tickets were scarce. Scalpers inflated ticket prices to over 3,000, underscoring Fang Yun's immense popularity in China, rivaling that of top-tier celebrities. As it was a friendly match, Fang Yun intended to ease off. It wasn't that he lacked seriousness, but rather that his earnestness could be overwhelmingly formidable. Aston Villa had already triumphed over formidable teams like Manchester City and Manchester United, so facing Guangzhou Evergrande would be no different. Although Guangzhou Evergrande currently enjoys great success, claiming the title of Asia's premier club, they languish at the bottom among European clubs. From the outset, Guangzhou Evergrande struggled to cope. The physicality and pace of play were on entirely different levels. Playing on home soil, Fang Yun was determined to showcase his skills. In the 14th minute, he struck a long-range shot that put his team in the lead, igniting a chorus of cheers. The atmosphere was electric, with numerous female fans screaming in delight. Fang Yun sensed that Guangzhou Evergrande was faltering and signaled to his teammates to ease their intensity. They understood. Given that this was Fang Yun's hometown, scoring would put him in an awkward position. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. After a steal, Aston Villa launched a counterattack, and Fang Yun instinctively delivered a through ball to Bentik. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, Bentik astonishingly blasted the ball into the stands, offering a token of appreciation to the fans. The Chinese supporters were naturally thrilled, while Bentik attempted to mask his embarrassment with a grin. Fang Yun found himself in a state of bemusement. Such acting prowess was truly wasted on anything other than a career in performance. Shortly thereafter, Aston Villa engaged in a series of passes, occasionally faltering, which allowed Guangzhou Evergrande to mount an offensive. The defenders of Aston Villa exhibited a keen understanding of defensive tactics, employing their gaze as a means of guarding against threats. Guangzhou Evergrande, displaying commendable tenacity, managed to score a goal in the second half. This latter portion of the match marked the onset of Fang Yun's moment to shine, as he executed a variety of passes and assists, directly contributing to 3 goals, effectively bringing the match to a triumphant close. Following the conclusion, some fans even scaled the barriers to seek a photo opportunity with Fang Yun, who greeted them with a beaming smile. This match could be deemed a resounding triumph for all parties involved. The sponsors reaped substantial rewards, Fang Yun basked in glory, and Huaxia celebrated a remarkable victory. Chapter 52. The End of Winning Streak. Stay tuned. Although Aston Villa's transfer funds have increased, providing greater maneuverability, many fans remain skeptical, particularly upon hearing the club's announcement. Aston Villa officially declared their unwavering commitment to every cup competition, vowing to exert their utmost effort in each match. This announcement sparked considerable controversy. Aston Villa is soon to face a grueling schedule of 3 matches within a week, including formidable opponents such as Arsenal and Tottenham. A single loss in the cup could result in elimination. It appears that their only realistic pursuit may be the league. One must not overlook the precariousness of their situation. While they currently enjoy an 18-match winning streak, a historic achievement, their forwards are now injured, severely diminishing the team's offensive capabilities. Indeed, despite holding a 12-point lead over the second-place team, the margin is merely 4 wins. The depth of Villa's squad is lacking, if reinforcements are not adeptly secured. Maintaining a top 4 position will pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, a considerable number of fans continue to support Aston Villa. The onus now lies with Fang Yun. If he can navigate the upcoming difficult matches successfully, alongside the anticipated returns of Bentik and Sulla, coupled with new signings, there remains a glimmer of hope. Villa fans retain a sense of optimism, recognizing that the team has already achieved remarkable progress. While they may not fully comprehend the club's decision to compete on multiple fronts rather than focusing on a singular goal, their only recourse is to place their faith in the team. After all, Fang Yun remains unscathed. He embodies the very essence of miracles, consistently bringing joy to Aston Villa supporters. The transformation from a relegation-threatened team to the midway champions of the Premier League is nothing short of extraordinary, leaving Villa fans immensely satisfied. In training matches, Aston Villa was compelled to unveil a new lineup. After discussions with the coaching staff, Fang Yun decided to implement a high-pressing tactical approach. Agbonlahor was repositioned from the left-winger role to that of a center-forward, transitioning from Bentik's static positioning to Agbonlahor's dynamic forward play. Charles was designated as the left winger, possessing commendable speed and explosiveness. Although his physicality in duels and defensive skills may be lacking, he could still serve as an effective outlet on the flank. The right winger, substitute Wyman, exhibited good stamina and physicality, while the right back, Loton, was noted for his capable crossing ability. Should they regain possession, Agbonlahor's speed would prove advantageous, allowing for threatening plays in conjunction with Fang Yun's incisive through balls. The team lacks height, thus necessitating a reduction in long passes, while ground through balls will see an increase, allowing the left winger Charles to fully utilize his speed. The duo of defensive midfielders, Fabian and Carlin, significantly enhances the strength of the midfield. The responsibilities of passing and organization can be entrusted to Fang Yun. To everyone's astonishment, this tactical approach yielded remarkable results. The midfield trio's relentless pressing frequently created counterattack opportunities in the attacking zone. The 3 forwards possess exceptional speed and a keen eye for goal, providing Fang Yun with a plethora of options for through balls. With 3 passing points, the opponents were left bewildered. Even the players who had previously sat on the bench began to exhibit flair, eager to prove themselves and earn more playing time. The synergy between Fang Yun and several forwards grew increasingly harmonious, almost serving the ball directly to their feet, rendering any attempts to squander opportunities futile. Charles and Wyman, who had spent half a season on the bench, had now regained their confidence. They too felt the joy experienced by Sulla and Bentik. It turned out that playing alongside Fang Yun was remarkably simple. All one needed to do was find space, and the ball would effortlessly find its way to their feet, leading to a level of ease and scoring that had never been felt before. Bentik and Sulla, witnessing this, felt a pang of emotion. I am still your favorite forward. Am I not? I am the primary choice. Naturally, this also ignited a sense of urgency within the two, compelling them to train diligently and recover fully. Otherwise, their starting positions would be at risk. Many star players face this dilemma. Once they secure their starting roles and realize that the substitutes cannot compete, they often lose their drive and intensity. At such times, teams may resort to rotation or even acquisitions to rekindle the competitive spirit of these players. The 24-25 season of Manchester City faced this issue. Having been the Premier League champions last season, they found themselves without a victory in 10 matches this season, with only 2 or 3 players changed in the starting lineup, yet their performance plummeted. A significant reason for this decline is the lack of competition, which is essential for igniting one's drive and potential. In the winter transfer window, Manchester City splurged £1.8 billion on reinforcements across midfield, attack, and defense. The message was clear: if one does not perform well, there is a possibility of relegation to the bench. Consequently, in the following match, the players exhibited a markedly different state of mind, each acutely aware of the competition, resulting in improved performance. Competitive spirit is fundamental in sports. The capable rise, the average yield, and the inferior are eliminated. This is the survival rule for players, one that cannot be contravened. Following the conclusion of the internal training match, Fong Yun gathered his teammates to emphasize certain details regarding overall defense. During pressing, the 3 lines must advance together, moving in unison, maintaining a straight line without allowing excessive gaps in between. If executed in this manner, no one can hinder us. Beside him, Robert observed Fong Yun with admiration in his eyes. What a promising talent. He is destined to become a top-tier coach in the future. Finally, the League Cup quarterfinals arrive. With Aston Villa facing Arsenal at home, Fong Yun aims to lead Aston Villa to a resounding victory over Arsenal at their home ground. He feels the fervent cheers and shouts of the 40,000 Villa supporters in attendance. Prior to the match, the starting lineups for both teams are announced, eliciting delight from Arsenal's coach, Wenger. The significant rotation of Aston Villa's midfielders is perceived as a dismissive gesture towards their opponents. Do they truly believe their bench depth is sufficient to contend on 3 fronts? Such arrogance is laughable. Arsenal, too, has experienced fluctuations in form lately and is in urgent need of a substantial win to restore their morale, with Aston Villa as their chosen target. Aston Villa's extraordinary 18-match winning streak in the Premier League is astonishing, having shattered the previous record of 14 consecutive victories set by Arsenal during the 2002-2003 season. This historical context provides Arsenal with all the more incentive to secure a victory in this match. They are determined to personally bring an end to Aston Villa's winning streak and to avenge the record they once held. Should they triumph, Arsenal could leverage this victory to ascend the league standings, with the championship title within reach. However, there is a note of concern among Arsenal's coaching staff. Fong Yun, the linchpin of Villa's squad, possesses an extraordinary passing ability. Despite the majority of his teammates being substitutes, his presence ensures Villa remains formidable. Wenger chuckles and poses a question. If you were a forward receiving passes from the peak Zidane, peak Xavi, or Iniesta, how many goals could you score? The assistant coach stammers, admitting, I wouldn't score even 1. I can hardly keep up. Wenger replies, precisely. Even with world-class midfielders, if the forward lacks the ability to shoot or position themselves, their skills are rendered useless. Just wait and watch. They will pay dearly for their arrogance. He asserts that midfielders and forwards require synergy and cooperation. Without a forward who consistently collaborates with him, even the finest passer's talents are wasted. Despite being on Aston Villa's home turf, a notable number of Arsenal's media representatives have come to witness the match. They are keenly interested, as a victory could signify the end of Aston Villa's remarkable 18-match winning streak. Currently, Villa resembles a weakened lion, who would not relish the chance to feast on such a prize. Wenger's demeanor exudes unwavering confidence, yet he is resolute in his ambition to terminate Villa's winning streak. However, just 6 minutes into the match, his aspirations are doused with cold reality. In the opening phase, Arsenal plays with remarkable initiative and seems to glimpse the possibility of ending Villa's streak. They press Villa back into their half, launching an aggressive offensive assault. Fong Yun directs his teammates to adopt a defensive posture. Engaging Arsenal head-on at this juncture would be a fruitless endeavor. A single surge of momentum may exhaust itself quickly. Fong Yun intends to wait until Arsenal's attacks yield no results, causing their morale to wane, and then seize the opportunity to strike decisively. To attack where one is least prepared is the most astute strategy. The towering center-forward Giroud's gaze brimmed with an insatiable desire for goals. Yet the outcome starkly contrasted with his expectations. Aston Villa's defense proved far more resilient than he had anticipated. within the penalty area, flanked by Villa's central defenders. Every time he sought to contest a header, one would block his path while the other would seize the opportunity, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Furthermore, Aston Villa's midfield exhibited remarkable tenacity. While passing the ball around the perimeter of the box was permissible, attempting a cross was an entirely different matter. Wenger's brow furrowed, as the situation appeared to deviate from his expectations. In truth, Fong Yun and the coaching staff had long foreseen Arsenal's tactics. Aware of Villa's extensive rotation affecting all lines of play, they anticipated an assertive offensive approach. However, Aston Villa had not completely rotated players in every position. Observing a hint of laxity among the opposing players, Fong Yun promptly directed his teammates to press forward. Forward Agbonlahor closed in on defender Sagna. The other players diligently marked their respective opponents, cutting off passing lanes. Fong Yun refrained from immediate engagement, intentionally leaving his defensive player, Thomas, unmarked. Noticing the vacancy, defender Sagna delivered the ball directly to Thomas. Yet, in the very next instant, Fong Yun abruptly appeared, intercepting the pass before Thomas could receive it. Fong Yun had successfully executed the steal. Aston Villa's counterattack commenced. The three forwards swiftly repositioned themselves. Fong Yun advanced with the ball, initiating the surgical precision pass. With a deft touch, Fong Yun delivered a piercing through ball, slicing through the defender's blockade, the ball narrowly passing by Arsenal's defenders. Agbonlahor had just timed his run perfectly. Receiving Fong Yun's pass, it was a world-class through ball, bypassing the central defenders, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. At that moment, Arsenal's keeper, Lucas, had no choice but to rush out. Agbonlahor executed a clever chip shot, the ball soaring gracefully over the goalkeeper's head and gently settling into the net. Within less than 6 minutes of the match, Aston Villa had taken the lead, once again through a counterattack initiated by Fong Yun's pass. The precision of that through ball was astonishing, striking directly behind the central defender. One must commend Agbonlahor's remarkable speed, as he dashed past in an instant, explained Zhang Lu. The stands erupted into jubilant cheers from Villa's fans. Fong Yun's play was not a long ball, but rather a precise through pass, as the opposing central defenders were tall, making a long ball less likely to succeed. Moreover, Fong Yun advanced a short distance before delivering the pass, ensuring the distance for the through ball was just right. This exemplifies Fong Yun's tactical acumen, maintaining defensive positioning until the moment of relaxation, then launching an immediate press, delivering a fatal blow. Aston Villa, despite being a makeshift squad, proved capable of challenging Arsenal's full-strength lineup. Our counterattacks remained sharp and threatening, and within the opening 10 minutes, we found ourselves in the lead. Such joy for Villa's supporters. On the sidelines, Robert clenched his fist tightly, embodying the essence of genius. A genius faces all unforeseen circumstances with composure, regardless of the tumultuous environment. I remain as steadfast as a mountain, orchestrating strategies with unwavering certainty. However, Wenger's countenance darkened, as he did not anticipate conceding a goal within the first 10 minutes. He was taken aback by Aston Villa's formidable defense and incisive counterattacks. The player Fong Yun reminded him of Messi and Ronaldo, capable of commanding the defense like a stabilizing force while also striking with lethal precision, an awe-inspiring prospect indeed. Following the goal, Fong Yun directed his teammates to press aggressively, utilizing his full stamina to intensify the pressure. In the scene, Aston Villa's players advanced their formation significantly. Fong Yun relentlessly pursued the ball carrier while his teammates intercepted passing lanes. Arsenal fans were puzzled by Fong Yun's relentless energy, akin to a mad dog. Didn't he tire? Eventually, under the relentless pressure from Aston Villa, Arsenal's players faltered. In the 20th minute, Arsenal midfielder Wilshere was dispossessed by Fabian. Fong Yun immediately positioned himself to receive the ball. Aston Villa secured another interception. Fong Yun received the pass, and with a 4-on-4 situation in the attacking third. How would he respond? Observing the opponent's compact defense, he noted the central area was vacant, yet passing there would yield no follow-up. He opted to pass to the left side to Charles. Arsenal's fullback rushed out to defend. At this moment, Fong Yun seized the opening, darting into the left flank. With the attention drawn to Charles, Fong Yun found himself unmarked. Receiving the pass from Charles, he raced down to the baseline. Agbonlahor immediately sprinted towards the near post for support. Fong Yun delivered a precise pass to Agbonlahor, who deftly flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball sped past the goalkeeper before he could react, finding the net. Fong Yun's incisive assist enabled Agbonlahore's deft finish, putting Aston Villa ahead 2-0. As the match approached the 36th minute, the tide shifted dramatically. Giroud, attempting to control a high ball while leaning against a Villa defender, felt an unusual jolt against his back. Villa defender Vlar was pressing his knee against Giroud's supporting leg. In that fleeting moment when the referee's view was obstructed, the ball rolled ominously towards the sideline. Danger averted. Suddenly, the commentator's voice cracked. Everyone watched in disbelief as the ball, which should have gone out of play, was flicked back into play by Fong Yun's toe. This Chinese midfielder, like a cheetah, lowered his center of gravity, effortlessly bypassing 3 Arsenal players forming a blockade. "Defend!" shouted Xhaka, his voice drowned out by the sudden eruption of sound. Fong Yun suddenly halted within the 30-meter zone, executing a stunning outside-of-the-foot flick that arched beautifully. Agbonlahore, like an arrow released from a bow, darted behind Mertesacker and, faced with the goalkeeper, had the leisure to check for the offside line. Then, with a precise push, the ball sailed steadily into the net. Chapter 54. A relentless onslaught. Unstoppable, the away fans of Arsenal could no longer contain their frustration. Wenger stepped down. The visiting fans directed a chorus of boos towards the Arsenal supporters and their coach. At this moment, Wenger departed from the sidelines and settled into a seat on the bench, seemingly having surrendered. A considerable number of Arsenal fans had already vacated their seats, vociferously calling for refunds. As the ball was put back into play, Arsenal completely lost their spirit. Their momentum faltered and dwindled, rendering them akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. In the final 10 minutes of the first half, Villa's high pressing stifled Arsenal's attempts at play. Arsenal struggled to advance beyond the halfway line, let alone contemplate scoring. During the stoppage time, Aston Villa netted another goal, 40. A steal from Fong Yun led to a direct long-range shot. Fong Yun had effectively exhausted his long-range shooting card in the first half. Arsenal had utterly lost their fighting spirit. Even though they were physically capable in the second half, it would be challenging for them to lose, even with a more conservative approach. After the halftime break, Fong Yun's predictions came to fruition. Arsenal introduced several forwards and midfielders, while Aston Villa substituted their striker Agbonlahore and left winger Charles. With another match in 2 days, it was crucial for Agbonlahore and Charles to preserve their stamina. In the second half, Fong Yun took on the role of a sweeping midfielder, orchestrating the defensive positioning of his teammates. High pressing demands significant coordination from the whole team. The first half's intense pressing had already depleted much of Villa's players' energy. Although Fong Yun remained vigorous, the other players could not sustain prolonged high pressing and movement. In the second half, 2 other defensive midfielders alternated with Fong Yun in sweeping duties, preventing Arsenal players from showcasing their technical superiority. Fong Yun's physicality, rated at 80, surprisingly outmatched that of Arsenal's midfielders. For the first 20 minutes of the second half, both teams engaged in a midfield struggle, with neither side able to penetrate the other. In the 70th minute, it was again Fong Yun's interception that he passed to the striker, forcing the opposition to commit a foul. From outside the penalty area, Fong Yun stepped up to take the free kick without hesitation, utilizing his skill. The crescent moon free kick, the ball soared in a perfect arc, nestling into the corner of the net. Arsenal's goalkeeper could only watch in despair, rooted to the spot. A stunning leaf shot. Fong Yun's crescent moon shot was reminiscent of that legendary figure, evoking tears of joy. The score swelled to 5-0, with Fong Yun netting a brace, effectively sealing the match. Following this goal, Fong Yun instructed his teammates to slow the pace. At this juncture, there was no need for further aggression. A mere gesture would suffice to extinguish Arsenal's momentum for a counterattack. Continuing to score could provoke Arsenal into retaliation, risking further injuries to Villa and complicating their subsequent matches. After this goal, both teams began to wind down, with Fong Yun remaining on the field, just in case. As the match concluded, the referee blew the final whistle, marking the end of the game. The match has ignited the Villa supporters. Despite a significant rotation within the Aston Villa squad, they continue to charge forward with unrelenting momentum. After the game, Agbonlahore approached Fong Yun. "Fong Yun, I have received offers from other teams with lucrative salaries. What do you think I should do, stay or leave?" "That's a good thing. Reflect on your choices. If you seek a higher salary and a better life, then go for it." Fong Yun felt a surge of happiness. Agbonlahore, who had been dormant at Villa for a considerable time, was rejuvenated, and he felt genuinely pleased. Host and Agbonlahore's intimacy increased by 20. Fong Yun had not anticipated that this would also enhance their intimacy. He continued, I believe it would be advantageous for you to play on a higher platform. Here, with me providing you opportunities, you may settle into a comfort zone. Once there are no more passes coming your way, you might find yourself in a difficult situation. For a forward, the ability to create chances and score is paramount. Fong Yun sincerely believed this. He recognized that in the future, there would surely be more talented and promising forwards joining the team, potentially leading to reduced playing time for Agbanlahor. This was inevitable, rather than endure such a fate. A transfer might be the better choice. Host and Agbanlahor's intimacy increased by 20. Agbanlahor listened attentively to Fong Yun's counsel. However, I think it would be best for you to stay through the winter transfer window and consider a move next summer. On one hand, the team still needs your attacking prowess. On the other, with me in the team, you will score more goals, and your market value will increase significantly come transfer time. While ensuring we win, I will also prioritize passing to you. Host and Agbanlahor's intimacy increased by 50. Congratulations! The intimacy between the host and Agbanlahor has reached 100. Allowing for the random selection of one skill. Fong Yun's insights were astute. During a player's contract year, teams will maximize their profits by enhancing that player's statistics. The more impressive the stats, the higher the transfer fee they can command. Agbanlahor was evidently moved by Fong Yun's earnest words. Thank you, Yun. Last season, the team was struggling on the brink of relegation, and my performance was quite dismal. I thought my career was at an end, and I am sincerely grateful that you are willing to pass to me more often. For Fong Yun, passing to anyone was the same. It was all about assists, and they all came with bonuses. However, for Agbanlahor, scoring even one additional goal could significantly elevate his market value. While statistics may not reveal everything, they certainly convey much. If you maintain your health, I can help you become the top scorer. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Agbanlahor felt even more moved. You're still leading the scoring charts. Don't you want the golden boot? I am a midfielder. The golden boot isn't essential for me. Being the top assist provider is sufficient. This was the truth, as the contract did not specify any additional rewards for winning the golden boot. The bonuses for goals and assists were the same. Not securing the golden boot was of little consequence, and besides, fame can often bring undue scrutiny. If one grows too rapidly, it may inadvertently invite a plethora of troubles. With Agbanlahor securing the golden boot, his brilliance might overshadow my own, allowing me to develop in peace and amass wealth quietly. When Fong Yun saw the opportunity arise, he acted with remarkable intuition, boosting his intimacy with Agbanlahor directly to 100. He promptly extracted a skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Agbanlahor Speed Module. Agbanlahor Speed Module significantly enhances speed and explosiveness. Indeed, it seems that what one lacks is precisely what arrives. Fong Yun's deficiencies in speed and explosiveness have now been addressed, effectively fortifying his weaknesses. Fong Yun accessed the system panel. Speed, 60 to 80. Explosiveness, 60 to 80. This now reached the upper limit. To further elevate speed and explosiveness, one must obtain more formidable star modules. Filled with confidence, Fong Yun recognized that aside from average ball control, his other skills surpassed the mean. Not to mention, he possessed 3 abilities rated above 100. In the upcoming FA Cup match against a championship team, Fong Yun was poised to unleash his prowess and test his newfound speed. Chapter 55, a swift victory over the championship, tactical innovation. 3 days later, Aston Villa faced Cardiff City in the FA Cup, away from home. Cardiff City had been a formidable force in the championship this season, emerging as the primary contender for the title. Moreover, they enjoyed the advantage of home ground and stamina. In the first half, Cardiff opted for a defensive strategy, aware of Aston Villa's potent counterattacks, denying them any opportunities to strike back. Due to fatigue and the arduous travel faced by Villa's players, despite Fong Yun delivering several exquisite passes, the forwards squandered numerous chances. The Villa fans were left anxious, sensing that only Fong Yun was in form while the others seemed lethargic, committing various blunders, and it was absurd that Agbanlahor missed an open goal. Surely, Aston Villa's winning streak would not be halted by a team of Cardiff's stature. However, in the second half, Fong Yun responded to such skepticism. In the 54th minute, Fong Yun drew a foul in the attacking zone, converting a free kick into a goal, thus breaking the deadlock and putting his team in the lead. Cardiff had no choice but to attack, which delighted Fong Yun. A precise long pass sliced through the opposition's defense, assisting Agbanlahor in scoring. This was in line with discussions Fong Yun had with the coaching staff, as management was aware that Agbanlahor was likely to depart next season. So they aimed to enhance his statistics this season. In the 70th minute, Fong Yun executed a steal in the attacking third, delivering a surgical through ball to assist Abanglahor in scoring once more. In the 89th minute, Fong Yun unleashed a long-range shot that found the net again. Fong Yun voluntarily requested to play the entire match, and the coaching staff acquiesced after he passed the pre-match fitness test. As the match concluded, Fong Yun notched 1 goal and 3 assists, securing a comfortable victory. During the post-match interview, a reporter asked how the team could withstand the immense pressure of competing on multiple fronts. With clenched teeth, I informed the coach of my willingness to play the entire match, feeling a profound obligation to aid the team in securing victory. I am immensely grateful for the coach's trust in me. Are you not afraid of injury? Playing 3 matches a week places a considerable burden on the players, he inquired. Indeed, I harbor fears. However, as a core member of Aston Villa, achieving victory transcends all else, and I possess unwavering confidence in my physical condition. Furthermore, Aston Villa's ambitions this season extend beyond merely claiming one championship. I aspire to win not only the league title, but also the FA Cup and the League Cup. This declaration sparked considerable controversy. How audacious it seemed that the league title alone could not satiate Fong Yun's ambitions. Yet, Fong Yun undeniably possesses the talent and resources to back it up. The team has achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories across all competitions, an unstoppable force. The following day, Aston Villa graced the headlines of numerous publications. Aston Villa's pursuit of multiple championships, ambitious or truly capable. Abanglahor shines with a brace, outshining Fong Yun. Abanglahor tops the scoring charts. He is the true genius. As Fong Yun perused these articles, a sense of satisfaction welled within him, knowing Abanglahor would be overjoyed. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, a notification chimed. Ding. Acquired 5 custom attribute points. Fong Yun had only garnered 5 attribute points from this match and had not triggered any hidden rewards. He felt he had performed admirably. The evaluation of hidden rewards is determined by comparing the host's current abilities with actual performance, he learned. Realizing that his capabilities had indeed improved, he understood that the corresponding standards would also rise. The system deemed his performance in this match as merely satisfactory. Fong Yun concurred. He faced no pressure from the opposition, and his assists and passes felt effortlessly simple. To achieve better rewards, he recognized the necessity of elevating his performance. He allocated the 5 attribute points to his dribbling skill. Dribbling, 65 to 70. His dribbling now appeared quite respectable. With another match looming in 2 days against Tottenham in the league, another formidable challenge, he found solace in the fact that they would be competing at home, which could alleviate some of the team's fatigue issues. Recently, Fong Yun had also engaged a technical coach to enhance his ball control and dribbling skills. Although his passing had become exceptional, he acknowledged that his ability to advance with the ball and reclaim it still required improvement, lacking the capacity to resolve issues independently. Against Tottenham, Fong Yun intended to implement a new tactical approach. With an impressive speed rating of 80, he could serve as a significant threat on the flanks, particularly against defenders of average caliber. He approached the head coach, Robert. Coach, I would like to experiment with playing as a wingback. Offensively, I will occupy the flanks, and defensively, I will revert to my position as a defensive midfielder. Robert expressed surprise. Are you serious? The risks of a midfielder drifting wide are considerable. And should we be countered, the absence of a defensive midfielder could easily lead to our downfall, he cautioned. No problem, coach. My current speed is exceptional, and I believe I can experiment with a 3-defender system. If it proves effective, the team's tactics will be significantly enriched. Robert still chooses to trust Fong Yun, feeling that he is not joking. Initially, the other players were also skeptical. Brother Yun, I truly have no words regarding your midfield prowess. But there is no need to encroach on my position, is there? Remarked the right back, Lawton. Indeed, Brother Yun, why don't we play our respective positions well? It's not as simple as it seems to be a fullback, Wilkinson added. However, during the internal training match, something felt amiss. The right winger cut in, while Fong Yun stretched wide. With a deft touch, Fong Yun evaded his opponent, delivering a precise cross that assisted the striker in scoring. Brother Yun, how have you become so fast? This can't be real. You're even faster than me, Lawton exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. Fong Yun merely smiled. Subsequently, the only option was to assign someone to assist in marking Fong Yun, but he was not intimidated by this tactic. If you shifted to the flanks, the central area would inevitably be left vulnerable. A quick through ball to the advancing winger resulted in a cutback assist for a goal. Head coach Robert was astonished. Fong Yun's performance on the wing was remarkably effective. Furthermore, the midfield remained intact. The standard configuration of a three-defender setup includes 4 midfielders, ensuring that even if Fong Yun is not in the center, at least 3 players occupy the midfield, leaving no cause for concern. Additionally, this arrangement could alleviate the shortage of personnel in the attacking line. Robert decisively ordered additional training for this formation. Fong Yun felt more at ease playing on the wing, and with his stamina at its peak, he could cover both the flanks and the center more effectively. He developed a deeper understanding of wing play, including positioning and the timing of passes. Finally, the day arrived for Aston Villa to face Tottenham. Before the match, the fans were fervently enthusiastic, with both sides unwilling to back down. Tottenham was riding high on a 3-match winning streak, determined to end Aston Villa's run. Major English media outlets gathered at the venue. This match was crucial for both teams. Although Aston Villa led second place by 12 points, there were still 20 rounds of matches remaining, and a loss could change everything. Chapter 56. Referee Interference and Adversity. Tottenham's starting lineup was formidable, featuring the future French star, Dembélé, and the English speedster, Kyle Walker, along with the outside pace of Bale. The discussions among fans regarding Bale's remarkable speed between 2 points became legendary, as at one time during his tenure at Real Madrid, his status even surpassed that of Ronaldo. Though injuries led to a decline in form, Tottenham's lineup skewed younger, perhaps lacking in experience, but they possessed an advantage in physicality and speed. From the outset, Tottenham applied significant pressure on Aston Villa. Aston Villa commenced the match in a 4-3-3 formation, opting for a strategy of stability given that it was the formation the players were most familiar with, ensuring optimal synergy. Should the circumstances shift, they would adjust their tactics accordingly. Dembélé relentlessly launched attacks down the right flank, while Bale continuously pressured on the left. They relied on their sheer speed to overpower the opposition. Tottenham's intricate interplay between the wings and the midfield has consistently placed them among the league's elite, with their synergy in both wide and central areas being a hallmark of their style. Tottenham executed a high-pressing game that severely hindered Aston Villa's ability to transition the ball effectively. Pressing, and more pressing. This is Tottenham's trademark. Their relentless pursuit leaves opponents unable to orchestrate meaningful attacks. This season, Tottenham's playing style leans towards technical, ground-based football, emphasizing penetration through the central and lateral channels. Within the first 10 minutes, Tottenham boasted a staggering 70% possession, firmly retaining control of the ball. Fong Yun attempted to counter with interceptions. Yet Tottenham was incredibly aggressive in their pursuit of the ball after losing possession. Layer upon layer of pressure left Aston Villa in a passive position, unable to gain control. Every time Fong Yun received the ball, Tottenham players swarmed around him, denying any opportunity for a pass. Clearly, Tottenham had come prepared, specifically targeting Fong Yun and restricting his movements. Tottenham repeatedly delivered threatening passes, with Bale and Dembélé alternating in their assaults on Aston Villa's fullbacks, frequently sending in crosses. Fong Yun was compelled to retreat into the penalty area to assist in defense. However, mere defense would not suffice. Finally, in the 24th minute, Bale delivered a low cross from the right, which Tottenham striker, Adebayor, headed into the net. It was a straightforward goal from a simple cross, a blunt yet effective strike, putting them ahead. After conceding, Aston Villa's defenders were visibly frustrated, gesturing to the referee that a foul had occurred, claiming they were held back, which would have allowed them to contest the header. Yet, the referee remained unmoved. Following the goal, Tottenham players celebrated exuberantly, sliding on the pitch, while boos erupted from the home crowd. Aston Villa supporters were incensed. What kind of referee is this? How can he not see such an obvious foul in the box? Truly blind. Villa fans rose in indignation, protesting against the referee. Meanwhile, Robert, on the sidelines, was equally furious, arguing with the official. The referee responded by issuing Robert a yellow card as a warning. With no options left, Robert could only suppress his anger, trusting that the players on the field could turn the tide. After the goal, Tottenham's coach, Andrew, clenched his fists in triumph, turning to take a seat on the bench, leisurely sipping a soda, exuding an air of confidence. Aston Villa players were dissatisfied and sought to engage the referee. Fong Yun intervened, gathering his teammates together. It's all right. The match has just begun. Let us concentrate, communicate better, and focus on the game. We can certainly win. After conceding, Aston Villa's fans did not excessively blame their players. Fong Yun had yet to unleash his full potential. How could one declare Villa defeated? They believed in Fong Yun, trusting in the youthful Lion King of Villa Park. Fong Yun stood at the center circle, ready to restart the game. Contemplating the weaknesses of Tottenham Hotspur, the current squad emphasizes high pressing, wing play, and a fervent commitment to attacking football. However, their defensive positioning leaves much to be desired, compounded by the youthfulness of their players. In light of this, one might consider engaging in a direct confrontation, employing a midfield onslaught, and testing their stamina and resilience. Yet, Fong Yun soon recognized that the team's physical fitness has always posed a lurking concern. Aston Villa, lacking in endurance, found themselves outpaced by the vigorous Tottenham, particularly the defenders, who typically cover less ground than forwards and midfielders, struggled to cope with the rigors of 3 matches a week. Fleur, having started 3 consecutive games, felt his legs grow weary. Unfortunately, there were no alternatives available, rendering the situation quite precarious. 10 minutes later, Tottenham scored again, this time from Demel's incisive cut-in, which he distributed to right-back Kyle Walker. Upon accelerating, Walker proved too much for Wilkinson to handle. Relying purely on his speed, Walker overwhelmed Wilkinson, and faced with the fatigued Fleur, he easily outmaneuvered him. A subsequent shot deftly deceived the goalkeeper, resulting in a straightforward goal. The scoreline now stood at 0-2. Walker's solo effort, weaving past 3 opponents and outsmarting the goalkeeper, was simply astonishing. It was incredible to witness a fullback exhibit such remarkable speed and finesse. Tottenham fans were elated. Aston Villa, with their 18 consecutive league victories, appeared vulnerable, far from the formidable force one might have anticipated. Under the relentless assault from Tottenham, Aston Villa struggled to maintain their composure. A relegation-threatened team indeed, they revealed their fragility the moment a weakness was exposed. Fleur, collapsing in agony, felt immense regret. If only he had possessed greater stamina, if only his legs had not betrayed him, Walker would surely not have scored. He lamented his own lack of fitness. In a moment of desperation, Robert had no choice but to substitute him for a young defender promoted from the youth academy, as if fate were conspiring against them. Calamity struck again just 5 minutes later. Fong Yun seized an opportunity to intercept the ball and executed a precise long pass to Charles on the left flank before the opponent could close in. Without hesitation, Charles opted to break through, aiming to increase his speed and deliver a cross for the advancing Lahore. However, the English speedster Walker's recovery pace was astonishingly swift. Despite being 3 paces behind, he remarkably caught up with Charles, raising questions about the fairness of a fullback outpacing a winger. Aston Villa fans were left in disbelief. Moreover, Walker's tackle was particularly aggressive. A scissor kick from behind brought Charles crashing to the ground. The agonized cries of Charles echoed throughout the stadium as he was violently sent off the pitch, clutching his calf and rolling in pain. The stands erupted with deafening boos. Aston Villa supporters rose from their seats, vociferously expressing their outrage. The referee promptly approached, brandishing a yellow card at Kyle Walker. Coach Robert furiously sprinted towards the 4th official. Is this football, or is this murder? A scissor tackle from behind like that warrants a red card. Why is there no intervention? The referee's whistle seemed profoundly unjust. Fong Yun pondered how to turn the tide. Chapter 57. A goal back. Close combat. Fong Yun rushed to Charles' side to assess his injury. Charles managed to stand, albeit with considerable effort. I'm fine. I can still play. However, his calf exhibited unmistakable swelling. Don't be stubborn. This injury is serious. If left unchecked, it may worsen. You need to leave the field for evaluation, the team doctor insisted. Yet, Charles was resolute. I can't leave the pitch. We are 2 goals down and need my presence on the flank. Help me up. I can still contribute. Hearing this, the Aston Villa players felt a pang of anguish. They looked at the injured Charles, powerless to express their fury, yet their spirits burned with indignation. Fong Yun recognized that this match was inherently unfair. The referee turned a blind eye to Tottenham's fouls while scrutinizing Aston Villa's every move. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen for Aston Villa. But under Fong Yun's encouragement, they gradually regained their composure. They believed in their ability to secure victory. Speaking through their play was Aston Villa's preferred retort against defense. Charles, trust us. The outcome of this match pales in comparison to your entire career. Fong Yun reassured him. Deeply touched, Charles ultimately decided to exit the field. The fans honored this brave warrior with a thunderous ovation. Aston Villa does not shy away. You are a hero. We will win this match. Coach Robert also composed himself, signaling for the team to slow down, remain patient, and methodically search for the opponent's vulnerabilities while being cautious in their actions. The referee was undoubtedly focused on Aston Villa. Any minor infraction would be magnified, and the repercussions would escalate. Fang Yun's communication with his teammates became increasingly proactive. "Push forward. We need another goal," he shouted. "Well done." His teammates celebrated as they successfully defended. "Agban Lahore, tone it down. There's no need to foul in that position. I've got your back." Guardiola, observing the match, was moved by Fang Yun's performance. This is a true leader, the captain who stands up at all times, guiding his teammates toward a positive direction. His seamless integration of offense and defense, along with his decisive clarity in defensive commands, is truly remarkable. If Bayern had such a player. Sun Xiaoman was also present, cheering for Fang Yun. "Fang Yun, you must win. I believe in your ability to achieve this." As the match reached the 36th minute, a free kick was awarded near the midfield of Aston Villa. Fang Yun stood over the ball, exhaling deeply. The fans held their breath, anticipating that he could equalize the score. On the sidelines, Villa's head coach, Robert, watched intently, his chest rising and falling with anticipation. Fang Yun assessed the positioning of the opposing players. A direct shot from this distance would be ill-advised, as he lacked the necessary power. He noticed that behind the Tottenham wall, there was a gap, unguarded. A glimmer of opportunity ignited within him. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Players in the penalty area began to jostle for position, engaging in a fierce struggle. Fang Yun unleashed his skill. Long shot guaranteed card activated. He struck the ball with ferocity. The players in the wall jumped, but the ball, like an arrow released from a bow, soared through the narrow gap created by their leap, darting straight into the bottom right corner of the net. The goalkeeper, obstructed by the chaos in the penalty area, could not perceive the ball's trajectory and could only watch as it nestled into the net. Fang Yun's audacious long-range strike was nothing short of spectacular. It astonishingly passed beneath the wall. Jean Jun was left dumbfounded. Aston Villa sounded the battle cry for a counterattack. The Villa fans in the stands rose, arms aloft, cheering. "Cloud God is magnificent. King of adversity." I only bow to Fang Yun. Once again, it was Fang Yun, the young Lion King of Villa, who had rescued the team. The Tottenham head coach, seated on the bench, stood up, his expression transformed, tinged with gravity. Fang Yun had a remarkable knack for seizing opportunities. Any flaw in the team's defense would be discerned by his keen eye. All eyes were on whether Fang Yun would attempt a curling cross over the wall. Yet he chose the unconventional route, opting for a low shot that glided beneath the wall, truly innovative and impossible to dismiss. The Tottenham coaching staff began to strategize. This match was crucial for Tottenham. They needed to secure all 3 points. Their objective this season was to breach the top 4 and secure a place in the Champions League, placing significant pressure on the coach. A victory in this match would align their points with the 4th-place team, allowing them to ascend to 4th based on goal difference. Thus, this match was critical for Tottenham. And despite their current lead, the coaching staff dared not relax their vigilance. If Fang Yun were to find his rhythm and unleash a flurry of goals, the consequences were unfathomable. In the current Premier League, no one could afford to underestimate a relegation-threatened team, especially one that was at the top of the relegation zone. A loss in this match would greatly diminish their hopes of securing a top 4 finish, a reality that coach Andre could not contemplate. However, soon, their anxieties began to dissipate. The defensive line of Aston Villa has once again encountered issues. A young center-back, who came on as a substitute, made a grave error, under pressure from the opposing team. While attempting to pass back to the goalkeeper without considering his position, he was intercepted by Damel, who promptly scored. The score is now 1-3, igniting a surge of excitement among the away fans. This exemplifies the pitfalls of relying on youth academy defenders. Lack of experience and a fragile mentality can lead to a single mistake resulting in a goal. Jean Jun sighed, and the Villa supporters expressed their frustration. The team is bereft of available center-backs. Injuries and fatigue have rendered many unfit to play, leaving only the young academy talents to fill the gap. However, defenders do not enjoy the same safety net as forwards. While a forward's mistake might be mitigated by midfielders and defenders, a defensive error puts the goalkeeper directly at risk of conceding a goal. Villa fans can only hope that Fang Yun can once again turn the tide. The Spurs manager, however, remains unsatisfied and seeks to continue the offensive. In the second half, we shall maintain our pressure, delivering a resounding lesson to Villa about what it means to be a top club. This match is their 3rd in a week, and their fatigue is palpable. We must seize this opportunity to strike hard and secure a decisive victory. Head coach Robert signaled to continue lying in wait for counterattack opportunities, their most familiar and defensively sound strategy. At that moment, Fong Yun proactively suggested, "Let us switch to a three-defender formation in the second half and engage them in an open contest. Our defensive setup can no longer hold." Fong Yun was resolute. "Are you sure? It worked well in training matches, but we cannot predict its efficacy in an actual match," Robert inquired. "Trust me, coach, this is our only solution now. It's all or nothing," Fong Yun proclaimed with fervor. After signaling to his teammates, they all nodded in agreement. As the match resumed, Villa's momentum shifted dramatically. They did not appear disheartened by the recent goal conceded. With little time remaining in the first half, neither side managed to score. Fong Yun's crosses from the flank created numerous opportunities within minutes, yet Abanglahor, lacking a significant aerial threat in the center, squandered several chances without finding the net. Abanglahor was deeply self-critical. "I've made too many mistakes. I've failed to capitalize on many opportunities. Don't worry, there are still 45 minutes left in the second half. I'll make sure you're fed 10 chances. Just play with confidence," Fong Yun reassured him. "Moreover, I've deciphered their defensive positioning." As the first half concluded, both teams retreated to their locker rooms. Is Aston Villa's remarkable 18-game winning streak about to be halted? Indeed, but what can be done? The team is plagued by injuries, and with 3 matches in a week, even the most elite teams would struggle under such intensity. I believe Fong Yun can create a miracle. Trust in Fong Yun. Trust in the king of Villa. In the Villa locker room, Robert relinquished the tactical board once more, granting Fong Yun the floor to address his teammates. With a firm knock on the blackboard, he urged all players to concentrate on his words. The crux of the three-defender strategy rested on creating space. The movements of the wide players must be vigorous. When positioning, it is paramount to avoid overlaps. Just moments ago, Abanglahor and right-winger Wyman found themselves in each other's paths, limiting my passing options. When I make a run to the byline, we cannot all swarm the penalty area. Some must drift left, others retreat, and some venture right. Do not fret over being intercepted or countered, as long as you find the open spaces. I will ensure the ball reaches you. Your task is simply to score. It is as straightforward as that. Fong Yun then pulled Wyman aside. When you receive the ball, you have but one choice. Cut inside. Do not hesitate. This will create space along the flanks. Do you understand? Wyman stammered a response. I get it. But the opposing players are far too swift and physically superior. What should we do? Increase your movements, pass more, and spread the formation. Exploit your strengths and mitigate your weaknesses. From my observations, they will not relent in the second half. They will continue to press forward. In these final 45 minutes, grit your teeth and persevere. We shall turn this around. Fong Yun rallied his comrades. Countless England fans are watching this match. We must not falter. Our goal this season is to contend for the championship on all fronts. How can we allow a mere Tottenham to obstruct our path? Brothers, this is Villa Park, where countless supporters cheer and roar for us. We cannot let them down. We fight for the fans. We fight for our families. We fight for the team. The Aston Villa locker room erupted into a deafening roar once more. Each player raised their arms in unison, filled with fervor. Head coach Robert was deeply moved by this scene. The former Villa squad would simply hang their heads in despair when trailing, but since Fong Yun's arrival, the atmosphere had transformed. Now, despite being 1-3 down, the players' eyes sparkled with an unquenchable thirst for victory. This exemplifies the power of a team leader and the significance of leadership within a squad. Fong Yun's presence has not only endowed this relegation-threatened team with championship potential, but has also fostered an unprecedented unity among them. Fong Yun adjusted the captain's armband on his arm, feeling the weight of responsibility and the trust bestowed upon him by the team and the fans. As a 17-year-old captain in the Premier League, he must rise to the occasion and lead his team to a remarkable comeback. Head coach Robert gently patted Fong Yun on the shoulder. Go forth. The team will always be your strongest support. The 15-minute halftime passed swiftly. The Villa players returned to the player tunnel, greeted by thunderous applause from the home crowd. As the second half commenced, the Tottenham players sensed something was amiss. The players of Aston Villa appeared invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant, relentlessly pressing and displaying an unparalleled zest. The spirit and state of the team contrasted starkly with their performance in the first half. It is difficult to fathom what transpired in the 15 minutes of halftime within the Villa dressing room. However, such considerations have become trivial. At this moment, both coaches stood on the sidelines, and no longer exhibited the initial ease, his expression now tinged with seriousness. Aston Villa, trailing 1-3, opted for a tactical shift, transitioning from a 4-3-3 formation to a 3-4-2-1. The original right-back, Lowton, was repositioned to the midfield, while the wingers retreated to play as wide midfielders. The sudden adoption of a three-defender formation seemed excessively audacious. Indeed, the team had never previously experimented with such a setup. Was Aston Villa truly prepared to fight with all their might? Yet, this aligns with Fong Yun's philosophy: if one does not succeed, they must embrace fate, either ascend to paradise or descend into despair. This shift promised an enthralling spectacle, with the second half likely to witness an abundance of goals. Following the tactical alteration, Fong Yun's position on the pitch underwent a subtle transformation. In attack, he proactively ventured to the flanks to orchestrate offensive plays, while in defense, he returned to the midfield to marshal defensive efforts. More often than not, he oscillated between the right wing and central areas, resembling a right-sided libero or a false winger. In the 53rd minute, Fong Yun advanced into the attacking third to apply pressure. An opponent's clearance was intercepted by a Villa defender who related to Lowton. Lowton then passed to the right winger, Wyman. Wyman, mindful of Fong Yun's instructions, decisively cut inside with the ball. Meanwhile, Tottenham hastily moved to provide defensive support. At that moment, Fong Yun lay in an unnoticed corner, poised on the right flank, ready to spring into action. Wyman laid the ball back to the midfielder, Bannon, who, without hesitation, delivered a direct pass to the right side. Suddenly, the ball was sent to the right flank, where no one seemed to be. What? Fong Yun had reappeared on the right side. Had he not just been in the center? His speed was remarkable, allowing him to chase down the ball effectively. Fong Yun's incursion down the wing caught Tottenham off guard. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill, moon crescent cross. Fong Yun leaned at a 45-degree angle, striking the ball powerfully with his right foot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, executing a perfect curvature. The cross was executed with astonishing speed, landing at the far post. At that moment, Agbonlahor made a diagonal run towards the left side of the goal. The ball met Agbonlahor's head perfectly, as he gently nodded it in. The precision and velocity of Fong Yun's cross from the byline left spectators in awe. Chapter 59. The score is equalized. The final showdown, the score stood at 3-2, as Aston Villa narrowed the deficit, thrusting the match into a fevered climax. Following the goal, Agbonlahor raised his arms in triumph. He seemed to recapture the sensation of 2 years prior, that exhilarating feeling of scoring with ease. The Villa fans in the stands erupted into a fervor once again. Once more, it was Fong Yun. Once again, Fong Yun rescues the team from the brink of disaster. Aston Villa cannot thrive without Fong Yun, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem. Fong Yun opens his arms to embrace the cheers of the home crowd. On the sidelines, head coach Robert and his assistant share a warm embrace, confident that Fong Yun's decisions are indeed correct. Guardiola's eyes widen in astonishment. It is as if he sees the shadow of Messi in Fong Yun, a midfielder capable of adapting to various tactical schemes, swiftly switching styles of play. His football intelligence is remarkable. Moreover, his positioning is both flexible and dynamic. He can serve as a commander, orchestrating the midfield with strategic insight, or as a dynamo, charging down the flanks to create openings, piercing through defenses with precision. With such a talent, what more could one desire? Furthermore, Guardiola, a tactical genius who has pioneered numerous strategies, finds that Fong Yun perfectly aligns with his tactical philosophy. He has resolved to engage with the Bayern management about bringing Fong Yun's extraordinary talent back to Munich. Meanwhile, Mendes enjoys a glass of exquisite wine in his private club, admiring Fong Yun's brilliant performance. Fortuitously, he did not overlook Fong Yun at that pivotal moment and is grateful for choosing to sign him. The young man possesses the makings of a football king. At Villa Park, the fans erupt in a wave of euphoric cheers. The afternoon sun casts a long shadow of Fong Yun, eliciting screams and shouts from countless female admirers. Among them, Sun Xiaomin stands out, exclaiming, "Brother Fong Yun, I knew you could do it." On the sidelines, Tottenham's coach, Andre, swiftly calls his assistant. "We can no longer engage in a back-and-forth battle with Aston Villa. We must secure this victory." "I concur," replies his assistant. With the home advantage, they are fiercely aggressive. Continuing to trade blows could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Fong Yun's resurgence has evidently intimidated Andre. His pre-match bravado about securing a resounding victory over Villa has been swiftly retracted. Now, Andre is solely focused on fortifying their defense to maintain this slender lead and bask in the adulation of the home crowd. Aston Villa, having equalized, continues to improve as they gradually seize control of the match's tempo. Under Fong Yun's orchestrating passes, Villa's three forwards incessantly threaten Tottenham's backline. Although the Spurs' defenders are physically imposing, they struggle with agility. Agbonlahor, with his nimble speed, capitalizes on any lapse, darting into advantageous positions. Fong Yun frequently oscillates between the flanks and the center, leaving Tottenham's defense in disarray. Throughout the second half, Spurs players often find themselves unsure of whom to mark. The frequent positional exchanges among Villa players render Tottenham's once sturdy defense precarious, with Villa reverting to a four-man defense while their attacking formation shifts to three. The Spurs players are left bewildered and overwhelmed. At this moment, Tottenham's offense fell silent. The coach had instructed them to refrain from aggressive passing, opting instead to fortify their defense and secure a single point. This directive left the Spurs players struggling, akin to a self-inflicted handicap. Historically, employing a defensive strategy has never been Tottenham's forte, especially considering their players lean towards technical finesse and lack the physicality of Villa's midfield. It seems rather pathetic for Spurs to resort to such tactics when they cannot overpower their opponents. Prior to the match, they had boasted about a decisive victory over Villa, only to retreat into a defensive shell, evidently intimidated by their adversary. Given their abject performance, one might as well concede the point to them. With player valuations and capabilities on par with Villa, resorting to such defensive measures is frankly shameless. Chinese fans, upon witnessing Spurs' defensive posture, could hardly contain their disbelief. Yet, Fong Yun would demonstrate through action that against Villa, mere defense would not suffice. As the match approached the 76th minute, it was once again a pass from Wyman that set the stage. Fong Yun advanced to the flank, and this time Spurs, having learned from their mistakes, deployed two players to mark him. One stood directly in front, while the other positioned himself behind, ready to assist. However, Fong Yun chose not to retreat, but instead adopted a stance of aggression. With a deceptive shoulder drop, he maneuvered past the defender, who was caught off guard. Fong Yun continued his assault, opting to dribble past yet another opponent. As a second defender rushed in to provide cover, Fong Yun executed a brilliant pass to the advancing right-back, Lawton. Lawton surged into the channel, penetrating the penalty area, where chaos ensued within Tottenham's box. On the sidelines, Robert held his breath, while Andre's eyes widened in anticipation. Lawton, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper rushed out, deflecting the ball. Had the keeper managed to thwart the attempt? Andre leaped for joy, exclaiming, Thank goodness it didn't go in. I told you the defensive strategy would work." He turned to grip the assistant coach's arm tightly. In the next moment, the ball fortuitously landed at Fong Yun's feet, mere meters from the goal. With a deft touch, he sent the ball into the net. What a stroke of luck. The ball had fortuitously bounced right to Fong Yun, who effortlessly guided it home. Such fortune seemed almost unreal. One could say Fong Yun was playing with borrowed time. Tottenham's supporters were left utterly deflated. Is fate conspiring against us? Andre turned to witness the unexpected goal, bewildered, as he realized the ball had not been saved by the goalkeeper after all. His demeanor crumbled, anguish etched across his face. As he sank to his knees, Chinese fans, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in laughter. Just moments ago, they had been celebrating, and now they were met with despair. Having uncorked champagne at halftime, they now faced a situation that had taken a dramatic turn. After scoring, the Aston Villa players did not indulge in celebration. Fong Yun swiftly dashed towards the net, retrieved the ball, and positioned himself at the center circle. He understood that the match was far from over, with mere minutes remaining. The objective was not merely to secure a draw, but to triumph over their adversaries. Villa had transformed. Last season, they would celebrate even after equalizing. Yet now, with time ticking down, they refrained from such displays. This exemplifies Fong Yun, humble in victory, resilient in defeat, truly a king of Villa. At this moment, Guardiola found himself increasingly captivated by Fong Yun, who maintained his composure despite the team's earlier deficit. From 0-2 to 1-2, and then as the opponent scored again, reaching 1-3, Villa surged back to equalize. What an extraordinary charisma Fong Yun possesses. Chapter 60, an aerial wonder, a miraculous victory. The match resumed with a kickoff from the center circle. The Aston Villa players restructured their formation, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. They were resolute in their mission to seize control of this match, which had been marred by the referee's decisions. Regardless of the circumstances, Fong Yun, the new king of Villa, would guide his team towards victory. Time was running short for both sides. Tottenham made a bold move, substituting 3 attacking players for 3 defenders. Coach Andre had decided to safeguard the draw, ensuring Aston Villa would not find the net again. The Tottenham fans could scarcely contain their frustration. What was happening? Were they truly opting for a defensive strategy against a team they deemed weaker? This was a disgrace for Tottenham supporters, being forced to defend against a relegation-threatened side. Moreover, Andre's substitutions unsettled the fans further. Was the classic strategy of substituting forwards while not even trailing the score appropriate? Even if they replaced a few attacking players and ultimately lost, they would accept it. But to adopt a defensive posture, like a turtle retreating into its shell, only to fail to hold their ground, was the utmost humiliation, one that would be etched into the annals of football disgrace. Aston Villa's offensive momentum remained unabated, creating numerous opportunities. Yet they seemed perpetually on the brink of scoring, falling just short. Within a brief span of 10 minutes, Aston Villa had unleashed 20 shots, with 10 on target. Yet the scoreboard remained unyielding at 0, a lamentable statistic. As the players' stamina waned, the match appeared increasingly inclined towards a draw. Robert had mentally prepared to conclude the match with a stalemate. In his view, competing against Tottenham in such a manner was commendable, especially given the demanding schedule of 3 matches in a week, which had severely taxed the team's physicality. However, Fong Yun disagreed. This match was winnable. Why settle for a draw? He continued to actively direct his teammates' movements on the field, even as time dwindled. This 17-year-old captain was fervently expending himself, tirelessly running and positioning himself in pursuit of scoring opportunities. As the match approached the 94th minute, during the final moment of stoppage time, many Aston Villa supporters began to exit the stadium, resigned to the belief that a draw was inevitable. Yet, a dedicated group of fans remained, fervently believing in Fong Yun. They rose from their seats, singing the club's anthem with fervent passion, striving to uplift every player on the field with their resounding voices. The supporters turned their gazes skyward, praying for a miracle to unfold. All 11 Tottenham players had retreated deep into their penalty area, leaving only the fullbacks to defend the flanks. Fong Yun, seizing the ball on the wing, understood that the only way to score was through a cross from the side, as penetrating the defense was utterly impossible in such confined space. Utilizing his physical advantage, he made a forceful attempt to break through the defense. But the newly substituted defender swiftly cleared the ball out of play. It was Aston Villa's last corner kick, their final opportunity. Would Fong Yun take the corner? He quickly assessed his available skill cards and found the answer. After communicating with his teammates, he decided to let Lot Un take the corner, while he positioned himself to attack. Why would Fong Yun not take the corner himself? Had he lost his confidence? This was not the time for doubt. Aston Villa's goalkeeper also joined the fray in the penalty area, signaling a desperate gamble where one goal would determine their fate. Everyone present held their breath. The coach, the fans, and even those watching the live broadcast, all were enraptured, anticipating a miracle. The corner was taken, landing at the far post where Tottenham's right back, Kyle Walker, stood. His teammate Wilkinson had no advantage in the aerial duel. Rather than contesting for the ball, Wilkinson opted to secure his position, while Agbonlahor blocked the path of Tottenham's central defender. Fong Yun emerged into that space. Yet, the ball was behind him, making it seemingly impossible to connect. In the next instant, Fong Yun executed a jaw-dropping maneuver. With his back to the goal, he bent his left knee and propelled himself off the ground, striking the airborne ball with a deft flick of his right foot. The ball soared like a bolt of lightning into the upper right corner of the net. The bicycle kick skill card had worked wonders. Tottenham's formidable defense crumbled under the sheer brilliance of Fong Yun's acrobatic strike at the last moment. The stadium fell into a momentary silence, only to be shattered by an ear-splitting roar that swept through Villa Park. Aston Villa's fans erupted in euphoric celebration. The wave of jubilant cheers shattered the atmosphere like an earthquake, resonating with an infinite echo. Can you fathom it? A bicycle kick, a last-minute goal. At the tender age of 17, these 3 phrases converged in the same moment and place. Unprecedented, unparalleled, and unmatched. This goal undoubtedly deserves to be nominated for this year's Pusk-S Award. It was simply extraordinary, outrageously astonishing, and breathtaking. Just when I thought the opportunity had slipped away, Fong Yun executed a spectacular overhead kick to clinch the victory. The prodigy of Aston Villa has once again wrought a miracle, elevating Fong Yun's market value to soaring heights. The comeback from 1-3 to a thrilling 4-3 finish is a narrative beyond even the most imaginative novels. As the commentator Jean Jun noted, he found himself at a loss for words, his exhilaration too profound for mere language to encapsulate. In a moment of sheer elation, Jean Jun cast aside his microphone, rising to raise his arms in triumphant cheer. The entire Villa Park reverberated with the thunderous roars of ecstatic fans. They chanted Fong Yun's name with fervor. Yun, Yun. Aston Villa's winning streak continues. The saga of Aston Villa's miracles is still unfolding. Fong Yun's name echoed throughout the stadium, resonating eternally. Surely, I must be dreaming. Fong Yun has once again delivered a last-minute triumph. One can forever place their faith in Fong Yun, the eternal deity. On the sidelines, Robert dashed about in exhilaration, his joy reminiscent of a child in kindergarten. The entire Aston Villa bench, disregarding the referee's attempts to restrain them, surged onto the pitch. They celebrated with unrestrained fervor, sliding on their knees. Fong Yun has once more rescued Aston Villa from the brink of despair, saving the team from dire straits. He has turned the tide of adversity, propping up a faltering edifice. Such is the essence of a great general. The phrase last-minute victory evokes such exhilarating emotions in the realm of sports. Fong Yun has done it again. In the presence of countless Villa supporters, the players hoisted Fong Yun high, tossing him into the air. Once again, he has proven to all that as long as he is in the squad, Villa will never fear anyone. This is Fong Yun, the new king of Villa. Chapter 61. Epic Rewards. The Magic Flute's assistance post-match. During the press conference, Tottenham's head coach faced media scrutiny. The team had held a 3-goal lead in the first half, seemingly on the verge of sealing the match, yet they faltered in the second half, allowing Aston Villa to equalize. Why then did they retreat into a defensive shell? Ultimately, their defenses were breached. What was the cause? Was it the immense pressure exerted by Fong Yun? Ender's face turned ashen as he stormed out of the interview room. In response to inquiries, Robert acknowledged, "We did not perform adequately in certain aspects, including some unreasonable rotations that led to a collapse in player stamina. I hope fans do not blame them. If there is fault to be found, it lies with me." The next day, who can stand in the way of this Villa? As they stage a 4-3 comeback to defeat Tottenham, the Premier League cannot accommodate Fong Yun's intensity. Fong Yun's stunning overhead kick sealed a victory over Tottenham. While Aston Villa celebrated an unprecedented 19 consecutive league wins, proving unstoppable, Guardiola expressed that Fong Yun embodies the ideal player in his vision. Aston Villa's 3 center-back system remarkably turned the tide, scoring 4 goals and creating a miracle. Fong Yun led the depleted squad to a comeback against Tottenham. And the extraordinary narrative continues. Following the match, a series of sensational headlines dominated the trending topics, all centered on Fong Yun. Guardiola also engaged in discussions with Bayern's management, making it clear that one of his conditions for joining the club was the acquisition of Fong Yun. It was imperative to bring Fong Yun to Bayern, as he would be the final piece needed for their championship aspirations. However, the management indicated that Fong Yun's buyout clause was a staggering €50 million, posing a risk for the team. The previous management only appointed Guardiola as head coach after the conclusion of the 2012-13 season. Now, recognizing Fong Yun's exceptional talent, Guardiola was eager to acquire him. After being denied, Guardiola expressed his frustration, with rumors suggesting he stormed out of the office. Ultimately, Bayern conceded, promising to secure Fong Yun in the summer transfer window next year. Meanwhile, Fong Yun, oblivious to these developments from afar at Aston Villa, received a notification. "Congratulations, host. You have led your team to a comeback victory over Tottenham, earning 5 custom attribute points and a Tottenham Star treasure chest." Fong Yun thought to himself, "The wait has been arduous, but the system has finally delivered." Without hesitation, he allocated the attribute points to his dribbling skill. Dribbling, 70-75. He then opened the Tottenham Star treasure chest, revealing an array of player modules of varying quality. Harry Kane's positioning module, 2 chance of selection. Son Heung-min's wing breakthrough module, 2 chance of selection. Richarlison's heading module, 2 chance of selection. Gareth Bale's wide acceleration module, 2 chance of selection. All of these are valuable assets, and any one of them would greatly enhance his capabilities. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Luka Modric's outside foot module. Luka Modric's outside foot module can be utilized during passing and shooting to enhance the subtlety and agility of these actions. Oh my goodness, Modric's outside foot. This reward is truly remarkable. Modric's outside foot technique is esteemed in the annals of football history. In the 2018 World Cup, Modric led a war-torn Croatia to an unexpected runner-up finish. He is the quintessential midfield maestro, exuding composure and effortless control. His use of the outside foot is nothing short of brilliant, catching opponents off guard. Had Fong Yun possessed Modric's outside foot module in the last match, the challenges would have been significantly diminished. The ability to execute passes with an outside foot can create exceptionally deceptive angles, leaving defenders bewildered. Furthermore, shots taken with the outside foot are executed without warning. Typically, a shot with the inside of the foot involves a large range of motion, with the body moving the thigh, which in turn moves the calf, and finally the foot. In contrast, the outside foot requires only the use of the ankle and calf, maintaining a high level of stealth. The technical demands placed upon players are exceedingly high. Even the slightest deviation can lead to missteps and errors. Fong Yun activated the system panel. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fong Yun. Age, 17. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Long pass, 90. Short pass, 80. Ball control, 75. Vision, 100. Defensive positioning, 100. Stamina, 100. Anticipation, 100. Tackling, 80. Strength, 80. Balance, 80. Explosiveness, 80. Speed, 80. Heading, 50. Set pieces, 80. Shooting, 70. Long shots, 75. 100. Modules, thermal imaging module, guaranteed long shot module, curved shot module, Rodri defensive module, Modri outside foot module, Agbonlahor speed module, Bentique physical module. De Bruyne through ball module. Evaluation displays a certain level of skill, though still falls short of elite status. Fong Yun noted that his long shot attribute had risen to 75, a testament to his consistent use of the long shot skill card, which had gradually enhanced his capabilities. Additionally, his height and weight had increased, a natural consequence of his growth. With a shooting score of 70, he found himself lacking any significant weaknesses. Notably, he boasted 4 fully leveled attributes: defensive positioning, vision, tackling, and anticipation, albeit leaning more towards a defensive skill set. Fong Yun reflected on his advantages in movement and passing, while recognizing his shortcomings in dribbling and shooting. The match against Tottenham had revealed that, despite creating numerous opportunities, the forward struggled to capitalize on them. His own scoring methods were limited. Apart from long shots, he possessed few alternatives. He resolved to improve his shooting skills. Following the victory over Tottenham, the team granted the players a 3-day break, which was quite generous for professional athletes, as many teams seldom offer time off outside of the off-season. During this interval, Fong Yun remained industrious, hiring a top-tier technical coach for specialized training. Although the cost was significant, the investment proved worthwhile. In just 2 days, his dribbling attribute surprisingly increased from 75 to 76. Fong Yun felt a newfound connection with the ball, his touch enhanced further. With 2 rounds left before the winter transfer window opened, Fong Yun, Mendes, and the team engaged in discussions regarding potential signings. Fong Yun believed the team's fullbacks were somewhat lacking, not only in defensive capabilities, but also in stamina. The midfield was in dire need of a dedicated defensive midfielder, which placed considerable pressure on Fong Yun during matches. Furthermore, the forward line lacked a nimble and agile striker, as Bentique's speed was not something that could be developed overnight. Fong Yun contemplated deeply and concluded that Carvajal would be an excellent addition, given his formidable defensive capabilities on the right flank and his remarkable stamina. At merely 20 years of age, playing for Real Madrid's B team, acquiring him would significantly alleviate the offensive pressure on Fong Yun. In the previous match, despite being at full fitness, he found it arduous to endure the demands of the entire game. If he could recruit Harry Kane as a central striker, it would be an unparalleled triumph. Fong Yun envisioned leading him to victory, transforming the crownless King Kane into a champion collector. Chapter 62. Grealish's debut. Moreover, Harry Kane possesses an English passport, which is crucial as Premier League regulations stipulate that among the 25 registered players, at least 8 must hold English passports. In Fong Yun's future blueprint, foreign players will undoubtedly constitute the majority. He must also contend with work permit issues should a player be signed but unable to take the field. It would present significant complications. The central strikers that Fong Yun admires are Kane and Lukaku, while on the right wing, Carvajal stands out for his dual ability to attack and defend. The midfield will feature Canny and Casemiro, with Canny's remarkable coverage and stamina well acknowledged. Casemiro is also a player who excels in both offensive and defensive roles. For the left-back position, both France's Mendy and England's Luke Shaw are commendable options. Fong Yun recalls that Grealish has now matured and, having been nurtured in Aston Villa's youth academy, could be developed further. The defensive lineup is unquestionable, comprising Ruben Dias and Van Dijk. Fong Yun presented this list to the management for discussion. After deliberation, the management concurred with Fong Yun's proposal and dispatched representatives to engage with the agents. All Fong Yun could do now was await news. He suggested to the coach that Grealish from the B team should be included in the upcoming matches. A week later, during the 20th round of the Premier League, Aston Villa faced Newcastle away. In this match, Bentique made his much-anticipated return. Aston Villa dominated the game from the outset. Within 3 minutes, Fong Yun executed a backheel pass with finesse. Bentique dropped back to draw defenders, allowing Agbonlahor to surge forward, receiving Fong Yun's exquisite pass to score. 1-0. In the 10th minute, Fong Yun delivered a long pass from the right side to the left, enabling Agbonlahor to cut in and score with a curling shot. 2-0. By the 15th minute, Fong Yun scored from outside the box, making it 3-0. In the 20th minute, after a dazzling solo run down the flank, Fong Yun cut inside and scored with another backheel shot. 4-0. Just before halftime at the 42nd minute, Fong Yun assisted Bentique with a backheel cross, adding another goal. 5-0. The stadium fell into a hushed silence, reminiscent of a library. Fong Yun had remarkably utilized his backheel technique to create 3 goals, setting a new personal record. Indeed, it seemed Fong Yun played with such ease, completely eluding the opposition's attempts to contain him. Villa fans had never been this jubilant, with some even beginning to boast about their team's prowess. The match featuring Aston Villa was dreadfully unexciting, and upon awakening, yet another resounding victory awaited. During the halftime interval, Coach Robert contemplated substituting Fong Yun, yet Fong insisted he was capable of continuing the game. The bonuses for assists and goals, naturally, were immensely appealing. Moreover, there was another reason. He had pledged to assist Agbonlahor in enhancing his statistics, as both parties had decided to part ways during the summer transfer window, which would be beneficial for them. Additionally, Fong proposed that Grealish should be introduced, initiating his development from this moment forth. With Fong's guidance, he firmly believed that Grealish would experience rapid advancement and growth. In the second half, Coach Robert substituted in the second team Grealish. Initially, Grealish appeared somewhat out of sorts, hesitating to dribble and frequently losing possession. Fong encouraged him, saying, "It's all right. The team is leading by a significant margin. Play as you wish, I've got your back." Grealish felt a deep admiration for Fong, a peer who not only possessed remarkable skill, but also exhibited such composure. Consequently, Fong began to pass the ball to Grealish more frequently. In the 54th minute, Aston Villa launched a counterattack, with Fong advancing the ball skillfully. He deftly maneuvered past 2 opponents, facing the goalkeeper directly. Although Fong could have taken the shot himself, he opted to pass to Grealish, who was making a forward run from the left. Grealish scored with a precise tap-in. 6-0. Fong did not even attempt a shot. How remarkably team-oriented. This was clearly an opportunity for Grealish to gain confidence, especially after witnessing his initial nervousness at the start of the match, where he struggled to maintain possession. At just 17 years of age, Fong exhibited a commanding presence, while Grealish appeared as if he was just beginning his journey in football. It was expected for a player like Grealish to be somewhat tentative. However, Fong's extraordinary talent was indeed an anomaly, as such prowess at his age is rarely seen in the history of the Premier League. Following this play, Grealish's confidence surged, and he began to weave past defenders along the flanks, tearing through the opposition's defense. In the 65th minute, once again, Fong delivered a long pass that found Grealish on the left wing. Grealish feigned with a shoulder drop before cutting inside. Faced with defensive pressure, he executed a feigned shot, elegantly bypassing the defender before deftly pushing the ball to the right and curling a shot into the net. 7-0. This young talent, Grealish, proved to be far more capable than initially presumed. His striking appearance complemented his undeniable skill. In his youth, Grealish was undeniably handsome. Yet frequenting nightclubs led him to age prematurely, transforming from a youthful star into a seasoned veteran. Fans affectionately dubbed him the Lad. Renowned for his exceptional sense of rhythm, Grealish could effortlessly navigate around opponents. Subsequently, he transferred to Manchester City for a staggering $100 million, setting a club record. In the 80th minute, Grealish was at it again, showcasing his flair on the wing. After deceiving a defender, he delivered a low cross to Agbonlahor, who finished with aplomb. 8-0. The Villa supporters in attendance were utterly ecstatic. Unexpectedly, I have stumbled upon a treasure, one that has been nurtured by our own youth training system. Grealish is truly remarkable, effortlessly dazzling his opponents with his skill. Robert is exceedingly pleased. Grealish embodies the quintessential inverted winger, perfectly aligning with Villa's style of play, creating vast spaces along the flanks. Moreover, Grealish does not exhibit a pronounced weak foot. His left foot is competent, and he possesses a solid foundation for crossing the ball, marking him as a malleable talent. Subsequently, Aston Villa called it a day, substituting Fong Yun and several key players. It would be unwise to press further. One must know when to exercise restraint. As the match concluded, Grealish proactively approached Fong Yun. Fong Yun, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, my performance today might have been a debacle. The prowess lies within you. You inherently possess this ability. I merely played a supportive role. Play well, you are capable of being a starter. And I have faith in you. The team currently needs you. You can contribute immensely, Grealish expressed with gratitude. Yes, I will strive to improve. Host in Grealish's intimacy level 30. Wow, such a substantial increase. Fong Yun was also eager to witness Grealish's future performances. Grealish already possesses the foundation of a superstar. And with my support, his growth will undoubtedly accelerate. Furthermore, if our intimacy level reaches 100, I could even acquire skills. Grealish is a treasure trove of talent, proficient in various techniques and capable of playing multiple positions. Additionally, if Grealish secures a starting position, the team could adopt a 4-4-2 formation, allowing Agbonlahor and Bintik to play as strikers. A combination of height and speed theoretically forms the most formidable attacking lineup. Fong Yun's anticipation only grew. Chapter 63. The winter transfer window opens. Progress in recruitment with just one round of matches remaining before the winter transfer window opens in the Premier League. Fong Yun eagerly awaits the arrival of new signings. He took the initiative to inquire with the management about the progress. The players you recommended are quite impressive. I have also spoken with their agents, and currently, Kant and Mindy show considerable interest. Players from France are still very much drawn to the Premier League. And we have also made preliminary arrangements with Van Dijk. However, Case Moreau and Carvajal are both at Real Madrid, making their acquisition quite challenging. Ruben Dias is in Benfica's youth academy, and they will likely demand a high price, which complicates matters. Harry Kane, being a key development target at Tottenham, is unlikely to be released easily. Lukaku is at Chelsea, and they certainly won't part with him, given that they are our competitors, the chief scout informed. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun felt a twinge of headache. He had anticipated some difficulties, but not to this extent. Aston Villa, as a relegation-threatened team, lacks sufficient allure for talents. Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. I shall lead Villa to establish prestige, achieve results, and generate appeal, thus granting Aston Villa the power to attract players in due time. No worries. I have entrusted Mendes to handle matters with Ruben Dias, as they are all Portuguese, and it should pose no significant challenge. Let's prioritize securing Kant and Mendy. They are pivotal players. I will take charge of the situation concerning Kane. Strikers are indispensable, as they occupy the position that poses the greatest threat to the goal. And Kane is remarkably versatile, capable of adapting to various tactical approaches. Fong Yun engaged in a brief discussion with Mendes regarding Ruben Dias. Leave Ruben to me. He has already signed with me. I will speak with him thoroughly, and he will surely come, Mendes confidently asserted. After all, Mendes is Ronaldo's agent, and his allure for Portuguese talent is undeniably immense. Soon, the 21st round of the Premier League commenced. Aston Villa faced Wigan Athletic away from home. This season has been tumultuous for Wigan Athletic, as the team hovers perilously close to relegation, struggling to survive. Fong Yun poured his utmost effort into this match, eager to impress his soon-to-be teammates and showcase a different demeanor and form. This match marked Salah's return, with Grealish starting on the field. Center forward Bintik also regained his optimal condition. Agbonlahor, who had been a regular starter, was now rested on the bench. The fully restored Aston Villa was back in action. In the first half, they once again dominated the scoreboard. A long-range shot first breached Wigan's defenses, granting them a 1-0 lead. In the 21st minute, Fong Yun delivered a cross from the byline, assisting Bintik in scoring with a header, 2-0. In the 34th minute, Fong Yun passed to Grealish, who surged into the penalty area and scored with a precise shot, 3-0. By the 45th minute, Bintik withdrew to draw defenders, allowing Fong Yun to advance. Grealish delivered a pass, and Fong Yun struck with the outside of his foot, finding the net, 4-0. Fong Yun was on fire, netting 2 goals in the first half. With more to come in the second half, Aston Villa's attacking prowess rivaled that of the elite teams. Please, Cloud God, spare us. The Villa fans began to worry, fearing Fong Yun's relentless assault could provoke retaliation from their opponents. In the second half, Fong Yun demonstrated that they would retaliate. The second half commenced with Fong Yun inciting frustration in the opposing team as their midfielder lunged at him with a reckless tackle. However, Fong Yun adeptly evaded the challenge, either sidestepping or falling protectively to earn a foul. He also engaged in tackles himself, and with Rodri's defensive support, Fong Yun's tackles were impeccably precise, always making contact with the ball first before following through on the player. The opposition was left in dismay, compelled to concede. Haha, pure clownery. There is a distinct difference in tackling skills. Fong Yun was in his element, skillfully outmaneuvering his opponents. With the forwards scoring, only the Egyptian pharaoh Salah remained to find the net. It seemed he was still regaining his form post-injury. Just as a fan voiced this concern, Salah scored. In the 53rd minute, Fong Yun launched a counterattack, threading a precise pass directly to Salah, who finished with a well-placed shot. And the excitement was far from over. In the 55th minute of the match, Fong Yun and Salah executed a wall pass to elude the opposing fullback, delivering the ball to Salah. Inside the penalty area, Salah performed a feint followed by a powerful strike that found the net. My goodness, the pharaoh has returned, scoring twice in 2 minutes, an astonishing display. By the 70th minute, Coach Robert opted to substitute Bentik and Salah, bringing on Agbonlahor. For the remaining 20 minutes, Fong Yun consistently supplied Agbonlahor with passes. Upon entering the field, Agbonlahor scored immediately, his intricate movement alongside Grealish utterly bewildering Wigan Athletics defense. Shortly thereafter, Fong Yun delivered a precise through ball, threading it between the defenders, directly to Agbonlahor. With a poised strike, Agbonlahor netted the goal. As the match concluded, the stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Following the game, Fong Yun was awarded 5 custom attribute points, all allocated to his dribbling skill, increasing it from 75 to 80. In the aftermath, during the Golden Boy Award selections, Fong Yun's odds soared to an unassailable lead, placing him at the pinnacle. Since joining Villa, he has propelled last season's relegation-threatened team to the top of the league, a deserving first place. After the match, Fong Yun took the initiative to meet with Harry Kane in Toronto. Having exchanged contact information after their match against Tottenham, Fong Yun seized the opportunity during the transfer window, knowing direct contact with players and agents is generally prohibited without team consent, though social interactions are typically permissible. Kane was taken aback by Fong Yun's proactive approach. Harry, I wish to invite you to join Aston Villa. I believe you are an exceptionally talented player. Yet your growth is hindered by your current team and teammates, Fong Yun stated candidly. Kane appeared perplexed. I think Tottenham is quite good. I am happy here. Kane, inherently easygoing and uncontentious, had always prioritized his role over competing for positions, as seen during the Euro 2024, which had kept him from progressing to better clubs. Do you know where you most need to improve? Fong Yun inquired. I don't know, Kane replied. It is your ambition. In my eyes, your talent is capable of steady advancement, yet you lack the ambition. Let me ask you, why do you play football? For the championship. Kane answered without hesitation. To be candid, how many titles do you expect to win at Tottenham? Their last trophy was the League Cup 6 years ago, which is rather laughable. And you may not even secure playing time. Conversely, Aston Villa currently sits atop the league, with our objective this season being to contend for titles on 3 fronts. You heard that correctly. I assure you, should you join us, you will undoubtedly receive ample playing time. And your salary will exceed your current earnings at Tottenham by several folds. Fong Yun spoke with sincerity. The aspirations of players, without a doubt, boil down to 3 essentials: money, championships, and playing time. Aston Villa is poised to offer generous salaries, possesses the capability to vie for championships, and can guarantee playing time. These aspects certainly render it a more appealing option than Villa itself. In Chapter 64, titled New Arrivals and Double Joy, Fong Yun initially anticipated that Kane would promptly accept the offer, only to be met with an unexpected refusal. I sincerely apologize. This news has come as a shock. Tottenham has nurtured me for so many years, and I find it difficult to part with this place, Kane expressed. Fong Yun had indeed foreseen this outcome. Recognizing Kane's deep sense of loyalty, often described in colloquial terms as a nice guy, with no further recourse, Fong Yun could only wait for fate to unfold. As the transfer window opened, Aston Villa officially announced the signings of Kanté, Mendy, and Ruben Dias. Kanté's transfer fee was set at $5 million, Mendy at $8 million. and Ruben Dias at 10 million. The news sent shockwaves throughout England. What was Aston Villa doing? Was this a lottery? Why acquire so many young players? Indeed, with no achievements and little experience, their potential for success remained uncertain. It was utterly perplexing, with one player hailing from the French third division, seemingly valuing scraps as treasures, perhaps even inferior to players from the Chinese Super League. At merely 21 years of age, still in the French third division, it was difficult to assess his caliber. Mendy, at just 18, was still a minor, and his immediate utility was questionable. As for Ruben Dias, a 17-year-old from Benfica's youth academy, he was largely unknown, likely not fully developed physically. Villa supporters were deeply concerned and held little faith in these acquisitions, while fans from rival teams found the situation laughable. Haha, I thought Aston Villa had secured a hefty transfer budget to bring in some heavy hitters. Yet they ended up with a bunch of unblemished youths. They're not even as robust as I am. One fan jeered. This season is surely in jeopardy. Such signings have me waking up laughing in my sleep. Would Fong Yun genuinely believe he could lead a squad of youngsters to victory? The following day, the headlines read, Aston Villa spends lavishly on youth. Both players are products of youth academies. And Villa's signings spark heated debate. Is this a lottery? Aston Villa's acquisitions were rated as the worst in the past 5 years. Beep detected skepticism surrounding the signings. Task issued. Alleviate concerns. Alleviate concerns. Lead the newly acquired players to showcase their talents. Task reward. Player Growth Acceleration Card 1 can be used to hasten the development of young players. Applicable to others only. My goodness, this is astonishing. It can even assist others in accelerating their growth. Truly extraordinary. Previously, Fong Yun had worried that the development speed of these future stars might be too slow and would require time, but now there was no cause for concern. With the Player Acceleration Card, their growth would indeed be expedited. Moreover, he could engage more with them to foster intimacy and learn superior skills from them. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a collaboration leading to shared victories. Fong Yun observed the news with a faint smile, suggesting that time would reveal the truth. The 3 new recruits, upon joining the team for training, appeared somewhat unaccustomed. Taking the initiative, Fong Yun welcomed them, sharing meals and engaging in conversations, which gradually fostered their trust in him. During the internal training match, their performances were commendable. Kenny effectively showcased his prowess as a ball-winning machine, relentlessly pressing without displaying any signs of fatigue. This alleviated a considerable amount of pressure from Fong Yun. Mendy's defensive skills on the left flank were also impressive, as Sulla found it challenging to gain any advantage against him. Despite being merely 18 years old, Mendy's early physical development allowed him to assertively challenge Sulla, causing the latter considerable discomfort. Mendy, I sense great potential in you. There are not many defenders in the Premier League who can make me feel this overwhelmed, Sulla remarked to Mendy. The young defender bashfully nodded, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Ruben Dias, a fearless newcomer at just 17, exhibited precise judgment, decisiveness, and a willingness to tackle. Notably aggressive, he held his own in aerial duels against Bentique. Fong Yun, what kind of monsters has the team recruited? At 17, he possesses such a strong physique and is so adept at positioning. It feels as though I am playing against a 30-year-old veteran. His tackles are fearlessly decisive. It sends shivers down my spine, Bentique complained. Fong Yun merely smiled, acknowledging that this was only the beginning and that they were still in the development phase. Ruben Dias embodied the essence of a versatile player, competent in various aspects of the game. Head coach Robert expressed his delight at the trio's performances and discussed the tactical lineup for the upcoming FA Cup match. The draw had pitted them against Manchester City, presenting yet another formidable challenge. I believe we can start all 3. I have great confidence in them. City has already lost to us once, which gives us a psychological advantage, Robert asserted. However, he voiced concern, but they are so young. Will the pressure be too much for them? Don't worry. I'm not afraid. If they falter, I'll take the blame, Fong Yun assured, willingly accepting responsibility. For this match, he felt compelled to start them, as it was a requirement that, if victorious, would grant them a growth acceleration card, facilitating their rapid development and establishing a positive feedback loop. Fong Yun harbored no fears that their growth would surpass his own. He was the anchor of the team, the core of the squad, the king of Villa. Meanwhile, Manchester City had begun to recover from their preseason slump and had climbed to 3rd place in the league, recently securing a decisive victory over Chelsea in their latest encounter. During the post-match press conference, a reporter inquired of Mancini regarding the upcoming FA Cup 4th round against Aston Villa. a team that had previously defeated them earlier in the season. Mancini responded nonchalantly. It is time to bring this farce to a close. Aston Villa's commendable performance this season stems from the fact that they have not been thoroughly analyzed. Fong Yun is in a similar predicament. Once their strategies are deciphered, Aston Villa will crumble like a paper tiger. In truth, Aston Villa, as a team, lacks the stature to compete with Manchester City. Just as Fong Yun cannot be compared to our brilliant midfielder, Suarez. Yet, at present, Fong Yun is the frontrunner for the Golden Boy Award. With odds soaring to the top, it is well known that the Golden Boy Award is conferred annually, with prodigies emerging everywhere. However, true stars are rare. Many who have received the award ultimately fade into obscurity, while only those geniuses who withstand the test of time become genuine stars. I shall make Fong Yun aware of what it truly means to be a genius. After Mancini's remarks, he departed with grace. His words were nothing short of explosive, leaving reporters astounded. The entirety of England and Europe's football media reported on this news. In this highly anticipated FA Cup clash, Manchester City applied pressure first, directing it towards Aston Villa. Mancini asserts that Fong Yun is a false genius, claiming Suarez is superior. Mancini confidently believes he has thoroughly analyzed Aston Villa, labeling them a mere paper tiger. With a forceful response, he is determined to conquer Aston Villa. Everyone eagerly awaits Aston Villa's reply. Chapter 65. The onslaught of Manchester City. Fong Yun has significantly strengthened since facing Manchester City at the season's outset. Although he is about to lead a squad of young players into battle, facing immense pressure, he remains undaunted, confident in his ability to guide Aston Villa to victory over Manchester City. The strength of Manchester City lies in their midfield, composed of Yaya Touré, Frank Lampard, and David Silva. They possess both physicality and defensive capabilities, as well as organizational prowess. However, Fong Yun is equally unyielding. With the addition of Kanyi, their dual interception midfield, leveraging physical advantages, can potentially dismantle their opponents. In a final practice session, Aston Villa's players brimmed with determination. The impending tough match and the weight of public scrutiny did not deter them. The current Villa squad has undergone a complete transformation compared to last season, with both their strength and confidence significantly enhanced. Any challenge pales in comparison to their winning streak, with Fong Yun leading the charge. The mere sight of him on the pitch fills the Villa players with confidence and security. Their thoughts converge on a singular belief: as long as Fong Yun is present, victory is assured. Robert gazed at this youthful Villa team, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. What merit did he possess to coach such an ascending team? One poised for greatness. He grasped Fong Yun's hand and spoke. Fong Yun, steadfast in your beliefs, pursue your aspirations without the weight of pressure. Your coach stands as your strongest ally. Even in the face of defeat, do not succumb to sorrow. The team's journey thus far has been commendable. Fong Yun felt the immense trust embedded in these words. Although the outcome of this match may not significantly impact the team, for Fong Yun, victory is imperative. To truly live is to embrace brilliance, strive for excellence in all endeavors. The following day heralded a momentous clash, destined to captivate England, the fourth round of the FA Cup, pitting Aston Villa against Manchester City. The draw determined the venue, with the match set to unfold at Manchester City's home ground, the Etihad Stadium. The City fans were ablaze with excitement, viewing this as their prime opportunity for revenge. They sought to redeem themselves at home with a resounding victory over Aston Villa. Having been humiliated by a relegation-threatened team the previous season, failure to avenge this loss would haunt the entire Manchester City squad. As a recently ascendant powerhouse, Manchester City required sustained influence. Following the acquisition by wealthy investors, their performance soared. The motto was simple: extravagance. They pursued the most expensive players, believing that among the costly, there would surely be talent. As their success grew, so too did their fan base, establishing City as a formidable rival to Manchester United. Moreover, the timing of the investors' takeover was strategic, coinciding with Sir Alex Ferguson's impending retirement. After Ferguson stepped down, as anticipated by City, United's performance began to wane, leading to multiple coaching changes. Encountering a declining United, City was on the rise, resulting in predictable outcomes. Should City falter in this match, their development would face significant constraints. Fong Yun himself harbored a certain discord with Manchester City. Both sides possessed compelling reasons to win, promising a clash of titans. In Birmingham, Aston Villa's coach slowly made its way to the airport, departing the city. Villa fans trailed the bus, their voices raised in jubilant cheers. Their exuberance drowned out the roar of the bus, enveloping the city in a harmonious cacophony. Those without tickets gazed longingly at the departing players, their eyes filled with heartfelt support for the team. Yoon, young lion of Aston Villa, lead us once more. The entire Villa community stands as your unwavering support. Forge ahead, boldly. The Lions of Aston Villa shall crush the blue moon. The fans' fervent cheers and shouts composed a captivating symphony, resonating within the hearts of Villa players. A battle anthem propelling them forward. Fong Yoon stood at the forefront of the bus as numerous Villa players rose. Did you hear the cries of Villa fans? Did you feel their genuine blessings? This battle, we absolutely cannot lose. If we can defeat him once, we can triumph over him a second time. Are we confident? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The roar of the Villa players echoed within the bus, reverberating endlessly. Indeed, Manchester City is but a paper tiger. What does it matter if their market value is several times ours? What significance does the disparity in experience and accolades hold? Market value is earned through one's own efforts. Do you wish to earn more, to elevate your worth, and to claim more championships? Fong Yun continued to inquire. Yes. Then let us shatter Manchester City, demonstrating that even with their oil-rich benefactor, they are no match for an investment in Aston Villa. Ha! The Villa players erupted in laughter. At that moment, each member of Villa resembled the most primal creatures of the jungle, compelled to fight for their sustenance in a domain where they found themselves at the lowest rung of the Premier League. Manchester City stood as the lofty tiger above, while Aston Villa had no choice but to contend fiercely with them. For hours later, the night in Manchester City was breathtakingly beautiful. However, tonight, none of the fans had time to admire it. An epic clash was imminent. The supporters of Manchester City surged towards the Etihad Stadium like a tidal wave. Fortune favored Manchester City once again. In the draw for home and away matches, City secured the home ground. For the multitude of City fans, this was a pivotal moment, a crucial step towards sealing the match. Now, you face a fully realized Manchester City. Are you not trembling in fear? In the previous match, we granted you a point, and you grew overly confident. Today, let us reveal to you why the moon in Manchester shines so blue and round. Fong Yun's tenure at Aston Villa had seemingly been without defeat, but today marked the beginning of his downfall. Suarez pales in comparison to Fong Yun. Although he is yet to be thoroughly analyzed, fear not, the rookie wall will soon arrive. After this match, all teams will emulate Manchester City's approach against Villa, and Villa will transition from a winning streak to a losing one. Lions. Today, Manchester City shall braze Lioness head. The fans of Manchester City were exuberant, their spirits as fierce as those of the players. Half an hour later, all members of Aston Villa disembarked from the plane. At Manchester Airport, they were greeted with flowers from Villa's away supporters, but also faced relentless pursuit from the media. Against a Manchester City in peak form, does Aston Villa still harbor confidence in securing victory? In light of the pre-match taunts from City's coach Mancini, how do you respond? With Manchester City on an 8-game winning streak, their form is scorching. Will Aston Villa meet a dismal end? Chapter 66. Open and hidden blades. Tension in the air. The media's incessant inquiries, laced with malice, infuriated Coach Robert. He had no desire to engage with such baseless questions. However, Fong Yun dashed forward and seized the microphone. He spoke directly into the lens. The affluent benefactors behind Manchester City have seemingly chosen the wrong target, struggling even against relegation teams, and their pre-match mockery is quite shameless. Perhaps they would be wiser to invest in our Aston Villa, where a championship title would be effortlessly secured. Otherwise, this season may yield no league title, nor an FA Cup victory. A complete nullity would ensue, which would be quite entertaining. The hearts of the consortiums might be severely wounded, though there is still time for a change of heart. As these words were spoken, the Manchester media erupted in fervor. Manchester City fans were on the verge of exploding with indignation. How could a mere 17-year-old novice dare to openly deride a century-old club like Manchester City? Despite his commendable performance, it is merely the beginning. The future remains uncertain, and whether he can sustain such form is debatable. Such arrogance at this stage may invite a backlash if his performance wanes. This match also serves as a pivotal moment for Balotelli. Once heralded as the European Golden Boy of 2010, his subsequent seasons at Manchester City were rather unremarkable. Rumors of a transfer abound, rendering this match crucial for Balotelli. Should he fail to showcase his requisite abilities, a trade seems highly probable. His agent, Raiola, is keenly attentive to this match, considering Balotelli's future at Manchester City. Similarly, Fong Yun's agent, Mendes, is present to witness this monumental clash, especially since he has recently signed Ruben Dias, who is set to make his debut. His presence could provide the young Dias with confidence and support. This match also represents a contest between two of the most illustrious agents in contemporary football. Whichever side prevails will signify the superior judgment of that agent, enhancing their allure to prospective stars. At the Etihad Stadium, the cheers reverberate throughout the arena. In the dressing room, Fong Yun rallies the Aston Villa players for a pre-match pep talk before they proceed down the player tunnel. The Manchester City players, clad in their light blue home kits, form a line in anticipation. Their gazes converge with those of the Aston Villa players, igniting a fiery confrontation filled with the spirit of competition. Victory is imperative for both sides. Balotelli's eyes lock onto Fong Yun, equally ablaze with determination. A commanding performance against Fong Yun could secure his place at Manchester City, making this battle a must-win. Fong Yun, however, remains composed, seemingly indifferent to Balotelli's presence. The latter's frustration intensifies as he notices Fong Yun's lack of acknowledgement. The captains of Aston Villa and Manchester City stand at the forefront of their respective lines. This time, I will ensure you lose embarrassingly. Let me show you what it truly means to be a champion, Kompany declares. Let us see about that. Just don't end up crying when you lose, Fong Yun playfully retorts, pointing to the emblem on his team jersey. Soon, I shall treat you to braised lion's head. Who was it that I took for a walk last time? I seem to have forgotten. Kompany chuckled coldly. The two then turned their gazes forward. Stepping out of the players' tunnel. Instantly, a deafening roar akin to a tsunami surged forth. Truly, this is the formidable fortress of the Premier League. With an attendance rate soaring to 100 and scalpers doubling ticket prices, the cheers of 70,000 fans were thunderous. At this moment, Fong Yun felt no trace of the fear and anxiety he had experienced upon his Premier League debut. Instead, he was filled with sheer excitement. He could hardly wait to lead this group of young talents to triumph over Manchester City. Just then, a notification chimed. Ding! Side quest activated. Lead Villa to victory against Manchester City. Are you intimidated by the fearsome atmosphere of Manchester City's home ground? Are you daunted by the fervor of their fans? Unleash your talent. Shatter all doubts and mockery. Quest reward. 5 custom attribute points. 1 Manchester City Star Treasure Chest. The rewards for such a high-stakes showdown were indeed substantial, providing yet another compelling reason to secure a victory. If they were to win this match, the rewards would be plentiful, including player acceleration cards that would significantly hasten the growth of the newly signed future stars. The starting lineups were announced, igniting a frenzy. Manchester City maintained their 4-3-3 formation, with Aguero on the left wing and Balotelli as the center forward. City's intentions were clear. They were granting Balotelli an opportunity, testing whether he could seize it. Aston Villa also employed a 4-3-3 setup, featuring Grealish as the left winger, Bentique as the center forward, and Salah on the right wing. The midfield comprised Fong Yun, Kanté, and Bannon, while the defense included Mendy at left back, Dias and Vlaar at center back, and Loton at right back. Manchester City fans were both astonished and amused. Ha ha ha, Manchester City has fielded 4 youngsters. Mendy, Kanté, Dias, and Grealish, 3 of whom are underage. Are they letting the game go? With Fong Yun included, that makes 5 kids on the pitch, their average age barely touching 20, as if they were merely playing house. Who do they think they are looking down upon? This match is surely secured, an assured victory for Aston Villa, who audaciously take on Manchester City. Let's see how they get torn apart. Villa fans were equally bewildered. Did Villa not claim they aimed for championships on 3 fronts? I can understand fielding young talents for league practice, but deploying them in cup matches, what is the logic? Are they conceding the game? Nevertheless, this could allow them to focus on the league without concern. There is merit in that. Regardless, let us place our faith in Fong Yun. Trust the coach. First believe, then question. Tonight in Manchester is destined to be tumultuous. Will the blue moon of Manchester City savor braised lion's head, or will the Villa Lions seize the moon? Time will reveal. Ding! With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. From the outset, Manchester City played with great initiative, their midfielders displaying remarkable zeal. Aston Villa mirrored this intensity, as neither side was willing to yield. Fong Yun faced off against Lampard, Kanté against Yaya Touré, and Bannon against David Silva. It was presumed that the match would heavily favor Manchester City. However, the reality was quite the opposite. From the onset, Fong Yun and Kanté initiated a vigorous pressing game, demonstrating robust physicality and never backing down in their confrontations. Within the first 5 minutes, Aston Villa's midfield had successfully intercepted the ball from Manchester City 3 times, with Kanté claiming 2 and Fong Yun 1. Kanté displayed remarkable strength. Though his technique may have appeared somewhat unpolished, his physicality and speed were undeniably formidable. Indeed, he did not resemble a player from League Two at all. Are players from League Two truly this capable? Manchester City fans were equally perplexed as to how their midfield could be dispossessed twice by a player of Kanté's stature. What were they doing exactly? It seemed that Kanté was exceptionally formidable. Despite his shorter height, his core strength and speed were impressive. Why did Aston Villa consistently strike gold? Chapter 67. Errors and resilience. In the early stages of the season, the two teams clashed, resulting in some friction, with Dzeko suffering an injury from Fong Yun's tackle. This match was characterized by a fiercely physical style of play, with both teams exhibiting considerable aggression. After 10 minutes, the referee halted the game multiple times as neither side could establish an attacking rhythm. Dzeko started as Manchester City's right forward. Having endured a challenging start to the season and recovering from his injury in the 10th round, Dzeko gradually regained his form. Having scored 10 goals and provided 3 assists thus far, Mancini's trust in him was growing, solidifying his position as a starter. Yet, in this match, it seemed as though he had reverted to his initial struggles against Aston Villa. Dzeko found himself unable to gain any advantage against Mendy's defense. Every time Manchester City created an opportunity, it was presented to Dzeko in a one-on-one situation against Mendy. He attempted to dribble past Mendy twice, but both efforts were thwarted. And it did not end there. In the 15th minute, left winger Grealish cut inside and passed to Mendy, who, with a shoulder drop, accelerated and prepared to break towards the byline. Dzeko attempted to block Mendy's path. Mendy, taught with focus, collided with Dzeko, successfully breaking through. Is this the genius Dzeko? Not only could he not surpass the fullback, but he was also outmaneuvered by him. What a laugh. Mendy was impressive. The physicality of a French player of African descent is quite formidable, exuding strength without any embellishments, relying solely on his raw power and speed to bulldoze through. Dzeko appeared almost childlike in Mendy's presence, eliciting laughter. It seemed that Mendy was indeed a worthwhile acquisition, a true gem. At this moment, Villa fans were ecstatic, as the abilities and talents of new signings Mendy and Kanté were glaringly apparent. Even if Ruben Dias did not shine as brightly, the fans were thoroughly satisfied. Yet, Ruben Dias was not one to concede defeat easily. Witnessing the outstanding performances of Mendy and Kanté, he too felt compelled to showcase his own skills. In the 11th minute of the match, Aston Villa's right back, Loughton, surged forward in attack, only to be thwarted by Manchester City. Kompany unleashed a powerful clearance towards the right flank of Aston Villa. Loughton, out of position, left Ruben Dias to hastily accelerate in a bid to provide support. The ball arrived at a perfect mid-height, and Dias aimed to direct it with a header back to the goalkeeper. However, the execution fell short of expectations. At that moment, Aguero suddenly burst forth, seizing the ball as the goalkeeper had strayed far from his line. Such an opportunity is not one that a top-tier striker like Aguero would squander. With a deft shot from a narrow angle, he successfully found the net. An egregious blunder from Ruben Dias, allowing Manchester City to take the lead. Commentary from Jean June was tinged with regret. The Villa supporters were incensed, questioning how such an elementary mistake could occur. It was evident that the return pass to the goalkeeper was ill-advised. Even a novice would know better. The consensus was clear. When nearing the penalty area, a robust clearance was imperative. Yet, Fong Yun refrained from criticizing Ruben Dias, instead opting to offer encouragement. It's all right. Your awareness to cover is commendable. Don't rush. Take your time. I and the team have your back. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ruben Dias lamented that he could have successfully returned the ball to the goalkeeper had he not been so anxious. On the sidelines, Coach Mancini was visibly exhilarated, gesturing for his players to maintain their attacking momentum. He was determined to secure a resounding victory in this match. The crux of the game lay in identifying the opponent's defensive frailties and exploiting them. Mancini seemed to have pinpointed Aston Villa's defensive weakness, particularly in the form of right-back Loughton, who was prone to frequent forward excursions, thereby exposing gaps on the right flank. In the 15th minute, a barrage from Manchester City's left wing ensued. Midfielder Lampard intercepted the ball from Bannon's feet, executing a clever through pass. The ball found its way to David Silva, eliciting cheers from the stands. Kant and Fong Yun rushed to apply pressure. Silva's pass carried considerable threat, as he exhibited remarkable agility, weaving between the two defenders with finesse. The home crowd erupted in applause once more. David Silva, a world-class midfielder, navigated the ball with effortless grace, directly breaching the two-man defense. Fong Yun was taken aback by Silva's extraordinary ball control. Subsequently, Silva delivered a masterful through ball into the left side of the penalty area. Balotelli, making a sudden diagonal run from the center, ignited excitement among the Manchester City fans, anticipating another scoring opportunity. Balotelli, burdened with immense pressure in this match, understood that failure was not an option. Yet, at times, an overwhelming desire to score can hinder performance. Balotelli unleashed a powerful shot, but it soared high into the air. In the midst of an intense match, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Balotelli, under scrutiny from the Manchester City supporters, faltered once again. It seemed that even the staunchest fans were losing their patience with him. One could argue that Balotelli's performance paled in comparison to that of Fong Yun. Without allowing the home crowd to fully comprehend the situation, the referee blew the whistle. A foul was called, resulting in a free kick for the attacking team. The visiting Villa fans erupted in boos, yet their discontent was quickly drowned out by the jubilant cheers of the home supporters. What had transpired? Balotelli had been brought down by a Villa player following his attempt on goal. This decision sparked controversy, as the foul occurred after the shot rather than during it, as Jean Jun pointed out in confusion. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Balotelli was fervently seeking to prove himself in this match. Not long after the kickoff, his shot had already posed a threat to Villa's goal, leading many fans to believe it was merely a matter of time before he found the net again. During the free kick, Balotelli dismissed David Silva, the team's primary set-piece taker. As the referee signaled, Balotelli took a run up and struck the ball, which soared into the stands once more. Even Fong Yun, known for his composure, could not suppress his frustration. After two consecutive shots that went awry, he could not help but comment to Balotelli, "Is the pressure really that intense, my friend? There's no need to punish the fans for your struggles, haha." Balotelli, overwhelmed with anger, pushed Fong Yun, who retaliated by confronting Balotelli head-on. Teammates from both Villa and Manchester City rushed to intervene. Following their previous clash, Villa had put pressure on the FA, resulting in the dismissal of the referee from that match due to a flawed report. This time, a seasoned referee was officiating, who promptly issued yellow cards to both Balotelli and Fong Yun, ensuring that the situation was defused. The severity of the punishments was inconsequential. What mattered most was the sense of fairness. Once the referee intervened, play resumed. In the stands, Raiola remarked, "Useless player, only knows how to squander opportunities." The fans nearby were taken aback. Raiola, Balotelli's agent, was expected to support his client, yet his words were scathing. Am I mistaken? If he weren't so reckless, I would have arranged a transfer to Real Madrid by now for a handsome commission. But look at his current form. Manchester City views him as a liability, and no top club is interested in him, offering only meager bids. It's all because he lacks the drive to improve. On the pitch, Balotelli remained oblivious to the comments made off the field. He stood still, fixated on Fong Yun, continuing to mock him with derision. "I dare say, during the first half, you had not a single opportunity to shoot. Although I missed my chance, at least I had the capability to attempt a goal, unlike you, who could only defend." Haha. Balotelli, noticing Fong Yun's silence, persistently continued his taunts. Individuals of Asian descent lack the physicality to compete in the Premier League. Be wise and concede early. Once he escalated to the level of racial discrimination, Fong Yun would not let it slide. "Go back to your cotton fields." With that, Balotelli was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for Fong Yun's retort, Balotelli, a native-born black man, inherently bore a sense of inferiority. Fong Yun's words struck a nerve. "You, who constantly lament about discrimination, are you not also guilty of discriminating against Asians?" 50 paces laughing at 100, how utterly ridiculous, Fong Yun added. In a moment of unmarked confrontation, Fong Yun used his body to push Balotelli aside, promptly darting towards the ball's landing point, while Balotelli remained caught off guard. This scene was perfectly captured by the cameras on site. Raiola, witnessing this, grew even more furious, shouting louder, wishing to rush in and deliver a beating. Fong Yun was currently far superior to him, not only in skill but also in composure amidst ridicule. The clash between these two prodigious talents, Fong Yun and Balotelli, erupted into a verbal confrontation. Though the specifics were unclear, the lip-reading experts in England worked diligently to interpret the exchange. In an instant, the dynamics of the field shifted. Fong Yun seized possession, meticulously assessing the positioning of both opponents and teammates. With a mere glance, he grasped the entirety of the situation, deciding against waiting any longer. He resolved to unleash his extraordinary individual talents to unlock the game for his team. With an impressive dribbling skill rating of 80, Fong Yun presented a triple threat with the ball, capable of passing, breaking through defenses, or shooting. He gestured emphatically on the field while simultaneously vocalizing a signal. His forward teammates, intuitively in tune, responded accordingly. Grealish refrained from cutting into the right and instead held his position wide to create space. Bentique did not retreat but charged forward, drawing a central defender away, while Salah, also understanding the cue, made a penetrating run towards the left flank. Fong Yun advanced diagonally to the right, confronting Lampard. With a feigned shoulder drop, he executed a deft maneuver, bypassing him effortlessly. At that moment, Manchester City's two centre-backs, Madia, was drawn away by Bentique, while Kompany was occupied with the advancing Salah. Kompany had no choice but to leave Salah and rush to provide support against Fong Yun, who seemed poised to pass to Salah. However, Fong Yun opted not to make the pass, but instead continued his drive forward. Confronted by the approaching Fong Yun, Kompany lunged in an attempt to intercept. Fong Yun feigned a shot, deftly nudging the ball to the right, leaving Kompany to slice through the air. In an instant, Fong Yun unleashed a powerful shot. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, could only react instinctively. Although he dove in the right direction, the ball's velocity was simply too great. Gliding past his outstretched hand, Fong Yun intercepted the ball and launched a counterattack, weaving through defenders and striking from a distance into the net. This was a splendid display of individual prowess. This is Fong Yun, the very core of Villa. The entire stadium erupted in euphoria. Fong Yun did not activate the long-range shot guarantee, for the space had already been created. With a long-range ability rating soaring to 80, he exuded confidence. The Manchester City fans were left in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? The world-class midfielder Lampard had been effortlessly bypassed by Fong Yun with astonishing ease. Fong Yun did not even slow down. Mancini, on the sidelines, exhibited confusion and astonishment. After 2 hours of pre-match analysis on Fong Yun's characteristics, how could he have been so easily outmaneuvered? It was utterly absurd. He was a monster, a complete enigma. This was entirely unforeseen by the Manchester City coaching staff. Not only had he outpaced Lampard, but he had also evaded the central defender Kompany, leaving two world-class players in his wake, truly terrifying. On the pitch, Villa players surged toward Fong Yun. Yun, I had no idea you possessed such skills. When did your dribbling become so formidable? Grealish exclaimed in astonishment. I thought you would pass to me, but you outmaneuvered Kompany and scored. It's remarkable. Everyone anticipated that Fong Yun would opt for a pass. Yet he resolutely chose to continue dribbling and shooting. You can never predict Fong Yun's next move. He consistently reshapes your understanding of him, Jean Jun remarked. At that moment, the Manchester City fans began to come to terms with the reality. How on earth does one defend against a creature like Fong Yun? Interceptions, dribbling, shooting, he single-handedly accomplished it all. Robert was elated. Fong Yun had developed the ability to advance with the ball and navigate through defenders, which was a significant enhancement for Aston Villa. Previously, Fong Yun's ball-carrying capabilities were limited. Opponents merely needed to sever his passing lanes or neutralize his teammates. Now, they also had to contend with the pressure of his breakthroughs, significantly escalating the difficulty of defense. At this juncture, the defensive midfielder, wearing number 16, commented on the thrilling nature of the play. What a spectacle! Aston Villa's counterattack was not solely reliant on Fong Yun's exquisite dribbling. It was a testament to the team's cohesive effort. After Fong Yun signaled his tactics, the forwards immediately adjusted their positions. Unlike before, when Grealish would retreat inward, he remained on the flank, drawing the attention of the fullback and preventing him from providing support. Bentique also chose to advance rather than retreat, drawing away the central defender. Salah's movement was exquisite, darting to the left and drawing away another center-back, thereby creating a gap on the right side. Fong Yun advanced with the ball towards the right, facing only a solitary defensive midfielder. With resolute determination, Fong Yun opted to take on his opponent. Once he bypassed him, the path ahead was unobstructed. The center-back, attempting to intervene, would inevitably leave someone unmarked. At this moment, Fong Yun had myriad options. Yet he chose the bold route of going for goal directly after evading his marker. Though it was a risk, his confidence was unwavering, and he struck decisively into the net. The entire field seemed to be a mere backdrop to highlight Fong Yun's brilliance, and he did not disappoint, scoring a magnificent goal. Chapter 69. Manchester City's counterattack A stalemate. This goal from Fong Yun ignited the fighting spirit of the Aston Villa players. If I can defeat you once, I can surely do so again. The disparity in market values, which varied by multiples, mattered not. One's worth is earned through performance. Aston Villa had already conjured numerous miracles this season. Securing a win against Manchester City no longer seemed miraculous. The team had made significant strides since the season's inception. As they witnessed Fong Yun's display of extraordinary individual skill, the fans of the Blue Moon found themselves momentarily dazed. Perhaps this is what genius truly embodies. The media in Manchester were utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that, after Manchester City had taken the lead, they were quickly equalized within just a few minutes. The dramatic shift in momentum was astonishing. The Manchester press expressed their disappointment. 2 years ago, the Golden Boy Award winner Balotelli was overshadowed by Fong Yun. The former squandered several opportunities, failing to convert 2 golden chances into goals. In contrast, Fong Yun created his own opportunities and displayed remarkable precision, scoring with remarkable elegance. On the sidelines, Robert and the assistant coach embraced in celebration. Not only did Manchester City not foresee this, but even we could not have anticipated Fong Yun's performance. This is the essence of genius. One can never predict his next move. All we can do is hope that he falters and underperforms, the assistant coach exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, at a distance, the Manchester City coaching staff huddled together in discussion. They simply could not comprehend how Fong Yun could play in such a manner, especially considering that statistical analysis indicated his probability of successfully dribbling past defenders was less than 1%. They perused page after page of analytical data, certain they must have overlooked something critical. Could it be that this was just a fleeting moment of brilliance from such a superlative talent? Messi once remarked in an interview that he too could not explain why he played as he did. It just felt right for scoring. Thus, a saying persists in the footballing world: a genius player seldom makes a good coach, for ordinary players cannot grasp the thought processes of a genius. Mancini stood at the sidelines, the biting cold of the Manchester night sending shivers through him. However, he quickly composed himself, rallying his teammates to regain their focus and concentrate on the match. They had merely returned to the starting line. Scoring a few more goals was all that was required. This was not an insurmountable adversity. Manchester City's captain, Vincent Kompany, rose from the grass, brushing off the remnants of turf. He did not allow frustration over his earlier misjudged tackle to overwhelm him. He understood that he had to embrace his responsibilities as captain, this time at home. He bore the weight of vengeance. Kompany shouted on the pitch, urging them to forget that last goal. This is the Etihad, our home ground, where countless fans support us. Lift your spirits, one and all. The Manchester City players seemed to respond with renewed vigor. Yet, Mario Balotelli appeared detached from the City framework. He disregarded the encouragement from his teammates, seemingly oblivious to their words. At the outset, he had resolved to prove himself anew, but as the match progressed, he felt his former explosiveness and shooting finesse slipping away. Self-doubt began to creep in, particularly when he noticed Fong Yun performing far better than he. He hesitated and shied away from taking shots. When a forward loses confidence and shirks the responsibility of shooting, it spells trouble. Mino Raiola, observing Balotelli's state, was filled with frustration. How could I have signed this worthless player? It's only been 2 years, and he can no longer play? The atmosphere in the stadium was alive with cheers and excitement. Ding! The referee's whistle signaled the restart. This time, Balotelli did not charge forward to pressure the Villa players as he had at the beginning. Instead, he ambled about nonchalantly. "Aren't you planning to stay at Manchester City?" inquired Frank Lampard, the City midfielder. Balotelli jolted, his head snapping up. Of course, he thought. Then run for it. Show everyone your attitude. Take a few shots. And you'll surely rediscover your shooting touch, Lampard encouraged. Balotelli seemed to awaken, moving with greater purpose on the field. There was a sense of desperation, as if he believed that success was his only option. Was the once great Italian prodigy making a comeback? Spectators wondered. The dynamics on the pitch shifted rapidly. Manchester City soon sounded the clarion call for a counterattack. With a squad valued at over $1 billion, their collective strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Aston Villa. Villa's young recruit, Mendy, made a mistake. His aggressive defending provided an opportunity for Deco. In the 30th minute, Mendy attempted to intercept Deco directly but was skillfully evaded. Deco then slid the ball across to the center. AG Arrow, with lightning speed, connected with the ball before Vlar could react, executing a deft flick to score. 2-1, Manchester City regained the lead. A seamless connection between Deco and AG Aero, simple yet exhilarating. The Etihad erupted with thunderous applause. This is precisely the spectacle that Manchester City fans yearn to witness. This is the grandeur befitting last season's Premier League champions. Dzeko surged toward the corner area. Gliding with fervor, he exuberantly unleashed his emotions, having awaited this moment for far too long. Against Aston Villa, he finally found the net, conquering the demons within. Mancini swung his right hand vigorously, dispelling the shadows clouding his heart. On the pitch, all Manchester City players celebrated towards the home stands. However, Balotelli lingered on the periphery of the team. Kompany noticed this and inquired, "What's wrong? Come celebrate the goal with us." "I want to score," Balotelli retorted. Aware that this goal bore little connection to him, even if the team triumphed, his lack of a goal would still likely lead to a transfer. "Don't fret. Opportunities will come. Just keep moving and focus on the game. You'll surely score," Kompany reassured him. Yet, Kompany's consolation did little to alleviate Balotelli's frustration. A tempest brewed within him, yearning for release but remaining pent up. Fong Yun anticipated this scenario, recognizing that young players often succumb to such errors. Mendy need not have pressed for the interception, simply positioning himself would have sufficed. Fong Yun encouraged him, "It's all right, keep your mindset calm. Don't be overly anxious. I believe you can excel." He refrained from excessive reproach, trusting that Mendy understood his misstep and could improve moving forward. As play resumed, Manchester City's momentum appeared to surge, asserting dominance as Aston Villa's players struggled to catch their breath. Kott's pass faltered, leading to a steal by David Silva. A counterattack for Manchester City presented itself. A golden opportunity. Balotelli was now actively moving into position. David Silva executed a brilliant through ball, threading it behind Furlong. Chapter 70. Eruption of conflict. Racial discrimination. Balotelli seized the ball, and Villa's central defender Furlong failed to intercept. Was this a clear run on goal? Ruben Dias had to provide cover. Observing the situation, AG Aero darted toward the right flank. AG Aero surged forward. A pass to AG Aero would have been a clear shot on goal. There was no defender in sight. Yet, Balotelli seemed oblivious to AG Aero's presence. He stubbornly attempted to break through toward the byline. Ruben Dias closely shadowed him, blocking his path to cut inside and limiting his shooting angle. The Villa goalkeeper positioned himself to guard the near post. Balotelli opted for a hasty shot. The ball repelled by the keeper. A dreadful choice of shot. It was already impossible to find an angle, Jean June remarked. The Manchester City fans could no longer contain their frustration. What on earth was Balotelli doing? Why insist on going solo when a simple pass to AG Aero would have sufficed? He should leave the team. It's infuriating to watch. He's not even skilled enough to support his teammates. Get off. AG Aero, equally perplexed and furious, gestured to Balotelli. What are you doing? Pass it over. I had a clear shot with no one defending. Balotelli, caught in an internal struggle, could only lower his head in silence. Mancini let out a sigh. He had the opportunity to extend the lead to 3-1, yet squandered it. At this moment, Mancini's resolve to trade Balotelli grew stronger, as the latter seemed completely out of sorts, detached from the team. His performance was lacking, and if he had no intention of playing well, he should simply leave the pitch. Mancini shouted furiously at Balotelli. The young and impetuous Balotelli, already fragile and emotionally volatile, grew increasingly despondent, unsure of how to proceed. In the subsequent minutes, despite a few promising chances, neither side managed to score, leading to the halftime break. Raiola, undeterred by any obstacles, burst into the Manchester City dressing room, brimming with excitement as he addressed Balotelli. "Did you have a disagreement with Fong Yun in the first half? A lip-reading expert informed me that he made a racist remark towards you, correct? Did he insult your skin color, calling you a black bastard? This is fantastic. Fong Yun is in serious trouble now, and I shall expose this matter to the media. This will ensure Mendes cannot compete with me for the title of best agent. Haha. Fong Yun will also face suspension. No matter how well he performs, he won't be able to play." His words stirred unrest in the dressing room, as the players were completely unaware that such an incident had transpired during the match. Everyone awaited Balotelli's response, which left Raiola utterly astonished. "I was the one who made a racist remark towards him. It was my fault." Raiola, taken aback, inquired, "What did you say to him?" Balotelli replied, "I discriminated against him for being yellow-skinned and Asian, unworthy of playing in the Premier League." The room fell silent. Raiola, seething with anger, bit his lip, wishing to smash the dressing room bench, though it was not his to destroy. "You truly infuriate me. I will terminate our contract immediately." How could I sign a player like you? Your performance is atrocious, and your character is in question. At that moment, Balotelli resembled a lost soul, gradually descending into despair. Akin to a disenchanted college student, Raiola was keen to continue his tirade when Balotelli abruptly stood up. Have you ever considered my feelings? Where were you when I was injured? Where were you when I needed help due to my poor performance? From the beginning, you have only cared about your own interests. Your anger stems from the fact that no elite club wants me and that you won't earn a transfer fee. Fine, if you want to terminate the contract, go ahead. I don't need you. Their argument rendered the entire dressing room silent. Captain Company then spoke. Balotelli, perhaps you shouldn't play in the second half, given the immense pressure. Balotelli, having come to a realization, understood that the issue of racism would likely surface, and he could very well face suspension. Manchester City would probably trade him. Yet he wished to savor his final moments on the pitch for the club. Coach, I still want to play in the second half. Although I know I am likely leaving, if my performance falters, feel free to substitute me at any time. Balotelli's eyes were filled with yearning and sincerity. Mancini, slightly moved, felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. Rising to fame at an early age and winning the Golden Boy Award, he had signed with unscrupulous agents and faced injuries, causing his performance to plummet. This stark contrast was a significant blow to such a prodigy. And his journey to this point had not been easy. Moreover, with Manchester City in a leading position, allowing him more playing time seemed reasonable. All right. I will trust you once more. Play well, said Fong Yun in the Aston Villa locker room. Do not feel overly pressured. They are merely our defeated foes. Just play normally, be accommodating towards one another, and support each other without being intimidated by their momentum. Mendy, Kanté, Ruben Dias, you are young. Mistakes are permissible. For your teammates will cover for you. I believe that as long as we execute what we have practiced, victory will surely be ours. Fong Yun recognized that Aston Villa had an advantage in the first half, but two critical errors had proven disastrous. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, aware that he still had hidden cards to play and many strategies left unutilized. Ding! Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the second half commenced. From the outset, Manchester City's offensive onslaught intensified. Buoyed by home advantage, the players exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. With their luxurious midfield, City relentlessly pressured Villa, dominating the play in the latter's half. Aston Villa, in turn, adopted a disciplined defensive posture, fortifying their lines and preparing for counterattacks. This defensive strategy was Villa's forte, often proving troublesome for many formidable teams. Aston Villa's defensive shell appeared sturdier than that of ordinary teams, with players maintaining excellent spacing and coordination during their area defense. Particularly adept at switching defensive duties during Manchester City's players' cross-runs, Villa provided no opportunities for City's attackers. Unable to penetrate the flanks, City resorted to lofted crosses. At this juncture, Ruben Dias showcased his prowess. Standing at 1.9 meters, his impressive jumping ability and positional awareness rendered him a dominant force in the penalty area, making his head an impenetrable barrier. Within a mere 10 minutes, City delivered 5 high crosses, all of which were expertly neutralized by Dias. City's attempts at triangular passing and lateral distribution faltered against Villa's dense central defense. Fong Yun was biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to launch a counterattack and score. When silence reigns, a startling revelation emerges. Aston Villa's defense was commendable. How could Ruben Dias contest aerial balls so effectively? Crosses were utterly ineffective. Indeed, Villa's defense is remarkably resilient. It is simply unbreakable, they remarked. Chapter 71. Frequent interceptions and continuous threats. The players of Aston Villa struggled to hold their ground. Fong Yun shouted, "Hold on tightly for the first 20 minutes. Withstand their strongest assault." The away fans of Aston Villa were filled with anxiety. Robert paced anxiously along the sidelines as Manchester City unleashed a relentless offensive tide. Balotelli appeared to have awakened, frequently assaulting Aston Villa's defense, which was teetering on the brink of collapse. In the 65th minute, Balotelli received a sublime through ball from David Silva and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball was magnificently parried away by the Aston Villa goalkeeper, ricocheting out of play. A collective gasp rippled through the Villa supporters, while Manchester fans erupted in exuberant cheers that resonated throughout the Etihad Stadium. Some supporters even raised their phones to capture this thrilling moment. Although the score was 2-1, Manchester City dominated the proceedings with a commanding lead. The City fans were convinced that another goal was imminent, one that would seal their victory. The Aston Villa coaching staff was visibly anxious, grappling with the overwhelming prowess and adaptability of Manchester City. which far exceeded their expectations. As the clock struck 70 minutes, Manchester City was awarded a corner. In the second half, their possession rate soared to a staggering 70, completely suppressing Aston Villa's efforts. Aguero dropped back to orchestrate play, passing to the advancing David Silva, who delivered another incisive ball to the on-rushing Balotelli. This time, Balotelli refrained from rushing his shot, liberated from pressure. He decided to relish the game. Observing the positioning of the players, he took a step forward and executed a feint that left Aston Villa's centre-back Vlaar bewildered. He then aimed for the near post, striking with a cunning angle that sent shivers down the spines of the Villa supporters. The Manchester fans watched with bated breath. Would it be a goal? At that crucial moment, a figure suddenly darted forward, clearing the ball. It was Fong Yun. He had saved the entire team. Fong Yun had anticipated Manchester City's attacking trajectory, positioning himself defensively within the box. Noticing the fatigue of the City players, he prepared to take charge of the match, intent on delivering a decisive blow to Manchester City. He exchanged a knowing gesture with coach Robert, who understood immediately. Bentique was substituted for Agbonlahor, a tactical move prearranged to bolster their counter-attacking strategy. As Bentique left the pitch, the away supporters erupted in thunderous applause. The moment Agbonlahor stepped onto the field, the Aston Villa players instinctively increased their pace, pressing high up the pitch. The forward players relentlessly pressured Manchester City's defenders to pass the ball, while the midfielders skillfully intercepted passing lanes. The defenders maneuvered to block the receiver. Aston Villa's sudden surge in speed caught Manchester City off guard. The tenacious pressing from Kanté and Fong Yun finally bore fruit. Yaya Touré's pass was deflected by Kanté, allowing Fong Yun to swiftly seize the ball. He then drew back his bow and unleashed a world-class through ball that zipped past Manchester City's centre-back Kompany. After accelerating, Agbonlahor found himself unopposed, breaking through on goal. The City goalkeeper had no choice but to charge out. Just a second before the goalkeeper could make contact with the ball, Agbonlahor deftly flicked it with the tip of his boot. Agbonlahor's lob shot soared high over the goalkeeper's head and into the net. Aston Villa's incisive counterattack pierced through Manchester City's defense with just 2 touches. Fong Yun's precise pass directly assisted the substitute Agbonlahor in scoring a solo goal in a mere 5 seconds. After the goal, Fong Yun raced to the corner area to celebrate. "Yun, I knew you would pass to me. The Manchester City defenders couldn't keep up with me, huh?" Coming off the bench and scoring immediately feels absolutely fantastic, Agbonlahor exclaimed joyfully. Initially dissatisfied with being a substitute, he leapt 3 feet in excitement after scoring. On the sidelines, Robert shouted emphatically, "Never give Aston Villa a chance, or your efforts will be in vain." Meanwhile, Coach Mancini was visibly furious, unable to comprehend how Yaya Touré's pass could have gone awry. In truth, the stamina of Manchester City's midfield was no match for that of Aston Villa. Kanté is renowned for his exceptional endurance, and Fong Yun's stamina attribute stands at a remarkable 100. Given Aston Villa's high pressing, it was already impressive that Manchester City managed to avoid mistakes for so long. Had it been an ordinary team, they would have been overwhelmed by Aston Villa long ago. Only a team filled with technically skilled players like Manchester City could withstand such pressure. The Manchester City players did not succumb to excessive frustration. The situation still favored them, as they retained a psychological advantage. As the game resumed, Mancini fought with all his might. In the 72nd minute, Fong Yun executed an exceptionally fierce tackle, once again thwarting Balotelli's threatening shot. The crowd erupted in cheers. Fong Yun, likely to become this year's Golden Boy, dominated the former Golden Boy winner Balotelli from 3 years ago. Not only did he excel offensively, contributing to 2 goals, but he also effectively contained Balotelli in one-on-one situations defensively. A creative midfielder typically has limited direct confrontations with a forward. However, Fong Yun once again reshaped the fans' perception of him. He withdrew from the number 8 position to the number 6 role on the field. It was as if the former midfielder had returned to a defensive position, directly neutralizing a powerful strike from Manchester City's forward, Balotelli, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could he have anticipated my passing trajectory? This was simply extraordinary. Before Balotelli could comprehend the situation, Fong Yun swiftly surged past him, racing towards the ball's landing spot. The ball was cleared towards a Manchester City player, where David Silva deftly brought it under control. In an instant, Fong Yun galloped forward, engaging in a physical confrontation with the relatively diminutive Silva. Unsteady, Silva lost control of the football, allowing Fong Yun to effortlessly seize the ball from beneath the feet of this midfield star. In the face of overwhelming physicality, all technical prowess seemed trivial. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The entire Etihad Stadium was engulfed in fervor. Balotelli sank into despair, questioning the very significance of his existence. He simply could not fathom the extent of Fong Yun's extraordinary abilities. Chapter 72. Weeping in despair, battling into extra time in the stands. Aston Villa supporters erupted in waves of elation. Fong Yun's performance had sent the Villa fans into a frenzy. What was unfolding before their eyes? The offensive linchpin of Aston Villa had astonishingly transformed into a sweeping defensive midfielder, dismantling Manchester City's midfield alongside Kanté. His interceptions and timely tackles resembled those of a battle-hardened veteran, seemingly flawless, as if he had everything under control. The spectators were left in sheer astonishment. The other Aston Villa players fulfilled their roles diligently, collaborating with Fong Yun to fortify their defense. United in purpose, they stood as an impenetrable fortress. In stark contrast, Manchester City fans began to feel apprehensive. On the sidelines, Mancini paced back and forth anxiously. The coaching staff scrutinized their notes. Something felt amiss. There was no record of such a defensive style. He had always been categorized as a playmaker. How had he adopted the role of a sweeping midfielder? This was beyond the data. Could he have trained intensively in secret? It seemed implausible. Such abilities could not be acquired overnight. Had he been concealing his true potential in previous matches? The Manchester City assistant coach was perplexed. This transcended the definition of genius. He was truly a monster. A beast among beasts. The Manchester City bench was in disarray, unable to reach a consensus. The players, too, began to fidget restlessly. With their exorbitant valuations, they could not accept a draw on their home turf. The Manchester City players intensified their offensive efforts, with defender company even pushing up to the front line, attempting to overwhelm the Villa players in numbers to shift the momentum. As the regular time dwindled, urgency gripped the Manchester City players. The players of Manchester City are generally of a more advanced age, and should the match extended to extra time, their stamina would undoubtedly falter against the youthful vigor of Aston Villa. At this moment, despite Manchester City's overwhelming paper strength, they find themselves stymied by Villa's resolute defense. No matter how relentlessly City attacks, they are unable to find the back of the net, leaving their stars in a state of utter disgrace. However, as City's players adopt an increasingly aggressive offensive strategy, their desperation mounts. On the field, two relentless ball-winning machines emerge, Fong Yun and Kanté. Enhanced by thermal imaging technology and Rodri's anticipatory defensive prowess, Fong Yun consistently positions himself in all corners of the pitch, disrupting Manchester City's threatening advances time and again. His precise tackles and fierce interceptions leave City's players in distress. The mere sight of Fong Yun sends shivers down the spines of City's players. The fear of a potential injury from a tackle looms large. This is the intangible pressure that Fong Yun exerts on Manchester City. The Manchester supporters erupt in excitement. What manner of beast is this? One individual single-handedly upholds the entire team's defense, his presence felt everywhere, an unrelenting specter. Even if one manages to bypass Fong Yun, they are met with Kanté, another stalwart of ironclad defense. How does one even proceed? This is the mark of a true genius, seamlessly blending offense and defense. He can advance to play as an attacking midfielder or retreat to bolster the defense. Truly terrifying. Seated in the stands, Guardiola finds himself restless, yearning for this prodigious talent. If he could possess such a tactically versatile genius, his strategic vision would undoubtedly come to fruition. He is determined to persuade Bayern to acquire Fong Yun, should Bayern refuse. He even contemplates the prospect of coaching Aston Villa. This seemingly unremarkable FA Cup elimination match has captured the attention of numerous teams. Fong Yun, through a nearly frenetic performance, has once again captivated England. A player capable of seamlessly transitioning between the 6th and 8th positions, and even adept at playing as a defensive midfielder. He is adaptable to any tactical framework, a veritable dream for any coach. Not only can he deliver exquisite passes to his teammates, but he can also single-handedly navigate through defenses, resolving issues and scoring goals. Such a versatile player, possessing an exceptionally high football intelligence, is a rarity in the annals of football history. As the match approaches its climax, Balotelli finds himself utterly lost within the suffocating grasp of Fong Yun's defense. Once Balotelli gains possession, Fong Yun is guaranteed to be within 3 steps, leading to an inevitable interception with no mercy shown. Perhaps Balotelli dreams only of Fong Yun, truly a nightmare of nightmares. Fong Yun continues to sprint across the pitch. His presence felt everywhere, while Balotelli remains rooted in contemplation, pondering the intricacies of life. Why? Oh, why has it come to this? In this moment, Balotelli experiences a profound sense of despair, reminiscent of the tragic juxtaposition of you and Lyon. Mancini, the manager of Manchester City, can no longer bear to watch and promptly substitutes Balotelli, shifting Aguero to the center. As Balotelli exits the field, he is met with a chorus of boos from the home crowd, a cacophony of disappointment. Useless waste, unable to seize opportunities galore. If Aguero had come earlier, Villa would have been decimated. They jeer, hurry up and leave, go to another team. The relentless jeers plunge Balotelli into a state of despair. He reflects on his past glory, the splendor of 3 years ago at the Golden Boy Awards, a moment of such honor and distinction. Now, he has become a pariah, reviled by all. Overcome by these thoughts, Balotelli breaks down in tears. How dare you weep? The crowd taunts. The referee approaches to escort him off the field. Meanwhile, the Villa fans feel a twinge of sympathy. Why provoke Fong Yun? Look where it has led, loss of reputation and a tarnished future, with a performance in utter disarray. They chuckle at Balotelli's plight, as Fong Yun's defense leaves him in tears, yearning to return home to his mother. Fong Yun feels no compassion for Balotelli. The realm of competitive sports is inherently ruthless, where the victor claims the throne. The moment Balotelli uttered his discriminatory remarks, his fate was sealed. Fong Yun would render him powerless, ensuring he would neither score nor even touch the ball. After Balotelli's departure, Manchester City's offense does indeed improve, the team finally showcasing their attacking rhythm. Alas, as the match nears its conclusion, fatigue grips the players, stifling their movement. Aston Villa, too, has missed several counterattack opportunities. Their frontline inexplicably off target. Agbonlahor and Salah squander golden chances. Ultimately, the match concludes in a stalemate. As both teams enter the break, they prepare for the strategies of extra time. Fong Yun and the coaching staff engage in fervent discussions, recognizing that extra time is Villa's domain, where their physical advantage allows for myriad tactics. As the phase of extra time commences, Fong Yun resolves to take the initiative. Sensing that the forward line is underperforming, he understands that he must rise to the occasion. Whether I play as a central midfielder or within a 3-back formation, this match will either yield complete victory or result in utter failure, Fong Yun asserts with unwavering conviction. His teammates and coaches express their unreserved trust in him. With the crowd's cheers echoing in the stands, the referee's whistle signals the commencement of extra time. From the outset, Aston Villa exhibited a commendably proactive approach, characterized by vigorous movement and relentless pursuit of the ball. In stark contrast, the players of Manchester City appeared to be struggling, their stamina evidently waning. Aston Villa's opportunity arose, particularly during extra time, where their physical advantage became strikingly apparent. However, Manchester City's experience in such high-pressure scenarios proved to be more profound. Given that this was Aston Villa's inaugural venture into extra time, as astutely noted by the commentator, Jean June. Indeed, the observations held true. Kenny was exceptionally lively in the first half, demonstrating an ability to sprint at high intensity and assertively disrupt the play with his tenacious interceptions. His remarkable stamina was reminiscent of a formidable beast. In the 4th minute of the first half of extra time, Kenny intercepted the ball in midfield and relayed it to Fong Yun. Without hesitation, Fong Yun executed a swift, one-touch pass to the flank, finding Salah. Salah, with a keen understanding, feigned a shoulder drop to advance, only to cut inward. He skillfully maneuvered the ball laterally, drawing the attention of Manchester City's fullback, who was compelled to assist in the defense. Salah then laid the ball back to Kenny, who, without breaking stride, sent it directly to the advancing Fong Yun on the right wing. Upon receiving the pass, Fong Yun found himself unmarked ahead. David Silva, recognizing the threat, rushed to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Yun planted his left foot on the left side of the ball and, with a deft motion, propelled it forward with his right foot. He surged into action with remarkable speed. Silva attempted to intercept, but Fong Yun skillfully shrugged him off with his robust physique. Fong Yun accelerated, his pace astonishing, showcasing his exceptional endurance even in extra time. At this juncture, there were no Manchester City players left to provide support, their energy reserves depleted. Fong Yun opted against delivering a cross from the byline, as he discerned the absence of aerial threats in the box. Bentique had already departed, and high balls would likely be easily dealt with by the opposition. Instead, he penetrated the penalty area, while Kompany, with determination, surged forward to bolster the defense. Acknowledging his role as captain, he felt compelled to lead by example, despite his evident fatigue. Fong Yun raised his head and noticed Ruben Dias advancing, so he decelerated, biding his time for Company to close in. In an instant, as Company approached, Fong Yun executed a deft backheeled flick. The move was utterly unexpected. Company's defensive partner was caught off guard. Ruben Dias leapt majestically, executing a graceful header that struck the ball with precision. The sphere hurtled like lightning into the bottom right corner of the net, resounding in a triumphant goal. The exquisite connection between Fong Yun and Ruben Dias, Fong Yun's backheeled assist and Ruben Dias's emphatic header, was a display of artistry. In his debut match, Ruben Dias scored, redeeming himself after an earlier setback and making a stunning comeback in extra time. After the goal, Fong Yun was the first to rush forward, patting Dias on the head. "I told you that you could do it. Be confident. You possess this talent. Just go for it." "Thank you, Yun. I feel completely at ease now. That pass was exquisite. Perfectly placed. I didn't need to adjust at all." The Aston Villa players embraced one another, reveling in the euphoria of their goal. Cheers erupted from the stands. Robert turned and embraced his assistant coach, overwhelmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Manchester City's coach Mancini knelt on the ground, his expression twisted with disbelief. He could not fathom why Aston Villa was able to score while his team struggled to find the net. At this moment, the number 16 midfielder posted again. Fong Yun was truly remarkable. This tactical maneuver was a classic representation of Aston Villa's three-defender attacking system. Fong Yun played the role of a fullback, and the timing of the formation switch was particularly astute, occurring just in the nick of time during extra time. This period was precisely when Manchester City's stamina began to wane. Had Manchester City's fullbacks been able to keep pace, Fong Yun would not have easily penetrated the penalty area. Instead, he would have been forced to deliver a cross from the byline, by which time the late-arriving players from Aston Villa would likely have been out of position, resulting in a clearance. Anticipating this, Fong Yun, despite having the space to deliver a cross, chose to enter the penalty area, drawing defenders in, and then cross the ball. On one hand, this was to attract the defensive focus within the box. Company's defensive presence was still formidable, and Fong Yun intentionally slowed his pace to lure him out. Additionally, he was waiting for Ruben Dias to make his run. Ruben's aerial prowess was undeniably dominant in this match. Ultimately, Fong Yun delivered a cross with the outside of his foot, aiming to catch Manchester City off guard. Ruben Dias's header was equally impressive, and this attack was executed with remarkable fluidity, showcasing the classic attacking style that Fong Yun had established on the wing. Truly spectacular. This analysis sparked an instant debate. Was this the genius of Yunshin? It was impossible to detect a single error in his play. Could he really have thought of so many strategies in an instant? If it were me, I would have been utterly bewildered. In my view, Aston Villa was toying with Manchester City. Despite City's aggressive previous assaults, Villa had intentionally allowed them to advance. Now that Villa had found their rhythm, City appeared utterly lost. The game resumed. Aston Villa's momentum surged, and their confidence grew with each passing moment. Kant and Grealish began to showcase their skills. Another steal by Kant. Silva had the ball, but Kant approached with tenacious pressure. Silva seemed to be struggling with his stamina, his legs somewhat unsteady. A pullback brought the ball directly to Kant's feet. Kant, though not tall, had a low center of gravity and executed a precise tackle. Kant intercepted again. He passed the ball to Grealish on the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Grealish feigned with a shoulder drop, causing the opposing right-back Zabaleta to lose his balance and fall. Following this, he executed a delightful nutmeg, leaving the opponent in his wake, who, after regaining his footing, attempted to tackle again. With finesse, Grealish nudged the ball to the right with his left foot, while the opponent's tackle missed entirely. Hilariously, Manchester City had yet another air tackle, which was absolutely comical. Grealish was clearly enjoying himself. But it wasn't over. Grealish cut inside, forcing Company to come in for support. Agbonlahor noticed Company leaving his position to assist others. Immediately sprinting forward, Grealish opted against passing and continued his advance. Manchester City's right back, Zabaleta, was infuriated, having been outmaneuvered not once but twice by an underage trainee. He charged straight at Grealish, colliding with him forcefully. Grealish was knocked to the ground, his expression one of acute pain and fury. The away fans in the stands were visibly concerned. In the 74th minute, the match concluded with a resounding victory for Manchester City. Such a cowardly act, devoid of sportsmanship. Unable to seize the ball, they resorted to foul play. This was undeniably a malicious foul, aimed not at the ball but directly at the player. The Aston Villa players rushed over to assess the situation. Fong Yun, observing Grealish's expression, discerned that he was merely feigning injury. In his previous life, Grealish was known as a shield forward, frequently fouled, yet rarely injured, naturally provoking others to take action against him. To prevent the situation from escalating, the referee promptly issued a yellow card. Seeing that Grealish was largely unscathed, Aston Villa players refrained from engaging in a heated argument with their Manchester City counterparts, and both sides soon settled down. Fong Yun positioned himself in front of the ball, preparing to take the free kick. This time, the Manchester City players had learned their lesson, with one line beneath the wall to thwart Fong Yun's attempt at a low drive. Clearly, they had conducted thorough research on Aston Villa. In light of this, Fong Yun decided to adopt a different approach. A glint of determination, coupled with a fierce intensity, shone in his eyes as he activated his skill, crescent moon scimitar shot. With his left foot anchoring his body, he tilted at a 45-degree angle, dramatically swinging his right leg. He struck the lower half of the ball with great force. The ball soared through the air, tracing an exaggerated arc. It appeared to be heading out of play. What a pity. But just as the ball neared the goal, it plummeted rapidly. A banana shot. The descent was astonishing. I thought it was going out. As it approached the goal, the ball dropped sharply, and the goalkeeper was utterly unprepared for its trajectory, helplessly watching it sail into the net. Graceful as a startled swan, fluid like a swimming dragon. This free kick was reminiscent of Beckham's prowess, as the ball curved around the wall, seemingly destined to go out, only to veer back and drop dramatically. Truly spectacular. The fans in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers. It had been ages since they had witnessed such a free kick. At that moment, Manchester City fans felt a sense of resignation. How could one possibly defend against such a genius? A true polymath. It seemed he had a 100% success rate with free kicks, and his methods were ever so varied. At this time, Beckham himself was watching the match. In fact, he had begun to take notice of Fong Yun the moment he showcased his crescent moon scimitar free kick technique. He sensed that Fong Yun's free kicks might surpass his own, infused with an added element of power. This was no ordinary talent. This young man undoubtedly possessed the potential for the Ballon d'Or. At this moment, the Manchester City players collectively fell silent, each one rendered speechless. The goalkeeper could only let out a sigh, overwhelmed by the extraordinary challenge they faced. Zabaleta, bewildered, reflected on his earlier foul, questioning his actions. If he hadn't committed the foul, what would have happened if Grealish had passed or shot directly? He found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Balotelli, seated on the bench, watched the powerful strike and began to confront the disparity between himself and Fong Yun. It dawned on him that he should never have compared himself to Fong Yun from the outset. Fong Yun's lower limits far surpassed his own upper limits. Mancini, his hands covering his face, let out a deep sigh. How resolute he wished he had been in signing Fong Yun. It could have led Manchester City to contend for championships across 4 fronts this season. But there are no what-ifs now. The past has irrevocably changed. Fong Yun was no longer the same player he once was, and Manchester City was not the team it used to be. Following the goal, Mancini substituted the fatigued David Silva and Yaya Touré, preparing for a final struggle. However, Mancini did not anticipate that, after the substitutions, Manchester City's midfield would utterly collapse. Although Silva and Touré had been exhausted, their technical skills and teamwork had allowed them to hold their own against Aston Villa. After the substitutions, the new midfielders struggled to maintain possession and frequently lost their defensive positioning. In the 13th minute of the first half of extra time, after Fong Yun collaborated with Kanté to regain possession, he surged forward, skillfully evading 2 defenders. Utilizing the long shot guaranteed card, he unleashed a powerful long-range strike, extending the lead to 4-2. Following the exit of Silva and Touré, Manchester City's midfield could not withstand the relentless pressure from Fong Yun and Kanté, culminating in Fong Yun's spectacular long-range goal. As the second half began, Manchester City replaced Aguero, signaling their concession. Yet Fong Yun was clearly unwilling to relent. In the 3rd minute of the second half, he intercepted the ball and passed it to Grealish. Grealish found himself once more against Zabaleta, who, burdened with a yellow card, dared not engage. Grealish effortlessly cut inside, exploiting the opposition's depleted stamina and lack of defensive support, and struck again. 5-2. Gradually, Manchester City fans began to leave the stands. What was expected to be a closely contested match, potentially leading to penalties, had instead unraveled into a rout. In the 10th minute of the second half of extra time, Ruben Dias seized the opportunity from a cross, delivering a long pass to Sulla on the flank. Sulla, still goalless in this match, cut inside, deftly maneuvering past Company, and aimed for the near post, scoring yet again. 6-2. Aston Villa was thriving, with the Pharaoh Sulla also finding the net. Company had become a mere backdrop, eliciting laughter from the audience. The Villa fans were overjoyed, celebrating a resounding victory over Manchester City, relishing the moment. In the 14th minute of the match, Grealish sought to advance once more, but Zabaleta could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, you still wish to get past me? A red card shall be yours," he declared as he lunged at Grealish once again, sending him sprawling to the ground. The referee promptly brandished a red card, escorting Zabaleta off the field. Fortunately, Grealish was unscathed and, a mere minute later, was back on his feet, energetically pursuing the offense. During the 15th minute of extra time in the second half, Fong Yun, driven by a desire to avenge Grealish, embarked on a swift run down the right flank. After deftly maneuvering past defenders, he delivered a precise long pass to Grealish. Unmarked, Grealish seized the opportunity to score with a direct shot into the net. Following his goal, he did not hesitate to taunt Zabaleta, who, upon attempting to rise and charge at him, was swiftly restrained by teammates. The red card merely resulted in a one-match suspension, should he storm onto the pitch to retaliate. The consequences would be far graver. This was a display of both physical and psychological warfare, leaving Zabaleta infuriated, as even such aggressive fouls could not incapacitate Grealish. One must admit, Grealish truly possesses remarkable resilience. He is akin to iron, remaining uninjured despite being fouled twice in succession. It is indeed a rarity to see a player so lively on the field after enduring such assaults. Fong Yun exhibited great loyalty as well, upon witnessing Grealish being targeted. He sought to set him up for another goal, which was genuinely heartwarming. Such greatness requires no further elaboration. This is the essence of the Cloud God. To those who accuse Fong Yun of merely padding his statistics, it is evident that he frequently assists his teammates rather than seeking personal glory. This is the grand vision of the Cloud God. Chapter 75. Ascending to glory once more. An epic reinforcement with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match concluded. And the Etihad Stadium erupted in a wave of jubilant cheers. Aston Villa supporters leapt from their seats in ecstatic celebration. It was utterly astonishing. Throughout regular time, both teams exhibited a competitive spirit, yet once extra time commenced, Manchester City faced a crushing defeat, conceding 4-0. Who could have predicted such an outcome? Those who wagered on the game must have been incensed. Moreover, Aston Villa achieved a remarkable double victory over Manchester City. This was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a comprehensive demonstration of tactical superiority and skill. They once again vanquished the formidable Manchester City, delivering a captivating spectacle akin to a lion fishing for the moon. In this match, Fong Yun once again solidified his legendary status, pushing the boundaries of public perception regarding his capabilities. I improve with each match. What can you possibly analyze about me? My previous recordings? The audience erupted in cheers once more, chanting Fong Yun's name, Yun. Fong Yun waved to the fans in the stands. Having accomplished a remarkable feat of leading such a young Aston Villa team to victory, it is noteworthy that this match saw 3 new signings starting, indicating a significant gap in synergy and mental fortitude compared to the previous starting lineup. Both Mendy and Ruben Dias contributed to Manchester City's defeat by allowing 1 goal each. This implies that had Aston Villa not made any errors, Manchester City would have had no opportunity to score, a truly terrifying prospect. Had Aston Villa employed their previously established starting lineup in this match, it is likely that they would have triumphed within the regular time. This encounter can indeed be characterized as a singular showcase of Fong Yun's prowess, who led his team to victory. The opening goal was a result of Fong Yun's own shot, after which he continued to function as the team's engine, fervently supplying his teammates with passes. In this moment, Fong Yun reveled in the adoration of the fans and embraced the accolades of his fellow players. In stark contrast, Manchester City appeared dismal. The reigning Premier League champions found themselves overshadowed by a team that had barely escaped relegation last season, with the only variable being the under-18 Fong Yun. Who could one possibly address this absurdity to? The Manchester City players appeared bewildered, competing for titles on 4 fronts. They have already relinquished 2 crowns, having been eliminated from the FA Cup, with slim prospects left in the league. Their only remaining opportunities lie within the Champions League and the League Cup. Moreover, in light of their current form, the players' confidence is gradually being eroded, potentially leading them to an empty-handed season. Heated arguments erupted in the Manchester City dressing room, notably involving Balotelli and Raiola. This scene was fortuitously captured by the media, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. During the post-match press conference, Aston Villa's coach, Robert, expressed his admiration for Fong Yun's performance. In this match, other coaches and fans assigned ratings to the players, and Fong Yun undoubtedly received the highest score, rightfully earning the title of the match's standout player in this FA Cup knockout round. Robert's words were steeped in confidence and pride. Fong Yun's display was nothing short of historic. Without him, it would have been exceedingly difficult to secure this victory. Furthermore, I believe that following this match, the Golden Boy Award will face no controversy. Robert's statements were imbued with assurance and pride. If Fong Yun does not receive the Golden Boy Award, its legitimacy will undoubtedly be called into question. Robert elaborated, making it clear that it is not Fong Yun who needs the award, but rather the award that requires Fong Yun to substantiate its value. As for the Manchester City press conference, it was an ordeal for Mancini, who had boasted extensively prior to the match. Faced with the reporters' incisive inquiries, Mancini felt as though he was enduring an eternity, appearing utterly despondent. This marks the poorest performance since he took charge of Manchester City. The previous season's champions have been eliminated by a relegation-threatened team, suffering a double defeat. Were it not for his prior successes, he would likely be on the verge of dismissal. Coaching a prestigious team remains one of the most precarious professions in the world. Fluctuating results can lead to a risk of termination. The following day, Fong Yun's odds for the Golden Boy Award surged, reaching an astonishing probability of 60. Such is the fearsome nature of the situation. Aston Villa's prodigy Fong Yun once again leads his team to a resounding victory over Manchester City. The Premier League champions, Manchester City, suffer a humiliating double defeat at the hands of a relegation-threatened team. Depleted Villa triumphs 4-0 over Manchester City in extra time. Fong Yun has already secured the Golden Boy Award. The grand conclusion is imminent. From the 8th position to the 4th, transitioning from a playmaking midfielder to a defensive midfielder, Fong Yun continues to redefine the limits of public perception. Aston Villa and Fong Yun once again dominate the headlines of football news. This night belongs to Aston Villa. Upon their arrival at the airport, Manchester Airport was already teeming with fans. Quite a few Manchester City supporters even defected to become Villa fans. After all, Manchester City is often perceived as a nouveau riche club, having only improved since the influx of oil money. Their fan base remains relatively fragile. The loyal supporters pale in comparison to those of Manchester United, led by Fong Yun. After all, we were his first love, suggested one fan. Indeed, I believe Fong Yun wouldn't be so heartless. Manchester City currently lacks many things: a devoted fan base, championships, a heritage of greatness, and a rich fan culture. The one thing they are not short of, however, is money. The extravagance of their oil tycoon owner is beyond imagination. Mancini is truly foolish. He should have signed Fong Yun back then. Even if he didn't play, other teams wouldn't have had the chance to acquire him. Now, it seems, he thrives when playing against us. Manchester City fans are fervently pressuring the club. The chairman's office has been inundated with calls and emails. He regrets not having retained Fong Yun. In a fit of anger, he slashed the salaries of all management members who had rejected Fong Yun's signing. The chief scout, chief analyst, and others were not spared. Half an hour later, the entire Aston Villa team boarded the plane. Upon returning home, Fong Yun could finally indulge in unboxing. This reward includes not only player growth cards, but also a treasure chest of Manchester City stars, which is exhilarating to contemplate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Lead Aston Villa to victory over Manchester City. Mission reward, custom attribute points x5, Manchester City star treasure chest. Fong Yun has lost count of how many times he has benefited from Manchester City. They remain blissfully unaware. He opens the treasure chest, revealing a variety of chests of different quality. Holland header module, probability of draw, 2. Silva dribbling module, probability of draw, 2. Ederson save module, probability of draw, 2. Fong Yun felt a wave of disappointment. Why is there a goalkeeper's save module? As for Holland's header, it might as well be left alone. If it were to miss a goal that should have been scored, that would be quite amusing. Suddenly, Fong Yun's eyes widened. Congratulations to the host for drawing the De Bruyne ground arc pass module. Fong Yun was overjoyed. This is a valuable asset. De Bruyne's curve through balls instill fear in many defenders. They are truly formidable. Chapter 76, not in good form? Deliberately so. The ground arc through pass can bypass defensive efforts entirely. If the ball is delivered in a straight line, it becomes exceedingly easy for the opponent to defend. They merely need to position themselves between the passer and the receiver. However, a curved ball can elegantly bypass defenders, landing directly at the feet of the receiver. Mastering this technique demands a high level of skill, one that not everyone possesses. Even elite midfielders have a significant chance of error when attempting such passes. With this skill in hand, one's options multiply. Fong Yun decided to allocate his 5 custom attribute points to heading. Given that his current heading ability stood at a mere 50, failing to meet even the passing mark. Subsequently, Fong Yun received his second system reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Break the Downside quest. Reward obtained. Player Acceleration Card 1. Match rating. Triggered hidden reward. Hidden reward. Player Acceleration Card 3. Goodness gracious. He had just received 3 additional player acceleration cards, which was absolutely delightful. Initially, he had been pondering whom to bestow this acceleration card upon. Now, the decision was clear. He would distribute 1 card each to Canny, Mendy, Ruben Dias, and Grealish. How satisfying. Fong Yun opened the system panel. Attribute panel activated. Host, Fong Yun. Age, 17. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 77 kilograms. Long pass, 90. Short pass, 90. Ball control, 80. Vision, 100. Defensive positioning, 100. Stamina, 100. Anticipation, 100. Tackling, 80. Strength, 80. Balance, 80. Explosiveness, 80. Speed, 80. Heading, 55. Set pieces, 80. Shooting, 75. Long shot, 80. 100. Modules, thermal imaging module. Long shot guaranteed card module, curved shot module, Rodri defensive module, Modric outside foot module, Lahore speed module, Bendik body module, De Bruyne direct pass module. De Bruyne ground curved pass module, evaluation, exhibiting the essence of a top-tier superstar. Fong Yun noted with astonishment that his short passing attribute had escalated from 80 to 90, surpassing the threshold. This clearly demonstrated the exceptional quality of De Bruyne's direct passing. His reputation as a world-class passer was well-deserved. It was no surprise that playing for Manchester City brought forth such remarkable results. Reflecting on his attribute panel, Fong Yun marveled at the transformation he had undergone in merely 6 months, just a few more years of development, and who could fathom the heights he would reach. Following the match against Manchester City, Fong Yun returned to Villa Park, where they needed to prepare for the upcoming league matches. The fervor surrounding this match quickly swept across the entire continent of Europe. The Golden Boy Award ceremony at the end of the month was also fast approaching. In Turin, Italy, the venue for the Golden Boy Award was set, and the Italian media expressed their discontent. It was meant to be Paul Pogba's Golden Boy Award for Juventus. But unexpectedly, Fong Yun emerged from nowhere, leading a relegation-threatened team to the pinnacle of the league, boasting a 12-point lead over the second-place contender. Moreover, he is an Asian. With dark hair, an unprecedented phenomenon in the annals of football history. Mendes was immensely pleased, grateful that his gamble paid off. Fong Yun is indeed a figure worth trusting, destined to become a future superstar. Naturally, Mendes' stature has risen in tandem with Fong Yun's soaring fame. This marks the first instance of a player with yellow skin receiving the European Golden Boy Award since its inception. On the much-anticipated podium, Fong Yun was honored with the Golden Boy Award for the year 2013, heralding the official commencement of the Fong Yun era in football. As the Premier League schedule unfolds, Aston Villa's task remains formidable, grappling with the pressures of competing on 3 fronts. In the 22nd round of the Premier League, Aston Villa hosted Southampton. Southampton's season has been fraught with inconsistency, currently languishing in the mid-lower tier of the league. In this match, Fong Yun refrained from showcasing his abilities excessively. He sought to observe the true impact of the player acceleration card. To his surprise, all 3 new signings delivered stellar performances. In the first half, Mendes assisted Bendik with 2 precise crosses, resulting in a score of 2-0. Kanté executed a swift interception of the defender, scoring his inaugural goal for Aston Villa, bringing the tally to 3-0. In the second half, Ruben Dias showcased his prowess, scoring from a cross delivered by Fong Yun, making it 4-0. He then netted another goal from a Mendes cross, followed by a third from a cross by Loftus. Aston Villa was now ahead 6-0. Bendik was left astonished. Realizing that his own heading skills were eclipsed by others, what was left for him to do? Grealish also shone brightly. demonstrating a finesse reminiscent of Robin with his cutting and curling shots. In the second half, 2 consecutive curled strikes left Southampton utterly defeated, with the score escalating to 8-0. Observing these vibrant young talents, Fong Yun couldn't help but reflect, what is happening here? Each player is fiercer than the last, each one more adept at scoring. He felt overshadowed in this match. Is this the allure of the player acceleration card? The 4 young players had transformed remarkably. Fong Yun refrained from employing the De Bruyne ground arc passing module during this match. What if it were targeted? It was not yet time to reveal all. Concealing one's abilities remained paramount. Of course, the long-range goal card was still in play, especially with the goal bonuses at stake. In the final moments of the match, Fong Yun executed a solo breakthrough and scored with a long-range shot, leisurely and effortlessly. The final score was 9-0. The following day, headlines proclaimed, Fong Yun with 1 goal and 1 assist in lackluster form. Has he hit the rookie wall? And Aston Villa triumphs 9-0 over Southampton, with Fong Yun only netting 1 goal, showing no signs of his usual form. Meanwhile, Ruben Dias achieved a hat-trick. Jack Grealish scored twice. N'Golo Kante executed a brilliant steal and scored. Mendy assisted a hat-trick. Bentique netted 2 goals with his head. What about Fong Yun? He registered a goal and an assist, yet his struggles were apparent. Has he truly been thoroughly analyzed? Upon seeing these headlines, Fong Yun smiled faintly. He preferred to remain unassuming, concealing his accomplishments and accolades. The Aston Villa fans, however, found amusement in these reports. Fong Yun was indeed playing around against weaker teams. He conserved energy, allowing the younger talents to shine, while against stronger opponents, he exerted himself just enough to lead the team to victory. It was no wonder his stamina was so remarkable. The explanation was clear. Their expectations for Fong Yun were undeniably high. In this match, he evidently didn't push himself. Barely touched the ball, yet provided opportunities for others, achieving a goal and an assist. If it were any other young player, they would have been lauded to the heavens. Indeed, Fong Yun, despite not averaging 4 or 5 contributions per game, was still considered in poor form, which was quite humorous. Nevertheless, the young talents at Aston Villa were truly impressive, and the management had evidently made astute decisions, as their investments were paying off. The quality was commendable, and there was hope for Villa's revival. At that moment, head coach Robert was alongside Villa chairman Randy, observing the vibrant young players on the training ground. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Fong Yun was indeed a miraculous talent. I was right about him, Randy remarked. Indeed, Fong Yun is a rare gem. Even I, as the head coach, feel somewhat superfluous, Robert joked self-deprecatingly. Chapter 77. An unstoppable surge 2 days later. Aston Villa achieved a resounding 6-0 victory against Norwich City away from home. This season, Norwich has found itself in a precarious position, struggling against weaker teams and occasionally surprising stronger ones. However, they could not withstand the youthful tempest of Aston Villa. Fong Yun assisted with a remarkable 4 goals and scored twice himself, while Agbonlahor completed his hat-trick, with 4 young players also making notable contributions. Albeit not as impressive as their previous match, Fong Yun's performance once again sent Aston Villa supporters into a frenzy. He was never one to cling to statistics. When other players excelled, he willingly played a supporting role, facilitating teamwork and providing assists. When the forwards fell silent, he stepped up, scoring and propelling the team forward. He could both create and convert opportunities, showcasing a terrifying versatility. This season, Fong Yun's assist tally reached an astonishing 50, double that of the second-best performer. Additionally, his goal count placed him among the top 3 scorers. Aston Villa fans had long since grown accustomed to Fong Yun's extraordinary assist prowess. Once again, his formidable offensive capabilities left the Villa supporters in awe. 3 days later, Aston Villa triumphed over Everton with a score of 4-1. Fong Yun scored and assisted twice. Grealish netted 2 goals, and Agbonlahor also scored 2. Aston Villa's attacking prowess had truly become a luxurious spectacle. In every match, the forwards are engulfed in indecision, as any choice leads to chaos on the field. The top 10 scorers are dominated by Aston Villa, claiming the first 4 positions. Following them are Agbonlahor, Bentique, Fong Yun, and Salah. Grealish, having only recently returned, has not made the list, sitting in the lower ranks, merely 3 goals shy of the 10th position. Should Fong Yun wish to enhance his statistics, he would undoubtedly secure the top spot on the scoring chart. However, such a pursuit seems unnecessary, beyond a modest financial gain. It serves little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to provide opportunities and platforms for other players, thereby elevating the team's overall strength more rapidly. With 24 rounds of the Premier League completed, Aston Villa leads the second-place team by 15 points, effectively securing the championship with 14 matches still to play and a 5-win margin, alongside a staggering goal difference. Fong Yun's tally has soared to 32 goals. Is this truly the scoring record one would expect from a midfielder? If you were to claim he was a forward, I would readily believe you. A rather alarming fact is that Fong Yun's goal count surpasses that of all forwards in the league. It is perplexing when midfielders outscore forwards. How does one navigate such a scenario? The media now shifts their focus to the assist leaderboard, where Fong Yun boasts an astonishing 52 assists, averaging nearly 2 per match. Truly remarkable. The entirety of England is in an uproar. Headlines proclaim, Fong Yun's assists lead the pack, shattering multiple records. And is the surge in midfield goals a sign of moral decay or a twisting of humanity? Other articles herald epic statistics and historical performances, a potential talent to surpass Messi and Ronaldo. Fong Yun's market value has skyrocketed, doubling in a matter of time, triggering seismic shifts across Europe. Speculation abounds regarding his destination in the summer transfer window, as elite clubs prepare to vie for this prodigious talent. Currently, the highest valuations belong to Messi and Ronaldo, leading the charts at 1.2 billion. According to the latest reports, Fong Yun's value has reached 90 million, positioning him just beneath the legendary duo. Following him is Bale at 80 million. The implication from these reports is clear. They believe Fong Yun's potential aligns with that of Messi and Ronaldo. The reason they have refrained from placing his valuation above 100 million is due to his limited experience. Having played only a handful of matches, the sample size remains too small. Should he falter in the future, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Nevertheless, an 80 million valuation for a 17-year-old has indeed sent shockwaves throughout the footballing world. At Manchester United, the chairman is livid, as the assistant coach has allegedly let slip a player now valued at 80 million for a mere 50. This blunder is perceived as an act of treachery, with the chairman vowing to dismiss the assistant and possibly pursue legal action for the substantial financial loss incurred. The secretary stands by, silent, wary of incurring the chairman's wrath. Similarly, the chairman of Manchester City is equally incensed. The chief scout and chief analyst, along with all those who initially rejected Fong Yun's joining, should be dismissed. They are a mere group of incompetents, lacking discernment. Furthermore, the head coach must be sacked if the League Cup remains unattainable this season. As for the sporting director, he too shall be relieved of his duties. With the sporting director's dismissal, there is no one else to take his place, especially after Aston Villa poached a collaborator from outside. What? Aston Villa again? How infuriating. Not only have we been double defeated by them, but now our sporting director has been taken as well. The chairman of Manchester City raged in his office, his fury echoing through the building, clear even to Mancini 2 floors up. He overheard the chairman's words. Now, the League Cup is their only hope. Aston Villa is also contending for the League Cup, and should they defeat Manchester City, Mancini might still have a chance to remain at the helm. The FA's suspension regarding Balotelli's racial discrimination has been announced. The FA has imposed a 5-match ban on Balotelli, along with a fine of 50,000 as a warning. Meanwhile, Aston Villa, far away in Birmingham, has no time to dwell on such news. They are about to face Chelsea in the 5th round of the FA Cup. The Blues are no pushovers, currently sitting second in the Premier League, and they have yet to meet Aston Villa in the league. Chelsea boasts the prodigious Torres, whose physical prowess is remarkable, complemented by exceptional shooting skills. Check, their goalkeeper, is historically significant. At this moment, Hazard, untroubled by injuries, is on the rise, showcasing dribbling reminiscent of Messi, though he has yet to reach his full potential. After the draw for the 5th round, the fans erupted in excitement. Aston Villa supporters least desired to face Chelsea, for other formidable teams had already fallen to Aston Villa, posing little threat. Only Chelsea, still untested, trails closely behind Aston Villa in the league. Should Aston Villa falter, the second place Chelsea may very well surge ahead. Conversely, Chelsea fans are buoyed by their recent 6-match winning streak, feeling invincible. In their eyes, Chelsea is an unbeatable force, dismissing Villa as merely a fleeting phenomenon. Let us end this farce. They are but a relegation-threatened team. This match will surely reveal Aston Villa's true nature, a trash relegation side, emboldened by victories over Manchester City and Manchester United, while we, Chelsea, are the true giants. Chapter 78. The Onslaught of the Blues. Who will prevail? Outside the stadium, Chelsea fans are fervently vocal. This is a sight the English media relishes. Fong Yun's matches require no media hype. They inherently carry their own fervor. He is the first 17-year-old recipient of the Golden Boy Award with yellow skin and black hair in the history of football. Currently, the fervor sweeps across the European continent, dominating major media outlets. Numerous football bloggers from China eagerly churn out videos related to Fong Yun daily, driven solely by the immense popularity surrounding him. Despite Aston Villa's impressive streak of over 20 consecutive victories, Chelsea remains apprehensive. Although Chelsea's recent championship count pales in comparison to that of Manchester City and Manchester United, their prowess is undeniable. In terms of offense, they boast formidable players like Torres and Hazard, while their defense is anchored by the legendary goalkeeper, Cech. Their balance between attack and defense leaves little room for weakness. Yet, they harbor trepidation, for Aston Villa possesses Fong Yun. As long as Fong Yun stands firm, he provides an unwavering sense of security. In the lead-up to the match, various media outlets fervently cover the impending clash. The Blues, Chelsea, versus the Lions. Aston Villa. Will Villa continue their triumphant march, or will Chelsea bring an end to their winning streak? Torres versus Fong Yun, a clash of the titans. With the peak-performing Torres facing the newly crowned Golden Boy, Fong Yun, who will emerge victorious? Fong Yun versus Cech. The sharpest spear meets the strongest shield. Which side will prevail? Many fans are bewildered by the notion of a generational clash between Torres and Fong Yun. After all, isn't Torres merely 27? Is that considered old? Meanwhile, Fong Yun, at the tender age of 17, certainly appears to be the elder in this context. Aston Villa supporters are exhilarated. Their new king is only 17 years old. As long as Fong Yun remains with the team, Villa will maintain its competitive edge. At Villa Park, Fong Yun and the coaching staff are engaged in tactical discussions. Chelsea's most frequently employed strategies this season revolve around counter-attacking and possession-based play. When facing strong teams, they opt for counter-attacks. Against weaker opponents, they favor penetration. What strategy do you think Chelsea will employ against us? Robert inquires. Counter-attacks, Fong Yun replies without hesitation. They have no other choice. For they have lost to teams that play with possession like us. Chelsea is well aware of this. They are fond of utilizing overlapping runs from their fullbacks. And we can exploit this weakness. With the tactics established, the team embarks on focused training, particularly honing their speed and endurance along both flanks. Even Mendy, an athlete of remarkable stamina, begins to complain, "Boss, do we really need to push this hard? I can hardly move." Within the Villa squad, Fong Yun is affectionately referred to as the boss, as he embodies both the physical prowess and the mental fortitude that represent the team. Once we finish, I won't lead you astray, Fong Yun assures them directly. Meanwhile, Grealish shifts his focus toward defensive training. Though not tall, Grealish possesses a low center of gravity, quick feet, and commendable speed, making him a valuable defensive asset. Fong Yun, on the other hand, concentrates on improving his dribbling and ball control. He has already devised the optimal strategy for the upcoming match. As time progresses, only a day or two remains until the 5th round of the FA Cup. This season, Aston Villa is engaged in 3 competitions, and many teams are eager to witness their downfall. After all, the sudden emergence of a dark horse, one that remains steadfastly dominant, has snatched away what rightfully belonged to the elite, a turn of events that would displease anyone. Not only Aston Villa, a team battling relegation, but even prestigious clubs often crumble under the strain of competing on multiple fronts. Numerous instances bear witness to this reality. Many teams opt to relinquish less significant matches to facilitate player rotations. However, Aston Villa has left the ill-intentioned media disappointed. Fong Yun has consistently played every match from the season's inception, never missing a game, exhibiting an endurance that seems impervious to fatigue. Thanks to Fong Yun's unwavering presence, Aston Villa has surged ahead, triumphing against all adversaries, as if divinely ordained. It is evident that the team with Fong Yun is an entirely different entity from the one without him. Statistics reveal a staggering difference. When Fong Yun is on the pitch, the team wins by an average of 4 more goals per match compared to when he is absent. In games featuring Fong Yun, Aston Villa boasts an average victory margin of 3 goals, whereas, in his absence, they suffer an average defeat by 1 goal. This disparity is striking. The team can forego any player, but it cannot do without Fong Yun. In moments of adversity, such as when Salah and Bentik were sidelined during a grueling week of 3 matches, many anticipated Aston Villa's collapse. fearing their pursuit of titles would end in futility. Contrary to expectations, Fang Yun withstood the pressure, starting every match and transforming fate with each appearance. The true measure of a star player's capability often hinges on their ability to perform under pressure, and Fang Yun has proven himself capable. Today, Fang Yun is also known by a formidable title, the King of Long Shots. In every match, he consistently unleashes at least one long-range strike. Often finding the back of the net, an astonishing feat from 30 yards out, he poses a genuine threat to the goal who can withstand such prowess. While the accuracy of long shots is generally low and not typically employed as a standard tactic, many players only take such shots when the moment feels right. Fang Yun, however, defies convention. His long shots have become his most frequent means of scoring, leaving defenses bewildered. Possessing long-range shooting as a staple of his arsenal, Fang Yun stands alone in midfield. Steven Gerrard, the captain of Liverpool, also renowned for his long-range prowess, has praised Fang Yun's shooting ability, describing it as exuding a kind of violent beauty, unpredictable yet highly effective, almost mystical in its execution. Furthermore, Fang Yun's free kick conversion rate is exceptionally high. While others treat free kicks and long shots as special tricks, for Fang Yun, they are standard weapons. Of the 30-plus goals he has scored, half have stemmed from free kicks and long-range efforts, leaving analysts utterly perplexed. They find themselves at a loss, unable to decipher his methods. And even Fang Yun himself struggles to articulate his own extraordinary talent. The system's claim of 100% accuracy is indeed baffling. This has led numerous teams to attempt to study Fang Yun, yet they remain unsuccessful. I cannot even fathom how I scored, let alone expect others to know. Which is quite amusing. Soon, the fifth round of the FA Cup knockout stage officially commences. Aston Villa is set to face the Blues, Chelsea, away from home. Stamford Bridge is filled to capacity with fans. The live viewership has surpassed 1 billion. The media across England is in a frenzy. In a clash of two teams renowned for their counter-attacking prowess, who will emerge victorious? The confrontation between the new and old talents, Torres and Fang Yun, is on the brink of ignition. In this season's encounter between Chelsea and Aston Villa, who will claim the spoils? Upon disembarking from the plane, the Aston Villa players boarded a bus to Stamford Bridge. Their sole objective is victory. Chapter 79, taking the lead against the Blues inside the bus. Fang Yun stands at the front, gesturing towards the tactical board. Tonight, Aston Villa will fully reveal our strategy. We will employ a 4-4-2 formation, Fang Yun declared with conviction. This formation is seldom utilized by Aston Villa due to the previously limited depth of their forward positions. Moreover, the two forwards in a 4-4-2 require one to be tall and the other to be quick. Thus, the forwards were previously rotated. However, the circumstances have changed. Bentik, a tall striker, is perfectly suited to serve as a pivot. Agbonlahor embodies the requisite speed and has previously filled in as a forward, demonstrating good chemistry. The left winger will be the formidable Grealish, while the right winger is the consistently stable Salah. The 4-4-2 formation places high demands on the midfield, necessitating players who can both attack and defend, as well as possess exceptional stamina. Kanté and Fang Yun are ideally suited for this role, as the memory of their dismantling of Manchester City's midfield trio in the last match remains vivid. The four defenders will remain unchanged. Chelsea will likely employ a counter-attacking strategy. If the game devolves into a positional battle, the variables multiply significantly. Aston Villa must accelerate the pace, quicken the rhythm, seize opportunities for counterattacks, and exploit spaces behind the defense. If they wish to play like tortoises, Aston Villa will not grant them that luxury. Fang Yun elaborated on the key defensive assignments for the match, and the Villa players listened intently. The night at Stamford Bridge is illuminated, with the stadium brimming with spectators, making tickets scarce. The ticket prices for this match are 50 higher than the usual Chelsea rates, illustrating the excitement and attention Aston Villa brings. The deafening cheers of nearly 40,000 fans resonate, nearly shattering the sky. When the broadcaster announced the starting lineups, the fans erupted. Aston Villa surprisingly did not employ their most frequently used 4-3-3 formation or a three-defender setup, but rather opted for the never-before-used 4-4-2 formation. Up front, Bentik and Agbonlahor partner together, while in midfield, Fang Yun teams up with Kanté. Chelsea fans are incensed. When facing Manchester City, they deploy a three-defender formation, yet against us, they opt for a 4-4-2. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Attempting to challenge our three midfielders with merely two of their own is utterly disrespectful. As the Aston Villa players emerged from the tunnel, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. We must dominate Aston Villa. Such disdain cannot be tolerated. Do they believe Chelsea is an easy target, akin to that ineffectual so-called powerhouse, Manchester City? Torres, showcase your physical prowess and shooting skills to Aston Villa's defenders. Check. If you manage a clean sheet this match, I shall reward you from my own pocket. Ensure Aston Villa is thwarted. The thunderous cheers from Stamford Bridge filled the air as the two teams took their positions. The familiar sound of the system echoed in my mind. Victory in this match would bring forth the coveted Chelsea star treasure chest. Such treasures are remarkable, as Chelsea has seen its fair share of superstars throughout history. Near the halfway line, Torres, resembling a cherubic infant, flashed a mischievous smile, seemingly declaring, "Let this match reveal what a true superstar is." Czech, too, was eager, itching to secure that clean sheet award. He was determined to uphold the honor of Stamford Bridge. The dignity of our home ground is sacrosanct. With the fans' resounding cheers, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Aston Villa commenced the match. Agbonlahor passed to Kanté, who swiftly advanced. Kanté immediately relayed the ball to Phong Yun. Upon glancing up, Phong Yun noticed Aston Villa's two forwards, one tall and one swift, one on the left and one on the right, rapidly charging forward to launch an assault on Chelsea's defense. The stands erupted in cheers. Aston Villa dared to seize the initiative against the iron-willed Chelsea. This audacity was completely unexpected by Chelsea's supporters. Renowned for their youth and vigor, Chelsea's players are all formidable athletes, each robust and agile. Aston Villa's approach seemed to provide Chelsea with opportunities. Any misstep could leave their defense exposed. Yet, how could the Aston Villa coaching staff overlook this? It was all part of a meticulously crafted strategy, aiming to catch Chelsea off guard. The first moments of a 90-minute match and the final minutes are typically when goals are most easily conceded. At the start, players are still settling into the game, often distracted and prone to defensive lapses. As the match progressed, Aston Villa's 4-4-2 formation steadily advanced, maintaining a tight cohesion between the three lines, far from a novice deployment of this arrangement. Mere seconds into the match, Phong Yun activated his hot zone imaging module, revealing the opponent's defensive weaknesses before him. Bentik and Agbonlahor had both found prime positions to exploit. Phong Yun executed a sweeping motion with his thigh, adopting the posture of a long pass. Chelsea's midfielder, Mikel, reacted swiftly, rushing toward Phong Yun. As a defensive midfielder, Mikel excelled in anticipating and intercepting the ball. Just as Phong Yun's right foot was about to make contact with the ball, he deftly eased the force and gently flicked it to the right with the outside of his foot. Mikel lunged, but missed entirely. Phong Yun elegantly maneuvered past Mikel, effortlessly captivating the crowd, who erupted in cheers. Amidst the astonished gazes of the fans, Phong Yun unleashed his skill, De Bruyne's ground arc through pass module. With remarkable speed, he delivered a precise ground pass with his right foot. The swiftness was astonishing. Stamford Bridge erupted. Such a deceptive and creative feint could only be executed by someone like Phong Yun among young players. The ball, imbued with a vigorous spin, carved a wide arc across the grass, bypassing four Chelsea defenders and penetrating the entire defensive line, landing directly behind the Chelsea backline. At the end of this incisive pass, Agbonlahor capitalized on his speed to receive the ball, surging into the penalty area. A one-on-one opportunity. Czech reacted quickly, charging forward. Agbonlahor feigned a shot and skillfully sidestepped Czech, facing an open goal, and struck it in. 1 o'clock. A wave of jubilant cheers surged through Stamford Bridge. No one anticipated that Aston Villa would score less than a minute into the match. In the opening phase, Phong Yun's ground arc through pass penetrated the entire defensive line, assisting Agbonlahor in securing the first goal. A thunderous roar erupted at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea fans were left in disbelief. What had just happened? They gazed at the replay on the stadium's big screen. In under 30 seconds, many fans had not even tuned into the broadcast when the score was rewritten to 1 o'clock. The Villa fans were equally stunned. The joy arrived so unexpectedly. After scoring, Agbonlahor excitedly ran toward Phong Yun, exclaiming in disbelief, "I actually scored. Haha, I thought you couldn't make that pass. Good thing I ran, or I would have missed the opportunity." Aston Villa players embraced each other in celebration, marking the first strike of this pivotal match. Phong Yun understood that this was merely the beginning. Even more thrilling moments awaited. Chapter 80. The Blues counterattack. A critical moment. Cheers erupted from the Aston Villa supporters at Stamford Bridge. The goal came astonishingly fast. The Chelsea fans were utterly bewildered. Watching the replay on the stadium's big screen, Fong Yun's through pass had penetrated Chelsea's entire defense, an incredible feat Chelsea fans could not help but admire Fong Yun. The play was remarkably imaginative and creative. They turned their attention to the 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia. Why is such a prodigious talent not found at Chelsea, but rather at a smaller club like Aston Villa? Aston Villa, a team that narrowly escaped relegation last season, astonishingly possesses a midfield genius like Fong Yun. However, Chelsea fans quickly realized that this is not merely a league match, but rather an FA Cup knockout stage, a match that determines fate. This also highlights the disparity between the coaching staffs of both teams. Chelsea opts for a strategy of stability, solidifying their defense while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. In contrast, Aston Villa charges forward aggressively, prioritizing immediate offensive efforts to secure a lead. Yet, this is merely the beginning, and Chelsea still has ample time to adjust. Chelsea's coach, Raphael, summoned Torres. Raphael had only recently taken the helm last month. The rationale behind Chelsea's mid-season managerial change is straightforward. They were eliminated early from the Champions League group stage, suffering a 3-0 defeat to Juventus. Currently, Chelsea can only focus on the league and the FA Cup. Their hopes of winning the league are slim, and they must place their faith in the FA Cup. Thus, this match is pivotal for him. Whether they can revive their season hinges on this encounter. Otherwise, they risk ending the season without any silverware once again. Torres, make the most of your speed to challenge Aston Villa's central defenders. Do you understand? Communicate with the wings. Increase our offensive efforts. We can no longer afford to defend. Torres plays a crucial role in counterattacks, exerting significant pressure on the defenders. Raphael seems to have made a resolute decision. He understands that winning this match is essential for his influence in the upcoming winter transfer window. If the season ends in disappointment yet again, he is likely to be dismissed. The ball is back in play at the center circle. After a series of passes, the ball reaches Ramirez in midfield. Ramirez is a well-balanced midfielder, lacking any glaring weaknesses. Chelsea has abandoned their defensive bus strategy, opting instead to push forward in attack. They have no choice now, as they are trailing. This is precisely the outcome Fong Yun hopes to see, transforming a positional battle into an open contest. In terms of offensive exchanges, Aston Villa has truly shown no fear this season. Their counterattacks rank among the best in European clubs, orchestrated by Fong Yun. Chelsea's 4-2-3-1 formation continues to advance. They are a vibrant, youthful team. Their style of play is remarkably aggressive and extreme. They either retreat entirely to defend and counterattack or press forward en masse to attack, resolutely adhering to an all-out attacking philosophy. Aston Villa does not recklessly press forward. Fong Yun keenly observes Chelsea's tactical movements, seeking a decisive opportunity. Chelsea advances the ball past the halfway line. The left winger, Florent, receives the ball, cuts inside to draw defenders, and immediately passes to Ramirez in midfield. Without hesitation, Ramirez delivers a direct through ball to the left flank. Chelsea's core tactics are well known to all. The strategy employed by the fullbacks involved an offensive surge along the flanks, culminating in high crosses aimed at Torres. Utilizing his robust physique and exceptional positioning skills, Torres adeptly maneuvered into space to score. This tactic is widely recognized yet remains indefensible, primarily due to Chelsea's formidable fullbacks. Historically, Chelsea has predominantly focused their attacks down the right flank, with Boswinga showcasing remarkable overlapping ability. However, in this match, they notably shifted their emphasis to the left side. It was evident that Chelsea had meticulously studied Aston Villa's recent performances. Aston Villa's left flank defense features a physically imposing defender in Mendy, while Grealish's defensive capabilities are above average. Thus, they do not hold a distinct advantage in direct confrontations. Conversely, their right flank is manned by Loton, who, despite his exceptional crossing ability, is characterized by a weaker defensive profile. Caught off guard, Loton was unable to respond as Boswinga swiftly advanced and delivered a low cross. Aston Villa supporters were left in disbelief at Boswinga's pace, which rivaled that of a winger. Fortunately for them, Boswinga's touch was heavy, sending the ball out of play. Nevertheless, he did not forget to acknowledge his teammate Ramirez with a thumbs up for the pass, despite the unsuccessful attempt. On the sidelines, Robert appeared increasingly concerned. Loton struggled to contain Chelsea's attacking fullbacks, who executed their strategy with remarkable simplicity and efficiency. They maintained a direct approach, swiftly transitioning the ball to the flanks, advancing and delivering crosses, culminating in headers that threatened to breach the net, truly an embodiment of English football. This straightforward yet effective style posed significant challenges for Aston Villa's defense. And if they continued to play this way, their slender lead would soon evaporate, exposing them to the imminent danger of conceding an equalizer. In their previous encounter against Manchester City, Aston Villa faced opponents lacking in rapid, dynamic players. They either possessed physicality without speed or speed without physicality. However, facing Chelsea proved to be a different challenge altogether. Aston Villa was confronted with unprecedented defensive pressure from a Chelsea side brimming with vitality and speed. Although Aston Villa had their own fleet-footed players, they were predominantly forwards. Mendy occupied the left flank, while the remaining defenders were not particularly renowned for their pace, making defensive tasks increasingly arduous. As anticipated, the following minutes saw Aston Villa fail to register a single shot, while Chelsea managed 3 attempts, 2 of which were on target, shifting the momentum decidedly in Chelsea's favor. As the match reached the 28th minute, Chelsea orchestrated their most threatening attack of the half. A goal kick from Aston Villa's goalkeeper was intercepted by a Chelsea defender, who promptly distributed the ball to midfielder Ramires. Ramires then directed it to left winger Florent. Assuming Florent would cut inside, Loton positioned himself to block the inside lane. However, Florent's speed and dribbling skills were exceptional, allowing him to exploit the moment with a shoulder drop, surging past Loton with both speed and strength. After a series of rapid sprints in the opening phase, Aston Villa's defensive coordination began to falter. Fong Yun, positioned in midfield, was unable to swiftly cover the defensive flanks. This was where Chelsea displayed their acumen. Recognizing the strength of the central defense, they cleverly avoided it and targeted the vulnerabilities on the wings. Following Florent's breakthrough, Aston Villa's players were unable to retreat in time. Centre-back Ruben Dias was compelled to assist in defense. Florent, however, did not linger on the ball. Before Dias could challenge him, he delivered a high cross. Florent sent the ball into the wing. The high point, Dias, had been drawn away. Torres was positioned in front of centre-back Vlar. The ball's trajectory was perfectly directed towards Torres. Would this ball find the net? Just as everyone anticipated a goal, a shocking scene unfolded. A figure surged forward. It was Fong Yun. How could he be so swift? Just moments ago, he was outside the penalty area, and now he had appeared within it. Fong Yun cleared the ball just before Torres could make contact. Raphael on the sidelines had been on the verge of rising to celebrate, but instantly deflated. What was happening? Raphael sighed. In stark contrast, Robert felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, it did not result in a goal. Under the night sky at Stamford Bridge, a riveting aerial duel was taking place. Fong Yun accelerated to challenge for the header, successfully disrupting the play. The fans erupted into a frenzy. It was as if Fong Yun had teleported, instantly transitioning from outside the penalty area to inside the small box. Chelsea fans could scarcely believe their eyes. In contemporary football, who could compete with a striker like Torres for positioning? He was often the nightmare of Premier League defenders, leaving them trembling in his wake. Yet, Fong Yun accomplished the seemingly impossible, rendering Torres impotent. Just days prior, Torres had celebrated a hat-trick in an away match, dominating his opponents. Today, however, he was thwarted by a mere 17-year-old prodigy from Huaxia. Torres was bewildered. Upon seeing the ball's trajectory, he felt certain it was a guaranteed goal. Yet, out of nowhere, Fong Yun intercepted it, leaving everyone in disbelief. The cheers from the crowd only intensified Torres's frustration. The louder the cheers, the more it highlighted his perceived inadequacy. Fong Yun had anticipated the attacking strategy the moment Boswinga broke down the flank. It must be said that Torres's physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Had it not been for his advantageous run-up, he might not have been able to contest that point to clear the ball. Torres had no time for anger. Chelsea was awarded a corner kick, and he was eager to prove himself. Fong Yun and Ruben Dias executed a tactical gesture. Subsequently, Fong Yun positioned himself at the arc's edge for protection, entrusting the penalty area to Ruben Dias. This maneuver was one of Aston Villa's corner defense strategies. At that moment, the number 16 defensive midfielder noticed a subtle shift in Fong Yun's positioning. During the live commentary, it was noted that Fong Yun was not stationed within the penalty area, but rather at the arc's edge, closer to Ruben Dias. If Chelsea's corner did not yield a goal, Aston Villa was poised to capitalize. Just as this was articulated, Chelsea's corner was taken. Within the penalty area, Ruben Dias and Torres engaged in a fierce battle for positioning. The intensity of their contest was palpable, and it was difficult to discern who held the upper hand. Both competitors were evenly matched. Against others, their success rate in aerial duels exceeded 90. Today, however, it was as if two celestial bodies collided. The fans were astounded by the vigorous off-the-ball positioning exhibited by both players. Ultimately, Torres managed to secure a position ahead of Ruben Dias, gaining the advantage. Nevertheless, as the ball was struck, Ruben Dias immediately engaged in the confrontation, while Torres instinctively attempted to counter. At that moment, Ruben Dias abruptly released his force and swiftly maneuvered in front of Torres. Torres, losing his balance, faltered in his position. Ruben Dias reclaimed the spot. He leapt high, opting not to clear the ball, but instead directed it forward to Fong Yun. Fong Yun received the ball without hesitation, launching a powerful pass toward the center. Who would he target? Bentik or Agbanlahor? Fong Yun chose to return the ball to the retreating Bentik. Bentik executed a deft header, redirecting it to the diagonally advancing Agbanlahor. At this juncture, Chelsea's defensive line was completely disrupted, no longer aligned. Agbanlahor surged forward with the ball, while Bentik darted towards Agbanlahor's left front. Agbanlahor carried the ball to the right. The Chelsea defenders found themselves in a predicament, unsure of whom to mark. Just as they hesitated, Agbanlahor unleashed a long-range shot. The goalkeeper, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as the ball found the net. 2-0. Aston Villa scored again, executing a splendid corner defense followed by a beautiful counterattack, all occurring in mere seconds. This was the aesthetic allure of Aston Villa's counteroffensive. The roar of the crowd was deafening. Aston Villa fans rose in jubilant celebration, while Chelsea supporters fell into a collective silence, grappling with the surreal scene of Villa players reveling in their triumph. The scoreline had widened. Chelsea's tactics were thoroughly dismantled, completely outmaneuvered by Aston Villa. This was a scenario Chelsea fans could scarcely have dreamed of, conceding an early goal, failing to convert a corner, and then being struck by a counter that resulted in another. Aston Villa, at this moment, resembled an impenetrable fortress. If one solely focuses on offense, vulnerabilities will inevitably emerge. Once a flaw is exposed, the opponent will seize the opportunity. On the sidelines, Ramiel paced back and forth, his expression grave. How could this be? Why was it happening? He was utterly at a loss. To attack, yet unable to break through. A single mistake leading to a counterattack could result in the opponent scoring. Conversely, refraining from offense would ensure that no goals were scored, leading to a vicious cycle. Initially, Ramiel's tactical plan revolved around a defensive counterattack, capitalizing on Aston Villa's errors without initiating aggressive plays. However, Aston Villa's strategy of seizing control from the outset completely disrupted Chelsea's pre-match arrangements. Trailing by a goal, Chelsea was compelled to push forward. Yet, with every offensive attempt, vulnerabilities were unavoidable, causing Ramiel considerable distress. At this moment, the number 16 defensive midfielder remarked once more, "I told you, as long as Chelsea fails to score, Aston Villa will find the net." Fong Yun's positioning is crucial. His choice to remain outside the penalty area instead of assisting in defensive clearances indicated his unwavering faith in his teammates to resolve the situation, and indeed, Aston Villa accomplished this. Subsequently, Fong Yun opted not to send a through ball to Agbanlahor, but rather directed it towards Bentik, and the reasoning was simple. The first time, Fong Yun had directly aimed for Agbanlahor, leading to a one-on-one situation, and Chelsea's defenders would not be oblivious to that. By targeting Bentik, who could then flick the ball to Agbanlahor, the deception and suddenness became far greater. The line between reality and illusion blurred. This was Fong Yun. His tactics were inscrutable, demonstrating remarkable prowess. The fans of Huaxiao were utterly exhilarated. This was the god of clouds. Playful yet formidable. Do not jest with the god of clouds. There is hope for the national team. However, if Torres had scored, Aston Villa would have been on the back foot, the number 16 defensive midfielder added. At that moment, Torres was filled with regret. Had he scored, the game would have been level. What a shame. Ruben Dias was exceptionally astute, employing his intellect on the pitch. Chapter 82. Kant steps up to seal the match. Indeed, Ruben Dias was cunning. Aware that he could not match Torres in positioning, he withdrew, possessing physicality, skill, and intellect. How did such a player end up at Aston Villa? Remarkably, during Bozingwa's breakthrough, Ruben Dias intervened. Otherwise, the pass would have resulted in a clear shot on goal. His awareness in defensive coverage was top-notch, entirely uncharacteristic of a young defender just stepping into the Premier League. After the goal, Fong Yun approached Ruben Dias. "That was brilliant. I knew you could seize that opportunity." Initially, I was a bit anxious. Torres is incredibly strong, and I had to attempt to withdraw. Otherwise, if Torres had scored, I would have become the scapegoat for the entire team. Ruben Dias scratched his head and replied innocently. The game resumed. Chelsea began to fight desperately, embodying a sense of fighting to the death. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. Chelsea pushed forward with their entire squad. Both wingbacks advanced, leaving only two central defenders at the back. They were determined to fight with all their might. Indeed, there was no alternative. Otherwise, victory would remain elusive. Aston Villa, however, maintained their composure, steadfast in defense, refraining from rashly pressing, patiently awaiting Chelsea's errors. At this moment, Chelsea fans were utterly exasperated. Did Aston Villa possess no sense of dignity? Even with a two-goal lead, they defended like turtles, refusing to attack. If I were the Aston Villa coach, I would have long signaled for my team to advance. It's laughable. If you cannot compete, then just admit defeat. Why not acknowledge that your skills are inferior? Indeed, the much-vaunted Torres is not as formidable as you claim. He cannot even outmaneuver a teenage central defender. How shameless. The world-class goalkeeper Czech is in a similar predicament. Yearning for a clean sheet award, it seems he might be the one to be clean-sheeted. Aston Villa fans swiftly retaliated. Chelsea supporters in the stands could no longer contain their frustration, hurling bottles toward the Villa fans. The separation of home and away supporters was intended to prevent clashes. Were this a league match, Fong Yun would surely have urged for an offensive push. In the league, a loss would carry little consequence. However, this is a cup match, where fortunes can change in an instant. Defense secures championships, while offense garners goals. Even a powerhouse like Real Madrid has consistently employed counterattacks in the Champions League, winning numerous titles and maintaining a lead over other clubs. After months of coordination, Aston Villa's defense has become impenetrable. When the ball shifts to the left side, their defense naturally adjusts toward the middle left. As the ball moves, Aston Villa's defensive structure dynamically evolves. The three lines of defense maintain perfect alignment, making offside traps effortless. Furthermore, the gaps between players are minimal, allowing for seamless support and cover. With several top-tier defensive stalwarts, their aggression and precision are formidable. Aston Villa's ironclad defense has rendered Chelsea's offensive efforts completely ineffective. Chelsea's most effective tactic of crossing from the wings to break through the defense was thwarted by Ruben Dias. Within the penalty area, two players surrounded Torres, while the others engaged in one-on-one marking. As the match approached the 42nd minute, Chelsea executed a throw-in. Kanté advanced to apply pressure. Upon receiving the ball, Chelsea's right winger had no choice but to play with his back to Kanté, wary of a potential interception. Kanté closely marked Mata, preventing him from turning. Observing this, Fong Yun immediately signaled his teammates to press forward. At that moment, Chelsea's defenders had pushed up, leaving no players available for support in the back. The two central defenders were effectively neutralized by Aston Villa's two forwards. A back pass would spell doom. With no alternatives, Mata was forced to retreat. At this moment, Kant accelerated with a sudden burst, instantly striking the ball as Mata attempted to control it. Mata aimed to reclaim possession, but Kant executed a deft pullback followed by a Marseille turn, effortlessly surpassing Mata. The crowd erupted in cheers. Kant, employing his tenacious defensive prowess, seized the ball from Mata. Another opportunity for Aston Villa's counterattack emerged. Fong Yun immediately joined the play. Without hesitation, Kant delivered the ball directly to Fong Yun. At this juncture, Aston Villa found themselves in a 3-on-2 situation against Chelsea's defenders. The two defenders, astutely aware, quickly advanced as Fong Yun received the ball, pushing the offside line forward. Consequently, Fong Yun found himself unable to make an immediate pass behind the defense. Yet, he opted for an unconventional approach. Rather than passing, he charged forward with the ball. Chelsea's defender Ivanovic, seasoned and wise, refrained from rushing forward, instead retreating while assessing the positions of Aston Villa's two forwards. Observing this, Fong Yun swiftly altered his strategy. He called out loudly, "Bentik." Bentik promptly dropped back to provide support, positioning himself in front of the other Chelsea defender, Cahill. After passing to Bentik, Fong Yun immediately repositioned himself. Bentik laid the ball back to the advancing Kant, who delivered a seamless through ball behind the central defenders. Fong Yun received the pass, finding himself in a 2-on-1 situation against Ivanovic. Bentik, positioned between Fong Yun and Ivanovic, obstructed Fong Yun's south passing lane, preventing a clear shot on goal. Fong Yun executed a series of feints, yet Ivanovic remained unfazed. Subsequently, Fong Yun unleashed a shot with the outside of his foot. sending the ball soaring into the upper right corner. Neither goalkeeper Ek nor Ivanovi had time to react. Ek could only watch as the ball nestled into the net. What a remarkable display. A series of intricate passes, Fong Yun's continuous movements, and a sudden strike culminated in a goal. The stadium erupted once more in a thunderous cacophony. Marvelous. This was sheer artistry. The finesse of that outside-of-the-foot shot, the fluidity of the movements, all executed with elegance and grace. The Aston Villa fans were in absolute ecstasy. The number 16 midfielder remarked, "Aston Villa is truly remarkable. Executing such a complex tactic during a 3-on-2 counterattack is extraordinary. Firstly, their defense against 3 was top-notch. Chelsea's 2 central defenders demonstrated elite defensive skills, manipulating the offside line to prevent Fong Yun from making an immediate pass, as that would have been a clear opportunity. Fong Yun's handling of the situation was textbook. By drawing Bentik back, he stretched the defensive line, compelling them to advance, followed by his own movement. And then Bentik's layoff to Kant, who delivered a precise through ball to Fong Yun, resulting in a seamless execution. Ultimately, Fong Yun's handling was of the highest caliber, beginning with his intricate footwork. The reason for employing the bicycle kick instead of other feints lies within the intricacies of the outward instep. This particular maneuver can seamlessly transition into a genuine outward instep shot, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Truly remarkable. In Chapter 83, The Soul of the Blues. After Fong Yun netted that goal, Stamford Bridge was engulfed in silence. The atmosphere was one of oppression, casting a pall over the home crowd. Chelsea's players, too, were rendered mute, particularly Torres. At the height of his prowess, he found himself outmaneuvered by a few fledgling talents, first by Ruben Dias, and then by Fong Yun, who seized the moment. The more he reflected, the more infuriated he became. For a player who relied on physicality and innate talent, such humiliation was an affront, especially in a domain where he typically excelled. The blow to his confidence was immense. Chelsea supporters could no longer remain passive. They began to worry. Would this season end in utter disappointment? Just last season, Chelsea had basked in the glory of being the Champions League and FA Cup victors. A season of abundant triumph. Now, they had already been eliminated from the Champions League, and the prospects in the league appeared bleak. Their hopes rested solely on the FA Cup. A loss in this competition would spell dire consequences. The notion of going from dual champions to an empty-handed season was unfathomable. Frustrated, the Chelsea fans began to chant loudly towards the pitch. They directed their calls at Torres. "Torres, do not be disheartened. Unleash your true prowess, and show those young Villa players your strength. Chelsea needs you now." He heard their cries, resonating with the deepest yearnings of his heart. Goals, goals, and more goals. As the soul of Chelsea, he bore a significant responsibility. The match was far from over, and surrender was not an option. He had been a crucial contributor to last season's Champions League triumph, a top-tier forward on the grandest stage. He was inherently capable. As the match resumed, a newfound determination and fierceness glimmered in Torres's eyes. He communicated to the full-back to deliver crosses, vowing to give everything to seize the opportunity and score. What a forward fears most is not the inability to score, but the hesitance to shoot and the reluctance to shoulder responsibility. In the 45th minute, Chelsea surged past the halfway line once more, still focusing on the left flank, determined to rise again from where they had fallen. Loughton was now closely monitoring his defensive assignment, exhibiting a marked seriousness, having recognized that his earlier misstep had granted the opposition space to maneuver. Chelsea's midfielder, Ramirez, received the ball and promptly passed it to Florent. Loughton closely followed Florent, denying him the chance to break through to the byline. Florent executed a deceptive shoulder drop, laying the ball back to the fullback, who then sent in a precise 45-degree cross. Torres, having surveyed his surroundings in advance, positioned himself astutely the moment the ball was released. Ruben Dias attempted to withdraw, but Torres was already prepared, tightening his core and refusing to cede his balance easily. However, Fong Yun had anticipated this move and had retreated into the penalty area, positioning himself in front of Torres. Taking advantage of this distraction, Ruben Dias managed to extricate himself. As the ball approached, Torres attempted to leap, only to discover that his calf was utterly devoid of strength. It turned out that Fong Yun's knee was pressed directly against Torres' joint, rendering him unable to exert any force. He could only watch helplessly as Ruben Dias cleared the ball. In a fit of frustration, Torres complained to the referee about Fong Yun's foul, his anger palpable. Yet, the referee remained unresponsive, leaving Torres to seethe in impotent rage. In his fury, he directed a barrage of insults at the referee, who retaliated with a yellow card. The crowd erupted in boos, some fans openly berating the referee. What kind of decision is this? Can't you see the blatant foul? The referee must be blind. Others turned their ire towards Torres, chastising him. Stop taking penalties. With your level of play, calling yourself a striker is laughable. You've turned soft against Fong Yun. You're pathetic. Torres fell into a deep despair. It appeared that he could no longer rely on himself. The fans shifted their attention to the attacking midfielder, Hazard. Now, the only hope for Chelsea rested upon Hazard's shoulders. At just 21 years of age, Hazard had already begun to shine, frequently delivering remarkable performances. Hazard, the team needs you to step up. The chants of the fans reached Hazard's ears, and he glanced over at the young players from Aston Villa, a wave of determination surging within him. Why should they be so formidable in their 20s while he faltered? I can do this too, Hazard's inner voice urged him. He aspired to join Real Madrid, and thus he must showcase a superior performance to prove his worth. As the match entered the final minute of stoppage time, Chelsea pressed forward once more. Ramirez passed the ball to Hazard on the left flank. Fong Yun felt an ominous premonition and hurried to provide support. Upon receiving the ball, Hazard cut in sharply. Faced with Canty, he executed a deft nutmeg. Fong Yun aimed to tackle, but Hazard flicked the ball delicately, evading him once more. Center-back Ruben Dias rushed in to assist, but Hazard deftly nudged the ball through Dias' legs. With Flerel distracted by Torres' forward movement, he could not provide cover. Hazard then faced the goalkeeper, unleashing a precise shot at a tight angle that found the back of the net. 3-1. It was utterly astonishing. Hazard had weaved through 4 defenders in the penalty area, scoring with the grace reminiscent of Messi, as if traversing an unguarded realm. Commentator Jean Jun was left awestruck by Hazard's invincible display. The previously silent stadium erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Chelsea fans were in a frenzy. Oh my heavens, what have I witnessed? Hazard, with a stunning display of skill, deftly maneuvered past 4 defenders to score. Such sheer individual prowess. Even Fong Yun fell victim to his brilliance. Simply astonishing. Aston Villa supporters were left utterly bewildered. When did their defense become so lackluster? Even the formidable Fong Yun, their steadfast bulwark, was effortlessly bypassed. Who is this Hazard, possessing such extraordinary talent? With exhilaration, he dashed towards the corner flag, executing a celebratory slide that electrified the entire stadium. Chelsea's head coach, Lemire, waved his arms in delight. In dire moments like these, one must always trust in individual brilliance. Fong Yun could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Truly, the king of dribbling, his breakthrough was razor-sharp. If one could harness such a skill, they would be invincible. Fong Yun felt no sorrow for conceding that goal. He understood that such performances are rare, mere flashes of brilliance, and he himself had become complacent. By failing to keep a watchful eye on Hazard, he allowed him to find space. Otherwise, he would not have touched the ball at all. As the first half concluded, both teams retreated to their dressing rooms. Chelsea's fans, initially despondent, now glimpsed a flicker of hope. A rising star was emerging. Aston Villa supporters remained optimistic, confident that Fong Yun had yet to unleash his full potential, especially with a comfortable 3-1 lead. Fong Yun pondered strategies for the second half. The emergence of Hazard was not a positive sign. Chapter 84. Stuck in the quagmire. Where to go from here? In the Chelsea dressing room, the coach calmed Torres while formulating tactics for the second half. Subsequently, Coach Ramirez summoned Hazard aside, entrusting him with the team's heavy burden. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Aston Villa camp was relatively relaxed. The coach imposed little pressure on the players and was unfazed by Hazard's extraordinary performance. He briefly outlined the tactical plan before calling upon Fong Yun to share a few words, as Robert held immense trust in him. Tactical adjustments on the field were made with Fong Yun's insights respected. Fong Yun emphasized key points for defending against Hazard. In the second half, I will closely mark Hazard. Canty, be ready to provide support at any moment, while other players should position themselves nearby for backup. The only factor that could turn the tide for Chelsea in the second half is Hazard. If we neutralize him, their offense will be effectively silenced. The Aston Villa players emerged from the dressing room, each radiating confidence and vitality. With Fong Yun at the helm, the other players simply needed to fulfill their roles to secure victory. The cohesion within this Villa squad was unprecedented, although there were minor issues. They paled in comparison to their remarkable streak of victories. On the pitch, the fans erupted once more with deafening fervor. Chelsea initiated the kickoff, their formation steadily advancing. Hazard was frequently on the move, seeking the ball. However, Fong Yun seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate Hazard's movements each time. Opportunities for Hazard to connect with the ball were exceedingly rare. Even when he did receive the ball, 2 or 3 opponents would swiftly encircle him, leaving no room for breakthrough. Aston Villa intensified their defensive efforts against Hazard, making it increasingly difficult for him to gain possession, as noted by Jean Jun. Meanwhile, Aston Villa displayed a remarkably proactive approach. After spending the first half in a defensive stance, their stamina now offered them a significant advantage. The high-pressing 4-2-2 formation left Chelsea in a state of discomfort. In the opening minutes, Aston Villa executed 2 commendable combinations. Fong Yun delivered a long pass to Bentik, who headed the ball towards the goal, only to see it strike the post, a missed opportunity. A through ball was sent to Agbon Lahore, whose clear shot was thwarted by Cech, resulting in yet another failure to score. Aston Villa's attacking prowess was formidable, creating numerous threats. Yet they fell short by a mere breath, Jean Jun expressed with a hint of regret. Hazard also adjusted his playing style, opting to drop deeper to orchestrate play and avoid confrontations. In the 64th minute of the second half, Chelsea took a goal kick. Torres seized the first touch and laid it back to Hazard. He lifted his head to survey the positioning of players on the field. Suddenly, he noticed the left-back making a run down the flank. At that moment, Kanté and Fong Yun occupied the central area, while Salah also moved inward, leaving the flanks vulnerable. He signaled tactically for his teammates to reposition. The 2 wide players immediately exchanged runs, drawing a central defender away. Hazard feigned a breakthrough, intending to pass to the flank. However, Fong Yun had anticipated this. The instant Hazard attempted to pass, he swiftly moved to intercept, claiming the ball decisively. During this period, Fong Yun frequently retreated to the 6th position to defend against Hazard, making it exceedingly uncomfortable for him. This dual role balanced both defense and attack, serving to protect the center-backs while also aiding in orchestrating offensive plays. Fong Yun was acutely aware that this was the moment Tottenham was most anxious and eager to attack, with vulnerabilities most exposed. It was also the prime time for Aston Villa to engage in counterattacks. Solely focusing on defense could easily lead to being breached. With the aid of the heat zone imaging module, every Chelsea offensive maneuver fell within Fong Yun's anticipatory grasp. Chelsea fans felt a profound sense of despair. The hope for a comeback that Hazard had just ignited was once again utterly extinguished by this only 17-year-old midfield prodigy. It was utterly suffocating. Fong Yun always seemed to appear wherever his team required him, seamlessly transitioning between the 8th and 6th positions without ever losing his place was simply extraordinary. In the first half, when the players needed him to initiate counterattacks, he occupied the 8th position to organize the offense. In the second half, when defense against Hazard was paramount, he retreated to the 6th position, always present, exemplifying a true integration of attack and defense, truly terrifying. Chelsea fans were overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. At merely 17 years of age, he commands an astonishing valuation of €80 million, undoubtedly deserving of his status as the world's premier midfielder. The youngest recipient of the Golden Boy Award and the record breaker for assists in his inaugural Premier League season. His prowess is unequivocal. Who else possesses such a remarkable playing style? Even luminaries like Messi and Ronaldo, while exceptional in their offensive talents, can only be deemed average in defense. Messi has frequently been observed meandering in defensive duties, a player who excels in both offensive and defensive realms. Achieving a perfect balance in gameplay is a rarity in the annals of football history. As the match progresses, Chelsea's players begin to falter. In a high-stakes encounter like the FA Cup, the intensity proves overwhelming. Hazard finds himself in a state of confusion, feeling as though he is perpetually being shadowed. Despite his initial positioning, why does Fong Yun consistently anticipate his movements? Any threatening pass is swiftly neutralized by Fong Yun, as if he possesses an innate understanding of Hazard's thoughts. Fong Yun's repertoire of tactical modules is impressively diverse, with layers upon layers of strategy. To put it dramatically, the only thing he lacks knowledge of is the color of his undergarments. Chelsea, accustomed to wing play, struggles to penetrate through the center. Each of Hazard's advances is rendered painfully obvious under Fong Yun's defensive orchestration. Lacking variation and complex movement strategies, Chelsea finds their attempts thwarted once again by Fong Yun, inciting waves of jubilation from the crowd. Aston Villa's supporters are in a frenzy, as their prodigious midfielder, the young Lion King, completely overwhelms Hazard, who had previously shown in the first half. In this clash of titans, the outcome between these two kings fundamentally dictates the fate of the match. The youthful and vigorous Chelsea, accustomed to dominating other teams with relentless energy and seamless attacks, now finds itself ensnared in a quagmire against Aston Villa, unable to extricate itself. Their offensive strategies falter, and defensive vulnerabilities emerge with alarming frequency. After Aston Villa takes a 2-goal lead, Fong Yun retreats from the number 8 position to assume a more defensive role at number 6. Ramir's mind is on the verge of exploding. He has never encountered such an extraordinary player before. The seamless connection across every position, combined with Fong Yun's all-encompassing vision and terrifying game-reading ability, leaves the young Chelsea side ensnared in a mire, devoid of their former dynamism and vigor. Left with no alternative, Ramir resorts to Chelsea's most favored offensive system, wing play. He directs the fullbacks to push forward, seeking to exploit the opportunity with Torres. He understands that regardless of Hazard's performance, if Torres cannot capitalize on this strategy, victory remains elusive. Ramir prepares for a desperate measure as the farcical drama comes to an end, signaling the return of the Lion King. At the 70-minute mark, he makes a substitution adjustment, calling upon Ashley Cole, who sits on the bench, to warm up. Ashley Cole has been recognized as one of the top 10 fullbacks in football history. He embodies a harmonious blend of defensive prowess, offensive capability, physicality, and speed, showcasing a remarkable balance between attack and defense. However, at the age of 33, he has entered a phase beyond his prime, plagued by frequent injuries that have diminished his attendance on the field. Initially, the intention was to give him a rest during this match, having only recently returned to normal training. Yet, with the team in such a passive state, Cole resolved to take to the pitch, igniting a flicker of hope among Chelsea fans. Was he prepared to risk it all? Would this man once again rise to the occasion? Upon his arrival on the field, the home supporters erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. Cole's eyes radiated confidence and determination. However, disappointment soon washed over the Chelsea fans. While Cole's technical skills remained intact, his physicality and pace were noticeably diminished. He struggled against the likes of Luton, and Aston Villa's defensive structure proved to be exceptionally robust, impenetrable even. They allowed Cole to venture down the flank for crosses, preventing him from cutting inside. Although the quality of his crosses was commendable, the penalty area was crowded with Aston Villa players, making it nearly impossible for the aerially adept Torres and the defenders to seize any opportunities. Aston Villa's well-constructed defensive line frequently neutralized Chelsea's attempts to cross the ball. Fong Yun chose not to provide cover at the edge of the box, but instead retreated into the penalty area to mark and assist defensively. This left the agile and expansive Canny sweeping around the edge of the box. Despite Canny's height, which fell short of 1.8 meters, he held no advantage in the penalty area. Fong Yun consistently anticipated the trajectory of the crosses with precision, continuously alerting his teammates and orchestrating the defensive efforts, thwarting the rare opportunity Cole managed to create. While crossing from the flanks is theoretically an effective method to dismantle a defensive formation, it necessitates having sufficient height within the penalty area, with both forwards and defenders capable of contesting for the ball. However, a formidable defensive shell remains impervious to any tactical approach, provided that the players communicate and collaborate effectively. Under low-block defense, the space available to attacking players becomes severely constricted. Without space, the prospect of scoring becomes futile. Effective low-block defense is crucial for launching counterattacks. On the sidelines, Ramiel found himself in utter despair. He had exhausted all possible strategies, yet none yielded results. Low-block defense, this was Mourinho's favorite tactic, one that maximizes the minimization of the disparity in player capabilities. By adopting extreme defensive positioning, it creates attacking space. This contrasts with high-pressing defense, where the advantage lies in winning the ball closer to the opponent's goal, thus posing a direct threat. In low-block defense, while there may be ample open space behind, the distance to the goal remains greater. At this juncture, a passer with exceptional long-passing skills is indispensable. Why is Aston Villa able to execute a low-block defense with such vigor and confidence? What accounts for the incisiveness of Aston Villa's counterattacks? The answer lies in the presence of a pivotal player within their ranks, Fong Yun, who embodies this crucial playmaker. As time slowly slips away, Chelsea finds themselves trailing by 2 goals, with precious moments dwindling. The Chelsea supporters at Stamford Bridge begin to manifest their growing anxiety, unable to reconcile with the prospect of such a disheartening outcome. The reigning Champions League victors from last season now face the grim possibility of a trophyless campaign. With their elimination from the Champions League group stage and the league title slipping from reach, the specter of being ousted from the FA Cup looms ominously, leaving the uncertain League Cup as their only remaining hope. Chelsea's predicament worsens rather than abates, a concern that Ramir had foreseen. As the match approaches the 80th minute, Aston Villa's staunch defense once again neutralizes Chelsea's cross. The ball fortuitously lands at Fong Yun's feet, stationed as a defensive midfielder. With Chelsea's flanks having surged forward, their wings are left alarmingly exposed. The heat map system vividly displays an abundance of space along Chelsea's flanks, marked in bright green. Without hesitation, Fong Yun delivers a powerful long pass towards the right wing. The football soars over Stamford Bridge, traversing a remarkable 60 yards before landing in the attacking zone. "Oh no!" a Chelsea supporter exclaims, anguish etched across their face. On the sidelines, Ramir's expression betrays despair as an ominous premonition rises within him. Salah, attuned to the unfolding situation, accelerates furiously, pursuing the ball and charging towards the penalty area. With Chelsea's flanks vacated, Salah surges forward. Two Aston Villa forwards instantly dart into the fray, while Chelsea's centre-backs retreat, hesitant to challenge Salah. Thus, Salah invades the penalty area unabated. By the time the defenders contemplate assistance, it is far too late. Salah, with precision, strikes from distance, finding the back of the net. 4-1. Aston Villa extends their lead, decisively sealing the match, the connection between Fong Yun and Salah culminating in a spectacular goal. The Villa supporters erupt in ecstasy, while Chelsea fans are engulfed in an abyss of silence. Aston Villa's lion-hearted performance at Stamford Bridge has utterly dismantled the Blues. In the transition from defense to attack, Fong Yun executed a breathtakingly precise long pass, a true tour de force that extinguished any remaining hope for Chelsea. 4-1. This moment will haunt Chelsea players and supporters alike. Aston Villa triumphs over Chelsea once more, advancing to the next round of the FA Cup. The media outside buzzes with excitement, speculating whether Aston Villa might indeed contend for titles across all three competitions this season. The momentum is truly astonishing. It can be likened to overcoming formidable challenges with great prowess. First, they vanquished Manchester City, and then Chelsea, showcasing their overwhelming superiority. To this day, no one has been able to compel Aston Villa to exert their full strength, except for the referee. Stamford Bridge has become a veritable sanctuary for the jubilant Aston Villa supporters. With the scoreline of 4-1 looming prominently above the stadium, the Chelsea fans in attendance are engulfed in a profound silence. The arena, capable of accommodating 40,000 spectators, has transformed into a mere library. This evening, the Blues have not triumphed. They have been utterly dismantled by the ferocious Lions of Villa. From the players to the coach, from tactics to on-the-fly adjustments, they are acutely aware that following this match, the media will undoubtedly unleash a torrent of coverage. And this battle will forever be etched in the annals of football as a disgrace. Beep. The referee has sounded the final whistle. A wave of exuberant cheers erupts once more within the stadium. Huzzah! Young Lion King, lead us to victory. Oh, Aston Villa! The supporters joyously sing their club anthem, their excitement palpable. Chapter 86. Abu's departure. The race for Fong Yun. The Aston Villa fans are jubilant. Following their recent victory over Manchester City, they have effortlessly triumphed over Chelsea. This season, Aston Villa has maintained a flawless winning streak against the elite clubs. It is nothing short of extraordinary. Such feats are rare in the history of Aston Villa. With these 20-plus matches, Fong Yun has undoubtedly secured a place in the annals of Aston Villa. Following this match, the perception of Aston Villa has undergone a dramatic transformation. Many believe that Aston Villa could potentially emerge as the next major powerhouse following the traditional Big Six of the Premier League. If defeating one or two elite clubs could be considered a stroke of luck, what can be said about triumphing 4 or 5 times? Can that still be deemed mere fortune? Last season's relegation battlers have undergone a complete metamorphosis since Fong Yun's arrival. Under his influence, the team has amassed nearly 30 consecutive victories across various competitions. They lead the league by a significant margin and have advanced to the 5th round of the FA Cup. Riding a wave of momentum, the next round will be the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, and the prospect of claiming the championship has ignited immense excitement among Aston Villa fans. After years of dominance by the Big Six in the Premier League, Aston Villa finally has an opportunity to contend for glory. They could hardly have imagined their team reaching such heights. Following last season's relegation turmoil, many fans burned their jerseys, even those signed by Aston Villa players. Now, it is far too late for regrets. At the beginning of the season, prior to Fong Yun's arrival, the aspirations of Villa fans were rather modest, merely to secure their place in the league and achieve financial stability. However, with Fong Yun's joining, the expectations of the Villa fans have soared, and their ambitions have grown ever larger. With only 3 rounds remaining, the prospect of claiming the FA Cup championship looms ever closer. The last time this honor was bestowed upon us was over a decade ago. In 2001, we secured the UEFA Intertoto Cup, a title that many fans have scarcely heard of. The majority of participating teams were of mediocre caliber, with none of the illustrious clubs involved, rendering the achievement rather lackluster. Aston Villa has yet to clinch the Premier League title, with the last commendable league finish being the runner-up position in 1992. Our most recent FA Cup victory dates back to 1956, marking the passage of half a century. However, with Fong Yun's arrival, everything has changed. This season heralds the potential for honors and championships that have eluded us for decades. It is utterly surreal, and Villa fans find themselves questioning the reality of their dreams. Following the match, Aston Villa coach Robert engaged with the media, expressing his admiration for Fong Yun. He confessed he had lost count of how many times he had praised the young star, whose performances have exceeded his expectations. Robert has grown accustomed to the spotlight, bolstered by Fong Yun's presence, yet often finds himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his commendations. After defeating Chelsea and advancing to the FA Cup quarterfinals, a reporter inquired about their aspirations. Is the championship the goal? Robert burst into laughter, affirming that Fong Yun embodies the collective spirit of Aston Villa. As captain, his prowess and leadership are unparalleled, and the team will steadfastly follow in his footsteps. He had previously stated that Aston Villa's objective this season is to vie for trophies across all fronts, a goal that the media initially deemed implausible. Yet it has remained unchanged. Robert's words radiated with unwavering confidence and determination. Meanwhile, Chelsea's manager Raphael faced the media with a serious demeanor, his expression grave. When questioned about Fong Yun, his countenance shifted dramatically. I have already discussed with the club's management the intention to make an offer for Fong Yun this summer, with a transfer fee that will exceed his market value. We have identified Fong Yun as our primary target for recruitment. At just 17 years old, his potential for development is immense. I am confident that upon his arrival at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea will emerge as an indomitable force. Furthermore, as he is still a minor, he has the opportunity to choose his nationality, and we would be delighted to welcome him to Spain, Raphael asserted with conviction, his eyes reflecting a fierce determination. The media erupted in excitement. The implications of this statement are monumental. Chelsea is poised to acquire Fong Yun, and as the reigning Champions League victors, their financial resources are undoubtedly substantial. Consequently, Fong Yun's future at the end of the season becomes a focal point of intrigue, providing ample material for sensational news coverage. Moreover, this year marks 2013, with the following year being a significant tournament year, the World Cup. This event stirs the passions of fans worldwide. The coveted Jules Rimet Trophy represents the pinnacle of achievement for countless players and nations alike. The fervor surrounding the event has even surpassed that of the Olympics. Spain's competitiveness in the World Cup is undeniable, with players exhibiting an average level and market value that are commendably high. The only drawback is the absence of a truly exceptional top-tier player, lacking a definitive leader. Should Fong Yun choose to join, this Spanish team would become unprecedentedly formidable. Currently, Fong Yun remains a minor, with the potential to select any nation to represent. Viewed in this light, Fong Yun is not only destined to become a coveted target for elite clubs, but also a sought-after prospect for various national teams. His future is boundless. The following day, headlines erupted. Aston Villa triumphs over Chelsea, with Fong Yun continuing his stellar performance. Fong Yun's revolutionary style of play shines once again, earning accolades. Chelsea is reportedly considering a bid for Fong Yun, sparking controversy. Chelsea's coach Raphael has actively requested Fong Yun to join the Spanish national team. These news items rapidly surged to the forefront of major media outlets. The Guardian and The Sun vied to report on the developments, while fan forums erupted in chaos. Aston Villa supporters expressed their outrage, lamenting Chelsea's audacity in attempting to poach their talent. Indeed, I've never witnessed such shamelessness. Fong Yun must not acquiesce, one fan exclaimed. Another added, could Fong Yun please tone down his brilliance? I fear he may succumb to temptation. The concerns of Aston Villa fans are not unfounded. The team has finally welcomed a historically significant young player, igniting a flicker of hope. Should he depart, it would feel as though everything had been lost, reverting to a time of despair. As for which nation Fong Yun might join, Villa supporters are indifferent. They do not wish for him to represent England, as the factional struggles within the national team are all too evident, often obscuring true potential. That night, an avalanche of news swept across England. With Chelsea's chairman Abramovich stepping down, other major clubs could no longer remain passive. Who is Abramovich, you might ask? He can be regarded as the catalyst for the era of financial football, the true pioneer in this realm. With a fortune exceeding billions, this Russian energy mogul is not to be trifled with. Manchester United, disregarding their pride, felt compelled to make a bid for Fong Yun, hoping to mend their fractured relationship. Naturally, Manchester City also placed a bid, confident that financial allure is irresistible, backed by the formidable wealth of their Emirati owners. Fong Yun has indeed stirred the entire Premier League transfer market into disarray. Chapter 87. A frenzy of competition. Even the illustrious Mourinho, residing in Real Madrid, could not remain unmoved. A midfielder yet to reach the age of 17 has, solely through his prowess, propelled last season's relegation-threatened team to the pinnacle of the league, leading by a staggering 15 points. Such talent and achievement are undeniably alluring. Mourinho could not help but envision Fong Yun leading a relegation team to triumph over the elite clubs. Just imagine the possibilities if he were to join a galactic team like Real Madrid. Real Madrid's philosophy is to gather the world's elite players, with a preference for youth, embodying a strategy centered around superstars. The club firmly believes that its allure to young, talented players is immensely potent. Although Real Madrid currently boasts numerous top-tier stars, the tactical resources available to Fong Yun are somewhat limited. However, with youth on his side, the moment these legends age, it will be Fong Yun's time to shine. Furthermore, in the Champions League, Real Madrid seeks to advance further, having lost the championship last year. Securing victory in the upcoming seasons is imperative to uphold the prestige of the world's premier club. Notably, unlike Manchester City and Manchester United, Real Madrid has had only minor disagreements with Fong Yun, and the remuneration they can offer him will only increase. As the summer transfer window opens, a fierce competition is expected in the transfer market, with Manchester United, Tottenham, and even Manchester City and Chelsea, whom Fong Yun has personally eliminated, vying for such a remarkably young and gifted midfielder. At merely 17 years old, Fong Yun possesses immense potential and is a highly valuable prospect for development. That evening, Fong Yun returned to Villa Park for training. After practice, he returned to his rented accommodation. Following the match against Chelsea, he received a Chelsea Star box. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained the Chelsea Star box. Performance this match, hidden reward triggered. The box is upgraded to diamond quality. Upon opening the box, various star modules appeared before Fong Yun. Drogba header module, 2 chance of selection. Lampard powerful shot module, 2 chance of selection. Kanté relentless defense module, 2 chance of selection. Check precise long pass module, 2 chance of selection. After a brief moment. Ding! Congratulations, the host has drawn the Hazard Matthews dribbling module. Matthews dribble, utilizing the inside and outside of 1 foot in succession to evade defenders, thus creating space. This is indeed a valuable asset, highly deceptive and capable of swiftly creating space. The Matthews dribble can be likened to a reverse motion of a cow's tail, resembling a feigned change of direction followed by a breakthrough. Hazard frequently employs this technique to great effect, often achieving success with it, truly a one-trick wonder that can conquer all. The deceptive change of direction, coupled with the immediate acquisition of attacking space, is a perfect match for Fong Yun. Currently, one of Fong Yun's significant shortcomings is his struggle to pass the ball when faced with tight pressure from opponents. With this skill, he will be able to distribute the ball at any moment without the anxiety of lacking space. Fong Yun glanced at his data panel. Dribbling, 80 to 85. An 80 rating signifies the level of a starter in the top 5 leagues, although it has only increased by 5 points. Progressing beyond 80 presents exponentially greater challenges. Had Fong Yun possessed this skill during the match against Chelsea, he could have concluded the first half with a decisive advantage. Fong Yun, leading Aston Villa, achieved a remarkable victory in the FA Cup, triumphing over 2 football giants, Manchester City and Chelsea. This news swiftly captivated the European football landscape. An $80 million offer for Fong Yun from a certain Spanish club sent shockwaves through the community, igniting fervent speculation among fans regarding which club was so extravagant, Real Madrid or Barcelona. Upon seeing the news, Robert rushed to his office. only to discover after extensive inquiry that no such 80 million bid had been made by any La Liga team. He clutched his heart, nearly succumbing to a panic attack. Relieved to learn it was merely a smokescreen, his own fears having misled him. The Spanish side was merely attempting to gauge the psychological price point of the Premier League giants regarding Fong Yun before deciding on a formal offer. Unbeknownst to Chelsea. Witnessing this activity from La Liga, Abramovich could no longer contain himself, promptly launching an astonishing 85 million bid for Fong Yun. This figure, 85 million, is significant, especially considering last year's record transfer was just over 40 million. Such an offer undeniably reflects a sincere commitment, fulfilling Chelsea's promise to bid no less than his market value of 80 million. Chelsea's bold move sent tremors throughout the English football scene. With less than 3 months until the summer transfer window opens and the season approaching its latter stages, the battle for the prodigious talent of Fong Yun officially commenced. With Chelsea firing the first shot, other elite clubs were not to be outdone. Manchester United made a tentative 60 million offer. This incited discontent among Villa fans. Indeed, Manchester United had previously attempted to secure Fong Yun for a mere 50 million, but after his meteoric rise to become the youngest midfield prodigy in history, they sought to acquire him for 60 million, despite his 80 million valuation. It felt akin to a meager handout. Manchester City, in a fit of frustration, retaliated with an 80 million offer, accompanied by various endorsements valued at no less than 10 million. This proposal was undeniably earnest, as the endorsement contracts were directly for Fong Yun, and given the robust operational capabilities of the Emirati, his potential earnings upon joining Manchester City could exceed all expectations. Real Madrid, refusing to be left behind, countered with a staggering 100 million offer for Fong Yun. Truly, their silence was but a prelude to a breathtaking proclamation. Following Real Madrid's audacious move, the football world was shaken. With such heavyweights in play, other clubs found themselves overshadowed. Villa's chairman, Randy, urgently convened a board meeting to deliberate on the potential transfer of Fong Yun. Many in management were in favor of the deal, recognizing that the club's financial status was currently in the red. Selling Fong Yun could instantly turn their losses into profits, and with over 100 million in transfer fees, the club would have ample maneuverability to acquire another talent akin to Fong Yun. However, the club's sports director, who had previously joined from Manchester City, vehemently opposed the sale. He believed that the intangible value Fong Yun brought to Aston Villa was immeasurable. Furthermore, Fong Yun has procured considerable sponsorship from Huaxia to bolster the team's transfer funds, facilitating several commendable signings. He is under no obligation to do so. His actions are purely driven by the best interests of the club. Chairman Randy ultimately declared, Aston Villa is currently at a historic juncture, embracing a rare opportunity in a century that must not be squandered. There is only one Fong Yun, and he has already contributed immensely to Villa. Whether we can ascend to the status of a true football powerhouse hinges critically on Fong Yun. He has brought us stars like Sulla, Ruben Dias, Cani, and Mendy. We have every reason to place our faith in him. Everyone can be traded, but Fong Yun is irreplaceable. We will do everything in our power to retain him. He is the very soul of Aston Villa. Chapter 89. Strategic Objective, Retaining Fong Yun. The frenzied offers from major clubs for Fong Yun have sent shockwaves throughout England. Real Madrid's bid of 100 million has left many astounded. The young midfielder from Aston Villa has seen his market value soar to 100 million euros. This is indeed a historic valuation. In this era dominated by statistics, it is challenging for midfielders to establish their worth, unlike forwards who can be evaluated based on their goal tally. Currently, the most highly valued midfielder in football is Barcelona's Iniesta, whose worth stands at 75 million euros. And at 29 years old, he is at the peak of his career, making such a price reasonable. The media has gone into a frenzy. At just 17 years of age, Fong Yun has become the highest valued midfielder in the contemporary football landscape, without question. The club most in turmoil is Manchester United. The tale of their dismissal of Fong Yun for a mere 50 euros has spread across Europe, leaving fans and clubs alike mocking them. Numerous Premier League clubs have publicly criticized Manchester United's actions to win Fong Yun's favor and enhance his regard for them. Mourinho has stated in interviews on multiple occasions that Manchester United's approach is deeply insulting and utterly short-sighted. Upon hearing this, Manchester United was infuriated. The upper management sought to rectify their blunder, incessantly reaching out to Aston Villa in hopes of securing Fong Yun. Aston Villa, however, was disinclined to even answer their calls. Regret consumed Manchester United as they gazed upon Fong Yun's valuation exceeding 100 million, left to lament their folly. The leap from €50 to over €1 billion can be described as a staggering increase of 5 million times, setting a historic precedent in football. On Randy's side, he sought out Fong Yun to inquire about his sentiments. "If you are determined to leave, we cannot retain you," Randy stated candidly. "I wish to hear your thoughts. The club is eager to keep you and recognizes the significant contributions you have made to Aston Villa, including your solo journey to Huaxia to secure sponsorships and aid in resolving our financial challenges. We have taken note of your efforts and hold them in high regard. However, we are well aware that while we may retain you for a moment, we cannot hold you for a lifetime. Ultimately, you are destined to ascend to a grander stage, securing more championships and earning greater remuneration. Yet, we genuinely wish to keep you here and would like to hear your thoughts," Chairman Randy sincerely expressed. To Randy's astonishment, Fong Yun's subsequent response was unexpected. "I wish to remain here. My rapport with the coach and teammates is quite harmonious, and the team's recruitment aligns perfectly with my expectations. My demands are simple. I request that during the summer transfer window, we adhere to my proposed recruitment plan. If that can be accomplished, I will undoubtedly stay with the team. If not, then that is another matter," Fong Yun calmly replied. His response was remarkably astute, neither explicitly stating his intention to stay nor to leave during the summer window, but rather indicating that it hinged on whether the team could follow his recruitment strategy. It appeared as though he was relinquishing control, yet the decision to stay or depart ultimately rested with him. Fong Yun's perspective was straightforward. Should the management truly execute his recruitment plan, Aston Villa would possess undeniable competitiveness, especially as the acquisitions would predominantly be future superstars. Conversely, if they failed to do so, he would naturally seek opportunities elsewhere, as the resources and accolades available at a prestigious club far surpass those of a smaller team. This approach effectively compelled Aston Villa's management to recognize that in order to retain Fong Yun, they must adhere to his recruitment strategy, thereby positioning him as the true arbiter of his fate. From the management's viewpoint, following Fong Yun's recruitment suggestions proved to be highly lucrative. The 3 winter acquisitions were all cost-effective, high-potential players, ensuring a profitable investment. Their immediate capabilities even surpassed those of certain starting players within Aston Villa. Moreover, should the team recruit according to Fong Yun's vision, he would undoubtedly perform with greater ease, enhancing both his statistics and overall performance, thereby elevating his personal market value, as well as Aston Villa's commercial worth. The demand for jerseys and ticket prices would subsequently rise, yielding only benefits. The management would surely exert themselves more vigorously to facilitate these acquisitions, which was precisely Fong Yun's objective. Rather than joining a powerhouse club for immediate glory, Fong Yun favored a nurturing environment, guiding a cadre of future stars to gradually ascend, ultimately standing atop the world. This notion was exhilarating and far more challenging. He had previously harbored reservations, concerned about the slow development of these young, promising talents. However, with the introduction of player acceleration cards, such worries dissipated. Fong Yun believed that the current levels of Mendy, Ruben Dias, and Kanté had already reached the standard of key rotational players in the top 5 leagues, albeit slightly lacking in experience and mentality. This was inevitable, as such attributes could only be cultivated through the gradual accumulation of match experience. The two quickly reached a consensus. Fong Yun later conveyed in a media interview that he had yet to decide whether to stay or leave, depending largely on the season's outcomes and the management's recruitment efforts. This response was rather nuanced. He neither confirmed nor denied his departure, leaving the possibility of both outcomes open. The fans of Aston Villa were electrified upon hearing Fong Yun's response, although uncertainty lingered regarding his decision to stay or leave. At least the supporters felt they had some clarity. Should the management excel in their recruitment efforts, there remains a possibility that Fong Yun might choose to remain. In his perspective, financial compensation is not paramount, which leaves room for hope. Tears for family. Faced with Real Madrid's staggering 100 million transfer offer, Aston Villa and Fong Yun remained unperturbed. Indeed, as the president, I would certainly acquiesce. Such a sum is immensely tempting. Were I in Fong Yun's position, I would most likely depart. Who could resist a club of Real Madrid's stature? However, the fans of Los Blancos were far from pleased. You are turning down 100 million? Are you overestimating your own worth? They exclaimed. With such a generous offer, your reluctance seems unwarranted. Are Asians inherently doomed to miss out on opportunities, instinctively shying away from such bountiful prospects? Ah, is this the stoic Fang Yun? It appears rather cowardly. Real Madrid does not seek individuals of such disposition. The declaration from Fang Yun left many astonished. Aston Villa's non-response to Real Madrid's offer. Could there be more to the story? Fang Yun's ambiguous stance on joining Real Madrid. What is he truly hesitating over? What ambitions does Aston Villa harbor? Do they aspire to forge a powerhouse club? Upon encountering such sensationalist headlines, Fang Yun could only chuckle. His sole focus now is winning matches, enhancing his own abilities, and uplifting the team's performance. He understands that achievements and accolades are the foundation, his bargaining chip in negotiations. Mourinho and the club president were equally exasperated. How could Fang Yun disregard a 100 million offer? Yet, Fang Yun harbors his own considerations. Even if he yearns for a prestigious club, Real Madrid may not be the optimal choice. The squad boasts numerous superstars: Ronaldo, Benzema, Modric, Kak. Should Fang Yun join their ranks, his playing time would undoubtedly be curtailed, a scenario he is keen to avoid. Moreover, a congregation of stars may breed discord, as evidenced by the tumultuous beginning of the 24-25 season when Mbappé joined Real Madrid and vied for a position against Vinicius, leading the team into disarray. Fang Yun believes a successful team requires supporting players. It cannot solely consist of luminaries, for that would create chaos. Football is a collective endeavor. No individual can triumph alone against 10 adversaries. Fang Yun remained undistracted by external factors. Following the conclusion of the 5th round of the FA Cup against Chelsea, a month remained until the quarterfinals. During this month, Aston Villa's singular goal was to consolidate their position atop the league. Presently, while they lead the Premier League, the 15-point gap with the second place and 5 victories is precarious. A collapse could still jeopardize their standing, especially considering Chelsea's current focus on a single competition. Every match in the league undoubtedly demands an all-out effort. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and at this juncture, it is perseverance that counts, along with an unwavering desire and determination for victory. Moreover, Aston Villa is contending on 3 fronts, presenting a significant risk of injuries. In the 26th round of the league, Aston Villa faced West Bromwich Albion at home. This season, West Bromwich Albion has emerged as a formidable force, with Lukaku's remarkable performances significantly enhancing the team's strength. Under the guidance of Coach Clark, the team's defensive capabilities have seen substantial improvement, transforming West Brom into a robust defensive side that has thwarted many prestigious clubs. Currently, their defensive efficiency ranks among the top 3 in the league, which is quite formidable. In the first half, Aston Villa suffered the consequences, as West Brom's tenacious defense stymied their attacking efforts. As the second half commenced, Fang Yun rose to the occasion. In the 48th minute, he surged forward to receive a pass from Candy, and after Matthews skillfully evaded a defender, he unleashed a long-range shot to score. 1-0. Fang Yun refrained from utilizing his long-range card. Currently, his long-range shooting ability is at 80, granting him confidence when space permits. Following Aston Villa's resurgence, other young talents also found their rhythm. Just 2 minutes later, Mendy made a low cross that accurately found Bentique, who headed the ball into the net for another goal. 2-0. West Brom, however, was not to be outdone. In the 54th minute, after a cross from Aston Villa was cleared, the goalkeeper launched a long ball to forward Lukaku. Vlaar attempted to step up for defense, but was brushed aside by Lukaku's physicality, allowing him to score a one-on-one goal. 2-1. Fang Yun was determined not to let West Brom gain momentum. In the 63rd minute, utilizing Matthews' deceptive maneuver to evade a defender and create space, he activated his long-range card and scored again. 3-1. This effectively sealed the match. Subsequently, Aston Villa adopted a more defensive posture, allowing West Brom to attack. However, West Brom's offensive efforts paled in comparison to their defensive prowess. The final score remained 3-1, as Aston Villa comfortably triumphed over the resolute West Brom. In a post-match interview, a reporter inquired why they failed to score in the first half. Fang Yun replied, "West Brom's defense put me under significant pressure. Their defensive solidity and overall coordination are commendable and worthy of our emulation." The media was astonished, as this was the first instance of Fang Yun expressing admiration for another team. After the match, Fang Yun received 5 custom attribute points, which he allocated to his shooting skills. Now, all his abilities, except for heading, have reached 80, making him a true multifaceted warrior. That evening, Sulla approached Fang Yun. "Fang Yun, I have been contacted by prestigious clubs. What do you think I should do?" Their offered salary is several times higher than this. Salah appeared as a helpless child, seeking guidance from Fong Yun. After contemplating, Fong Yun responded, "It ultimately depends on what you truly desire. You are still young. And at this stage, the most crucial aspect is not the salary, but rather the opportunities to play and the possibility of rapid progression. While your future at a prestigious club remains uncertain, your growth at Aston Villa will undoubtedly be swift, and you will find it easier to score, especially with my presence." Fong Yun exuded confidence and tranquility as Salah listened intently. "It was I who recommended you to the team, naturally wishing for you to continue playing alongside me at Villa. Trust me, Villa will undoubtedly become another formidable club in the near future, and within a few years, your salary will see a significant increase." Salah clearly absorbed these words. "Should I directly reject the big clubs?" he inquired. "Why be so foolish? You should wait a bit. There's no rush. Observe the sincerity of the big clubs. Some may not genuinely desire you, but merely inflate their offers to gauge who is suitable. This will also allow you to evaluate your true market value." Aiding your future decisions, Fong Yun analyzed. Salah was deeply moved, sensing that Fong Yun was genuinely considering his perspective and well-being. Fong Yun perceived that the interest from other clubs was indeed a positive sign, indicative of Salah's rapid development and the likelihood of a premium on his value. Should Salah join a prestigious club, Aston Villa would undoubtedly receive a more substantial transfer fee, facilitating better recruitment efforts. The relationship between players and clubs must be mutually beneficial. One cannot impose demands. Upon returning to his rental, Fong Yun immediately initiated a lottery. Various skill modules related to Salah materialized before him. Salah's cutting-in shooting module, 20 chance to draw. Salah's acceleration module, 20 chance to draw. Salah's positioning module, 20 chance to draw. Fong Yun proceeded with the draw. "Congratulations. You have obtained Salah's cutting-in shooting module." He was exhilarated. It is well known that Robin's cutting-in technique is formidable, yet Salah's is equally renowned. Particularly, the angles from which he shoots after cutting in are exceptionally tricky, making it challenging for goalkeepers to save. Moreover, his deceptive movements confound defenders. Unlike traditional inverted wingers, Salah possesses remarkable balance, excelling with both feet. Acquiring Salah's cutting-in shooting module signifies a substantial enhancement to Fong Yun's left foot. He accessed the system panel. Shooting, 80 to 85. Dribbling, 85. Right foot, 70. Left foot. Consequently, Fong Yun's dribbling and breakthrough capabilities would see a significant elevation, enabling him to catch opponents off guard with this newfound advantage. Chapter 91. Commercial Shooting, Blueprint for Planning. Following this round, Aston Villa has triumphed over Stoke City, Fulham, Swansea, and Sunderland consecutively. Chelsea faced a shocking defeat against Newcastle, widening the gap between them and Aston Villa to 18 points. With only 8 rounds remaining in the league, Chelsea finds themselves needing to secure 6 more victories. For Chelsea to clinch the championship, Aston Villa would need to lose 7 of their next 8 matches. Losing 6 would be insufficient, as Aston Villa's goal difference significantly surpasses that of the other teams. If Aston Villa manages to win even one of those 8 matches, the league championship will be virtually assured, an outcome that now seems almost inevitable. The consensus among all teams is that the championship belongs to Aston Villa. In the League Cup, Aston Villa has enjoyed favorable draws against non-Premier League teams, resulting in minimal pressure. However, as they advance to the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, the weight of expectation begins to mount. The fans of Aston Villa are already content with the team's journey thus far. Realistically, drawing a weaker opponent in the quarterfinals is unlikely, as the remaining teams are primarily elite clubs. This season's FA Cup has seen a dearth of underdog victories, with clubs from the Championship and League One frequently falling to their Premier League counterparts. To progress further in the FA Cup, Aston Villa must bravely confront all upcoming challenges, overcoming each hurdle as it arises. Fortunately, Aston Villa has essentially secured the league title, allowing for substitutions in all positions except for Fong Yun. The opponent for Aston Villa's quarter-final match has been determined: Liverpool. Among the 8 participating teams, 4 are elite clubs and 4 are other Premier League teams, and once again, Aston Villa is set to face a powerhouse. This news has sent shockwaves through English media. Such fortuitous circumstances are remarkable. This match promises to generate immense excitement, providing ample material for coverage. It cannot be denied that Fong Yun, through his remarkable efforts, has sustained numerous media outlets in England and China, including various marketing entities and independent platforms. The atmosphere within Aston Villa's club remains calm, Their focus is solely on the championship, regardless of whom they encounter. It is merely a matter of time before they face the formidable challengers. In stark contrast, Liverpool fans find themselves in distress, preferring to face any other elite club rather than Aston Villa. The last encounter ended in a humiliating 4-0 defeat, a haunting memory for Liverpool that lingers painfully. Although this presents a rare opportunity for revenge, even Liverpool harbors doubts about their chances. This season has seen Liverpool falter dramatically, plummeting to 6th place in the league, leaving them without European competition qualifications. Their remaining hope rests solely on the FA Cup and the Europa League. The League Cup has already seen them eliminated in a shocking defeat to Swansea, a loss that was nothing short of devastating. With no avenues left for retreat, Liverpool must secure a resounding victory to restore their team's morale. In the upcoming match, Liverpool is certainly poised to give their all. When a team finds itself with no retreat, fighting with their backs against the wall produces an astonishingly fierce combat spirit. Some Aston Villa fans have begun to express concern. With Liverpool having no way out, our chances in this encounter feel rather precarious. We have been too fortunate, encountering no significant setbacks. Nonetheless, the majority of fans remain optimistic. We must have faith in our young lion, Fong Yun, who is capable of leading us through formidable challenges. Now, as we reach the 6th round of the FA Cup, we have every reason to believe in him. This imminent, globally anticipated clash in the FA Cup is about to captivate all of England. Ticket prices have reached new heights, doubling compared to before. Will Aston Villa, once again facing a powerhouse, achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 3 giants consecutively in the FA Cup? Liverpool, feeling the pressure, has the coach stating a preference for facing other giants over Aston Villa, with Liverpool having no way out, having fallen out of the European competition zone. They must stake everything on the FA Cup. As Fong Yun's market value rises, he has become a veritable magnet for attention. Any news concerning him trends on social media. The adage fame brings controversy rings true. Even a simple dinner with Sun Shu's niece, Sun Xiaomin, has made headlines. Is Fong Yun dining with a stranger indicative of a budding romance? Fong Yun finds himself at a loss. His concern is not for his own image, but rather the unnecessary impact on those around him, especially family and friends. When going out, he feels compelled to wrap himself up completely. Unfortunately, wherever Fong Yun goes, eyes and discussions follow. Prior to the match against Liverpool, Aston Villa granted a 2-day break. Rest and adjustment before such a significant battle are crucial, not only for physical recovery, but also for psychological well-being. Mental fatigue can greatly diminish an athlete's desire for victory. Presently, Fong Yun's commercial value is second only to that of Messi and Ronaldo, even surpassing them in the Chinese market, with numerous endorsements seeking him out. However, he has temporarily declined these offers, citing his busy training schedule. Now, with some time available, he can finally address these matters. During the 2-day break, Fong Yun, accompanied by his agent Mendes, participated in a commercial shoot. Such shoots are vital for enhancing a player's commercial appeal and visibility. This season, the Aston Villa management has encouraged players to engage in additional commercial filming, but Fong Yun has declined. He is reluctant to allow these shoots to interfere with the team's training. Although Aston Villa is currently performing well across various fronts, Fong Yun understands that due to depth issues in the squad, many players are operating under excessive strain, playing on borrowed time. Should this pressure dissipate, the entire team could collapse. Fong Yun realizes that his strength alone cannot sustain the whole team. This season is of paramount significance for Aston Villa. Should they truly triumph in all 3 competitions, the ensuing off-season would present unparalleled commercial value. After careful consideration, the club's management concurred with Fong Yun's approach. Over the past few days, Fong Yun has managed to carve out time for a photo shoot, ensuring it did not interfere with training, thus allowing him to pre-select images and save on time costs. He chose to collaborate with a lingerie brand, alongside several models from Victoria's Secret. Their physiques were breathtaking, eliciting a visceral reaction from Fong Yun himself. Initially, he contemplated declining the opportunity. However, Mendes advised him, stating, "Your image and aura rival those of top male models. You should not squander your remarkable physique and visage. I will ensure that every muscle of yours translates into tangible wealth." A few provocative lingerie and underwear posters could yield significant returns, and female fans represent an indispensable consumer segment. Mendes elaborated, "Your prominence in Europe has reached unprecedented heights. You are now the most valued young midfielder, with your commercial worth trailing only behind that of Messi and Ronaldo. Henceforth, you can commence the establishment of your own commercial empire and brand. Fong Yun was taken aback. This notion, which was not particularly popular in 2012 or 2013, showcased Mendes's forward-thinking mindset. This brand should encapsulate your unique characteristics, allowing fans to associate it with you instantly. The business model need not strictly pertain to football. It could also encompass lingerie. You might even launch your own clothing line, named 7. What do you think? Mendes enthusiastically unveiled his commercial blueprint. His words were enlightening. The feasibility of this plan was exceedingly high. The personal brand 7 launched by Ronaldo in 2013 serves as an exemplary business case. It is certain that Ronaldo's agency is currently strategizing. If Fong Yun could establish his brand ahead of Ronaldo, he would seize the initiative and secure a foothold in the market. Determined, Fong Yun resolved to firmly occupy a leading position in the commercial landscape of football stars. Soon, the highly anticipated FA Cup quarterfinals arrived, igniting excitement throughout England. Aston Villa was set to face Liverpool. This was a fateful clash fervently awaited by countless fans since a month prior. Would Liverpool exact their revenge? Or would Aston Villa continue their triumphant march? The Liverpool coach even boldly proclaimed before the match, "We are determined to secure victory. Retreat is not an option." Headlines swept across England. Who will prevail in the rematch between Liverpool and Aston Villa? Liverpool fights to the last, wagering everything. Can Liverpool succeed in their quest for revenge? Tonight, Anfield is destined to witness a grand clash. The fervent Liverpool supporters stand united, their spirits soaring. They ardently hope that Liverpool will defend their home honor this evening. A club's home ground is sacrosanct, and the disparity in home and away win rates among the elite teams is substantial. In half an hour, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the fans, Anfield will come alive. Fong Yun dons the captain's armband, leading the Aston Villa players with confidence down the players' tunnel. Simultaneously, the Liverpool players make their way towards the tunnel, both teams poised for a fierce confrontation. The eyes of the Liverpool players radiate ferocity and determination, embodying an indomitable spirit. In contrast, the Aston Villa players maintain a calm demeanor, seemingly treating this contest as a mere formality. This nonchalance stems from their numerous victories over formidable opponents, a confidence that naturally emanates from their recent successes. At this moment, Anfield erupts with deafening cheers. All eyes are fixated on this pivotal quarter-final clash. During the pre-match ceremony, Fong Yun exchanges team flags with Liverpool's captain, Gerrard. Both players' gazes are ablaze with competitive spirit. The Liverpool fans in the stands are stirred into a frenzy. In this match, Liverpool fields their strongest lineup. There is no retreat. They must fight with all their might. Gerrard anchors the midfield, shouldering the burdens of attack and defense. The striking duo of Suarez and Sterling promises an offensive onslaught. The defensive partnership of Daniel and Martin is formidable. Aston Villa supporters gasp upon seeing Liverpool's starting lineup. Although they have witnessed Aston Villa's dominance over many top teams, the sight of Liverpool's robust lineup leaves them somewhat intimidated. Aston Villa fans are understandably wary. Having faced years of defeat, the team's sudden resurgence this season brings a sense of unfamiliarity. It is akin to a pauper suddenly becoming a millionaire. Yet the ingrained sense of inferiority lingers. Fong Yun's arrival signifies a mission to revitalize Aston Villa, transforming it into a powerhouse. However, the Aston Villa fans soon cast aside their worries. Regardless of how illustrious Liverpool's stars may be or the desperation with which they fight, we possess the young Lion King and the most valuable and youngest prodigy in history, Fong Yun. Aston Villa stands ready to confront any challenge. We shall not back down. Indeed, we are ready to fight. In the past, we battled the elite, and now we are the elite ourselves. Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, chews gum with a serious expression. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commences. Liverpool kicks off, with Gerrard frequently maneuvering in midfield to receive the ball and orchestrate play. In this match, both Aston Villa and Liverpool deployed a 4-4-2 formation. Neither side was willing to concede, approaching the encounter with an unyielding spirit, ready to engage fiercely. From the outset, Liverpool's players initiated a high press with remarkable vigor, exhibiting both tenacity and defensive solidity. The primary distinction between cup and league matches lies in the players' unwavering commitment. They invest their utmost effort from the very beginning, showcasing a more relentless and aggressive demeanor, resulting in a greater frequency of fouls. Liverpool's interpretation of the traditional 4-4-2, which typically features one tall and one swift forward, diverged slightly in this instance as they opted for two fast players. Utilizing the rapid movements of Suarez and Sterling, they frequently disrupted Aston Villa's formation. Liverpool's fervent high pressing and relentless advancement put considerable pressure on the opponents. The constant physical confrontations rendered Aston Villa somewhat disoriented. Soon, under the relentless pressure from Liverpool's frequent interceptions, a mistake occurred. Kenny received a pass but was swiftly challenged by Gerrard, who, with a robust physical presence, successfully dispossessed him. Kenny faltered. This opened up an opportunity for a counterattack. After the interception, Gerrard surged forward with the ball. Fong Yun quickly advanced to defend. However, Gerrard, a world-class midfielder with vast experience, executed a simple wall pass with a teammate, evading Fong Yun in the process. Fong Yun attempted to intercept. Gerrard and his teammates' wall pass maneuver allowed him to bypass Fong Yun. At this moment, Ruben Dias had no choice but to come to the aid of his teammate. But Gerrard seized the opportunity to deliver a precise through ball to Suarez. Aston Villa's other central defender, Vlaar, was caught out of position and, in desperation, grasped Suarez's shirt. Suarez tumbled to the ground. The referee showed no hesitation, pointing decisively to the penalty area. The home crowd erupted in a deafening roar, rising from their seats to cheer for the Liverpool players. Within 10 minutes of the match's commencement, Liverpool was awarded a penalty, and moreover, Vlaar was cautioned with a yellow card, plunging Villa into adversity. Chapter 93. Fong Yun strikes. Achieving a goal, Suarez stepped up to take the penalty, running up and placing the ball into the lower right corner, finding the net with a satisfying thud. Liverpool led 1-0, with Gerrard's interception leading to a through ball, followed by Suarez earning the penalty and scoring it himself, securing the first goal. Anfield erupted in jubilant shouts. On the sidelines, Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, was visibly elated. Shaking off the tension from earlier, Fong Yun encouraged his teammates, saying, "It's all right, we still have chances. Let's focus on the game and not bear too much pressure. That last play was on me." In that moment, Fong Yun recognized that he had a better solution upon seeing Kenny being dispossessed by Gerrard. He felt a moment of panic and chose to press rather than utilizing the hot zone imaging module to identify defensive weaknesses. The positioning of the Liverpool players was not observed. If he had gradually retreated, delaying Gerrard and obstructing his passing lane, the situation could have been averted. However, such is the nature of football, where the tides can turn unexpectedly, leaving no one certain of the outcome. Aston Villa's coach, Robert, displayed no discernible change in expression, merely sensing that his players were somewhat restrained. Fong Yun encouraged Kant, saying, "It's all right, believe in yourself, just play freely. That last opportunity was my oversight." Fong Yun recognized that Kant still lacked significant tournament experience, and his composure wavered. Yet, there was little to be done. Time and experience were required for refinement. As Liverpool gained momentum, their play became increasingly proactive and vigorous, pushing Aston Villa into their half, where they scarcely touched the ball. Concern began to mount among the Villa fans. Was every Liverpool player under the influence of performance-enhancing substances, running like madmen, as if their lives depended on it? Indeed, it felt as though a failure to secure victory would lead to dismissal, with each player seemingly impervious to fatigue, relentlessly pursuing the game. Aston Villa found themselves in dire straits. Would their journey in the FA Cup come to an abrupt halt? Misfortunes compounded as the match reached the 25th minute. Liverpool's left-back surged forward. Loughton, distracted, failed to mark the attacking player. "It's you again, Loughton. While your offensive capabilities are impressive, your defense is easily breached." It was baffling how Aston Villa had not acquired a left-back, considering Loughton's performance. How had he secured a starting position? Liverpool's left-back, Enrique, opted against crossing the ball high and instead chose to break along the byline. Loughton had returned to defend, yet a deft touch allowed the opponent to slip through his legs. Enrique broke through. Loughton was once again outmaneuvered. After his advance, Enrique delivered a precise pass. Sterling made a forward run, receiving the ball. At this moment, Vlaar was hesitant to commit a foul, already bearing a yellow card. Another infringement would lead to a red card, leaving his team in a precarious situation. Sterling, at this juncture, was not merely a joyful player. His shooting and skills were on point. Upon receiving the ball, he deftly sidestepped the goalkeeper's weight and, with a decisive push, sent the ball into the net. An immense blunder occurred as Loughton faltered once more, allowing Enrique to bypass him. The latter's assist to Sterling resulted in a goal. 2-0. This was an entirely avoidable situation. plunging Aston Villa into adversity, marking one of the rare instances in which they trailed by 2 goals in the first half of a match. Nevertheless, Aston Villa has never lacked heroes. Fong Yun had yet to make his move, score, or assist. How could one declare Aston Villa defeated? As the score stood at 2-0 in favor of Liverpool, the home crowd erupted into a thunderous roar. A tidal wave of sound that seemed poised to engulf the entire Anfield Stadium. The fans of Aston Villa are filled with trepidation. Could this be the first defeat of the season for their beloved team? Accustomed to leading and winning, the supporters find it difficult to adjust to this unexpected predicament. They cast hopeful glances towards Fong Yun on the field. Fong Yun, we rely on you. We need you, young Lion King. The legendary hero of Villa, Fong Yun. Please rise to our rescue. It appears that he has heard the cries of the away fans, as the team is already trailing 0-2. They cannot allow Liverpool to gain further momentum. Aston Villa desperately requires a goal to stabilize the situation, with other players unable to step up. It falls upon him to become the hero. Just 1 minute after Liverpool scored, Fong Yun made a tactical gesture, and the Aston Villa players understood immediately. They were all too familiar with this signal. Fong Yun was going to the flanks for a solo breakthrough. As Aston Villa launched their attack, Fong Yun moved to the side to orchestrate the play. Upon receiving the ball, he quickly passed it to Salah, who immediately cut inside. At this moment, Fong Yun surged forward, and Salah returned the ball to Lotun. Lotun, without breaking stride, sent it back to Fong Yun, who was now positioned as a right winger. The opponents anticipated that Fong Yun would attempt to cross the ball, but he decisively employed his skill, Salah's cut-in shot module. Fong Yun feigned a shoulder drop to the baseline before swiftly shifting direction to the left and bringing the ball inward. Liverpool's players hesitated, believing that Fong Yun would not shoot. Gerrard chose to allow Fong Yun's left foot to go unguarded, focusing instead on blocking his right foot. Clearly, Liverpool had studied Fong Yun's dribbling habits, knowing he favored his right foot and believing that simply defending it would suffice, ignoring the left. However, Fong Yun's evolution is remarkable. He is no longer merely a right-footed player. He has transformed into a true two-footed marvel. With a single step, Fong Yun unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot, accurately aiming for the far corner, deceiving the goalkeeper. The ball sailed past several Liverpool defenders, heading directly for the bottom right corner of the net, finding its mark. Astonishingly, Fong Yun scored with a left-footed shot after cutting in from the flank. Is this truly Fong Yun? The strength of his left foot is astonishing, and the angle of the shot was exceptionally sharp. Even the finest left-footed players would struggle to produce such a high-quality strike. Commentator Jean Jun was left utterly astounded, while Liverpool's players stood in bewilderment. When did Fong Yun's left foot become so formidable? However, it was the coaching staff of Liverpool whose morale shattered upon witnessing Fong Yun score with his left foot. Their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. They meticulously analyzed Fong Yun's previous matches, scrutinizing each frame, and discovered that he had never taken a shot with his left foot, an eerie and terrifying anomaly. In Chapter 94, titled Successfully Equalized, Tactical Adjustments, the Liverpool coaching staff found themselves utterly bewildered. In the prior footage, the instances of him using his left foot for passing were remarkably scant, let alone for shooting. Therefore, one conclusion remained. Fong Yun was concealing something. For a midfielder to keep such a lethal weapon hidden until now is a truly formidable prospect. In previous comeback matches, Fong Yun had also refrained from using his left foot for passing or shooting. Such composure and mental fortitude were indeed unparalleled, even overshadowing the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. It is no wonder that other coaches deemed studying Fong Yun futile. He consistently unveils something new in every match. Who can withstand that? The notion of a rookie wall has vanished entirely. To this, Fong Yun merely chuckled. What do you intend to study about me? Old footage? How amusing. Returning to the match, play resumed. Aston Villa adopted a more proactive approach after scoring. Soon, they found another opportunity. In the dying moments of first-half stoppage time, Kanté redeemed himself. After Gerrard received the ball, Kanté immediately pressed him, applying pressure with his hand against Gerrard's waist. The instant Gerrard attempted to turn with the ball, Kanté swiftly intervened, executing a successful tackle. Kanté had atoned for his earlier mistake, successfully intercepting Gerrard. The fans erupted in exhilaration. Fong Yun surged forward, and Kanté delivered a piercing through ball that accurately found Fong Yun, cutting through Liverpool's midfield. Besides his remarkable physicality and stamina, Kanté's deft short passes are his signature skills, albeit often overlooked. Fong Yun received the pass comfortably. With the 4-4-2 formation's midfield compromised, the defenders were left vulnerable to the advancing attack, a precarious situation. Fong Yun charged towards the top of the arc, and without hesitation, unleashed a long shot guaranteed card. A stunning strike that found the back of Liverpool's net once more. Kante's interception, Fong Yun's forward run, a dazzling solo effort resulting in a goal. 2-2. Aston Villa had equalized, and one could always trust Fong Yun's long-range shots. The fans erupted into a deafening roar. It seemed that a number of Liverpool supporters joined in the celebration, equally awestruck by Fong Yun's spectacular display, with many switching allegiances. Villa fans leaped in excitement. It was indeed Fong Yun. One could always believe in him. This team cannot thrive without Fong Yun. Fong Yun. After trailing by 2 goals in the first half, Fong Yun scored twice, single-handedly leveling the score. This is the hallmark of a superstar. On the sidelines, Liverpool's coach Rodgers concealed his face in his hands, merely exhaling a sigh. Alas, it seems that in the current realm of football, only he possesses the capability to thwart Fong Yun. How does one even defend against such a display? Meanwhile, Robert was elated, his fists raised in triumph. It was indeed thanks to my father Yun that the team was repeatedly rescued from peril. With sheer determination, he single-handedly brought both teams back to a level playing field. As the referee's whistle echoed, the players retreated to their dressing rooms, and the crowd erupted in fervor. This match had not unfolded as one-sidedly as anticipated. The score remained tantalizingly close, with Liverpool fighting valiantly against the odds. Aston Villa, too, exhibited remarkable resilience. Until the final whistle, one could never ascertain who would emerge victorious. In the Liverpool dressing room, Coach Rodgers stood before the tactical board. We must intensify our pursuit of Fong Yun. We cannot allow him to handle the ball so effortlessly. In his view, the other Aston Villa players had been underwhelming in their performance during the first half, as long as they could neutralize Fong Yun. The remaining players would struggle to score. He believed that Liverpool's formidable defenders could effectively contain Fong Yun. In the Aston Villa dressing room, Fong Yun gathered his teammates. In the first half, we focused our attacks on Loughton, resulting in both goals being conceded from the right flank. We must adapt, with Flerrell burdened by a yellow card. He was unable to provide adequate support, leaving Ruben Dias to assist in defense. However, should the ball be played out, the center would be vulnerable. Thus, my plan is to shift to the wing, with Loughton primarily positioned as a right midfielder, Sulla tucking in closer to midfield, and Agbonlahor operating as a shadow striker, leaving only Bintik up front. Are we switching to a 4-2-3-1 formation? Robert inquired. No, Fong Yun replied. In attack, I will still return to organize from midfield, utilizing a 4-4-2. However, we will adjust our formation during defense, particularly when transitioning from offense to defense. Loughton, if your pace in retreat is insufficient, there is no need to fall back. Simply act as a natural winger while I cover the flank. Aston Villa's players displayed expressions of excitement. They had experimented with various formations during training matches, and adjusting between offensive and defensive setups had become second nature. Now, they finally had the opportunity to put their skills to the test. Under Fong Yun's strategic leadership, the football intelligence of each player seemed to elevate, with roles clearly defined. They merely needed to adhere to the established tactics. Let Liverpool witness the formidable synergy of Aston Villa. After elucidating the tactics, Fong Yun instructed everyone to form a circle, placing their right hands together. Our ambition is to vie for the championship across all 3 fronts. Once we attain this goal, your statistics, your salaries, your market values, and your reputations will experience a significant surge. Trust me, nothing is beyond our reach. The miracles we have achieved this season at Aston Villa, triumphing over numerous prestigious teams, are certainly not solely due to my efforts. Each individual plays a crucial role. Success does not need to be attributed to me alone. There will undoubtedly be a part for me in it. In the second half, let us concentrate our minds, with each player focusing on the game, considering positioning and tactics. Victory is within our grasp. Liverpool is merely a defeated opponent. I will count to 3, and together we shall shout encouragement. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. The locker room was filled with fervor. Fong Yun's words greatly bolstered the confidence of every Aston Villa player, and they were ready for battle. Robert was also moved by this scene. This is the essence of Fong Yun's leadership spirit. He raised his arms high. By winning this match, we will advance to the semi-finals of the FA Cup, bringing us closer to the 200,000 prize for the champions. Let us charge forward. Following Fong Yun's lead, we surged ahead, unstoppable, defeating all in our path, even Liverpool, who stood outside the top four of the league. What is there to discuss about vying for the championship? We shall simply press on. The other Villa players were filled with enthusiasm, their spirits high for the battle. They firmly believed they would seize this game. Chapter 95, a draw again. Tensions rise on the pitch. As Aston Villa emerged from the player tunnel, they faced a cacophony of boos and uproar from the home supporters. Yet, the Villa players remained composed, undistracted by the noise. For them, there was but one objective for this match: to win. To conquer the Reds of Liverpool on their home ground, Anfield. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. Aston Villa kicked off from the center circle, with Agbonlahor passing the ball back to Fong Yun. Liverpool quickly pressed forward, executing their coach's tactical plan with precision. They consciously directed their pressure toward Fong Yun's side, attempting to constrict his passing options. The Reds' resolute defense aimed to stifle Aston Villa's rhythm of attack entirely. The fans in the stands erupted in waves of excitement. At the start of the second half, Liverpool committed numerous players to their defense. With both forwards participating in the effort, they relentlessly compressed Fong Yun's space, denying him easy access to the ball, aiming to force errors that would lead to turnovers. However, Liverpool's coach, Robert, was taken aback by Fong Yun's resilience. Despite being surrounded by Liverpool's formidable defense, Fong Yun consistently managed to extract the ball from tight spaces, creating opportunities. His passing remained unaffected, thanks to the enhancements of the Matthews turn and the outside foot module. The former allowed Fong Yun to effortlessly create passing space, while the latter enabled him to deliver passes from various angles that caught Liverpool off guard. Moreover, the opponent is currently hesitant to release Fong Yun's left foot, which has afforded him a plethora of choices. Fong Yun's penetrating passes and relentless dissection of formations have left Liverpool's coach, Rodgers, in a state of disarray. How could Aston Villa possess such a formidable player? The midfield strangulation that Liverpool is renowned for has always been their hallmark. Rodgers has immense confidence in his players. Even the likes of Messi and Ronaldo have faltered under the pressure of Liverpool's midfield, yet a mere 17-year-old like Fong Yun seems to elude their grasp. This is utterly astonishing. Fortunately, Aston Villa has not orchestrated particularly effective attacks. Although Fong Yun's passes have created several threats, they have all been thwarted by Liverpool's tenacious defense. As the match approached the 52nd minute, Aston Villa's cross from the flanks was cleared by Liverpool's centre-back with a header. A counter-attack opportunity for Liverpool emerged. Upon receiving the ball, the goalkeeper seized the moment, launching a long pass to the left flank while Aston Villa was still regaining their footing. Was Liverpool targeting Loughton's side once again? Sterling sprinted down the left wing at a blistering pace, aiming to seize the ball. Why had Loughton not returned to defend? Remaining in the forward position, the commentary from Jean June was piercingly insightful, each word sending a thrill through the hearts of fans. The Aston Villa supporters felt their hearts racing. Just as everyone assumed Sterling would claim the ball and charge forward, that man emerged once more. Fong Yun. He dashed towards Sterling with remarkable speed, showing no signs of slowing down. Could Fong Yun intercept the ball before Sterling? However, it was evident that Sterling held a positional advantage over Fong Yun, complicating the interception. Fong Yun's response was not to challenge for the ball directly, but to position himself strategically, obstructing Sterling's forward run. His hand firmly pressed against Sterling's waist. He restricted Sterling's movement. With no choice left, Sterling could only receive the ball with his back to Fong Yun. Fong Yun maintained close proximity, denying Sterling even the opportunity to pivot. Once his teammates had adequately regrouped, he retreated slightly to keep his distance from Sterling. Left with no option, Sterling had to pass back to a teammate, in search of a new attacking opportunity. The stands erupted in euphoria once more. Is this the prowess of the Cloud God? Liverpool's promising counterattack was dismantled by Fong Yun. Indeed, the execution was nothing short of exquisite, truly magnificent. Yet, I cannot fathom why Sterling did not simply burst past him, effortlessly evading Fong Yun. The defensive midfielder, wearing number 16, remarked at that moment. Fong Yun's handling of the situation was exemplary. What appeared to be a straightforward defensive retreat was, in fact, a masterful maneuver. This was essentially a 50-50 ball, with both sides possessing equal chances of possession. Fong Yun could have opted for a reckless challenge to disrupt the play, but he wisely refrained due to the high risk involved. Instead, he chose a seemingly mundane yet remarkably astute approach, pressing forward immediately to block the opponent's attacking route, thereby preventing Sterling from executing a swift breakthrough. Some questioned Sterling's decision not to make a direct run towards the byline, but upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that Fong Yun immediately closed in on him as soon as he gained possession of the ball. The ball was left exposed before Fong Yun, leaving Sterling with little room to maneuver. Furthermore, Fong Yun's hand was firmly pressed against Sterling's waist, demonstrating a seasoned approach, regardless of Sterling's movements. Fong Yun's sole objective was to restrict his passing options. Eventually, once the Aston Villa players had regrouped defensively, Fong Yun relinquished his tight marking, as continuous pressure could have allowed Sterling opportunities for a back pass or a wall pass with a teammate. Fong Yun exhibited remarkable intelligence, executing his tactics flawlessly, inciting an exuberant reaction from the Villa supporters, while the Liverpool fans were left sighing in disappointment at the squandered opportunity. As the saying goes, one must pay the price for such missed chances. The match progressed to the 56th minute, during which Aston Villa launched an attack. With Fong Yun in possession of the ball, 3 Liverpool players charged towards him simultaneously. Anticipating this, Fong Yun drew the ball back before executing a sudden stop and spin to evade them. However, he was immediately confronted by Liverpool player Gerrard. With a deft change of direction reminiscent of Matthews, Fong Yun created space and passed to the retreating Bentique. Bentique, with his back to goal, laid the ball off to Fong Yun, who now found himself directly facing 2 Liverpool center-backs. As they pressed forward, he swiftly cut inside to the left, while Agbonlahor made a run to the right. In a moment of brilliance, Fong Yun delivered a back-heeled pass to the unmarked Agbonlahor, who struck the ball without taking a touch, catching the goalkeeper off guard as the ball nestled into the net. Aston Villa had scored again, leading by a goal, and Anfield erupted in a cacophony of noise. In a desperate bid, Liverpool coach Rodgers substituted the left winger for a tall striker, repositioning Sterling to the left wing and Suarez to the number 10 role, which is where Suarez feels most at home. Liverpool was poised to unleash their attack. After the formation adjustment, their offensive play became significantly more fluid. With a return to a 3-man midfield setup, Suarez's link-up play alleviated the pressure on Liverpool's midfield almost instantly. In the 70th minute, Suarez received a pass from Gerrard, and as Candy attempted to intercept, Suarez deftly sidestepped him with a touch. He then unleashed a long-range strike that found its way into the top right corner, leveling the score for Liverpool. What an astonishing World Cup-worthy strike from Suarez, bringing Liverpool back into contention. Simply incredible.